Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ciel could feel the toxic liquid dissolving the skin on her thighs, yet she barely registered the pain. Only a faint burning sensation lingered in her lungs. The potion must have taken effect. The two of them rushed down the corridor, stopping at the staircase, where they took in the scene below. The marble staircase had been severed in half. Amidst the rubble, a knight clad in silver-white armor knelt on one knee. The lance in the knight's hand was corroded and pitted, as if it would snap with the slightest force. However, his massive tower shield remained intact, though it was covered in barnacle-like holes. Before him lay a grotesque, perforated figure. It was draped in tattered black robes, the hem cleanly severed at the waist, suggesting it had been sliced in half. Beneath the truncated robe, four curved insectoid legs extended outward, their surface covered in clusters of purple-green barnacles. Tiny tendrils twitched weakly from within the hollow openings, gradually ceasing movement. The ravenbeak mask had long since disappeared. Where its face should have been, there was nothing but a gory, circular cavity devoid of facial features, brain, or flesh lined with gnashing teeth. It was completely mutated. He's dead. Avena let out a slight sigh of relief and leapt down from the broken staircase, running toward the knight. "Miss Ciel, give me a hand. We need to get out of here quickly." Avena urged Ciel over. Ciel summoned her shadow to carry her down, and together, they dragged the half-kneeling knight out of the manor. Only when they had hauled the knight past the garden did Avena collapse onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Ciel, however, turned back to look at the grand estate behind them. The manor's roof had been blasted open, leaving a massive crater as if struck by a meteor. Nearly half of the structure had already collapsed, and fires were beginning to spread throughout. "It's over." Avena exhaled slowly, suppressing the side effects of the potions. "Once reinforcements arrive, they'll check what toxins we've been exposed to. My strongest antidote should help. This likely isn't a new strain of bacteria. I recognized several of the infected forms we fought. Sherlin hadn't been working with viruses for long. They had survived." Ciel felt the tension in her chest loosen slightly. She asked about her sister's whereabouts, and Avena confirmed that she had been placed in the jewelry district, providing Ciel with a sense of relief. Because Avena had needed to investigate the epidemic in the Clock Tower district, she hadn't relocated Ciel's sister to Sursbridge number 15. Given that she had also sent all her household staff on leave earlier, it was clear that she had anticipated the need for such precautions. Thoughtful and kind, yet meticulous. Once the potion's side effects had subsided somewhat, Ciel re-entered the estate. She approached Sherlin's grotesque corpse and commanded her shadow to search his belongings. She hoped to find his mystical notebook or any records related to a cure. Fortunately, she uncovered a journal. Taking it outside, she handed it to Avena, who used a crystal to break its protective imprint, revealing detailed virus research notes inside. Sherlin had sought to kill for his ascension, but he hadn't wanted to lose his mind. His mystical notebook contained meticulous records, as well as notes of his own obsession and pride in his virus. With this, the Redemption Society could likely reverse engineer a cure. As long as the sealed artifact wasn't triggered, dehydration syndrome wouldn't be fatal in the short term. The accumulated side effects of her potions caught up to Avena, causing her to faint beside Ciel, her body drenched in sweat, twitching uncontrollably, and murmuring incoherently. Ciel didn't end the simulation just yet. The event wasn't truly over. She remained at Avena's side for nearly 4.5 hours, waiting until late into the night. At last, the reinforcements Avena had promised arrived. They swiftly tended to Avena and Ciel's wounds, then began the process of purifying the Crown Guard's shield. As they removed the knight's helmet, Ciel noticed something that sent shivers down her spine. There was nothing inside the helmet. Goosebumps rose on her arms. What kind of third-tier transcendent was this? The body was gone, only the armor remained? Once she was certain the crisis had been completely resolved, Ciel took the now unsealed mystical notebook and ended the simulation. She was too exhausted to think about anything else. Reality. Saint Year 741, June 18, 6:32 p.m. Evaluation. You have found a way to survive and successfully eliminated the threat. Considering the vast power gap between you and your opponent, this was indeed an efficient and relatively low-risk solution. Take this, it's what you've earned based on your performance. Reward, Fate Points *34, Combined LV.2, Art of Conversation LV.2, Fate Points, 50. Ha. Ciel exhaled deeply, slowly opening her eyes. After multiple consecutive simulations, glimpsing the other side, and using death reversal, her mind was utterly drained. She had no energy left to attempt another simulation in search of a better outcome. If she did, she feared she would collapse upon returning to reality. And once unconscious, she might miss every opportunity available to her. Now that she had a viable path to survival, the focus was on refining it. This wasn't just a danger, it was also a potential opportunity. Drawing a steady breath, Ciel grabbed her satchel and dashed downstairs. She immediately hired a carriage and directed it toward Avena's residence. She had no way of knowing exactly when Sherlin would attempt his assassination. but if she arrived before him and got to Avena first, she could gain her trust that much sooner. Driver, can you go any faster? Ciel tapped the carriage driver's shoulder, slipping him a 5-shilling coin. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of the coin. He took it and responded, with pleasure, miss. Crack. The whip lashed against the chestnut horse, eliciting a sharp neigh as the animal picked up speed. In the simulation, the journey had taken 17 minutes. This time, Ciel arrived in just 14. Glancing at her pocket watch, she noted the time 6:46 p.m. Knowing there were no guards at the entrance, she pushed open the already unlocked front gate and sprinted into the estate. From one of the second-floor rooms, a suit of armor silently observed Ciel's approach, but it made no move to stop her, seemingly unbothered by her presence. Ciel quickly navigated her way to the first-floor reception room and threw open the doors. Inside, Avena sat quietly reading. At the sound of the door opening, Avena looked up, her expression unreadable as she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Miss Ciel. Ciel shut the door behind her and strode forward. Are you expecting someone? Yes. Don't speak. Listen to me first. If you still have questions afterward, then you may ask. My intelligence network has brought me new information. Avena listened to Ciel's account, her gaze fixed on the items laid out before her. The Radiance Bishop's letter, Sherlin's research notes, the church's bishop insignia. One by one, Avena verified their authenticity. She watched as Ciel methodically packed everything back into her satchel, then took a deep breath. Your intelligence network is absurd. She had indeed been waiting here for Sherlin. He had claimed to have made progress in investigating dehydration syndrome. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door of the reception room. Ciel's pupils contracted. Sherlin? Already? She had rushed here in reality, swiftly presenting evidence, even redeeming the research notes, all to ensure Avena fully believed her. If they couldn't ambush Sherlin the moment he entered, they'd be forced into a full-blown confrontation and Ciel would be exposed to unknown pathogens. Because Sherlin would definitely become suspicious upon seeing her here. Avena and Ciel exchanged glances. Both knew exactly who had arrived. Sherlin. Ciel pressed her lips together briefly, then quickly reached up and mussed her own hair, loosening her collar slightly. Then, without hesitation, she reached over and tousled Avena's hair as well. She pulled off her gloves, yanked open Avena's collar, and finally, lowered her head and bit into Avena's neck. MMNH. Though Avena had remained expressionless throughout Ciel's abrupt actions, the sudden bite caught her off guard, making her let out a soft whimper. She immediately realized how ridiculous that sound had been. Sherlin had definitely heard it from outside the door. Avena's face turned crimson in an instant. This was the most humiliating thing she had ever experienced. Worse still, she found that she couldn't muster even the slightest resentment toward Ciel. Did that mean she liked being treated this way? Avena felt as though her brain wasn't processing things at its usual speed. Keep him here. Come find me later. Second-floor study. Ciel leaned in and whispered softly into Avena's flushed ear. With that, she slung her satchel over her shoulder, adjusting her clothes in a deliberately hurried manner, and briskly made her way to the door. Ciel pulled the door open. Sherlin, who had been slightly leaning forward, eavesdropping with curiosity, immediately straightened his posture. Pretending not to notice anything, he cast a fleeting glance at Ciel only to see her fumbling with her clothes in a flustered manner. As she passed him, she hunched slightly and murmured a barely audible "excuse me" before hurrying toward the second-floor study. Wait, wasn't that Avena's assistant? He had just seen her at the police station today. Why was she at Avena's house? A sliver of suspicion flickered in Sherlin's mind. Beneath his mask, his face tensed. Stepping into the reception room, the first thing he saw was Avena, her face still flushed, fumbling to fasten her collar. The bright red bite mark on her pale neck was very noticeable. That's not a spot she could bite herself, right? In that moment, Sherlin seemed to understand something. The noble lady, always indifferent to everything, perpetually cold-faced toward everyone. Turns out, she had a companion. No wonder she had never joined any church or followed the path her family had planned for her. But it didn't matter. After tonight, Avena would cease to exist in this world. Feigning politeness, he turned slightly, facing away from Avena as he chuckled. Apologies, Miss Roswell. It seems I arrived at an inconvenient time. Avena had just barely managed to calm her heartbeat when she heard Sherlin's remark. Her lips pressed tightly together. Ciel had been right. This man deserved to die. Apologies, Mr. Sherlin. Please wait here for a moment while I go upstairs to freshen up. Avena passed by Sherlin and stepped out of the reception room. Of course, take your time. Sherlin turned slightly aside to give her space, his hand resting on the doorknob. I'm in no rush, and please convey my apologies to Miss Ciel. With gentlemanly grace, Sherlin watched as Avena ascended the stairs before slowly shutting the door behind her. Perfect. Now that she was gone, planting the pathogens would be much easier. Once everything was in place, Sherlin sat down and took a deep breath. Thinking back to the moment he had instinctively tensed upon seeing that red-haired girl, he removed his silver raven mask and let out a chuckle. Had he really become this paranoid? Wary of a mere red-haired girl who wasn't even a transcendent? Besides, that girl had traces of dehydration syndrome. Once he fully assimilated his potion, he wouldn't have to live with such constant fear. He could leave this country, join that secret cult, devote himself to studying viruses, and seek the next tier potion formula and ritual. He could already envision it liberation from this identity, a life free of constraints. No more endless patient consultations, no more anxiety over failing the newborn ritual. He had found a new path to rebirth. As for the common folk, they should feel honored to be part of his grand ritual, to become the foundation of his eternal power. My potion is weak? My virus is feeble? Nonsense. The insignificant, mediocre plague Dr. Sherlin would disappear, and the formidable source of cholera would descend upon Ansa. Sherlin closed his eyes and tilted his head back slightly, already picturing the moment of his triumph. No one would suspect that the orchestrator of the ritual had been someone as unremarkable as him. So what if some mysterious organization had noticed traces of his work? At the upcoming church gathering, he would simply have his unsuspecting student step into the sewers. Boom, just like that, it would all be over. That sealed artifact he had stumbled upon had truly been a stroke of luck. Boom! The brick wall behind him exploded inward as an enormous, nearly 2-meter-tall silver-armored knight barreled through it like an unstoppable force. Sherlin hadn't even had time to react before he was slammed into with the force of a speeding steam locomotive. His body was hurled across the room, crashing violently through another wall, leaving a massive hole. His internal organs ruptured, blood spewing from his mouth. He lay there, dazed, staring up at the silver knight pinning him down, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What was that? From the corner of his eye, he saw a pale-faced, red-haired girl standing nearby. In her hands, she held an intricately designed, bladed flintlock pistol. Her thumb slowly pulled back the hammer, the green vines etched into the gun's body extending into her arm. I remember lying just like this before, pointing a gun, pulling the trigger, the girl said with a soft smile. Except back then, I was the one who died. Now, it's your turn. Hiss. A crimson bullet erupted from the barrel as she squeezed the trigger, embedding itself directly into Sherlin's forehead. Dark red blood and brain matter mixed together, trickling down his brow and onto the floor. His wide, terrified eyes remained locked in an expression of disbelief and confusion as the last breath left his body. A single blood-red laurel sprouted from his forehead, growing upward, slowly stretching toward the ceiling. Ciel released her grip on the gun, slipping it back into her satchel. In doing so, she discreetly returned the blood laurel and other items to her inventory. Sherlin had to be killed cleanly and decisively. To ensure this, Ciel had chosen to use the sealed artifact for a guaranteed fatal strike. She couldn't afford to let the potion within him trigger its backlash. The dizziness from blood loss, compounded with her previous exhaustion, made her steps unsteady. It wasn't until she saw 2 distinct potion ingredients fully extracted from Sherlin's body that she finally relaxed. It was over. She took 2 steps back and collapsed onto the pile of rubble behind her. Ciel. A voice she wasn't sure whose called out to her, pulling her from the hazy depths of unconsciousness. She felt herself falling into a soft embrace, but her mind remained too foggy to recognize who it was. It's over. Ciel. Avena gently stroked Ciel's hair. The pale face of the girl in her arms made Avena's heart ache. She hadn't even realized that she had stopped addressing her as Miss Ciel. Nia, handle the rest. Avena turned to the armored knight. Yes, my lady, came a metallic, aged voice from within the armor. Avena lifted Ciel in her arms and carried her past the scattered debris, heading toward her room. As she looked down at the small, curled-up figure in her embrace, a stray thought crossed her mind. So light, so soft, comfortable. The next morning, Ciel slowly opened her drowsy eyes and stretched lazily. How long had it been since she'd slept this well? It felt like collapsing into a soft bed after pulling multiple all-nighters. Her mind was still hazy from sleep. Where was she? At home. As her thoughts gradually aligned, memories of last night resurfaced. Source of cholera. Ciel bolted upright, scanning her surroundings. A vast, well-lit room. It was big enough to fit 10 of her own apartment's living rooms. The silk sheets beneath her were smooth and luxurious, and a gentle, faintly floral scent almost like a young girl's fragrance lingered in the air. She had passed out from exhaustion last night. Was this Avena's home? Ciel looked down at herself. Her worn, faded linen dress had been replaced. She was now clad in a fluffy, soft silk nightgown. Huh? Who changed her clothes? She glanced around but couldn't find her original outfit. Instead, a set of neatly arranged clothes hung near the bedside. A simple, clean white blouse with lace shoulders, a matching white undershirt and trousers, and a long, black and red striped skirt with a slender belt styled after the northern Ansa fashion. Were these left for her? Since there were no other options, Ciel grabbed the clothes and changed into them. They were comfortable and fit well, though slightly loose. Several hair accessories and decorative ribbons were also placed alongside the clothes. Ciel ignored them. After slipping on clean stockings and black leather boots, she got up and pushed open the door. She glanced left and right. Which way should she go? After wandering in circles for a while, she started feeling dizzy. Eventually, she found the staircase. As she descended, the rich aroma of coffee drifted toward her. It was coming from the reception hall. Following the scent, Ciel stepped into the hall and saw the aftermath of last night's battle. The once elegant reception hall now looked as if a steamroller had passed through it. Everything along a straight path had been utterly destroyed. Fortunately, the long table in the center had been arranged in segments, though part of it had been crushed. The remaining sections were still usable. A massive hole in the opposite wall led directly to the garden outside. Sunlight streamed through the opening, casting warm light on a dark-haired girl's back. She sat at the damaged table, with 2 breakfasts and 2 cups of hot coffee laid before her. Why are we eating here? The scene had a strange, shattered beauty to it, but Ciel couldn't help but comment. You don't have a dining room. This is closer to the stairs, Avena replied matter-of-factly, sipping her coffee. I was worried you wouldn't find me. Ciel sat across from her. The exhaustion and deep sleep had left her starving. She immediately speared a sausage, took a massive bite, and washed it down with a big gulp of coffee. As the food settled in her stomach, her ravenous hunger finally eased. She looked at Avena and asked, "Where's my satchel?" "I put it away safely. I didn't check inside." Avena elegantly cut a small piece of sausage and chewed it slowly. "What about Sherlin?" Ciel asked. "His body and notes have been handed over to the Redemption Society. I kept his mystical materials," Avena replied. "His potion hadn't begun digestion yet. The fully extracted third-tier source of cholera potion is uncontaminated. Perhaps we should discuss how to divide it." "Did you change my clothes?" Ciel asked. Cough. Avena nearly choked on her food. She could no longer maintain her composed demeanor. Using her napkin, she discreetly wiped her mouth, trying to mask her embarrassment. "Your clothes were filthy. Leaving them on would have dirted my bed." She regained her composure as she set the napkin down. "Then why not let me sleep in a guest bed?" Ciel asked, confused. "You do have guest rooms, don't you?" Avena gave Ciel a blank stare, remained silent for a long time, then simply mimicked Ciel's action, spearing a piece of sausage and taking a bite. Mumbling through her food, she said, "I'm resigning from the police force." She changed the topic so abruptly. Ciel was about to press further but then caught a glimpse of the faint purple bruising on Avena's neck, evidence of last night's bite. "Fine. That settles things. Why are you resigning?" Ciel asked, still eating. Avena paused for a brief moment before replying. "I've fully digested my listener potion." Come to think of it, Ciel had played a part in that final stage of digestion. Avena had heard quite a few shocking revelations from her in just one day, and, fortunately, she hadn't needed to interfere much. The potion had been absorbed smoothly. "Listener." Ciel looked at Avena with curiosity. "Is that the standard potion for the investigation unit? Or is it your family's path?" "No, my family and the investigation unit follow the detective path," Avena answered casually. "That's why I'm here instead of Ansu." Perhaps the successful digestion of her potion had put Avena in a good mood. She was answering all of Ciel's questions. "Where's my sister?" Ciel asked at last. "She's working at my jewelry shop." "That place rarely gets visitors," Avena said. "You're still carrying traces of the dehydration disease. It's best if you avoid contact with her for now." Ciel fell silent. This was the longest she had ever been apart from her sister. Waking up without seeing her or their familiar home felt strange. "I told her I'm a psychologist and that you're my assistant," Avena added calmly. She looked skeptical, but since she had your letter, she didn't question it. "You should write to her daily. I can help disinfect the letters." "Thanks." Ciel hesitated for a moment before asking, "Psychologist?" Avena nodded. "Yes, it's the next tier in the listener path." So Avena was about to ascend? Ciel sipped her coffee. She was starting to realize just how limited her own strength was, and she was beginning to grasp the system's pattern for awarding fate points. Perhaps she could use the money from selling the Avenger potion to buy another potion and attempt its digestion in a simulation. She needed more potions and rituals. The more power she gained, the better she could protect herself. Where could she acquire these potions? "Miss Avena." Ciel looked up. "Just call me Avena." Avena focused on cutting her food. "Avena, can you vouch for me to enter Detton Manor?" Ciel asked. "I want to buy some potions." "Detton Manor." Avena raised an eyebrow at the name, looking at Ciel with a hint of hesitation before asking, "Do you even know what kind of place that is?" "No idea," Ciel answered without hesitation. Ciel was a little confused. During her simulation, when she spoke with Avena, the latter had only mentioned that Detton Manor was a place where potions could be sold or exchanged for transcendent items. Ciel had assumed it was just a gathering or market for transcendence. Was it because their shared hardship had deepened their bond, unlocking information Avena hadn't shared before? Just how much had Avena withheld from her back then? As she observed Ciel's puzzled expression, a similar question mark appeared in Avena's mind. Detton Manor was an enormous organization, with branches in nearly every major city. How could Ciel not know about it? What about her supposed intelligence network? Despite her doubts, Avena unconsciously rationalized the inconsistency herself. Maybe she had just recently joined the organization. Last night, when Avena had curiously checked, she found no traces of potion influence in Ciel's body. That gun-shaped sealed artifact was likely something given to her for self-defense by her group. At least, that's what Avena convinced herself. Detton Manor is a large transcendent organization. Its core members primarily follow the gambler and adventurer paths. Avena took a moment to organize her thoughts before continuing. The organization was founded not only to recruit core members but also as a means to digest potions. Every Detton Manor functions as a massive casino, beyond the jurisdiction of mundane laws. If you want to buy anything there, you must first exchange your pounds for casino chips. The exchange rate varies by location, but in every case, the chips will be worth less than the original amount of pounds. For example, if you exchange 100 pounds, you might receive chips worth only 75 or 80 pounds. You then use those chips to purchase items, issue bounties, or... Avena paused briefly before continuing. Or you can gamble at Detton Manor to increase the value of your chips. That way, you could spend £100 and acquire materials worth more, potentially even double. But usually, I just exchange for chips and use them immediately. The deducted amount is just a service fee. A transcendent casino? And its core members belong to the gambler and adventurer paths? If the gamblers needed to digest their potions, they would most likely convert all their materials into chips, either losing everything or walking away with massive winnings. The materials lost by the gamblers would then be resold to other transcendents who had entered with sponsorship, while the currency exchange discrepancy became Deton Manor's profit. With this system, they could use those earnings to acquire even more transcendent materials, attracting more people in the process. This transcendent market was completely different from what Ciel had imagined. Still, she had no intention of gambling. Like Avena, she viewed exchanging pounds for chips as nothing more than paying a 20% service fee. I can sponsor you for membership, and Nia can as well. You just need one more sponsor to enter Deton Manor. Avena added a warning. Once inside, just buy what you need, don't get involved in their games. The gambling halls there are extremely dangerous. Some high-stakes transcendent games can even cost you your life. There are no restrictions on cheating, either. As long as the referee doesn't catch you, anything goes. You won't stand a chance against them. No restrictions on cheating? As long as it wasn't caught? Ciel hadn't been interested before, but now, Avena's words piqued her curiosity. Her precognitive sight LV.1 allowed her to see 1 second into the future. No one would ever expect her to have a precognitive ability. If the opportunity arose, she might actually try her luck at Deton Manor. But first, she needed to find a third sponsor. High Priestess Eurus? Ciel wasn't eager to get entangled with the church just yet. After some thought, only one candidate remained, someone who might be easy to convince. Eurus's sister, Adele. Technically, she had saved Adele's life. It would just be a matter of properly setting up the encounter. Maybe she could trick Adele into signing a 1-month sponsor contract, but that would mean another monthly friendship fee, which Ciel might not be able to afford. As she considered this, Ciel became curious about the status of the dehydration syndrome case. She turned to Avena. What's the plan for dealing with the dehydration syndrome? I went out last night and handed the body and notes over to the Redemption Society and the church. They'll take over from here, working on a cure as quickly as possible. With the research notes, they should have results within 3 to 5 days. Sherlin hadn't spent much time studying infectious pathogens, and the bacteria has a low fatality rate. Even if we hadn't intervened, he would have failed his ascension in a month. Perhaps to reassure Ciel, Avena added, "Don't worry, I didn't reveal your identity. Officially, I handled everything alone." "That's fine." Ciel shrugged. She didn't care about taking credit. Knowing that the cure was being developed was enough to set her mind at ease. 3 to 5 days she could survive that long. But Avena's mention of the low fatality rate reminded Ciel of a ticking time bomb. That bomb was already activated, hanging silently in the church's underground sewers. Should she simulate an attempt to remove it? The thought had barely surfaced before she dismissed it. Not reliable. She lacked the knowledge to contain a sealed artifact. Who knew how many simulations it would take to figure it out? And even if she did obtain it, that artifact wasn't particularly useful to her. It was nothing more than a pathogen detonator, not something she needed at the moment. What she needed most was the next tier potion for Avenger along with its reconstitution ritual, or other suitable first tier potions and rituals. She had to grow stronger to gain the upper hand in future dangers. She decided to sell this information to Avena, letting her either secure the artifact herself or trade the intel to the church for an enormous favor. It might even be an opportunity to negotiate for the next tier Avenger potion and ritual. "Avena, I have another piece of information." Cough. Before Ciel could finish, Avena nearly choked on her coffee, struggling to catch her breath. Holding up a hand to stop Ciel, Avena asked, "Wait, let me guess. Is this another second tier or third tier reconstitution ritual? Or something that'll kill tens of thousands of people?" It seemed that Ciel's endless stream of shocking intelligence had finally exhausted Avena's tolerance. Now that she no longer needed to digest the listener potion, she had no interest in getting further involved. But curiosity was hard to resist. Just what was Ciel going to say? Maybe this was the curse of the listener path. They would rather risk their lives than miss out on critical information. "It's related to the Sherlin case," Ciel said after a brief pause. "If it isn't handled properly, a lot of people could still die." Ugh, Avena let out a long sigh, seemingly resigning herself. "Fine. Go ahead." If it was a follow-up to the Sherlin case, Avena could accept the intelligence. After all, her next reconstitution ritual would likely require the Redemption Society's assistance. Sealed artifact. Avena adjusted her glasses, deep in thought. So this was Sherlin's final trump card for completing his ritual. If she handed this intelligence directly to the Redemption Society, it would earn her a significant favor. If she sent Nia to recover the sealed artifact, its value alone was considerable, though difficult to sell. Whether it was the source of cholera potion, the plague-bearer materials, or the sealed artifact Ciel had mentioned, none of these were easy to offload. They were all blacklisted by certain churches. If another transcendent acquired them, it would almost certainly lead to another disaster. Selling them would require deep discounts likely to Deton Manor. After weighing her options, Avena looked at Ciel. This information is incredibly valuable, especially to the Church of the Savior Goddess and the Redemption Society. It's comparable to an entire set of second-tier potion rituals and materials. I wouldn't recommend retrieving the artifact myself. Typically, after acquiring a sealed artifact, it takes considerable time to test its properties. I checked Sherlin's notes. He didn't write anything about this artifact. You could use this intelligence to negotiate directly with the Redemption Society or the Church of the Savior Goddess for a second-tier potion. Who do you want to give it to? Avena finished speaking and waited for Ciel's answer. Who to give it to? The moment Avena mentioned exchanging the intelligence for a second-tier potion, Ciel had already made up her mind. She wanted the next potion in the Avenger sequence. The Church of the Savior Goddess, Ciel said. Missionary potion. Avena was a little surprised but nodded. I'll help you negotiate. She had assumed Ciel would ask for the Redemption Society's Plague Doctor potion. Paths like Physician, which could advance through accumulated experience, rarely faced bottlenecks before the third tier. Naturally, these potions held more market value. But the Church of the Savior Goddess potions were different. From ascetic to missionary, these paths generally required devotion to a deity, which made them popular among cultists. Cults progressed through missionary much faster than regular church transcendence, because forced conversions and brainwashing could count toward their reconstitution rituals. It's not missionary. Ciel shook her head. It's the next potion and ritual in the Avenger sequence. Avenger? The Inquisition. Avena was visibly surprised. The Inquisition was one of the most secretive branches within the Church of the Savior Goddess. Very little information about Avenger potions and rituals ever leaked, except when someone defected with them. And whenever an Avenger potion or ritual surfaced on the market, the Inquisition would step in to investigate. Their control was exceptionally strict. Even the grey market Detton Manor avoided selling potions from this path to avoid angering the church. Instead, they dealt in the materials for the path but at significantly higher prices. Even Avena herself had no idea what the second-tier potion and ritual for Avenger were called. That might be difficult, Avena said, shaking her head. You should be prepared for the fact that they might not give it to you. The church will want to test the sealed artifact first, and not all artifacts will be useful. Test results? I already have them. Avena, do you have paper and a pen? Ciel asked. Since her clothes had been changed and her satchel was elsewhere, she had no choice but to borrow materials from Avena. I do. Avena had a strange premonition but handed Ciel her notebook and fountain pen. She wasn't about to. Ciel quickly wrote, detailing the properties of the sealed artifact. All of it came from what she had seen in the system. Just as she finished and was about to write down the artifact's name, glimpse of doom, a system notification appeared before her. Friendly reminder, it's best not to write down the artifact's name. That thing's not meant to be written down. Not allowed. Even the name was considered classified. Ciel stopped writing and handed the page to Avena. Avena had already been skeptical, but when she took the paper, she couldn't help but feel a sting of disbelief. So detailed? Glancing over it, she immediately raised her head to look at Ciel. What kind of intelligence network is this? This was beyond anything Avena had ever known. It made sense that Ciel could acquire the Radiance Bishop's letter. Connections could explain that. And getting a copy of Sherlin's notes? Certain paths could make that possible. But how had they tested the artifact this thoroughly in just a few days? Had they been monitoring it from the moment Sherlin placed it there? All while he sat around thinking he was on the verge of ascension? Avena's mind raced, but she eventually composed herself. With this, I'm 80% sure I can get you the potion. Avena tapped the paper lightly between her fingers. But I have one condition. Name it, Ciel said. She had already asked Avena for multiple favors. So far, Avena hadn't demanded anything in return, perhaps because she had needed information for her own reconstitution ritual. But now that Avena's potion was fully digested, Ciel wasn't about to keep stacking favors she couldn't repay. The materials from the Plague Bearer and the extracted source of cholera potion, I want to buy your share of them, Avena stated. You provided critical intelligence and saved my life. But without the Crown Guard, we wouldn't have been able to kill Sherlin. I propose a 70-30 split in your favor, and you sell me your portion. A 70-30 split, with her getting 70? Ciel had expected to receive only part of the spoils, but she hadn't anticipated walking away with the majority. Avena, a noblewoman from a powerful family, clearly wasn't short on money. Giving Ciel such a generous share was likely both a token of gratitude and an attempt to build a deeper connection. Deal. Ciel didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. As for whether she might need these potions in the future, she wasn't too concerned. Buy them? No stock? Not an issue. As long as time simulations could take her back to when Sherlin was alive, she could always borrow from him. In the simulation, Sherlin's only concern was how he would die. Ciel, on the other hand, had much more to consider. There's something I wanted to ask, Ciel. Avena broke the silence, as if she had been deliberating her question for a while. Once your dehydration syndrome is cured, where do you plan to work? Where to work? Ciel was puzzled. I've resigned from the police force. You won't be able to work there as my assistant anymore. Avena lightly pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze slightly. Would you consider working at my psychology clinic? Or at least as a consultant? Assistant? Consultant? Ciel looked at Avena, not quite understanding her intent. She had no knowledge of psychology, and the idea of getting a job had only been a front for laundering money. Now that Avena could handle the laundering for her, she no longer had a reason to work. I'm planning to enroll at Ansu United University. Ciel shook her head, declining. Sorry, but I probably won't be able to agree. Baron City was certainly a land of talent, so much so that lunatics were everywhere. It was exhausting. Ciel wanted to leave as soon as possible. Ansu United University won't start for another 2 months. Avena wasn't giving up. You can work for me part-time in the meantime. Besides, I already told your sister you'd be my assistant. I mentioned the pay was generous. Ciel studied Avena for a long moment before finally nodding. Alright, but I'll say this upfront, I don't know anything about psychology. Hearing Ciel accept, the corners of Avena's lips curled slightly. Her tone lightened. That's fine. Neither do I. I bought a private clinic in the city center. I'll learn as I go. So rich. Ciel couldn't help but sigh internally. She had hesitated to spend 5 fate points to convert them into 125 pounds, yet Avena had casually bought an entire private clinic in the city's prime district. An entire building, not just a single office. Ciel was tempted to prepay next month's friendship fee. After finishing breakfast with Ciel, Avena left with Nia to negotiate with the Church of the Savior Goddess. Meanwhile, Ciel remained at the manor. Avena had granted her access to the study, even pointing out that the last bookshelf contained various transcendent books and notes that she could browse freely. Once Avena was gone, Ciel immediately dove into the study. She had only a vague understanding of this world's transcendent system, and now that she had a chance to learn, she wasn't going to waste it. Beyond general knowledge, she also lacked foundational ritual records. This was her chance to find something useful. Having a clear goal before searching for potions would make the process much more efficient. With 49 fate points left, Ciel wasn't planning to simulate just yet. She intended to save them for completing a ritual within the simulation, drinking a potion and attempting to integrate into more paths. If she succeeded, she would then enter Deton Manor and spend the remaining simulation time familiarizing herself with the rules and gambling practices there. This meant that her next simulation needed to begin after she had secured entry into Deton Manor as a member, maximizing each simulation and minimizing waste. And she had an advantage no one else possessed. She could buy potions at a significantly lower cost. Because she could purchase the potion and ritual, enter a simulation, complete the ritual, drink the potion, and preserve her state. Then return to reality and refund the potion. She would essentially drink the potion and perform the ritual while only losing a small service fee in pounds. If the randomized simulation time was short, say, just 1 hour, she wouldn't even need to pay upfront. She could enter the simulation, pay later, and effectively get the potion for free. Of course, higher tier potions would become increasingly difficult to obtain. If Deton Manor didn't even stock them, this trick wouldn't work. Until then, she'd exploit it as much as possible. Flipping through Avena's collection of transcendent notes, Ciel mentally mapped out her plans. As she learned more about other transcendence experiences, she found answers to an old question that had been bothering her: the nature of third-tier transcendence life forms. So far, she had only encountered 2 third-tier transcendents. One was Radiance Bishop Hugh, the other was Crown Guard Nia. When she first met Hugh, she had been struggling to pull herself out of her vision of the other side, which led her to perceive Hugh as a terrifying feathered insect. At the time, Ciel dismissed it as a hallucination, a result of her mind being tainted by the other side. But when she saw Nia's empty armor, the doubt resurfaced. Do all third-tier transcendents undergo some form of life transformation? Sherlin had written in his notes that he had failed to embody his role and thus couldn't become a newborn. He was unable to shed his old life. Did this mean every transcendent past the third tier underwent a fundamental change in their life form? The notebook in Ciel's hands answered this question. Yes. The third tier marked a minor metamorphosis. Depending on the path, digestion rate, and latent potential, the level of potion assimilation varied, resulting in different life forms. Strictly speaking, the less one's life form changed, the lower their potion assimilation. These individuals could digest potions faster and had greater potential for advancement. Conversely, the more drastically one's life form changed, the stronger the potion's assimilation. However, they would digest potions much slower and have little to no chance of further ascension. Nia, the crown guard beside Avena, was likely someone whose body had been deeply transformed by her potion. Her original form had been significantly altered. Could such a being still be considered human? Certainly not. To ordinary people, she would be a monster. Looks like I need to be careful about how I complete my reconstitution rituals, always aiming for overcompletion or perfection. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Ciel, lost in her reading, finally stretched her stiff neck. When she looked out the window and saw the dusk settling in, a realization struck her. Today was the graduation ceremony? She had completely forgotten to pick up her diploma. Not that it mattered, she wasn't supposed to attend due to her infection. Well, now she was a high school dropout. Name? Ciel. Education? Middle school? Feeling the familiar tug of hunger, Ciel put the notebook back in its place and went downstairs, searching for the kitchen. She planned to cook something for herself and maybe something for Avena as well. As for Nia, she wasn't sure if Nia ate, but she'd prepare a portion just in case. Spending the entire day studying had been rewarding. In one of the notebooks, she found a complete reconstitution ritual for the instigator path. It was far more detailed than Thomas's notes, and the writer had successfully advanced using it. Ciel had decided that her next ascension would start with instigator. The ritual requirement? Persuade others to kill 33 innocent people, 11 youths, 11 middle-aged, and 11 elderly. She had already done that. In fact, she might have even gone over the required number. The sky darkened as the sun dipped below the horizon. Stepping out of the carriage, Avena glanced at the manor's entrance. For some reason, she looked forward to coming home more than usual today, despite having lived here for nearly 3 years. There were no servants or butlers to greet her. She pushed open the door herself, and the moment she stepped inside, a rich aroma filled the air. Turning her head toward the reception hall, she realized the scent was coming from there. What's going on? Did a chef return early? Carrying 2 bags in hand, Avena curiously made her way toward the reception hall only to be met with an unexpected sight. Ciel was setting the table, carefully arranging cutlery. Several steaming dishes sat on the dining table, with a pot placed in the center. Avena cautiously stepped around the scattered rubble, her footsteps catching Ciel's attention. The red-haired girl turned her head toward her. "You're back." Avena nodded, an indescribable feeling stirring inside her. She pointed at the dishes on the table. "Did you cook this?" "I usually cook at home," Ciel answered casually. Adding an extra serving or 2 wasn't much trouble. Cooking for 1 person or 3 made little difference as long as she didn't have to do the dishes. Cooking was quite relaxing. Avena carefully navigated around the table, noting that the food had been portioned into 3 servings, one likely meant for Nia, even though Nia didn't need to eat. "Where's Nia? Does she eat?" Ciel asked as she finished setting the table and sat down. She won't be back soon. We can leave some for her and store it in the kitchen later." Avena kept a straight face, telling a small lie. She didn't want Ciel to feel like her effort had gone to waste. Whatever extra food remained, she would quietly eat it later herself. "What's this?" Taking a seat across from Ciel, Avena pointed at a dish, unable to hold back her curiosity. "Tomato scrambled eggs," Ciel said, then gestured to the other dishes. "This is spicy stir-fried spinach, this is ginger scallion chicken, and the pot is carrot and beef stew." Sighing slightly, Ciel added, "There weren't many ingredients, so I just made do." Aside from the stew, Avena had never heard of any of these dishes. Even the main course was just bread. She couldn't help but ask, "Are these specialties from the Clock Tower district?" "I found them in a recipe book." Ciel didn't elaborate further and simply started eating, leaving Avena sitting there in a daze. Tonight's meal was nothing like the meticulously prepared dishes made by professional chefs, yet there was something about these simple, unadorned meals that gave Avena a strange sense of warmth. She picked up a piece of chicken with her fork and glanced at Ciel. "The chicken isn't deboned, Ciel." Receiving no response, Avena sighed and set the chicken aside, instead picking up a piece of scrambled egg. The slightly sweet and sour taste was unexpectedly delightful. The chicken was good too, though a little salty. It paired well with a bite of bread to balance the flavor. Even the spinach, stir-fried with chili, tasted surprisingly good. She had always thought spinach was only meant for salads or soups. Before she realized it, she had finished everything on her plate. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten until she was full. Watching Ciel sip her stew, Avena found herself spacing out. Only when Ciel raised her head to look at her did she hurriedly shift her gaze. "What?" Ciel asked, noticing Avena's lingering stare. "Was it bad?" "It was good." Avena nodded, then curiously asked, "Ciel, you're not from Ansu, are you?" "I am," Ciel replied, confused. "No, I was complimenting you," Avena said with a faint smile. In Ansu, the highest praise for a chef is to doubt whether they're actually Ansuian. Ansu chefs only know how to make stew, fried potato strips, salads, and awful fish stew. We usually hire foreign chefs. "That's true." Ciel nodded in agreement. "Lychee took me to a restaurant twice. After that, we never went again." "A wise decision." Avena nodded in approval without realizing she was smiling while doing so. Once Ciel finished her stew, Avena pulled out the 2 bags she had brought with her and handed them over. The black bag contains the potion from the Church Avenger Path Advancement, the second-tier Judicator. The yellow bag is a special mask from the Redemption Society. Wearing it prevents bacterial infection. But the church has strict regulations. Their potions can't be resold. If you're giving it to your organization, make sure they don't spread it. Every potion is specially marked. If any of them leak and get traced back, they'll come after me. "Got it. Thanks." Ciel took the bags and asked, "With this mask, I won't have to worry about spreading the infection anymore." The potion was meant for her anyway. She had no intention of selling it. "That's right." Avena nodded. Ciel took a deep breath, looking at her. "Where exactly is my sister now?" After receiving the address, she immediately placed the potion down, put on the mask, and said, "I'll be back later," before dashing out the door. Once Ciel's figure had disappeared, Avena stared at the empty plates before her, feeling a strange sense of loss. Would there be another chance to eat a meal made by Ciel? She would leave for Ansu sooner or later. Ansu. Avena reached for the necklace around her neck, tracing the emblem of her family crest. Her expression gradually cooled. Jewelry District, outside Crystal Gleam Jewelry Store. Ciel panted slightly as she arrived at the entrance. A black hardened mask covered her face, shielding her nose and mouth. Lined with special silk filters and red inscriptions, the mask looked eerily similar to a black version of a Jason mask, intimidating from a distance. Due to rumors and paranoia, the usually bustling Jewelry District was nearly deserted. Through the elegant glass window, Ciel spotted a familiar blonde woman standing idly inside, wearing an ornate mask adorned with luxurious feathers. Ciel pushed open the door and rushed inside, startling the woman. She barely had time to react before a familiar figure barreled into her arms. "Little Ciel." Lychee reached out, ruffling Ciel's hair before pulling her into a tight embrace. "So you're staying at her place to recover?" "Yeah." I also arranged my sister's job through her. No wonder. When the factory owner suddenly told me I was getting promoted, I was shocked. But then I saw your letter, so I just followed along. This place is so relaxed, and the pay is ridiculously high, it almost feels unsettling. It's fine, sis. Miss Avena wouldn't care at all. She's so rich she wouldn't even bother bending down to pick up 100 pounds if they fell on the ground. Little Ciel, be honest with me. Is Avena bullying you? Or is she? I saw her this morning, and she seemed really intimidating. Lychee sat on a chair, hesitating, unable to finish her sentence. She didn't know much about this noble lady named Avena, but from everything Ciel had just said, this sounded an awful lot like she had been kept. It was easy to be blind to one's own situation, but an outsider could see things clearly. That Avena woman was definitely after Ciel. Ciel, what do you think of her? Lychee asked hesitantly. How should I put it? Poker-faced, likes to hide her emotions, not much life experience. Ciel recalled how Avena had injected herself and charged straight into battle just to ensure Sherlin didn't escape. She added, and a little kind. When Ciel looked up, she saw Lychee smiling at her in a comforting way. What? Ciel reached up and touched her mask. Is it too ugly? It's nothing. Lychee chuckled and ruffled Ciel's hair. If she's a good person, then keep getting along with her. Then, as if remembering something, Lychee added, but you two are in completely different worlds. You can't neglect your studies, you have to go to university, understand? If we start saving now, we can gather enough for your first semester. Ciel. Why did her sister's words feel off? She couldn't quite put her finger on what was strange about them. Don't worry, I'll save up too. When I leave for Ansu, I'll take you with me. Ciel continued, we could open a flower shop or something. You'd be the manager, and I'd come help after class. Lychee's hand, still resting on Ciel's head, paused for a moment before she nodded. The two of them chatted for nearly 3 hours, staying until the shop was about to close before Ciel left. Lychee was currently living in the rooms above the jewelry store, so she didn't even need to step outside to go home. But since there was only one bed upstairs, and the mask was difficult to breathe in making it impossible to sleep with it on, Ciel decided to return to Avena's place to avoid spreading the infection. On the way back, Ciel felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. It felt like peaceful, ordinary days were about to return. But in order to protect this peace, she needed more power to shield herself from future dangers, whenever they might arise. After all, this wasn't a peaceful world. Back at the manor, Avena arranged a guest room for Ciel and even gave her a few sets of her own clothes. After washing up, Ciel lay in bed, thinking about how she should approach Adele tomorrow. With Adele's mentor involved in such a massive incident, it was impossible that she wouldn't be investigated. It was unlikely she would be available anytime soon. Last night, after learning about Detton Manor's nature, Ciel doubted that High Priestess Eurus was a member there. With no clear path forward, Ciel decided to sleep first. The next morning, she was abruptly woken by Avena, who urged her to change clothes. After dressing and washing up, Ciel, still wearing her mask, accompanied Avena into a carriage. They arrived at the bustling central district, where the carriage stopped in front of a refined building. A line of about a dozen people had already formed outside. Ciel, help me observe if I'm doing anything wrong later. Avena glanced at the queue and visibly tensed. As they walked, she murmured, these are patients referred by the Redemption Society. Ciel curiously studied the people waiting in line as she followed Avena into the building. In this era, psychology wasn't a common profession. Most people had little understanding of mental disorders, and many were visiting out of mere curiosity. Because the consultation fee was only 5 pence and because the doctor in question was a beautiful noble lady, many had eagerly lined up, intrigued by the novelty of it all. Avena entered a spacious office, while Ciel sat at a small desk behind her, flipping through some notes on psychologists that Avena had given her. Avena had already read through them. Now, it was time for her to put theory into practice. As the first patient was led in by a nurse, Ciel perked up and listened carefully. But as patient after patient came and went, her expression beneath the mask grew increasingly strange. Patient A, I think my husband left me because I'm too ugly. Avena, no, you're not ugly. You're just average. Patient B, I'm never coming back to you as a therapist. How dare you tell me I need to lose weight? Avena, based on your weight. Patient B, screw you? What kind of therapist calls their patient fat? Avena, one with functional eyesight. As patients stormed out one after another, Ciel finally lost her patience. She walked behind Avena, grabbed her white coat, and lifted her up. What? Avena turned her head, looking at Ciel with innocent confusion. I thought I was doing well. No, you're a psychologist. How are you managing to get every patient to walk out furious? Ciel took a deep breath, sat in Avena's chair, and said, watch. I'll show you how a psychologist is supposed to behave. Avena stood up and expressionlessly sat in Ciel's previous seat. Just before the next patient entered, she murmured, I thought the point of therapy was to make patients better, not just to make them feel better. Knock, knock. Avena's quiet muttering was interrupted by a knock on the door. Ciel looked up at the visitor, a faint smile forming beneath her mask. She gestured toward the chair. Please, have a seat. A middle-aged noblewoman, her makeup ruined from crying, sat down and began speaking. I feel awful. My husband goes out every night to visit prostitutes. Then he comes home and beats me, and then, doctor, what can I do to feel better? Ciel took a deep breath, clenched her right fist tightly, and slowly spoke. If you don't wipe those tears, pull yourself together, and file for divorce immediately, I'm going to hit you. How could you say that? Bang! The woman stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Ciel silently stood up, grabbed Avena, and pulled her back into the seat. All right. She wasn't suited to being a psychologist either. But just as Avena, struggling to suppress laughter, sat back down, the nurse led in the next patient. This time, both Avena and Ciel were taken aback. Adele, a young girl, wearing a silver raven mask, nervously took a seat across from Avena. Stammering, she introduced herself. Doctor H. Hello, my name is Abar. Ciel's lips twitched. Kid, your medic badge is still hanging on your chest. Still, she was curious why was Adele here? Shouldn't she be under investigation? Please, have a seat, Adele. Avena extended her right hand, palm up, gesturing toward the chair in front of her. It's Abar, doctor. All right, NR. Just call me Adele. Sitting behind them, Ciel pressed her lips together beneath her mask. She couldn't understand how Avena could keep a straight face throughout such an exchange. There's no need to be overly cautious. The girl behind me is my assistant, Avena said, turning her gaze toward Adele. What brings you here? Does the Redemption Society need my cooperation? No, Adele shook her head. I have already left the Redemption Society. Oh. Avena straightened her back slightly, leaning forward with an expressionless face. Why? Did they kick you out because of your mentor's incident? From her seat behind them, Ciel could tell Avena wasn't asking out of some ritualistic obligation. She was simply nosy, her curiosity far more intense than even a cat's. No, I left on my own. Adele shook her head before glancing at the masked girl behind Avena. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. I saw your flyer at the Redemption Society, so I decided to come. You're here for psychological counseling. Avena nodded slightly. All right. I can do that. This one's on the house. She spoke with the composed demeanor of a seasoned therapist if one ignored the fact that she had driven away every patient who came before. Adele took a deep breath, about to speak, when she noticed the red-haired girl behind Avena had leaned in closer. She finally couldn't help but ask, is she from the Redemption Society? I think I saw her yesterday. Not everyone in the Redemption Society knew each other, especially since many members had been called in to help with the crisis today. Seeing Ciel's mask, Adele had clearly mistaken her for one of them. No, she's my friend. She caught dehydration syndrome, so I went to the Redemption Society to get her a mask, Avena explained. Don't worry about her leaking anything. You can trust her. Because she probably knows more than you do. Avena left that part unsaid. After all, she had promised to keep Ciel's secrets. Reassured by Avena's words, Adele finally relaxed. She nodded. I trust a listener. Also, miss, please take this, it's the cure for dehydration syndrome. Adele pulled out a small bottle containing a translucent, pale green capsule. The cure was already available? Ciel accepted the medicine but didn't take it immediately, instead tucking the bottle away and continuing to listen. I came here today because of my mentor, Sherlyn. Adele seemed lost in thought for a moment before beginning to speak about what had been weighing on her heart. She and her sister, Eurus, had grown up in the church orphanage. Their parents had abandoned them, disappearing without a trace. At just 5 years old, Eurus had carried her baby sister through the rain to the orphanage gates, saving both their lives. Even as a child, Eurus was clever, resourceful, and sociable. Everyone liked her. Adele, on the other hand, had been a troublemaker since she could crawl, constantly getting into mischief. When Eurus reached school age, the church would come to the orphanage to select students. Naturally, Eurus was chosen for the seminary. This selection process happened every year. The most talented children were sent to religious academies. Those without theological aptitude were sent to church-run schools for general education, while the least promising ones were placed in decent factories to learn a trade. The church would periodically check in on them. Once Eurus entered the seminary, she disappeared from Adele's life. Without her sister's protection, Adele, formerly a troublemaker, became withdrawn and quiet. She started studying harder. But no matter how much she tried, her talent never seemed to be enough. In the end, she was sent to a church school rather than the seminary. Without the drive to enter the seminary, Adele lost interest in studying altogether. After repeatedly failing her exams, the nuns at the church school deemed her unfit for academics and assigned her to menial work at the church hospital. It was there that she discovered her talent and passion for medicine. She could perfectly replicate basic bandaging techniques after seeing them just once. Her talent caught the attention of the church hospital's priests, who recommended her to the Redemption Medical Academy, which was closely affiliated with the church. There, she met Sherlyn, her mentor, who personally introduced her to the Redemption Society. Joining the Redemption Society brought her to Ansu, finally reuniting her with her sister. Grateful to both her mentor and the church priests, she vowed never to forget their kindness. For several years, things went smoothly. Her innate medical abilities allowed her to excel in both practice and theory, enabling her to assist Sherlyn in publishing numerous research papers. These papers helped Sherlyn obtain the Plague Doctor potion and finally overcome a 20-year-long bottleneck in his reconstitution ritual. At the same time, he guided Adele into the physician transcendent path. As she spoke, Adele took several deep breaths, her hands trembling as she covered her face. I didn't know his research was meant to spread infectious dehydration syndrome. I thought he was just studying simple infectious diseases to reverse engineer a cure and complete the plague doctor ritual. At this, Avena turned her head slightly to glance at Ciel. In Ciel's eyes, she saw the same shock. The dehydration syndrome was Adele's creation? No wonder Sherlin's research notes had so little detail on the virus. It wasn't his work. Yet despite that, he had completely claimed ownership of it, reveling in its creation with such obsessive pride that even Ciel and Avena had been fooled. For some reason, Ciel was reminded of overworked graduate students and research assistants from her past life. Poor Adele had been unknowingly exploited for years. But the infectious dehydration syndrome that Sherlin had written about with such devotion, referring to it as his masterpiece, was, to Adele, merely a simple infectious disease. No wonder Sherlin had been stuck at the physician stage for 20 years. He had likely realized he had no way forward on that path and had chosen to walk a route that sacrificed thousands of lives instead. But even if Sherlin had successfully ascended, he would have become something like Crown Guard Nia, his body deeply transformed by the potion, with no hope of further advancement. Adele no longer bore her usual cheerful demeanor. She wasn't the same girl from the simulation who had hidden behind her sister while making faces at Ciel. Now, she sat with her hands over her face, quietly sobbing. She had likely been holding this in ever since she learned the truth 2 nights ago. She hadn't dared tell her sister. She hadn't dared confide in anyone. The betrayal of her mentor, nearly being complicit in the deaths of thousands, she had carried it all alone. Perhaps the whispering voices of her potion had grown too overwhelming, leading her to seek out Avena, an unaffiliated listener, in search of solace. Ciel and Avena remained silent, letting Adele cry. Ciel simply didn't know what to say, while Avena feared that speaking might push Adele over the edge into complete madness. After dealing with several patients, Avena had developed some self-awareness regarding her therapeutic skills. Gradually, Adele's shoulders stopped trembling. She wiped her tears away and noticed Avena handing her a handkerchief. "Thank you." Adele took it and wiped her face. Taking a deep breath, she added, "I feel much better after saying all that." Looking at her determined expression, Ciel couldn't help but ask, "Where are you planning to go after this?" She was starting to worry whether Adele might turn herself in to the Redemption Society. In such a case, Adele would almost certainly be judged as an accomplice. If she surrendered out of guilt, she'd likely end up trapped in prison, slowly losing her sanity to the whispering voices of her potion. She was simply too kind. If she lowered her moral standards just a little, many of her problems would be much easier to solve. That was Ciel's personal philosophy. "I'm going to Detton Manor." Adele sniffled and answered. "Detton Manor." Avena blinked, struggling to follow her train of thought. She turned to Ciel again, who mirrored her puzzled expression. Neither of them had any idea what she was thinking. "I've saved up enough money to buy the Plague Doctor potion," Adele said seriously. "I want to save more people, stop more plague bearers, and atone for my mistakes." Hearing this, both Ciel and Avena felt a newfound respect for her. They had misjudged her. Adele's resilience and kindness far exceeded Ciel's expectations. Though she had seemed unserious in the simulation, she was, at her core, a good person. Her guilt had led her to leave the Redemption Society, but after crying her heart out, she had resolved to achieve redemption on her own terms. "You're going to Detton Manor right now?" Avena asked. "Yes." Adele nodded. "Right now? Oh, I was planning to go to Detton Manor as well to buy some backup materials for psychologist. Want to go together?" Avena gave her usual polite, distant smile. Under the table, she discreetly gestured toward Ciel with a beckoning motion. Adele couldn't see Avena's gesture, but from Ciel's perspective, it was obvious. "She wants Adele to be my third sponsor?" Ciel immediately understood Avena's intent and spoke up. "Detton Manor. Oh, right, Ciel, you haven't been to Detton Manor before," Avena murmured as if deep in thought. "But with just Nia and me, we only have 2 sponsors. Too bad, Ciel. Looks like you'll have to stay home and read more books. There's still plenty left for you to go through for the next few days. Adele and I will head to Detton Manor since we're missing 1 sponsor. You won't be able to join us." Avena sighed in a deliberately resigned tone, then subtly glanced at Adele. Adele had been hesitant at first. Ciel was clearly just a regular person. Was it really okay to bring her to Detton Manor? But then she heard the alternative, staying home and reading books for days. Her memories of being forced to study endlessly resurfaced. What a nightmare! "No way, I have to save her? I can be Miss Ciel's third sponsor," Adele offered. "If you don't mind, it's a simple enough favor." "Plan successful? Great, thank you, Adele." Avena smoothly dropped her feigned reluctance and stood up, turning to Ciel. "Let's go home and get the money." "Adele, we need to stop by home to grab our funds first. Can you wait here for a bit?" Avena asked. Sure, no problem." Adele nodded. She wasn't in that much of a hurry. Adele had a vague sense that something felt off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what. Once they were in the carriage, Ciel couldn't help but say, "Wouldn't she have agreed even if we just asked her directly? If we did that, wouldn't she start wondering why you wanted to go?" Avena tilted her head slightly, looking satisfied with her maneuvering. She enjoyed this unspoken understanding with Ciel. It put her in a good mood. "All right, fair enough." Ciel nodded, then asked, "How much is my share?" "I already calculated it for you." Avena reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small notebook. Flipping to a specific page, she handed it to Ciel. As Ciel read, Avena explained, "Usually, a first-tier potion without a recorded reconstitution ritual costs around 800 pounds. Due to the rarity of the Avenger potion, the price is about £50 higher, but this potion can't be sold as a whole. I'll have a trusted contact dismantle the potion and sell its materials separately. That reduces the price significantly, probably around £500, since no one else has the formula to recreate the potion. After deducting the £100 used to protect and employ your sister, you'll receive £400. As Avena spoke, Ciel remained fixated on the notebook, unable to look away. As for Sherlin's materials, the main ingredient for the second-tier Plague-Bearer potion can sell for around £1,150. Since this ritual is particularly inhumane, its price is lower due to the low success rate and lack of buyers. The fully extracted third-tier potion Source of Cholera, without the ritual or notes, usually sells for around £6,000. After taking my 30% share and adding your £400, you'll receive a total of... Before Avena could finish, Ciel had already read the number aloud. 5,405 £. Ciel felt her breath hitch. This was the first time a number looked this dazzling to her. If Avena's estimates were correct, and first-tier potions cost around £800 each, she could buy 6 potions in one go and still have money left over. £6 had significant purchasing power, directly tied to gold. This sudden windfall made Ciel feel dizzy. So much money, what should I do with it? Buy a house? The thought barely surfaced before she dismissed it. She was too used to being broke, her brain hadn't fully adjusted yet. This money was for strengthening herself. Power was her real foundation. While this is only enough to buy a small 3,000 square foot house with a garden in Ansa, if you're using it for first and second tier potions, it's more than enough. Avena's tone remained calm. A 3,000 square foot house with a garden in Anso cost £5,000, nearly 300 square meters. To Avena, it was a small house, but for Ciel, it was an impossible dream just days ago. These capitalists are insanely rich. Even robbing Transcendence doesn't make as much money as they do. With Avena's wealth, wouldn't she be able to climb the Transcendent ranks without any obstacles? What about fourth-tier potions? How much do they cost? Ciel shifted her gaze from the £5,405 figure to Avena, handing the notebook back. They're priceless. Avena shook her head. Even third-tier potions are rare finds. Beyond that, money becomes meaningless. Figures. Otherwise, the transcendent paths would have been monopolized by the wealthy long ago. Do many nobles or businessmen become transcendents? Ciel asked curiously. Some do, but not many. Once they reach a certain level of wealth or status, they often learn about the existence of transcendence. However, few actually choose to walk the path, Avena explained. The mortality rate is too high. Not everyone qualifies for a transcendent path, and if they lose control, it could mean the destruction of their entire family. If they go through all that effort just to become a first-tier transcendent, they'd still be vulnerable to bullets. And on top of that, they'd have to endure the constant whispers of their potion. Not everyone can accept that trade-off. That makes sense. Lower-class individuals rarely had access to transcendent knowledge. Meanwhile, the middle class, who might have access, often found the risks too great. Only families like Avena's, deeply involved in the supernatural, had the means to pursue it. As they conversed, the carriage arrived at Avena's estate. Ciel didn't get off, she had nothing to retrieve. Her second-tier Judicator potion and personal belongings were safely stored in the guest room, which was far more secure than carrying them around. After acquiring suitable potions at Detton Manor, she would have to begin planning her ascension in the simulation. Through previous simulations, she had started to discern patterns in how fate points were awarded. Breaking a predestined death earned a considerable amount. Killing above her tier was also rewarded highly. Over completing a reconstitution ritual, exploring the other side, and, lastly, doing nothing at all, which only yielded a consolation prize, also granted points. To ensure her simulations remained cost-effective, she needed to maximize her fate point gains each time. Even first-tier rituals had to be done on a grand scale to earn the most points. And in each simulation, she would need to make as much progress as possible toward her second-tier Judicator ritual. She hadn't opened the sealed envelope containing its requirements yet, she planned to do so after her purchases. Roughly 5 minutes later, Ciel had finalized her path forward in her mind. Avena returned, carrying a small black handbag, and climbed into the carriage. Crown Guard Nia sat up front with the driver. Here. Avena handed the black handbag to Ciel. It has anti-theft protection, but be careful with it. Got it. Ciel accepted the bag with both hands, barely containing the excitement in her heart. Slowly, she unfastened the golden clasp and opened it. Inside lay a neat stack of £100 notes. She reached in, grasping the thick bundle of £6, feeling its weight. A wave of indescribable satisfaction washed over her. So much money. Ciel resisted the urge to sniff it. She stiffly snapped the clasp shut and held the bag close. Sitting across from her, Avena observed the way Ciel hugged the bag with an amused thought. Ciel seems very interested in money. Too bad she's still wearing a mask, I can't see her face. But if I imagine it, she must look like a little cat guarding its food. So cute. Ciel, let me see the medicine Adele gave you, Avena requested. Sure. Ciel pulled the vial from her pocket and handed it over. Avena examined it briefly, tested it with a small tool, and returned it. It's safe. Ciel took the medicine, lifted her mask slightly, and swallowed the pill before securing her mask again. Take your mask off first, Avena said with mild exasperation. Put the bag aside and come here, I'll help you disguise yourself. Alright. Ciel hugged the bag and moved to sit beside Avena, reaching up to remove her mask. Turn around. Avena placed her hands on Ciel's shoulders, adjusting her position before retrieving a small crystal vial and a hair tie from her waist pouch. The vial contained a grayish-blue liquid that emitted faint wisps of smoke. Uncorking it, Avena poured the liquid onto Ciel's head. A cool sensation trickled over her scalp, making her shiver slightly. What is this? Ciel asked curiously. A dye potion, Avena explained. It's made with a bit of transcendent material. It changes your hair color, gives you a slight transcendent aura, makes it easier to blend in, and doesn't damage your hair. Ciel had considered asking how much it cost, but knowing Avena, she decided against it. For someone like Avena, money wasn't even a concept. If something could be solved with money, it wasn't a problem. After dyeing Ciel's hair, Avena still wasn't satisfied. She started styling it, quickly tying small ponytails behind each of Ciel's ears with black ribbons, then lightly curling the ends with her fingers. Ciel glanced at her reflection in the carriage window. With just a slight change in hair color and style, her entire aura had shifted. Before, she had an air of mystery and danger. Now, she exuded a sense of refined composure, more like a true noble lady. Though, from a financial standpoint, she looked like a noble lady who was about to go bankrupt. Are we done? Done. Ciel immediately put her mask back on and returned to her seat, leaving Avena staring in mild exasperation. You didn't even let me see. But Avena quickly let it go. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, she needed to brief Ciel on what to expect. Ciel, once you enter and become a member, you'll exchange pounds for chips with us. Then, they'll require you to participate in a round of gambling, Avena explained in detail. Just pick a simple card game and lose 50 pounds worth of chips. That'll be your entry fee. There's a rule like that. Ciel winced at the thought. 50 pounds. Once upon a time, that number would have been unfathomable, and now she had to throw it away just to get in? There's no way around it. They have the most complete selection of potions and materials, and they can guarantee a reasonable degree of safety, Avena said. If you ever need something that's impossible to find elsewhere, you won't think their fees are too high anymore. Listening to Avena's explanation, Ciel's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Just as the carriage arrived back at the private clinic, they stopped to pick up Adele before heading straight toward Detton Manor. The ride took them further from the heart of Baron City, eventually leaving the city limits entirely. The carriage followed a stone-paved road leading into the hills. This was Creek Hill. Ciel recognized it. Baron City was mostly built on flat plains, with only a few rolling hills around. The nearest mountain was Creek Hill. Their carriage pulled up in front of a massive estate nestled on the hillside. As they stepped out, two attendants at the gate approached them. Welcome to Detton Manor. May I see your membership credentials? The lead attendant bowed slightly and inspected the membership cards of the others before turning to Ciel. The three of us are sponsoring her, Avena explained. Please take her to process her membership. Of course, miss. Please follow me. The attendant stepped aside to let Ciel pass. Ciel, we'll wait for you in the main hall, Adele stammered, nearly blurting out Ciel's name before catching herself. All right. Ciel gave a brief reply and followed the attendant inside the manor. She glanced around thoughtfully. The place looked no different from Avena's home, nothing like the casino she had imagined. It resembled an extravagant vacation estate for the wealthy. Before long, she was led into a reception hall filled with stacks of casino chips. Sitting among them was a man smoking a cigar. A newcomer. The man gave Ciel a casual glance. Chip exchange rate is 100:80. Membership credentials are over there. Leave however much money you want, exchange for chips, then take a card from the table and proceed to the next room. Ciel didn't reply, simply exchanging 100 pounds for 8 10-pound chips and picking up a membership card before heading to the indicated room. She inspected the chips closely and noticed each one was uniquely marked. Any hope she had of taking a massive bag of chips for later use was dashed. Her initial impression of this place wasn't great, it felt haphazardly run. Opening the door to the next room, she frowned slightly. It was a windowless chamber. To the left, a glass partition separated her from another area. Beyond the glass, a man lay slumped over a gambling table, half his head missing, blood and brain matter pooling around him. Welcome, a sweet voice greeted her. A maid, clad in a black and white uniform and wearing a crimson chip-shaped mask, curtsied. Where would you like to go? The betting floor, the poker room, the VIP lounge, or the racetrack? The poker room, Ciel answered, following Avena's instructions. Please follow me. The maid opened another door, leading Ciel into a vast, opulently decorated space. Well-dressed individuals moved about, absorbed in their games. A bell rang, drawing everyone's attention toward the central platform. A glass-enclosed space sat atop the stage. Inside, two men sat across from each other at a gambling table. Between them, a dealer wearing a green chip-shaped mask was loading a revolver with bullets. Even through the glass, the sound of the rounds clicking into place was unnervingly clear. As Ciel followed the maid through the crowd, she kept her eyes on the platform. 3 live rounds, 2 blanks, the dealer announced, setting the revolver down. Reveal your bets. The higher wager goes first. The betting boxes in front of both men slowly opened. The balding man on the left had the advantage. He wiped the sweat from his brow, grabbed the revolver, and pointed it at his opponent. His sweat-soaked face twisted with manic excitement. 3 live rounds? Kid, you're finished? It's my turn to win. The balding man cackled, flipped the gun toward his own temple, and pulled the trigger. Click. The revolver-sealed chamber clicked empty and unloaded round. Ha 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 ha. The bald man burst into wild laughter before spinning the gun back toward his opponent. Die, you bastard. He pulled the trigger. Click. A spent casing popped out. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. Snarling, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! A shot rang out. A bullet, spitting fire, curved in midair piercing the bald man's forehead, leaving a gaping wound. Your fate is unchangeable. The green-masked dealer elegantly slid the blood-stained chips from the bald man's side toward the other player. Sir, your remaining debt is 1,410 pounds. Would you like to continue? Yes, the surviving gambler gasped, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing ragged. Ciel frowned slightly. No wonder Avena warned her not to get involved in these games. These were real death matches. But what if she needed to digest the gambler potion? Or complete the gambler ascension ritual? If she had been in that game just now, and she had secured the first move, she would have been absolutely invincible. Miss, we've arrived. The maid opened another door, revealing a large hall with 8 poker tables. She stopped beside an empty seat and gestured toward Ciel. Since this is your first time, do you need an explanation of the rules? At the mention of a first-time player, the other gamblers turned their attention toward Ciel. Among them were gamblers. No need. Ciel had no interest in this. She just wanted to lose 50 pounds quickly and move on. Understood. I'll explain the rules before inviting others to join your table. No need to invite them. The moment they heard a newcomer had arrived to throw away money, the gamblers were already gathering around her table. Miss, upon your first entry to Detton Manor, you are required to participate in a gambling session. If you lose 50 pounds in chips or win 50 pounds in chips, the session will conclude. Do you have any objections? The maid wearing a red chip mask softly explained the rules to Ciel. No objections. Ciel nodded. At that moment, the dealer in the green mask asked, Miss, what type of card game would you like to play? Whist, blackjack, faro, draw poker, roulette, dice, and backgammon, all of these are available in the gaming room. The dealer spoke with impeccable courtesy. Ciel remained silent for a moment before asking, can you explain the rules of each game? Ciel's question made the surrounding players grin widely. Many of them were already eyeing the table eagerly, itching to play. To them, Ciel looked exactly like a newcomer who just wanted to pay the £50 protection fee and leave. If she was going to lose 50 pounds anyway, why not earn it themselves? Ciel listened carefully to the dealer's explanations, calculating which game offered the highest chances of winning. Games like whist and backgammon required skill and familiarity. Ciel knew nothing about them, meaning she was guaranteed to lose. Roulette and faro were purely luck-based, as bets were placed before the result was revealed. Ciel wouldn't be able to use her ability to predict the outcome. That left 2 games where she had an advantage. Blackjack and dice. In both, Ciel could predict her hand or dice roll in advance, increasing her odds of winning. But she couldn't be entirely certain of victory. Cheating was allowed here so long as it wasn't caught. Earlier, while passing by a table, Ciel had seen a gambler switch a 7 of clubs to a king of clubs with a mere flick of his fingers. Even with her ability to see 1 second into the future, she couldn't tell how he had done it. The sleight of hand was simply too advanced. For Ciel, card games were actually riskier. The easiest game to win was, ironically, the deadly roulette she had seen in the glass chamber. As long as she had the first turn, she'd be nearly invincible. With the gun in her hands, she wouldn't have to worry about her opponent cheating either. Of course, she wasn't about to play deadly roulette in real life. But if she ever needed to digest the gambler potion, it might be worth considering. Ciel chose dice. The rules were simple. 2 6-sided dice were rolled in a cup, and the highest total won. Ciel could control the dice cup herself, ensuring that the numbers came out as she wanted. This also prevented anyone from tampering with her roll. Miss, please. The dealer slid a black wooden dice cup towards Ciel, then turned to the crowd. Who would like to join this round of dice? I will. Me. I'm in. Immediately, the seats around Ciel filled up, each player grabbing a dice cup and preparing to shake. Since Ciel was first in turn order, she placed her hands on the cup and began shaking it vigorously. Then, with a sharp motion, she stopped and tightened her grip, as if about to reveal the dice immediately. Miss, you must place a bet before opening. The dealer, thinking Ciel was about to lift the cup prematurely, quickly reminded her. Ciel released the cup. She had already seen the result. Double success. Not bad. She pushed forward a 50-pound chip. 50. The other players, seeing this, beamed with delight and quickly followed suit. 50. I'm in for 50. Following. They were all convinced Ciel was here just to donate her money. None of them considered the possibility that she might win. By the time the betting finished, the total pot had reached £300. The other 5 players exchanged knowing smiles. This was a winner-takes-all game. However, if multiple players had matching high rolls, they would split the winnings. Whenever a newcomer played, the gamblers tacitly agreed to let the most skilled among them roll double success, take the winnings, and then share the earnings. This reduced the risk of getting caught cheating while ensuring they all profited from the newcomer's losses. It was an unspoken rule among the gamblers. Reveal. The dealer opened Ciel's dice cup. Double success. The dealer continued revealing the other dice cups. Meanwhile, the other players sat frozen, staring at Ciel's roll. What? That lucky? By the time Ciel had collected her 150 pounds in winnings and left the table, the gamblers erupted in frustrated groans. Are you kidding? Her luck's insane. She was faking it. She's actually skilled. Shit. Come back and play one more round? Don't run. Ciel ignored them and left. She had no intention of staying any longer, let alone continuing to gamble. She walked confidently into the front hall, carrying her handbag and a small wooden box holding 3 extra chips, where Avena and the others were waiting. Noticing Ciel's approach, Avena stepped forward but then paused. Her eyes drifted to the basket in Ciel's hands, and to the unexpected number of chips inside. Did you lose all but these? Avena asked, keeping her face neutral. But internally, she was already considering lending Ciel some money. I won, Ciel replied. I only exchanged 100. That's good. Avena nodded, though she quietly thought, what a pity. She led Ciel and Adele toward the exchange area, their real destination. The exchange center was located in the manor's basement, behind a massive vault door similar to those found in banks. Transcendence guarded the entrance. The 2 maids accompanied them, leading them down into the underground vault. Aside from the slightly cooler air, the level of luxury was just as extravagant as above. Countless materials that Ciel had never seen before were displayed in individual glass cases, making the place look more like a gemstone exhibition. 4 attendants approached, politely asking about their needs. In no time, Adele and Avena were escorted to the second-tier potion section, while Ciel was taken to the first-tier potion area. Ascetic, listener, instigator, physician. Ciel recognized many potion names. She could take instigator right away. The materials Thomas had provided only included supplementary ingredients. The potion itself had dissolved into his body, requiring special extraction methods. According to the notes Ciel had read, extracted potions carried additional contamination. This contamination altered the potion's appearance and significantly affected the reconstitution ritual. For example, if the original potion required 10 kills, a second extracted potion might demand 11, 13, or even 15 kills to fully digest. Moreover, the increased contamination meant heightened mental corruption, amplifying the whispers after consumption. Of course, potions like the one extracted from Sherlin completely undigested were still considered original potions. One account in the notes even described a thrice extracted potion. The moment its drinker took a sip, they were instantly consumed by the potion, transforming into an eldritch horror. Detton Manor clearly sorted its potions into original and second extracted categories. The latter were about a third cheaper. Ciel recognized several names from the notes. Detective, gardener, magician, but many display cases were empty, some labeled, others not. She didn't see Avenger or its successor, Judicator. Then she noticed something missing. She turned to the attendant. Where is the gambler potion? Are they in those empty cases? She had seen adventurer, but not gambler. Given Detton Manor's nature, gambler should have been the most common potion here. No, miss. Those empty cases hold potions that are not for sale, the attendant replied. But the gambler potion is free. Free. Yes, the attendant nodded. If you win 15 consecutive rounds of deadly roulette, you will receive the gambler potion and its reconstitution ritual for free. Win 15 rounds. Yes. 15 consecutive wins is the fastest way to complete the gambler ritual. An almost impossible challenge, but Ciel had a chance. What are the first turn rules for deadly roulette? Ciel asked. You place a hidden bet. Before revealing, you write down your wager in a secret compartment. The highest bet goes first, capped at 8,000 pounds. The attendant explained. The first shooter can choose how many bullets to load, with a maximum of 5. The revolver is made from gambler transcendent material and possesses the abilities of a gambler. If you load 5 bullets, they will be rubber rounds capable of blinding an opponent but not lethal. The fewer bullets loaded, the stronger the remaining ones become. If the shooter fires an empty chamber, the remaining bullets will continue to grow stronger, and the shooter can keep firing. If the shooter fires at their opponent but it turns out to be an empty chamber, the opponent then gets their turn to shoot. For an ordinary person, when only 3 bullets remain, a well-aimed shot is usually deadly. So the fewer bullets loaded, the stronger they became. What if I load 4 empty chambers and only 1 live round? Ciel asked. The attendant replied, the live round will be deemed a guaranteed hit, and the shooter will automatically be declared the winner. Just like a gambler transcendent with lower odds, the rewards become disproportionately greater. So this was the ability of a gambler? Even in battle, they had to gamble? To achieve guaranteed hits and victories, they had to fire 4 shots at themselves first. A path with immense risk and reward, but for Ciel, that wasn't an issue, because she could see whether the next bullet was live or blank. If that revolver was paired with her precognition. If I win, do I keep going, or does the next challenger take the first turn? Ciel asked. The winner keeps their turn, meaning if she won the first betting round, she could maintain first turn advantage indefinitely? Ciel asked the final question. What happens after 15 wins? Are there more rewards? Yes. After 15 wins, there's a 50-win challenge for the second-tier Harbinger of Misfortune potion. And at 100 consecutive wins, you receive the third-tier Fated One potion, its ritual, and elite membership allowing you to exchange chips at a 1:1 rate at all Detton Manor establishments. Ciel's pulse quickened. What's the current win record? She asked. 17, the attendant replied. Ciel reviewed the rules carefully. If they were accurate, she could never lose. A straight path from first to third tier, with major perks. Was this worth spending 10 fate points to test? 15 wins could complete Gambler. But what if she won 100 times before drinking the potion? She'd not only gain abilities but overcomplete the ritual, earning even more fate points. Spending 10 fate points now was a gamble for even greater rewards. Ciel held her breath as the system screen appeared. If the future simulation or past simulation landed within the next 2 days, she would proceed. If not, she would abandon the plan. A silver interface unfolded. Second time breaking a predestined death. Random simulation uses saved. Future, 1H, Saint Year 741, June 20th, 9:05 am, cost, 10 fate points. Past, 1 day, Saint Year 741, June 19th, 9:01 am, cost, 10 fate points. Old days, days, cost, 10,000 fate points. Re-randomize, 1. 1 hour later, Ciel didn't hesitate. She turned to the attendant. Do you have paper and a pen? I do. Take me to a resting room. Soon, Ciel was escorted to a lounge. She took the pen and wrote in Ansuyan. Borrow 5,000 pounds from Avena, then observe the deadly roulette. Finishing, she looked at the attendant and smiled. I'll rest here for a bit. Please don't let anyone disturb me. Of course, miss. When the attendant left and closed the door, Ciel sat on the sofa and slowly closed her eyes. Future, no 0. A flash of white light consumed her. Future. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 9:05 am. Countdown, 23:59:59. Fire? Do it. Don't wimp out. It's a 50-50 chance. Life or death, nothing more. Hua. The rowdy shouts of the crowd pulled Ciel back to awareness. Around her, people were watching the glass chamber on the high platform with flushed faces, their excitement palpable. Inside, a small-statured man trembled as he aimed a gun at the massive figure before him. Fuck this. The small man roared and yanked the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a mixture of yellow, white, and red splattered against the right side glass wall, slowly sliding down. Victory, Shorty. The dealer approached the small man, raising his gun-wielding hand. By now, the man was sobbing uncontrollably, barely standing with the dealer's support. You have won all the chips and a special reward from Detton Manor. Your debt is cleared. Do you wish to continue? If you keep defending your title, the prize will only increase. The dealer looked at the small man and asked. I'm done. I'm done. The small man pulled his hand free from the dealer's grip and scrambled to gather his blood-stained chips, stuffing them into a bag. Then, please wait while we clean the arena. The dealer gave a slight bow to the audience, smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, you may proceed to redeem your betting tickets. The gathered crowd began to disperse. Ciel raised her hand and flipped through her casino notebook. I got the money, but Avena seems worried, afraid I've fallen too deep into gambling. The others have been watching me closely too. The chips are already exchanged and in my handbag. I've been observing the betting ring for a while. Most players last no more than 3 rounds. The area is only cleaned when a defender forfeits. As I expected, I can see the result before the trigger is pulled but only 1 second in advance. I can't place bets before knowing who wins. Almost everyone loads 3 live bullets and 2 blanks. It offers the highest survival probability. Even with just 2 blanks, 3 live bullets to the head usually incapacitates the opponent unless they have special protection. But if I load 4 blanks, I just need to shoot the live round at my opponent. Whether they die or not, I win. So it doesn't really matter. Once the arena is cleaned, they start recruiting new challengers. At that point, the highest bidder secures the first move. Ciel felt the weight of her handbag, then carefully tore up the written notes and stuffed them into her pocket. Ciel, are you alright? Avena's voice came from beside her. Ciel turned to see Avena looking at her, a trace of concern in her eyes. This place is awful. Let's just go exchange our chips and leave, Adele murmured, shrinking behind Ciel. She hadn't dared to watch the bloody spectacle on the stage. When Ciel glanced at Adele, she also noticed the gamblers from the card tables, those who had lost to her earlier, stealing glances in her direction. It seemed they were waiting to see what she would bet on, probably to challenge her again and reclaim their losses. At that moment, the gas lamps hanging from the 4 corners of the glass chamber flickered to life, drawing everyone's attention. It was starting. Ciel clutched her handbag in her left hand and stepped forward only for Avena to grab her wrist. Ciel, what are you planning to do? Avena's voice was firm. If you need money for something, I can lend it to you. Ciel raised her right hand and gently pressed it against Avena's, prying her fingers away. Don't worry, Avena. Ciel's voice softened beneath her mask. I have obtained a surefire strategy. A surefire strategy? When? Avena had been watching her the entire time. She had even glanced at Ciel's notes, which were just simple records of what she was doing and seeing like a journal. Avena. What's going on with Ciel? Adele stared at Ciel as she walked toward the stage, dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, Ciel didn't have any transcendent abilities, right? Adele's heart tightened alongside Avena's. Ciel ascended the steps one by one, reaching the glass chamber. She opened the door and stepped in, taking a seat on the right side. All right, we have our first contestant. Contestant, please place your bet once the curtain falls. The dealer spread his arms wide, and a massive red curtain slowly descended from above. Ciel pulled open her handbag. A small compartment popped up on the table before her, and she poured all 8,000 chips into it. All right, the dealer shouted after seeing Ciel's full deposit. Rise. Now, who would like to take on this young lady? The dealer then looked at Ciel, smiling. Miss, please remove your mask. Obvious cheating like this is not allowed. The dealer's words caused the gamblers below to erupt into laughter. Under their watchful eyes, Ciel slowly removed her mask. She sat straight at the gambling table. For a brief 2 seconds, the room fell into silence. Anyone else? The dealer called out, 3 consecutive wins will clear your debt. After this week, there might not be such easy matches anymore. Fuck it, I'll do it. One of the gamblers who had lost 50 pounds earlier gritted his teeth and stepped onto the platform. Many others were already eyeing Ciel with the hunger of wolves spotting fresh meat. Such a refined noble lady, she must be loaded. Why hadn't they been the ones to challenge her first? All right, we have our next contestant. Please take your seat and place your bet. The dealer smiled at the new gambler. Ha, I'll let her have the first turn. The man knew he couldn't outbid the young lady in front of him, so he simply tossed 50 pounds into the betting box. It was all he had left. He was here for 2 reasons, to make a miraculous comeback and to take revenge for his earlier loss. Oh, the dealer glanced at the gambler's wager, then looked at Ciel. Miss, you have the option to reject this bet. Reject it? Was her bid at least 10 times higher than his? Let him play. Ciel shook her head. She didn't care how much her opponent wagered. What she wanted was first turn advantage. And this gambler was the easiest way to secure it. If she rejected him, someone with deeper pockets might step up and match her wager, forcing a dice roll to determine the first turn. Rolling dice was Ciel's weakest option. All right, since Our Lady insists, place your bets, everyone. Here are the wagers. The dealer snapped his fingers. 8 banners unfurled above the platform, displaying the bet amounts in red ink. Baldy 50 pounds. Young lady 8,000 pounds. The sight of the 8,000-pound banner sent shockwaves through the audience. Am I seeing things? Is this real? 8,000 pounds. The maximum bet? The gamblers who had only felt mild regret before now looked like they were about to explode with frustration. Shit, 8,000. Damn it, that bastard's gonna walk away with a free gambler potion. 50 against 8,000. Fuck. Any bets? The dealer asked the audience. At that, nearly everyone rushed to bet on the bald man. The odds were calculated based on the difference in wagers. Betting on the right side, Ciel, would yield minimal profits, but betting on the left side, Baldy, had sky-high odds. 10:1 the highest payout ratio in Denton Manor. A 10-pound bet could return 100 pounds. The risk was low, and the reward was massive. Below the stage, Avena and Adele stared at Ciel, their hearts pounding. Ciel, what are you trying to do? Avena turned slightly and gave Crown Guard Nia a glance, but Nia shook her head subtly. Her duty was to ensure Avena's safety. If she intervened to save Ciel now, she could certainly get her out of danger, but it would also put Avena at risk. Worse, Denton Manor might even issue a bounty on them afterward. To Nia, she had no reason to rescue Ciel. Her priority was making sure Avena didn't do anything reckless. At that moment, the bald man sitting across from Ciel stared at the ascending banner with wide eyes. 8,000. That was the betting limit in Death Roulette. That amount was enough to buy every potion from the gambler path up to the 3rd tier within Denton Manor. His heartbeat accelerated, his face flushed with excitement. He turned his gaze to the girl sitting across from him and grinned strangely. Don't blame me. You're the one who walked into this. Dealer. All right, let the game commence. The dealer elegantly drew a black revolver from behind him. The cylinder was covered in a faint honeycomb-like pattern, making it impossible to see whether there were any bullets inside. A total of 5 rounds. Miss Young Lady, how many do you choose to load? The dealer stood beside Ciel, holding the revolver as he asked. Ciel took a deep breath. Even though the arena had been cleaned, the scent of blood still lingered heavily in the air. The metallic tang of iron filled her nostrils, making every breath feel like she was inhaling rusted needles. 4 blanks, 1 live round. Ciel answered. What? The dealer hesitated, momentarily losing his usual graceful composure. He seemed unsure if he had misheard. 4 blanks, 1 live round, Ciel repeated. Miss Young Lady has chosen 4 blanks, 1 live round. The dealer raised the revolver high and announced, a guaranteed hit. His words sent a wave of murmurs through the audience, stirring the growing tension. Many who hadn't placed bets rushed toward Baldy's side, hurriedly buying up betting slips. A 40% probability with a 10-fold payout, no true gambler would pass that up. After all, Denton Manor's betting system didn't adjust in real time, it offered fixed odds. That meant as long as the bald man won, everyone who bet on him would get paid. Conversely, if the girl kept winning, the casino would continuously profit. Denton Manor was about to take a massive loss. Of course, if any contestant won 3 rounds in a row, the casino would switch to dynamic odds and start charging a 1% service fee to hedge against losses. For now, everyone was eager to make a killing on this round. Die, die, die. Ciel watched as the dealer loaded 4 blank rounds and a single live round into the revolver. With a practiced flick of his hand, he spun the cylinder, then snapped it shut with a confident flourish. He pulled back the hammer, reversed his grip, and handed the revolver to Ciel. Miss Young Lady, please proceed. Ciel weighed the revolver in her palm. Compared to the old revolver she had taken from Solari, this one was noticeably heavier, nearly a third larger in size. It probably had some additional modifications. She glanced through the glass at the crowd of gamblers. Their expressions ranged from excitement to greedy anticipation. She also spotted Avena and Adele, both of whom looked deeply concerned. Even though the sounds from outside couldn't reach her, it was obvious that the atmosphere in the hall had reached a fever pitch. She raised the revolver and pointed it directly at herself. The dark barrel was empty, revealing nothing inside. Only the faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air around her. Ciel's finger tightened on the trigger. No change in her vision. Click. The hammer struck an empty round. No flash of gunpowder, no recoil. A blank. Ciel cocked the hammer again and squeezed the trigger. No change. Click. Another blank. Another blank. Young lady has fired 2 empty shots. Now, does she want to turn the gun on her opponent and force a 50-50 decision? Click. A third pull of the trigger. Another blank. She's still aiming at herself? Now there's only a 1 in 2 chance left. Will she gamble on herself, or will she turn the gun on Baldy? The dealer's voice grew animated. This match had reached a critical turning point. Across from her, Baldy's forehead was drenched in sweat. His eyes were locked onto Ciel, praying she would hand the gun over to him. Damn it. This lunatic, why did she pick 1 live bullet? Not even he could survive if that bullet hit his head. If she aimed at him now, he was as good as dead. Under his panicked gaze, Ciel did not change her aim. Yes. Just like this. Hit. Kill her. Come on. The gamblers below were howling louder than Baldy himself, clenching their betting slips in their fists, screaming for the scene they wanted to unfold. Ciel gently squeezed the trigger. Click. 4th blank. As the 4th shot left the chamber, the revolver in her hands glowed with a faint blue light. The entire gun vibrated slightly. Ciel slowly turned the gun toward Baldy and cocked the hammer. No, no, please, don't. I surrender? I sir. Her finger pressed down. The trigger clicked. A fiery burst erupted from the black barrel. The glowing blue bullet pierced through the gambler's forehead. Splat. The impact sent Baldy's entire body crashing against the glass wall, leaving a gruesome red smear as he slid downward. His corpse slumped to the floor, brain matter oozing from the gaping hole in his skull like an overturned bowl of blood-streaked tofu pudding. No one had expected this outcome. Victory, young lady. 4 banners unfurled from above. Below Ciel's name, the numbers shifted again. Young lady 8,050. 8,050 pounds. Baldy's death stunned the audience into silence for only a moment. Then, several men rushed toward the entrance of the glass chamber. I'm next. Let me in. Me? I'm next. Move, damn it. I was here first. The gamblers outside the chamber were already arguing over who would get the next shot. Meanwhile, Ciel sat calmly in her seat, patiently waiting for her next opponent. What do we do, Avena? Should we try to pull Ciel out of there? Adele clung to Avena's sleeve, whispering anxiously. No need. Avena shook her head gently. She watched the girl sitting in the chamber, and gradually, her concerns faded. Ciel hadn't lied to her. She really did know something crucial. Wait here for a moment. Avena stepped forward, walking straight to the betting counter. From her waist pouch, she pulled out 10 gold chips. Each gold chip was worth 1,000 pounds, a currency only available to VIPs. Would you like to bet on young lady to win the next round? The ticket vendor stared, speechless, at the 10 shining gold chips. Young lady's odds are quite low. It's fine. Just process the tickets, I'll take them all. Avena waved dismissively, her eyes never leaving Ciel on the platform. Another game had begun. 4 blanks, 1 live round. As the dealer's announcement echoed, the crowd surged toward the left betting counter. No one has managed 3 consecutive wins today. Even 2 wins in a row are rare. Bet on the other guy for a guaranteed win. All in. Give me 100 pounds worth of top hat tickets. 8 banners dropped from above. The opponent had also only placed a 50-pound bet. Since he had no chance of securing first turn, he wagered the bare minimum 50 pounds was the most cost-effective option. Whether it was the gamblers at the table or the ones placing bets, they all shared the same thought. The revolver was loaded, and it was once again handed to Ciel. Down below, Avena watched Ciel's back, a trace of admiration flickering in her eyes. Ciel had always done things that others would never dare imagine. Whether it was delivering crucial intelligence, executing Sherlin, or stepping into the glass chamber to play death roulette, she had always been fearless. That unwavering determination and calculated approach only made Avena's opinion of her rise further. Straightforward yet decisive, Avena found herself drawn to that. How could someone who carefully planned everything and followed through with unwavering resolve not be admired? Avena couldn't help but wonder if Ciel became a transcendent, just how far could she go? Click, click, click. Ciel's movements grew smoother. She quickly pulled the trigger 3 times, aiming at herself. Then, just as she was about to squeeze the trigger for the 4th shot, she turned the gun toward the man in the black top hat seated across from her. Bang! A single shot rang out. A pool of blood spread instantly. The man in the top hat didn't even have time to react before his head exploded, half his face torn apart. He slumped backward, crashing onto the floor along with his chair. Young lady 8,100, 2 consecutive wins. Miss Young Lady, would you like to continue? Today's record stands at 3 consecutive wins. Continue. Ciel's voice was calm. Her composed response sent a wave of curses and grumbles through the audience. Nearly everyone had bet on her losing this round. Some had already lost upwards of 800 pounds, their faces turning red with frustration as they eagerly awaited the next match. Damn it, I don't believe this. Some stormed toward the platform, eyeing the £8,100 prize pool, while others flocked to the left betting counter, doubling down on their bets. As long as young lady lost this round, they could still turn things around. Still make back their losses? The classic gambler's delusion, I can win it back. 4 blanks, 1 live round. They roared, eyes locked on the girl above as she raised the revolver once again, pressing it against her own head only to shift her aim the next second, turning the barrel toward the braided man sitting across from her. She chickened out? She finally lost the nerve to fire at herself? Alright, this was it, the chance to turn things around. Only one person had managed 3 consecutive wins today. There was no way it would happen again. Bang! A burst of fire erupted from the black barrel. A bullet tore through the man's neck, severing it completely. His head and body fell separately to the ground. Miss, you're 100 pounds. The woman wearing the red chip mask at the betting counter nervously handed Avena a chip and continued, please return the ticket. I will give you back the chip. No need. Avena shook her head. Reinvest all of it. 3 consecutive wins. The dealer shouted excitedly from the platform, who would have thought. Today, Denton Manor's Death Roulette has seen a second contestant achieve a 3-win streak. Who will challenge next? Many people, upon hearing the shift to dynamic odds, had already grabbed their chips and rushed toward the right betting counter. But before they could reach it, they saw a banner hanging beside the prize redemption area. Tickets sold out. The 10,000 £pound betting pool had been completely bought up. Damn it, I'm going to make her cough up every last pound. A bald man, his face twisted with anger, stormed toward the glass chamber. That's Bald Luke. I heard he spent a fortune at the Redemption Society buying potions to reinforce his bones. He might actually survive a shot. Let's go. That woman can't possibly win again. The left betting counter was once again swarmed by gamblers. With their constant wagers, the odds slowly evened out. 0.50:0.50. If Ciel won this round, Avena would siphon money away from the losing side and profit a clean £5,000. Up on the platform, the next match began. Ciel spun the revolver in her hand, while across from her, the bald man sat on a seat still stained with blood and bits of flesh. 3 bodies lay sprawled at his feet. Young lady 8,150, Baldy 50, let's begin. The bald man's sharp gaze locked onto the girl sitting across from him. £8,200 in chips he had to win. No one could stay lucky forever. Click. Like the ticking of a death clock, the girl aimed the gun at herself and pulled the trigger, producing a crisp, empty click. Apologies, everyone, but it seems we have a little situation that requires urgent handling. The dealer lifted both hands, palms up, as the blood-stained glass walls were slowly hoisted. Several piled-up corpses tumbled down the steps, and a steady stream of blood flowed down like a breached dam. A historic record at Denton Manor in Barron City, 18 consecutive victories? Is there still a brave challenger willing to step forward? The dealer swung his arm dramatically, and 4 blood-stained banners descended from above. Young lady 8,900, a severed head rolled to the feet of a gambler. He trembled and took 2 steps back, his heart pounding as he looked up at the girl on the platform, the girl who had calmly slaughtered 18 men. £8,900 in chips was certainly tempting, but life was more important. The gambler's feverish ambition had been cooled by the streams of blood flowing down from the stage. She has to be cheating, but how? No transcendent abilities? No sealed artifacts? How the hell is she doing this? While the gamblers below stood in eerie silence, 2 men wearing green chip masks rushed up the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. They stopped before a door at the far end of the 3rd-floor corridor. One of them stepped forward and knocked. Inside an opulent study, a woman in a black chip mask, clad in an elegant dress, stood at her desk. Before her lay a game board of 2 wooden panels, adorned with black and white pieces. She picked up 2 dice with her gloved right hand, rolled them on the board, and moved a few pieces. Then, she walked to the other side, rolled the dice again, and examined the result: double 2s. She fell into deep thought. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted her contemplation. She looked toward the door with mild displeasure. Come in. As the 2 dealers hurried inside, she tossed the dice into the air and caught them again. What is it? Administrator, someone has won 17 consecutive rounds in Death Roulette. The 18th match is happening now. She's probably broken the record already. Oh. The woman stopped playing with the dice, her interest peaked. Which gambler? Death Roulette was typically played by gamblers. The second-tier harbingers of misfortune had a tendency to die from their own bad luck. As for those at the third-tier fated one level, gambling was meaningless. Especially in Death Roulette, if a fated one stood still, bullets wouldn't even be able to hit them. Even a guaranteed hit round could end in a misfire. Not a gambler, she's a newcomer. The dealer spilled the details in one breath. 3 dealers have already been rotated in, but we detected no transcendent abilities, no sealed artifacts, and absolutely no signs of cheating. A newcomer. The woman in the black chip mask tossed her dice back onto the table. Who sponsored her? Miss Roswell, her bodyguard, and Adele from the Redemption Society. The dealers reported everything. Hearing the names, the woman hesitated slightly beneath her mask. Those 2, how did they end up together? Well, that made things easier. As the administrator fell silent, one of the dealers hesitantly asked, "Administrator, should we halt the game and notify ANSO headquarters? She's a promising candidate. The main office would be very interested." "No need." The woman shook her head and walked straight toward the door, passing the two dealers without another word. The two dealers bowed their heads as she left, silently tracing a strange symbol over their chests with their hands. Descending to the second floor, the woman entered the VIP viewing room. The terrace overlooked the manor's interior, providing a perfect vantage point for the gambling matches below. The blood-stained glass chamber was rising before her, revealing the scene within. She looked down and saw the severed heads and bodies tumbling down the stairs, followed by the steady trickle of blood. On the right side of the high platform sat a beautiful girl with long, gray-blue hair, her expression eerily calm. Opposite her, corpses were stacked in a grotesque heap. The entire hall had fallen into a deathly silence. Even as the banners displaying the massive prize amounts unfurled, no one dared to step forward. The woman in the black ship mask stared intently at the girl below, a slow smile spreading beneath her mask. An excellent candidate. Even if she was currently associated with those two who had disrupted her plans, that didn't change the fact that she was just an ordinary person. And ordinary people were easy to manipulate. The woman pressed a switch beside her. The gas lamps around her flickered to life, drawing the attention of the dealer and the girl on stage. "Oh, our esteemed administrator, Lady Kitty, has graced us with her presence? Let's hear what great news she brings." The dealer enthusiastically played along, directing the crowd's attention toward the VIP balcony. Once nearly everyone was looking her way, Kitty adjusted the fingers of her black gloves and rested both hands on the stone railing before her. "Ladies and gentlemen." Her voice was spirited and commanding as she spoke. "Today, we have witnessed history being made at Baron District's death roulette. This is a moment to be remembered. And as the administrator of this establishment, I have decided." She raised her hand, gesturing toward the banners, "to add £2,000 worth of chips to the prize pool." A few seconds later, a new banner dropped. "Young Lady 10,900? In addition to the increased prize, I am introducing a new rule." Kitty slammed her palm on the railing and declared loudly, "If a challenger can defeat the reigning champion, they will inherit her entire win streak, receive all accumulated rewards, and have all debts erased. This is your chance to turn the tables. If you win, you will make history. You will be elevated to the ranks of Detton Manor's elite. This is your shot to completely change your life." As Kitty's words rang out, the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers. Their earlier fear was shattered now, only the desire to win remained. Kitty pressed down on the railing and leaped from the VIP balcony. The gamblers, breathing heavily, instinctively parted for her, creating a path as she strode toward the high platform. Click. Her boots stepped into the sticky pools of blood, leaving streaks behind as she walked the blood-soaked path to the gambling table. "Congratulations on setting a new record, miss." Kitty smiled at the girl, then clapped her hands lightly. Two dealers approached with trays, swiftly ascending the blood-stained steps and placing them before Ciel. Kitty pulled back the black cloths covering the trays. Inside were two potion bottles. One swirled with stormy thunderclouds, crackling with electricity. The other looked like a pool of black oil, something writhing within. "Gambler and harbinger of misfortune." Kitty set both bottles before Ciel and spoke softly, "Go on, continue making history. The gambler potion, you may drink it at any time. From now on, I will be your dealer." Ciel eyed the potions warily, her instincts tingling with caution. This administrator gave off an incredibly dangerous aura. Ever since she arrived, she had been manipulating the emotions of the entire room. It was almost as if there was an unnatural force in her voice, compelling people to believe her words. And when she had suggested drinking the potion, Ciel had genuinely felt a momentary thirst, a bodily urge to consume the gambler potion. The original dealer stepped aside, and Kitty took his place. The freshly cleaned glass chamber lowered once again, enclosing the two of them inside. With Kitty's influence and the crowd's bloodlust reignited, more desperate gamblers began ascending the bloodied staircase, eager to challenge Ciel. And because of Kitty's presence, many gamblers from other parts of the manor abandoned their games and flooded into the hall. The sheer number of spectators was now enough to pack the space to bursting. The growing frenzy of the crowd and Kitty's presence filled Ciel with a sense of foreboding. Something urged her to end death roulette immediately, but she didn't. If danger could be uncovered in the simulation, she would be safer in reality. "You're not afraid?" A voice suddenly echoed in Ciel's mind. Startled, she turned her gaze to Kitty, certain the voice had come from her. "You have great potential, child." Kitty slowly raised a hand and gently touched the mask on her face. "Let me see your limits." This mind projection ability Ciel had only encountered it once before. The ascetic path. Back when Ciel had faced Hugh, the Radiance Bishop, she had directly projected her voice into Ciel's mind, blocking out all other noise. Was Kitty not from the gambler path? Avena had told her that the core members of Detton Manor were all either from the adventurer or gambler paths. "Defender, young lady, you have the first move." Kitty raised the black revolver in her hand and smiled. "How many live rounds would you like to load?" "1." Ciel took a deep breath and replied. No matter what Kitty was planning, Ciel had no choice but to play along. A bold choice. Kitty loaded a single live round into the revolver, spun the cylinder, and then flipped the gun around, offering the grip to Ciel. Ciel took the revolver. After so many consecutive rounds, her right hand was already slightly numb, and the gun felt even heavier than before. Just as Ciel grasped the revolver, she saw a faint wisp of blue smoke rise from its barrel. The gun had already fired? In 1 second, it would automatically fire a blank? Ciel instinctively tried to turn the gun toward herself, but to her horror, she realized her body was no longer under her control. Click. Even though her finger wasn't on the trigger, the revolver fired on its own. Oh, young lady has just fired a blank shot. Kitty stepped past the gambling table and turned toward the crowd, shouting, she finally made a mistake. Ciel's mind went blank. She quickly looked down at her shadow only to see a faint white figure crouched over it, almost perfectly fused with her. Because she was in the simulation without any transcendent abilities, Ciel could barely make out this vague silhouette, completely unable to resist it in any meaningful way. Kitty had already walked over, taking the revolver from Ciel's grasp before stepping in front of the next challenger. Your turn, brave challenger. Kitty handed him the gun. Ha, ha ha ha. The gambler could hardly believe his luck. He snatched the revolver eagerly and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, fortune has finally smiled on me. He laughed maniacally, flipped the revolver around, and pressed it against his own forehead, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The barrel spat fire, and the glowing blue bullet tore straight through his skull, bursting out the back of his head and splattering blood against the glass wall. 19 consecutive wins. Kitty retrieved the revolver from the corpse's grasp, then turned back towards Ciel, shouting to the audience below, see, young lady isn't flawless? She's finally starting to falter. If you want to win, strike while you can. What is she trying to do? Ciel was now almost certain Kitty also had the ability to manipulate shadows. Ciel simply watched her coldly, allowing her to continue rousing the crowd, luring more gamblers up the bloodstained steps. Her control over her body returned, but Ciel did not act. Instead, she played along, executing the next challenger without hesitation. Ciel wanted to see exactly what the other side was scheming. 20 consecutive wins. 25. 40. 1 hour. 2 hours. 8 hours. As each round of death roulette concluded, Ciel's stamina gradually waned. Midway through, her gun had misfired a few times, ending up in the hands of her opponents. But every time they pulled the trigger, they ended up blowing their own heads off. Corpses piled up on the steps, yet the gamblers below had completely bloodshot eyes, as if they had lost all reason at that moment. Kitty placed a third-tier Fated One potion on the table. Almost everyone's attention was drawn to the Fated One potion. The gamblers, desperate for a chance to turn their fortunes around and rise to greatness, had completely lost all reason. Like mindless corpses, they rushed forward in ecstatic frenzy, immediately taking the place of each fallen challenger. 50 consecutive wins. 60. 70. 10 hours. 12. 14. By now, more than half of the original gamblers had perished, yet news of the spectacle continued to spread. More people arrived at Dedon Manor, drawn into the cult-like fervor. Ciel's finger had gone numb from pulling the trigger. Her mind grew sluggish with exhaustion. She fired mechanically, barely aware of her actions. Several times, she clearly saw the bullet tearing through the barrel toward her forehead, yet she nearly pulled the trigger on herself anyway. The mindless repetition had dulled her senses. Her body barely held on, forcing her to take intermittent breaks just to continue. But the hall's feverish intensity showed no signs of fading. With every gunshot, Kitty's voice grew shriller, almost to a maddening pitch. Eventually, even Avena and Adele began clapping and cheering wildly. Even Crown Guard Nia raised a fist, celebrating every kill. Without realizing it, they had all been swept into the frenzy. 80 consecutive wins. 90. 99. Bang! When Ciel, trembling, raised her gun and fired the last bullet into her opponent's skull, she gasped for breath uncontrollably. The revolver slipped from her numb fingers. That familiar voice echoed in her mind again. You are the chosen gambler. Drink it. This is the will of Mother Goddess Sadhna. Ciel's brain buzzed. The heap of corpses before her seemed to blur and distort in her vision. Her thoughts became sluggish, as if she were drunk. Forcing herself to stay lucid, she looked toward the crowd. Beneath the stairs littered with dismembered bodies, the once frenzied gamblers had stopped moving. They made no sound. They simply stood on the blood-soaked floor, staring at her in eerie silence. From the corner of her vision, she saw a silver suit of armor tremble violently. Suddenly, the armor broke free from some invisible restraint. It lunged toward Avena, scooping her up and sprinting toward the exit. In the endless darkness, I call upon you, Sadhna. In the fractures of time and space, your presence transcends all. Your silent whispers echo in our souls, bringing both fear and awe. May this child walk your path, surpassing mortals and embracing the eternal abyss. Inside the sealed chamber, Kitty's murmurs slithered into Ciel's mind. Below, all the gamblers had knelt. Among them was Adele kneeling, her eyes vacant, muttering incomprehensibly. Do you hear it? She has given her blessing. Kitty slowly raised her hands, removing her mask. A look of enraptured devotion filled her face as she turned toward Ciel. She says you may begin the ritual now, young one. Combined LV.2. A cooling sensation rippled through Ciel's mind, dispersing the fog clouding her thoughts. She lifted her gaze toward Kitty, forcing herself to speak. You are a missionary. The ascetic path did not belong solely to the Church of the Savior. Goddess Avena had mentioned this before. A faster way to advance in this path was to become a cultist, spreading doctrine through forced indoctrination. Kitty was no gambler. She wasn't just a casino administrator. No, she was both the administrator and a worshipper of an evil god. and the majority of the people in this room had unknowingly been converted into cultists. You're perceptive, child. Kitty's gray, corpse-like eyes locked onto Ciel as she smiled. A gifted genius like you is perfect to serve her. Ciel's right hand moved against her will, reaching for the gambler potion. Don't be afraid, child. Kitty stepped closer and brushed a bloodstain from Ciel's cheek with her fingers. Once you hear her, once you feel her, you will thank me. Before her, the system screen flickered to life, displaying a countdown. Countdown, 00:11:58. Only 11 minutes remained. At the end of this day-long massacre, 100 lives taken. This was the final moment. Ciel's right hand, still under control, lifted the gambler potion. Her left hand uncorked it, tilting the swirling thunderclouds toward her lips. A prickling numbness spread from her throat through her veins. Her mind descended into chaos. Her heartbeat thundered in her skull, drowning out all other sounds. Child. A voice holy and divine resonated in her mind. The unbearable agony gripping her brain eased ever so slightly. Ciel didn't notice the blood streaming from her eyes. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, she opened her blood-stained eyes and looked toward Kitty, who now stood upon the gambling table. Behind Kitty, a swirling mass of black light coiled like an ominous halo, its depths filled with roiling darkness. As Ciel attempted to gaze further, a stabbing pain jolted through her consciousness. Ugh. She clutched her chest, feeling a warm hand rest atop her head, dispelling her fear and pain. Child, what is your name? Kitty knelt gracefully before Ciel, lifting her chin as she asked in a gentle voice. Ciel. A beautiful name. Kitty's smile widened. From now on, call me Priestess. Yes, Priestess. Now, tell me, what is your relationship with those who disrupted our plans? Plan. Ciel looked up, bewildered. It's all right, child. I was too impatient. Kitty smiled and brushed her fingers over Ciel's eyes. You should rest now. A profound drowsiness overwhelmed Ciel, filling her with an eerie sense of peace. Repeat after me. Mother Sadhna watches over us. Mother Sadhna watches over us. Ciel's consciousness plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a blinding silver light tore through the void. Ciel stood still, staring at the gray-eyed, expressionless version of herself before her, her heart pounding. What just happened? Would you like to save this character file? Taking a deep breath, Ciel steadied herself and refocused. Save to no 3. A silver flash filled the air. The empty number 3 slot was now occupied by herself. A long-haired, gray-eyed, eerily blank-faced Ciel. Above the name, 2 ominous titles were displayed. No. 3, Gambler, Cultist Ciel. She had been brainwashed into a cultist in the simulation. The white glow faded. Scenery returned to her vision. She was seated in the casino's lounge, with a translucent system interface before her. Reality. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 8:08 am. Evaluation, congratulations, host. You finally have a religion now. D. You've become the greatest gambler in history. Your cheating remains undetected. But then, you joined a cult. Ha ha ha. Claim your rightful rewards. Rewards, fate points times 25, all character save slots unlocked. Fate points, 64. Note, when all slots contain a first-tier character from every path, the host will gain a free Old Days simulation. In the Old Days simulation, the host can alter reality and create a transcendent path of their own. Ciel opened her eyes and let out a long breath. She looked at the system interface before her, recalling the sensations she had just experienced. Was that brainwashing? Ciel found it difficult to distinguish whether the overwhelming, maddening whispers that had nearly drowned out her thoughts upon drinking the gambler potion came from the potion itself, from the missionary Kitty, or from the so-called Mother Goddess Sadhna. Either way, the gambler Ciel save file was unquestionably heavily contaminated. Using it would require extreme caution. System, if I load save file number 3, will I still be in that state of uncontrollable mind domination? Ciel asked internally. Save file number 3 carries the sadhana mark. Under its influence, number 3 cannot attack others who also bear the sadhana mark and will wholeheartedly believe in sadhana. Upgrading mental skills such as calm mind can strengthen resistance against mental corruption. Can the mark be removed? The sadhana mark is irreversible. Corrupted save file? No, not exactly. According to the system, improving her mental resistance skills would allow her to resist its effects. And those who bore the sadhana mark could not attack one another. In other words, if Ciel used the gambler save file, transcendent cultists wouldn't be able to harm her. This was effectively a sleeper agent save file, an infiltration tool against a cult. Not bad. It was like planting a spy within enemy ranks. Ciel recalled Kitty's words before she lost consciousness. Kitty had asked what Ciel's relationship was with those who had disrupted her plans. Disrupted plans? What plan? The only disrupted plans Ciel could think of were Thomas's reconstitution ritual and Sherlin's. Thomas could likely be ruled out. His diary had revealed him to be nothing more than an opportunistic scumbag with good luck. Sherlin's research notes, however, had been full of suspicious gaps. Where had he gotten his third-tier potion? Where had he obtained his sealed artifact? Moreover, Sherlin had deliberately chosen to conduct his ritual right outside the Church of the Savior Goddess. His hatred for the Church had seemed sudden and extreme, as if it had been planted in him. But if this entire event had been orchestrated by the cult-worshipping Mother Goddess Sadhna, then everything made sense. Now, Ciel just needed to confirm whether this sadhana cult was truly opposed to the Church of the Savior Goddess. If so, she could connect the dots to the larger conspiracy. She could verify this with Avena later or, if necessary, ask Adele. For now, she shelved the issue and opened the save file menu. Previously, she had only been able to store 3 save files. According to the system, now that all 3 had been used, all save slots had been unlocked, meaning she could now see exactly how many paths existed. As she opened the character save menu, a much longer list appeared before her. Select character. No. 0, Ciel, pure mode. No. 1, Ciel Avenger. No. 2, Ciel Avenger, 2. No. 3, Ciel Gambler, Sadhana Cultist. No. 4, empty. No. 16, empty. 16, excluding her original pure mode, there were 16 save slots. Just looking at them made her head ache. 16 first-tier paths. Even if she ignored everything else, just buying the necessary potions would cost at least 12,000 pounds. System, are you serious? Ciel already knew she had unlocked quite a few paths, but seeing so many empty slots still made her dizzy. Was this some kind of grind-heavy system? Did she really have to collect 16 character cards? What a garbage system. Couldn't she just draw them like in a gacha game? Ciel closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked internally, System, if I promote a path to the 2nd tier and save it, does it still count as having collected that path's 1st tier form? Yes. Then, if I transition from Judicator to the adjacent missionary path and save missionary in a separate file, would that count as completing the 1st tier ascetic path? Yes. That made things a little better. At least she didn't have to drink every single potion. Still, it was a huge undertaking. After counting the paths she already knew and comparing them to the empty potion slots in Denton Manor's underground exchange, she realized a few were still missing. This wouldn't be completed overnight. She needed to take things step by step, starting with her immediate challenges. Avena, who had directly ruined Sherlin's ritual, was undoubtedly on the cult's radar. As Sherlin's student, Adele was likely under surveillance as well. The real question was whether she herself, in reality, had already caught the cult's attention. Ciel had no way of knowing, so she needed to use the simulation to find out. Before her death roulette win streak, had she already been noticed by the cult? And with her Sadhana mark save file, she might be able to infiltrate the cult at some point. Of course, she would need to figure out a way to stay conscious while using that save file. Ciel stood up, tucked the notebook from the maid into her handbag, and stepped out of the room. Please take me to the exchange area, Ciel told the maid waiting outside the door. She had no intention of returning to Death Roulette. All she wanted now was to buy the potions and rituals she needed and leave Denton Manor as soon as possible. The maid led her toward the underground exchange. Standing outside the exchange area, Ciel spotted Adele and Avena in conversation. Ciel, where did you go? I turned around, and you were gone. Avena sighed slightly in relief when she saw her. She had been worried that Ciel had wandered off and gotten lost. It was her first time here, after all. If she had been tricked into sitting at a gambling table, she could have lost everything in an instant. Worst case scenario, if she ended up in debt and forced into Death Roulette, it would have been a death sentence. I had the maid take me to a lounge to rest for a bit, Ciel replied. A lounge? Avena frowned, studying Ciel. What did you do there? What do you mean? Ciel blinked in confusion. I just asked the maid for a notebook and wrote some things down. Does that count as doing anything? Avena coughed lightly and changed the subject. Have you decided what to buy? Adele and I already finished shopping. Ciel lifted her handbag, filled with £1 and some chips. I want to exchange all my money for chips first. I can assist you, miss. The red chip mask maid curtsied slightly. Ciel handed over her handbag and watched the maid enter the exchange area. Shortly after, she returned and handed the bag back to Ciel. £4,500 in chips. Please confirm. Ciel took the handbag and inhaled sharply. Robbery? Over £5,000 had turned into 4,500? Since you're a newcomer, we applied a small discount when converting your chips. I hope you don't mind, the maid added, mistaking Ciel's silence for dissatisfaction. The maid grew nervous. Had she overstepped by applying a discount? If she had offended a rich guest, it would be a disaster. Wealthy people were hard to predict. Thanks. Ciel stiffly nodded before carrying her handbag over to the first-tier potion exchange. Avena and Adele had already finished their shopping and were now leisurely following behind her, curious to see what she would buy. With £4,500 in chips, she could afford a maximum of 5 potions. Choosing which ones to purchase was the real challenge. First, the gambler path was immediately ruled out. Aside from the fact that non-members of Denton Manor couldn't purchase it, if Ciel wanted to ascend in that path, she could simply enter the simulation, return to the manor, and execute 50 people. She wouldn't even need to waste additional fate points on redemption. With her increasing proficiency in executions, she'd be able to kill even faster next time, saving both time and effort. Unfortunately, she couldn't examine the reconstitution rituals beforehand. That meant she had to rely on what she had previously read in Avena's study, along with the potion names, to make an educated guess about which ones she might have already completed. Ciel purchased the Blood Painter, Adventurer, Detective, Butcher, and Coroner potions. With the remaining chips, she bought materials for the Instigator potion. She had previously gathered only part of the required materials, but now that she had the full set, she could attempt to brew the potion herself. Ciel also wanted to buy the instigator potion directly, but she simply didn't have enough chips. And so, carrying 5 potions and a set of potion materials, Ciel followed Avena and Adele as they left Detton Manor. As they reached the carriage, a sense of emptiness washed over Ciel, the feeling of post-shopping regret. She looked at the bottles packed tightly inside her handbag, feeling as if her heart were bleeding. She had barely gotten her hands on her newfound wealth, and now it was all gone, converted into potions and materials before she even had time to enjoy it. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Thank you both for accompanying me on my purchases. Adele gave a slight bow towards Ciel and Avena in gratitude. Wait a moment. Ciel called out to Adele, looking at her. Do you have any more of the dehydration syndrome cure? Could you sell me a few bottles? I might need to pay you later. You don't need to pay. It's not a valuable item, and distributing it to more people is my responsibility. Adele pulled a small vial from her waist pouch and handed it to Ciel, instructing, for ordinary people, dilute a single drop in water before consumption. There are about 20 drops inside. I'm currently staying at 31 Gem Street in the city center. If you need more, come find me. Leaving her address, Adele then bid them farewell. It seemed she was ready to begin researching the reconstitution ritual for Plague Doctor. Want me to come with you to deliver the medicine? Avena, sitting on the carriage, opened the door and gestured to Ciel. I don't have anything to do when I go back anyway. She knew that as soon as Ciel got her hands on the cure, she would want to deliver some to her sister, maybe even to other people she cared about. Tagging along would give her a chance to see what kind of people Ciel associated with. Come on, the carriage is faster. Avena shifted aside to make room. Getting it there even a second sooner could make a difference. Her last remark finally convinced Ciel. She accepted Avena's offer without further argument and climbed into the carriage, listing off several addresses. Since they were still in the outskirts, each of Ciel's destinations was quite a distance away. It took about half an hour for the carriage to reach the first stop, Baron Private Academy. The graduation ceremony had taken place yesterday, and though the decorations from the event were still up, most of the staff had already left. Only a few teachers remained, cleaning up. Ciel approached one of the teachers to ask for the principal's home address before returning to the carriage and instructing the driver to head there. The teachers assumed that Ciel had simply missed the graduation ceremony and was coming back for her diploma. But Ciel hadn't forgotten what had been written in the simulated diary, the one that described seeing Principal Jenny's corpse in the quarantined clock tower district. Jenny had contracted dehydration syndrome. She had been kind to Ciel, and Ciel intended to return the favor. When they arrived at Principal Jenny's home, they found her lying in bed, barely conscious, with only a worried elderly servant tending to her. Ciel diluted a drop of the cure and fed it to the principal. Only after ensuring she was no longer showing signs of dehydration did she leave. The next stop was the jewelry district, where her sister, Lychee, lived. Ciel handed her a bottle of diluted medicine, and Lychee, without question, drank it immediately. They chatted for a bit before Ciel returned to the carriage. Throughout the conversation, Lychee kept sneaking glances at Avena, who sat waiting in the carriage. Eventually, her silent stares made Avena so uncomfortable that she had to step down and formally greet Lychee. The final stop was Amy's home. Baron Hastings had heard of the dehydration syndrome outbreak. He was surprised that Ciel had gotten her hands on the cure so quickly, but upon seeing the Roswell family's carriage outside, he quickly understood and accepted her gift without hesitation. Amy, on the other hand, wasn't very concerned about the illness or the medicine. She was more focused on why Ciel hadn't attended graduation the day before, wondering if something had happened to her. It was clear that being unable to contact Ciel, combined with her father forbidding her from going to the clock tower district, had left Amy worried sick. She had been terrified that something had happened to Ciel. After chatting with Amy for a while, Ciel returned to the carriage once more. She had given the cure to all the ordinary people she cared about. Now, it was time to focus on her own potions and reconstitution rituals. She needed to analyze all the potions and rituals she had gathered, figuring out which ones she had already completed or which could be completed simultaneously. Additionally, she needed to find a safe place, namely, Avena's home, to ask her about Sadhna and the cult. Let's head back. After getting into the carriage, Ciel sat across from Avena and closed her eyes to rest. That's it. Avena sounded a little surprised. Adele's antidote had only been used for a few drops. Did Ciel really have so few friends? Avena had initially wanted to observe Ciel's social circle, but it turned out to be pitifully small. Aside from her sister and the school principal, the only other person Ciel considered worthy of giving the cure to was just one friend. Her life was truly a straight line between 2 points. Avena glanced at Ciel, who had her eyes closed, uncertain if she should offer some words of comfort. Yeah. Ciel opened her eyes and looked at Avena. When we get back, I have something I want to discuss with you. Hearing this, Avena took a deep breath. Can I choose not to talk about it? Her voice was noticeably weaker. But Ciel didn't answer. She simply closed her eyes again. She didn't know if Avena was still under cultist surveillance. It was best to ensure they were relatively safe before bringing up the topic of Mother Goddess Sadhna. On the way back, Avena felt increasingly uneasy, wondering what Ciel wanted to ask her. At the same time, she couldn't shake her curiosity about why Ciel had bought so many first-tier potions. For someone with such a limited social circle, why would she need so many potions? Could it be for the intelligence organization behind her? Unlikely. A highly capable intelligence group wouldn't waste money purchasing the reconstitution rituals along with the potions. They would already have documentation on those rituals. Was Ciel using them herself? Even if she needed them, she wouldn't require so many. It wasn't like one person could drink them all. Even if Ciel did need potions, Avena would have recommended the detective path. She couldn't vouch for the others, but when it came to the detective path, Avena could provide expert guidance. Avena's home wasn't far from Amy's, both located in the Sursbridge district. Soon, the carriage arrived at Avena's estate. Since the antidote hadn't been widely distributed yet, Avena hadn't called back the estate's servants. The rubble and debris on the right side of the property were still untouched. Where's the most private place to talk? After stepping inside, Ciel turned to Avena. The stud, my room. Avena paused before correcting herself. My room is smaller than the study. It's better for setting up a ritual. Ciel gave Avena a questioning look. In the simulation, Avena had set up a ritual in the study. Did room size really affect a ritual? But Avena remained expressionless, gazing straight ahead. Ciel couldn't detect any unusual emotions on her face. Without overthinking it, Ciel returned to her guest room on the second floor. She placed her newly acquired potions and ritual notes alongside the Judicator potion Avena had given her earlier. Then, she made her way to the third floor and stopped outside Avena's door. Knock, knock, knock. Ciel knocked and waited about half a minute before the door opened. Come in. Avena stepped aside, making room for Ciel to enter. Ciel walked in. She had stayed in this room once before, so it wasn't unfamiliar. Finding a sofa, she sat down and noticed that 2 cups of freshly brewed black tea were already set on the table. Click. Avena locked the door behind her, then seated herself in a single-person sofa next to Ciel. I've set up a ritual to block eavesdropping. What do you want to talk about? Even when discussing life or death matters before, Ciel had never requested such precautions. Avena reached up and scratched her neck. The bite mark Ciel had left earlier was almost healed, leaving only a faint scar and an occasional itch from the healing process. She hadn't applied any ointment to speed up the healing. She wasn't sure why, perhaps she simply hadn't thought about it. Ciel picked up her tea, took a sip, and asked, have you studied Sherlin's notes? Avena nodded. I read them thoroughly before handing them over to the Redemption Society. I wouldn't call it research, but I remember the contents. What do you think was suspicious in those notes? Ciel continued to ask. Avena enjoyed solving mysteries, so Ciel approached it from her area of expertise. Now that you mention it, there were a few things I couldn't quite figure out. Hearing this, Avena perked up. Even though she hadn't followed the detective path like most of the Roswell family, she had grown up surrounded by it, which had made her naturally inclined toward mysteries. He was utterly obsessed with his research results, but the way he described them was vague, as if even he didn't understand the principles behind them. Adele later confirmed this suspicion. Apart from that, I found 3 unresolved questions. Avena paused briefly to organize her thoughts, then looked down at her tea and said, first, where did he get his source of cholera potion and its reconstitution ritual? The Redemption Society operates on a point-based system. Publishing papers and research earns contribution points, which can then be used to acquire materials. They don't pay much in pounds. So where did Sherlin get the funds? Where did he buy the potion and the ritual? Second, the origin of his sealed artifact is vague. Dead Manor only sells low-grade artifacts with minor effects and side effects. They don't offer something as perfectly tailored as the artifact you described, one designed specifically for his dehydration syndrome contagion. This artifact was clearly custom-made for his needs. There's no way he could have obtained such a perfect setup potion, ritual, and artifact on his own. Third, in the latter half of his notes, there's a sudden and intense hatred for the Church of the Savior Goddess. Avena's voice trailed off. She looked up at Ciel. Was this what she wanted to discuss? She had considered this possibility before but hadn't dwelled on it. It had seemed unlikely. That particular organization operated in secrecy. Most of their actions only came to light long after their schemes had succeeded. They didn't get exposed as early as Sherlin had been. But if it weren't for Ciel, maybe this time. Seeing Avena's expression, Ciel knew she had figured something out. Avena, do you know about SAD? Before Ciel could finish, Avena lunged forward and clamped a hand over her mouth, whispering urgently, don't. Ciel shut her mouth and stared at Avena, puzzled. Don't say the name. Avena slowly released her grip, shaking her head. This ritual isn't strong enough to block his gaze. If you say it out loud, he might notice. Just mentioning the name could attract attention? What had she gotten herself into? Was the cult's god an actual deity? Ciel frowned slightly. Are they truly worshipping a real god? Uncertain. Avena shook her head. But when dealing with heretical faiths, it's safest to assume they are real. Not certain? Ciel's mind raced. She had a hunch Sadhna wasn't a real god. Or at least, that wasn't the being's true name. If it were a true deity, according to the system, communication with them would require accessing the other side. Ciel had witnessed a glimpse of the other side before she had even stepped into it and returned. Even just describing what she had seen would have sent a third-tier Radiance bishop like Hugh scrambling to silence her. A real deity's name wouldn't leave its speaker conscious. For now, she had no concrete answer regarding Sadhna's authenticity. She set that thought aside and asked, how much do you know about this cult? That's what I wanted to ask you. They call themselves the Divine Advent Church, yes, just one word different from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Rumor has it they were once an internal faction called the Advent Order. Avena continued. After an internal schism, the entire Advent Order defected, taking numerous sealed artifacts and divine potions with them. They became a clandestine cult operating in the shadows. The Divine Advent Church doesn't just recruit transcendent followers from the Avenger and ascetic paths, they also accept members from other transcendent paths. Their number of missionaries might even surpass that of the Church of the Savior Goddess. It's a vast, secretive organization. In my family, there's an old saying: if you find a Divine Advent Church cultist in a district, chances are the entire district is already under their control. Their higher UPS and members only communicate through one-way channels. They have a unique indoctrination method that ensures they never fear exposure or internal traitors. Every major sacrificial event they've carried out has targeted the Church of the Savior Goddess, as if deliberately seeking revenge. They are locked in a never-ending conflict with the Church. Avena took a deep breath and looked at Ciel, her voice slightly hesitant. You're not about to tell me that Sherlin's potion came from the Divine Advent Church, are you? Most likely. Ciel nodded. Can I ask where you got this information? Avena seemed unwilling to accept it without further proof, seeking confirmation from Ciel. My intelligence network. Ciel replied without hesitation, her expression unreadable. They informed me that the Divine Advent Church in Barren City already knows we disrupted the ritual. The worst-case scenario Avena had feared had come true. They had dealt with Sherlin, only to discover that he had been backed by the Divine Advent Church. She felt the distinct sensation of having kicked a steel wall, except this time, the wall had actively moved toward her. Avena. Ciel suddenly spoke, watching Avena's troubled expression. Do you know what method they use for indoctrination? Having gone through it herself, Ciel wanted to know if Avena had any way to counteract it. To Ciel, Avena was like a walking treasure trove, always capable of pulling out some expensive or impossibly rare artifact just when it was needed. Like that hair dye potion. I don't know the exact method they use. Avena shook her head. But when I left my family, I was given something that provides resistance to brainwashing. She reached into her collar, tracing along a silver chain around her neck, and slowly pulled out an odd pendant resting over her heart. It was a small, intricately designed golden cage, inside of which was a pitch-black, irregularly shaped object. A sacrificial saint's relic. It's not classified as a sealed artifact. Avena explained, if you place a drop of your own blood inside, your consciousness will temporarily switch places with the relic. After a few seconds, it will return to your body. Upon returning, any external influences on your mind, including deep hypnosis, contractual bindings, or spiritual imprints, will be transferred into the relic. It bears the burden of those effects, allowing you to become aware of any manipulations affecting your thoughts. I use this relic once a week to ensure I haven't been unknowingly compromised. Right now, I estimate there's only enough left for about one more day of use. Wait. Ciel suddenly realized something. This relic could remove mental influences and allow someone to recognize changes in their behavior. It could even temporarily resist the Eye of Order's contract effects. Come to think of it, I haven't used the Sacrificial Saint's relic this week yet. As Avena spoke, she habitually grasped the golden cage. The sharp barbs inside pricked her fingertip, drawing a single drop of blood that seeped into the black substance. Immediately, Ciel's instinct screamed at her. Damn it! No wonder Avena had been so willing to sign that one-month binding contract with her. She had a way to nullify its effects. Back in the simulation, Avena had hidden plenty of things during their conversation. Now, it turned out she had been playing tricks with the contract as well. A faint purple flame flickered inside the golden cage. Avena's body suddenly went limp, collapsing sideways toward Ciel. Reflexively, Ciel reached out to catch her. What now? Before she could think, Avena stirred and woke up, her nose catching the faint scent of Ciel's presence. Realizing something, she immediately straightened up, scooting to the other side of the couch and lowering her head. I didn't do that on purpose. Using this always makes me faint for a few seconds. But it's fine. My behavior over the past week seems normal. I don't appear to have been influenced by the Divine Advent Church. Avena looked up and noticed Ciel studying her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Ciel? She hadn't realized the contract existed, but the contract had clearly taken effect. So why hadn't she noticed that she had been unconsciously allowing Ciel to get too close? Why wasn't she rejecting those memories? If she wasn't aware of it, that meant that even without the contract, Avena wouldn't have revealed her secrets, nor would she have resisted Ciel's touch. Ciel had taken advantage of the contract to do some rather excessive things, pulling Avena's clothes, even biting her. And yet, Avena didn't seem to mind at all. Had she wasted that contract? While Ciel was deep in thought, Avena stood up and looked at her. Ciel, if what you're saying is true, and Sherlin really was working for the Divine Advent Church, then this situation is beyond what we can handle. The Divine Advent Church operates on a one-way contact system. If the cultist who knows our identities reports this in their next scheduled communication, we'll be placed on their wanted list. Do you have any evidence proving they were behind Sherlin's actions? If you do, we could report this to the Church of the Savior Goddess ahead of time and have them take care of the cultists for us. Let the church handle it. Ciel wasn't sure if there was enough time. She also didn't have solid proof. She had no way of knowing how much the cultists, especially Kitty, had already learned. Should she eliminate Kitty before their next meeting? Kitty was a second-tier missionary. Ciel would need to be at least second-tier herself to ensure she could take her down. Judicator potion. Ciel sprang to her feet and hurried toward her room, with Avena following closely behind. She didn't know what Ciel intended to do. Ciel entered her room and grabbed the potion bag Avena had given her earlier. She pulled out a tightly rolled scroll from inside. It contained the reconstitution ritual for Judicator. She untied the seal and unrolled the scroll, revealing the requirements. The soul of judgment must be forged in the blood of heretics. Purge 50 traitors, heretics, and blasphemers. Interrogate a heretic of at least the second tier and deliver judgment before consuming the potion. The moment she finished reading, the parchment ignited, quickly turning to ash. Kill traitors? Heretics? Blasphemers? Did that mean the heretics identified by the Church of the Savior Goddess? Or the heretics perceived by the Divine Advent Church? If the target wasn't clear, she might as well kill them all, just to be sure. Avena. Ciel turned to Avena, who had caught up to her. There's something I need to ask of you. What is it? Can I borrow your sacrificial saint's relic? Ciel's plan was simple. If she didn't know which side to kill, she would just kill them all. Her strategy, if everything went well, would only require 2 simulations. She could gather all the necessary information while simultaneously completing the reconstitution ritual for Judicator. Ciel, do you have a plan in mind? Avena watched as Ciel studied the reconstitution ritual for Judicator. Ever since she had met Ciel, she had always felt that Ciel was someone who planned meticulously and carried out her strategies, even when they were highly risky, just like the ambush on Sherlin. When Ciel insisted on executing Sherlin, Avena had thought the plan was too dangerous. But Ciel refused to let Crown Guard Nia engage Sherlin alone, as if she already knew what would happen. Coordinated execution had been the most efficient way to eliminate Sherlin. One person restrained him while the other fired a lethal shot immediately after. Ciel had executed the plan flawlessly, as if she had rehearsed it. So when Ciel presented the possibility that the Divine Advent Church was the force behind Sherlin's ascension, Avena naturally turned to her for ideas. What about you? What do you plan to do? Ciel countered Avena's question. She also wanted to understand Avena's, or rather, the Roswell family's course of action now that they had received this information. Avena pondered for a moment before saying, I'll send a confidential letter to the church, warning them so they can investigate. If they don't take action within 2 days, I'll leave Baron City and head to Ansa. She let out a resigned sigh. At this point, things have escalated beyond what I can personally handle. Report it first, then leave if nothing happens. If it were Ciel, she would probably make a similar decision. But she wouldn't wait. She would report it and immediately escape Baron City with Lychee instead of waiting 2 days to see the outcome. After receiving Ciel's revelation about cultists hiding within Detton Manor, Avena left her guest room, leaving behind the sacrificial saint's relic. Avena didn't seem too worried about being brainwashed after all. She had Crown Guard Nia protecting her around the clock. If something unexpected happened, Nia could whisk her away immediately. While not the strongest in combat, Crown Guards were the best when it came to protection, far more reliable than a relic like the sacrificial saint's relic that required active use. Once Avena left, Ciel opened her handbag containing 5 potions and began flipping through the reconstitution rituals she had purchased. Different organizations had different understandings of each Transcendent Path's rituals. These were compiled from the experiences of those who had successfully ascended. While each ritual had slight variations, the ones being sold were by no means the best or most efficient methods. The true optimal methods were held by large organizations with many transcendents following the same path. For example, since most of the Roswell family followed the detective path, their ascension methods had been refined through extensive trial and error. Similarly, the Church of the Savior Goddess would have an unmatched understanding of the ascetic path. Their reconstitution rituals for ascetics were likely the most reliable and structured versions available. Yet, despite this, the Divine Advent Church had far more missionaries than the Church of the Savior Goddess. This meant that the Church had failed to discover or had chosen not to use the most optimal methods for advancing to the second-tier missionary. The reason was clear: the Divine Advent Church had no qualms about indoctrination. Their missionaries could brainwash ordinary people and first-tier transcendents without hesitation, without worrying about their victims' consent or the organization's reputation. All that mattered was converting more fanatics. As Ciel reviewed the 5 reconstitution rituals, her brows furrowed slightly. Most of these paths didn't align well with her current plan. Aside from adventurer and detective, the other 3 required drinking the potion first before beginning the ritual. For example, Blood Painter required an ordinary person to consume the potion, create a painting while under the influence of mental corruption, and then hold an exhibition. If at least 3 spectators suffered mental instability or madness after viewing the artwork, the ritual would be completed. However, Ciel suspected this wasn't the optimal method. An ordinary person needed the potion's influence to create paintings capable of inducing madness. But Ciel didn't. She could hide a other side page inside the painting to achieve the same effect, then find an opportunity to drink the potion later. There was, however, one path she might have already completed or could complete at any time: the Butcher Potion. Its ritual required either dismembering a first-tier transcendent or dismembering 10 ordinary people and hiding the bodies for at least 5 years. This was another ritual Ciel believed could be completed before drinking the potion. Ordinary people were unlikely to overpower a first-tier transcendent, let alone dismember one, so they needed the potion first. But Ciel didn't have that limitation. She memorized all these rituals. During simulations, if the opportunity arose, she would complete as many as possible. There was no harm in performing more rituals. For now, her priority was completing the Avenger ritual so she wouldn't be powerless when facing second-tier transcendence. Ciel pulled out her notebook and pencil from her old canvas bag, sat at the table, and contemplated her next move. A second-tier reconstitution ritual was no simple feat. She had to interrogate a second-tier heretic, drink the potion mid-process, and then deliver judgment. Setting aside the issue of defining a heretic since she didn't follow any religion, capturing a second-tier transcendent was beyond her current ability. She had to rely on the simulation to find allies. Right now, Ciel had a well-structured plan that would only require 2 simulations. First, she would enter the gambler save file, infiltrating the cult as a member. She would cooperate with Kitty to capture Eurus for judgment and assist Kitty in purging the Church of the Savior Goddess, completing their intended mission. As long as the Divine Advent Church's recognition system worked correctly, Ciel could use her information on the Church to gain Kitty's trust. After helping Kitty eliminate the Church, Ciel would switch to the Avenger save file, reveal everything she had learned to Eurus, and lead her to purge the Divine Advent Church's base, capturing Kitty for judgment. Then, in the Avenger save file, she could drink the potion immediately after delivering the verdict. If everything went smoothly, this would be the fastest way to complete the Judicator ritual and ascend. The key to executing this plan was using her gambler identity to earn Kitty's trust first. It wouldn't be easy. Ciel was prepared to waste an extra simulation just to test how to establish contact. 3 simulations meant 30 fate points. Spending 30 points for a guaranteed second-tier Judicator promotion was a fair trade, especially since each simulation could still earn her more points. Ciel opened the simulation interface to check the available time slots. The past simulation was already over 100 days in the past. She dismissed it. The future simulation, however, was set for 2 days later. Future, 2 days, Saint Year 741, June 22nd, 1505, cost, 10 fate points. If possible, she preferred a 1-hour future simulation like before, which minimized uncertainty. But a 2-day jump wasn't bad either. It would at least allow her to observe recent events. Since she planned to enter the simulation using the gambler save file, there was one crucial problem to address: how to counteract the brainwashing. The last time, she had been mentally dominated when Kitty used her white shadow ability to force-feed her the potion. It had implanted a subconscious imprint when her mind was vulnerable. Ciel closed her eyes and recalled the sensations. She hadn't felt like she was being brainwashed. She had simply found Kitty incredibly kind and motherly. When they chanted Mother Goddess Sadhna watches over us together, she had felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if worshipping the goddess was the most wonderful thing in the world, even though she had no idea who Mother Goddess even was. If she entered the save file, she would instantly fall back into that indoctrinated state. At that point, she would lose control. Forget gathering intelligence. She might spend the entire 24 hours trying to serve the cult without realizing it. She needed her future self to wake up on her own. Ciel picked up her pencil and wrote in Chinese. You're already familiar with gathering information midway, so there's no need for me to go over it again. I need you to ensure that Gambler Ciel remains conscious upon arrival. I can't allow myself to think about how to do this. If I think of a solution, then Gambler Ciel will remember it too. But if you come up with one, she won't. I need you to restrain Gambler Ciel, use the sacrificial saint's relic, and pierce her body in a way she can't refuse. Collect her blood and wake her up. Gambler Ciel will arrive on the 22nd at 15:05. Be quick, and don't give her a chance to resist. Best of luck. Ciel put down the pencil, carefully reread what she had written, and, after confirming there were no mistakes, opened the simulation interface. She could no longer think about how to wake up Gambler Ciel. If she came up with a solution now, the Ciel inside the simulation would likely think of the same plan. After all, they were the same person. Future, no 3. A blinding silver light burst before Ciel's eyes. As her fate points dropped from 64 to 54, her consciousness was gradually stripped away. Future. Saint Year 741, June 22nd, 15:05. Countdown, 23:59:59. The moment she opened her eyes, a low humming and murmuring echoed in her mind, though there was nothing visible before her. Ciel could feel that she was seated in a chair, but her legs wouldn't move. Her hands and feet seemed to be tied behind her with something, but the bindings were loose. She could break free with just a little effort. Mother Goddess. Ciel let out an instinctive sigh, as if just whispering those words granted her strength. Whoosh. A sudden gust of wind tore through the air. Ciel instinctively tried to raise her hands to block it, but the restraints hindered her movement, preventing her from reacting in time. Thud. A sharp, searing pain erupted in her abdomen, forcing her body to curl forward like a shrimp. The force knocked her, chair and all, to the ground. With a strong tug, she ripped free from the bindings on her wrists and yanked off the blindfold covering her eyes. But at that very instant, her consciousness was forcefully pulled away, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. The pain disappeared in a split second. The sounds around her vanished. Even the whispers in her mind ceased. What just happened? Mother Goddess, bless me. Before Ciel's consciousness could linger in this space for long, she felt another force pulling her away. Her awareness was dragged back into her body along with the searing pain and the whispers flooding her mind once again. Huh? Ciel reached up and tore off the blindfold, finally taking in her surroundings. She was not in Avena's estate. Instead, she was in a completely unfamiliar room. Judging by its size and layout, it looked like an inn. Following the source of her pain, she looked down and realized that she was completely bare-chested. She saw a short arrow embedded in her abdomen. The tip was bound to a small, intricately caged sacrificial saint's relic, half buried in her flesh. The blood leaking from the wound had failed to extinguish the purple flames flickering within the relic. Ciel's legs were tightly bound to the chair with rope firmly wrapped, but with a simple knot at the top that could be undone with a light pull. It was obvious she had tied it herself. She steadied herself by gripping the arrow lodged in her abdomen and shakily stood up. Looking in the direction she had fallen, she saw several bottles of medicine and some bandages arranged neatly in front of her. Each bottle had a white label with handwritten instructions: pain relief, disinfectant, for external use, for internal use. Further ahead stood a short cabinet. On top of it was a modified crossbow rigged as a makeshift firing mechanism, the very device that had launched the arrow into her stomach. Behind the crossbow, a few candles had burned down just enough to trigger the mechanism. Seriously? Couldn't I have just asked Avena to stab me with the sacrificial saint's relic at the right time? Was this level of brutality really necessary? I'm still me, you know? Ciel pulled the short arrow from her abdomen, gripping the blood-soaked, still-burning sacrificial saint's relic in her hand. Following the instructions on the labels, she treated her wound in the correct order. After applying the final bandage, the sharp pain in her stomach had dulled significantly. At least I was considerate enough to leave myself proper medical supplies. After dressing in the neatly prepared clothes on the bed, Ciel approached the crossbow mechanism. Underneath it, a notebook lay flat on the table. She was filled with doubt. These medicines were clearly prepared by Adele, but why hadn't she just had Adele help directly? And where was Avena? Wasn't she supposed to be at Avena's estate? Had she chosen to avoid too much contact with Adele and Avena in the simulation, suspecting they were under surveillance? Highly possible. Ciel flipped open the notebook and began reading its contents. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 5 o'clock p.m. Avena took my intelligence very seriously. She realized that both she and Adele had already been exposed to the Divine Advent Church's attention. She decided to secretly contact Adele and have her come over so they could discuss a solution together. I noticed the subsystem and knew this was a simulation, so I didn't interfere with Avena's actions, I just observed. To avoid getting ordinary people involved, Avena still didn't recall her other servants. I ended up cooking another meal for her. Even though it was just a simple stew, she ate it with great satisfaction. Saint Year 741, June 21st, 3 o'clock m. Adele arrived at Avena's estate under the cover of night. We began discussing countermeasures in Avena's room. What surprised me was that Adele actually knew more about the Divine Advent Church than Avena did. She provided a lot of information she had gathered from the Redemption Society notes compiled by her former mentor, Sherlin. It seemed Sherlin had been interested in contacting the Divine Advent Church long before any of this started. By 2 a.m., our discussion had concluded. I've summarized the key points for you. The Divine Advent Church does not have a fixed base of operations. Structurally, it functions more like an intelligence network, with members embedded in various fields. Kitty is most likely a missionary stationed at Detton Manor, tasked with spreading heretical beliefs while using her position to serve the church. Their internal communication system is even slower than that of the Church of the Savior Goddess. To avoid exposure, they use a one-way contact method. Only higher UPS can reach out to lower-ranking members. Kitty likely has no means of contacting her superiors or even fellow cultists. She can only receive orders passively. However, the cultist responsible for relaying information is highly discreet and keeps an extremely low profile. There is almost no way for outsiders to identify them based on appearance or abilities. Only other cultists can instantly recognize them. According to interrogation records from the Redemption Society, one captured cultist described it as follows: seeing the bishop is like gazing upon the world where the mother goddess resides. It's an indescribable beauty that you lowly beings could never comprehend. It purifies your faith. I suspect this may be the result of exposure to some kind of writings or artifacts from the other side, leading to mental instability. Avena and Adele decided to file separate reports. Tomorrow Avena would report to the church, while Adele would report to the Redemption Society. Then, they planned to wait 2 days to observe how things unfolded. I thought this plan was too dangerous. I convinced them to flee to Ansu immediately after delivering the reports, while I stayed behind to monitor the situation and wait for your arrival. But Avena and Adele both strongly rejected this idea, saying it was too dangerous for me. If anyone was leaving, we'd leave together. Avena and Adele are both deeply loyal. They don't care about the simulation or what's real. They only see my life as equal to theirs, something that must be cherished. Ironically, I've become the one who values life the least among the three of us. Funny how that worked out. Ciel reached this part and nodded slightly. Ever since she had learned to differentiate between the system and the subsystem, her simulated self had become much more composed. She even had time to make jokes in the notebook. Adele's knowledge of the Divine Advent Church was an unexpected gain. As for the description of their information couriers, Ciel pondered for a moment. Would her other side page be capable of producing a similar effect? Whether it worked or not, she had to test it. This was a simulation. After all, there was no reason not to experiment. Ciel turned the page and continued reading. Saint Year 741, June 21st, 12 o'clock p.m. At dawn, the others left the estate separately before daylight could expose them. I asked Adele for some medical supplies, took some money, and left the estate after they had gone. I needed to stay away from Avena and Adele for now to see whether I was also under the Divine Advent Church's surveillance. I rented a room near the Clock Tower district, not far from the quarantine zone. The Church of the Savior Goddesses ascetics had been quite active lately, working alongside the Redemption Society's physicians to distribute diluted dehydration syndrome cures and transport severe cases to church hospitals. I noticed that the inn from the previous simulation, the one that had been fully booked, was still closed to new guests. Priests could be seen entering and exiting frequently. If my guess is correct, Eurus is probably still inside, remotely coordinating the church's actions in Barren City. I didn't waste time. I went out to procure a few things you might need and prepared a surprise for you. Don't worry, it'll only hurt for a moment. Just like getting a shot. It'll be over quickly. A shot, huh? That crossbow bolt was a bit too thick for that description, wasn't it? Ciel sighed and flipped to the next page. Saint Year 741, June 22nd, 12 o'clock m. Everything is set up. I tested it repeatedly on Pork last night, calibrating the crossbow to fire with just enough force to pierce the body without causing excessive internal damage. Originally, we were supposed to meet at a cafe today, but I spent a long time sitting in a restaurant across the street and neither of them showed up. I left. I needed to prepare the scene before your arrival to ensure there would be no time constraints. Welcome to the future simulation me. Your way of welcoming me is a bit intense. Still, as her notes mentioned, the force had been calibrated perfectly, not enough to damage internal organs. And with transcendent medicine, she could barely feel any pain now. Avena and Adele disappearing at the same time and failing to show at their meeting spot meant something must have happened to them. If more intel surfaced, Ciel would investigate their disappearance. But for now, she had more pressing matters. She stood up and scanned the room. On the table, she spotted the black suede handbag that Avena had given her. Opening it, she found various supplies her simulated self had prepared. A membership card for Detton Manor, a brand new silver revolver, a small tin of bullets, a few potions, several medical vials, and a neat stack of crisp 20-pound banknotes, probably borrowed. There was also the Redemption Society issued mask Avena had purchased for her. Ciel took out the revolver. It was noticeably longer than her old one. Weighing it in her hand, she flipped open the cylinder and saw it was fully loaded. For some reason, seeing the 6 bullets neatly arranged in the chamber made her frown. Something about this 100% certainty felt unpleasant. Despite having one more bullet than her previous gun and a slightly larger caliber, it felt too predictable. Ciel raised the revolver and pressed the ejector rod, letting the bullets fall onto the table with a crisp clink. Then, she reloaded a single bullet, spun the cylinder, and snapped it shut with a flick of her wrist. After holstering the gun at her waist, Ciel's actions felt more instinctive than deliberate, perhaps an unconscious influence from the gambler potion. She was unaware that her mindset had already shifted. As an Avenger, her thoughts had often burned with fury, constantly simmering with rage. That was why she had orchestrated the public execution in the simulation, blowing up an entire plaza. Now, as a gambler, her emotions had begun to shift in a different way. Every decision was weighed against its risk and reward. She was prioritizing high-risk, high-reward actions. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. According to her knowledge of the gambler path, this was exactly the kind of mindset needed to maximize its abilities. Unlike the Avenger path, which granted a tangible combat advantage like a shadowy entity aiding in battle, the gambler path was far more abstract, centered around luck and fate. A gambler could activate their ability to perform a fate roll not just with dice, but with coins, bullet casings, lucky charms, or anything symbolic. If the outcome was favorable, their next actions would receive a significant luck boost. If it was unfavorable, disaster would strike. Cheating would nullify the effect entirely. And in combat, a gambler fought much like in death roulette. The lower the probability of success, the greater the rewards. If they fired a blank at themselves and survived, their next attack would become exponentially stronger. It was a style of combat that made life itself the wager. The bolder the gamble, the greater the power. Of course, if luck ran out, that was another story. Ciel checked the items in her possession but didn't rush to leave the room. Instead, she began making preparations. She retrieved the Radiance Bishop's handwritten letter and the Deadly Blood Laurel from her inventory, placing them on the table alongside the Redemption Society mask that Avena had bought for her. She brought over a candle and a sewing knife, carefully stripping away the fragile outer shell of the mask to reveal the soft white fabric underneath. Bit by bit, she dripped red wax onto the mask, letting it flow along its contours like the bleeding face of a faceless specter. She sealed the left eye area with paper, securing it from the inside with a thumbtack. Taking a deep breath, she reached into her inventory and retrieved the other side page. The moment the page appeared, the sacrificial saint's relic on her chest ignited violently, its purple flames surging as if trying to break free from its cage. Ciel immediately shut her eyes, relying on touch alone to press the page against the left side of the mask, fastening it in place with a paperclip and sealing it with wax. Only after she had secured the mask inside her handbag did the buzzing in her head begin to fade. Whew! Ciel let out a long breath. Her plan for approaching Kitty was clear. She would disguise herself as one of the cult's high-ranking messengers. She was betting that the actual cult courier had not yet arrived with an update about Sherlin's failure. She was also betting that her disguise would be convincing enough to fool Kitty, a cultist herself. If she was going to gamble, she might as well make it a big one. Ciel lifted her gaze to the dressing mirror on the table. Staring back at her was a girl with soft grey-blue hair, but her lips curled in a smile she had never seen on herself before. It was the exhilarated anticipation of a gambler, drawing a breath just before the final reveal. She picked up the deadly blood laurel and fastened it to the left side of her gun belt. Her face lost all color as she packed up the rest of her belongings and headed downstairs. A carriage swayed as it made its way toward the outskirts of the city, stopping at the base of Creek Hill. The driver hesitated before turning back and asking cautiously, "Miss, the road ahead is quite rough." "This is fine." Ciel, looking unnaturally pale, stepped off the carriage. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed a 1 gold pound coin into the air. It arced in a golden curve before landing upright on the wooden bench beside the driver. The coin stood on its edge, perfectly balanced until the horse snorted and shifted, causing it to topple. The Queen's portrait faced the sky. "Thank you, miss. Thank you so much." The coachman picked up the gold pound, his face lighting up as he bid it to test its authenticity. As Ciel walked up the mountain, she reached into her pocket, pulled out a piece of candy, and popped it into her mouth, crunching it up and swallowing it down. She saw the path leading to Denton Manor. Stepping onto it, Ciel grabbed another handful of candy and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, she took out the modified mask from her handbag and placed it directly over her face. With the mask in place, her vision was partially obscured, preventing her from seeing the other side page. Its influence was now reduced to just a faint buzzing in her head. Ciel was dressed in a blue and white outfit originally belonging to Avena. A gun holster rested on her waist, with 2 seemingly intricate pistols hanging at her sides. To any onlooker, she would have appeared like a noble lady out on a hunting trip if not for the eerie mask covering her face. She continued up the mountain path and soon reached Denton Manor at the midway point. 2 attendants in green chip masks spotted her approaching from a distance and quickly stepped forward to greet her. However, the moment they got a clear look at her mask, their entire bodies trembled. They hastily removed their own masks, shut their eyes tightly, and lowered their heads. Beads of sweat rolled down their temples as terrifying murmurs echoed in their minds with each step she took closer. Tap. The footsteps halted just before them. The attendants held their breath, not daring to make a sound until the eerie figure before them spoke in a pleasant voice. "What should you call me?" The voice was soft, even carrying a hint of amusement, as if it were a divine blessing from the Mother Goddess herself. Your Excellency, Bishop. Your Excellency, Bishop." Just as Ciel had anticipated, Kitty had been operating in Denton Manor for quite some time, long enough to convert most of its members into cultists. A faint smirk curled beneath Ciel's mask. "The Mother Goddess watches over you. Praise be to the Bishop." "Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you." The moment those words left Ciel's lips, the 2 attendants, as if receiving the greatest blessing of their lives, immediately dropped to their knees. They bowed their heads repeatedly, striking the ground so hard that blood began to trickle from their foreheads, yet they showed no signs of stopping. Ciel wondered if the other side page drove people mad by simply being looked at. Would this count as completing the blood painter reconstitution ritual? After all, the page was something she had written herself. Mulling over this thought, she stepped forward and pushed open the door to Denton Manor. She turned left, making her way directly to the reception hall. Ciel had only been here once before, using the newcomer's route, so she took the same path again. The sound of the door opening caused the man sitting among a pile of chips to frown. "How much do you want to exchange? Just get it done and move along." He pulled the cigar from his mouth and continued reading his book, speaking absent-mindedly. "Me?" Ciel chuckled. "I'm not here to exchange chips. If you're not exchanging." The man grumbled as he lazily lifted his gaze toward Ciel. The moment he saw her mask, his legs gave out beneath him, and he slid off his chair. But it was too late, he had already seen it. His expression morphed from terror to sheer madness. His wide eyes turned bloodshot, veins twisting under the whites. To any observer, she was merely a masked girl. But to him, she was something beyond comprehension, something utterly terrifying, indescribable. "May the Mother Goddess bless you." Ciel casually plucked a few chips from the table as she walked past him. It wasn't until she exited the room that the man let out a guttural wail. He screamed as he threw his cigar away, clawing at his own eyes with both hands. Then, grabbing a knife, he stabbed at his eardrums and shoved the burning cigar into his nasal cavity. Only when his world faded into black, silent nothingness did he finally collapse to the ground. Muttering, "Mother Goddess watches over us," he lay there, letting his blood slowly drain away. Ciel entered the next room. A glass wall separated the space, and a poker table stood at the center. A suited corpse sat at the table. It was the same body from before. "You." The maid in the red chip mask stepped forward to greet her but quickly lowered her head, removed her mask, and whispered, "Greetings, Your Excellency, Bishop." "Where is Kitty?" Ciel asked. "The administrator is in her 3rd-floor office. Allow me to escort you." Keeping her head lowered, the maid led Ciel toward a side corridor rather than through the main gambling area. This passage allowed them to bypass the casino floor, avoiding unnecessary exposure. After all, Denton Manor wasn't exclusively a cult gathering. Many ordinary members and transcendents frequented it for gambling and exchanges. Ciel followed her guide up to the 3rd floor, stopping before a wooden door. "Knock, knock, knock." The maid rapped on the door. "What is it?" Kitty's voice came from within, tinged with irritation. She seemed troubled by something. At that moment, Kitty was seated at her desk, staring at a backgammon board with a deep frown. The low rolls on her dice and her increasingly disrupted plans had left her agitated. She had left no openings, yet her plans kept falling apart like an invisible force was watching her every move. She still couldn't figure out how Sherlyn had been exposed or how Avena and Adele had realized they were being watched. Had she overlooked something? She needed to patch these growing holes before the bishop arrived for questioning. At the very least, she had to keep Detton Manor's secrecy intact. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Kitty's thoughts. Frustrated, she snapped toward the door. What is it? Administrator, the bishop has arrived. At those words, Kitty's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What's going on? Why was the failure discovered so quickly? Come in. Kitty quickly closed the backgammon board, scattering some of the pieces in her haste. She couldn't worry about that now. She walked briskly to the door, discarded her black ship mask to one side, stood by the door, and slightly bowed her head as she opened it. As soon as the door opened, Kitty, who was only slightly bowing her head in a distracted manner, came face to face with a terrifying mask. The mad whispering exploded in her ears, and her eyes began to see hallucinatory visions. In those visions, she saw the ethereal clock tower church, endless green mists and lights, and subterranean eyeballs. No, relying on the strong resistance of a missionary, Kitty forcibly bent her knees, kneeling before the bishop, and buried her head even lower. Only when she stopped staring at the horrifying mask did the insane whispers in her mind begin to fade. However, the images continued flickering in her mind, distorting everything she saw. These injuries were irreversible. The cold sweat on Kitty's back nearly soaked through her clothes. She never imagined that the bishop who came would be so petite, which almost made her the first high priest to be driven insane by the relics carried by the bishop. As the bishop stepped inside, the maid closed the wooden door behind her and left. Before Kitty could turn around on her knees to say something, a wrapped letter was thrown in front of her. Your Excellency, the bishop, what is this? Kitty had no doubts about the bishop's power. Even though the presence before her felt like only a first-tier transcendent, the Mother Goddess's blessing and the sealed artifact at her waist were enough to confirm her identity. It was too soon for the higher UPS to respond. The bishop's visit might just be for another directive. Open it and see. The bishop's voice was calm. Kitty, still on her knees, now fully knelt on the floor. Her vision was still blurred with ghostly afterimages, but when she opened the contents, she felt as if her blood had turned to ice. It was an authorization letter from the Radiance Bishop, granting the bearer authority to manage the Clock Tower Church in Barren City, along with the Radiance Bishop's insignia. The sudden appearance of Eurus, a second-tier transcendent in Barren City, had already troubled Kitty enough. Now, another second-tier missionary was coming. This would make it impossible for Kitty to patch up the growing holes. What are you doing? Slap. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind followed by a sharp pain on the left side of her face left her mind in disarray. The person I've already dealt with. The bishop's voice carried anger. She took a deep breath before continuing. Although the letter was intercepted, the person has been missing for too long. Suspicion will likely arise. You know what to do, don't you? Do you know what to do? Was this giving herself a chance? Kitty, who had been resigned to her fate, felt a fiery warmth surge through her chest. Thank you for your grace, Your Excellency. Kitty knows what to do now. Sobbing, Kitty bowed several times in front of the bishop, then crawled forward a few steps. With her left hand, she clutched the bishop's sock-clad shin and, with her right, she held the bishop's small leather boot, beginning to fervently kiss the bishop's footwear. At that moment, Ciel's mouth beneath the mask twitched slightly. Hold on, I didn't add a subject or say who disappeared or who might be suspicious. How did you fill in the blanks on your own? Is the fate dice that powerful? I only used this ability when giving money to the coachman. Is it the art of conversation taking effect, or did the other side page disturb her mind? Maybe it was a combination of all three. At this point, Ciel, in Kitty's eyes, had become a high-ranking cult leader, even higher in rank than herself. And another thing. Is this how Divine Advent Church members show gratitude? By kissing shoes? Do you all have a 4-letter mobile game on your phone? The shoes are all slobbered on. Let go? Ciel struggled to suppress the urge to pull her foot back, continuing with the conversation calmly. So, what's your plan? Plan, yes, I have a plan, just give me a moment. At the question, Kitty began sweating profusely again, reminiscent of a primary school student who hadn't done their homework and was suddenly called upon. Watching this scene unfold, Ciel felt an odd sense of familiarity. Just hours ago, Kitty, still wearing her mask, had been in control, forcing Ciel to drink the potion and indoctrinate her. Now, just a few hours later, Kitty was weeping and kneeling before her. Misinformation, it's a wonderful thing, even false information can be useful. I plan to. A bead of sweat rolled down Kitty's forehead, gathered at her chin, and finally dripped onto the carpet. Not only had she failed the plan, but she also hadn't even captured Avena, the main saboteur. All she had managed to bring back was a single transcendent who had frequently interacted with Avena after the incident, one of Sherlyn's students. Kitty's mind raced frantically. She had to come up with a convincing plan before the bishop grew angry. Your Excellency, Bishop. The plan isn't completely ruined yet. Kitty quickly spoke, getting the words out first while simultaneously refining her thoughts. Ciel's voice rose slightly, filled with skepticism. I secretly captured a transcendent involved in sabotaging the plan. Although we didn't get the mastermind, we did capture Sherlyn's former student, Adele. Kitty said. The mastermind. Ciel's tone was displeased. What's the point of capturing Sherlin's student? The mastermind is Avena Roswell. Before we could kill her, her crown guard rescued her. We didn't have time to brainwash her. Kitty hastily explained. But we captured Adele, someone closely connected to her. From Adele's mouth, I learned something that Sherlin had hidden from us. Kitty paused before continuing. Sherlin was never going to succeed in the reconstitution ritual. His virus, and even his former status as a plague doctor, were achievements that his student Adele had secured for him. Sherlin was never the right candidate. Instead, Adele, she is the one who would be most valuable to our church. She is the true genius of the physician path. She was caught just as she was preparing her reconstitution ritual. Now, we can guide her into the related plague-bearer path. When she drinks the potion, we can lead her to embrace the mother goddess, and then have her develop something even more powerful than dehydration syndrome. Kitty laid out her entire plan in one breath, keeping her head down and eyes shut, her heart pounding violently. She was sure that this reasoning had a good chance of persuading the bishop. Sherlin's talent had always been mediocre. It was only through his frequent research publications that he had caught Kitty's attention. Combined with his willingness to reach out to the Divine Advent Church, Kitty had, with her bishop's help, orchestrated this entire plan. Had it succeeded, she would have been transferred out of Barren City and sent to Anso. Becoming a real bishop was well within reach. Unfortunately, the mission had failed, but it had never been a mission destined for success in the first place. Now, she had found someone far superior to Sherlin, a prodigy of the physician path. If she could make use of her, she might be able to redeem herself. And how do you know Sherlin's research was fabricated? Ciel asked calmly. Your Excellency? Adele admitted it herself. I interrogated her personally. I can tell if she's lying. The expected praise didn't come, and Kitty immediately began to panic. You can tell. Ciel let out a mocking laugh. If I told you that I was the mastermind who sabotaged the plan, that I was the one who killed Sherlin, would you be able to tell if I was lying? Kitty's face instantly froze. When the bishop first arrived, she had accidentally glimpsed something unspeakable, which caused the potion in her body to boil and her mind to become unstable. But after licking the bishop's shoes for a while, her mind had gradually settled, allowing her to secretly analyze the bishop's every word. Just now, she had detected no trace of falsehood in the bishop's words. The bishop wasn't lying. Even something as absurd as this, when spoken by the bishop, contained no deception. Perhaps there were other sealed artifacts on the bishop's body, ones Kitty had never encountered before. Why, you must be joking, Your Excellency. She could never compare to you. I checked her thoroughly, she has no sealed artifacts on her. Kitty spoke, but even she began to question her ability to discern lies. Take me to see her. Ciel cut her off. Understood, allow me to lead the way. Kitty immediately bowed her head and stood up, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. The bishop had stopped pursuing the failed mission and instead fixated on Adele. This was a good thing. At the very least, it meant that her hastily proposed plan had convinced the bishop that it was worth considering. Kitty kept her gaze on her feet, noticing from the corner of her eye that the bishop slowly raised a hand and snapped her fingers. Two flashes of silver light erupted, the letter and insignia on the ground, as well as the sealed artifact at the bishop's waist, all vanished completely. Kitty could no longer sense their presence. What the? Just how many sealed artifacts does this bishop have? Does she not care about side effects at all? No wonder she seemed so physically frail. It turned out she was carrying a whole arsenal of artifacts. Kitty suppressed her thoughts, no longer attempting to gauge the bishop's true strength. She walked past Ciel toward the bookshelves behind her desk and whispered, She's being held in the underground dungeon. I will take you to her now. Two pale shadows emerged from Kitty's own shadow, gripping the bookshelf and slowly pulling it apart. The massive bookshelf split in two, revealing a narrow stone corridor built from gray bricks. One of the white shadows pressed a hidden switch, and a series of oil lamps illuminated the passage. Ciel followed Kitty at a distance of about 7 steps, descending the spiral path downward. The deeper she went, the colder the air became, so cold that even breathing sent a chill through her lungs. Fortunately, she had already put away the deadly blood laurel, allowing her body to gradually warm up. This level of cold wasn't enough to cause her any real discomfort. After descending what felt like the height of 5 floors, they finally emerged into a spacious underground chamber. The area was roughly the same size as the hall used for death roulette, with 3 massive pillars supporting the circular stone hall. It wasn't as dark and damp as she had expected. Aside from the ominous blood-drawn symbols on the floor, there was nothing particularly strange about the place. Ciel noticed that, aside from Kitty's entrance, 2 other spiral staircases led down to the underground chamber. This was likely where they conducted worship or sacrificial rituals. The white shadows led the way toward a wooden door on the side of the chamber. Its structure was eerily similar to that of the clock tower church. Ciel followed as Kitty stopped in front of one of the rooms. Kitty reached out, opened the wooden door, and stepped inside. Your Excellency, this is Sherlin's student, Adele. Kitty gestured toward the iron cage inside. Ciel stepped into the room and turned her gaze toward the direction Kitty was pointing. Her pupils contracted slightly. At the center of the room stood a half-circle iron frame with a thick wooden pillar planted firmly into the ground. It resembled a grotesque version of a crucifix. Thin wires dangled from above, each ending in a row of silver barbs that hooked into a woman's arms, stretching them open and pinning her against the wooden cross. Thicker ropes, blackened with dried blood, hung from the upper corners of the cage. Heavy iron hooks pierced through the woman's cheeks and lips, securing her to the cross. The woman bound to the cross was Adele. Her black robe had long since been torn open by whips, revealing the pale, blood-streaked skin beneath. At this moment, she was standing tiptoe on a wooden stool, her head lowered, apparently unconscious. She was captured just this morning, and I interrogated her immediately. Kitty stepped aside to make room and bowed slightly in Ciel's direction, continuing, I ensured that no one else knows about this, Your Excellency. Ciel stared expressionlessly at Adele's suspended form, making no move. This was just a simulation. With the aid of Command LV.2, and having died multiple times in previous simulations, Ciel's emotions remained steady. Wake her. Kitty seemed dissatisfied that Adele was still unconscious. The white shadow beside her slipped through the cage and kicked the stool beneath Adele. The stool wobbled violently, and Adele, barely propped up, swayed unsteadily. Ugh. Her body jolted. The wounds on her arms and mouth were torn further, and the resulting pain startled her awake. She opened her eyes, but could see nothing. Her vision was already obscured by dried blood. Adele dared not struggle. She knew that any movement would only deepen the torment inflicted by the silver and iron hooks embedded in her flesh. Where's the plague-bearer potion? Ciel looked at Adele and asked Kitty indifferently. It's here, I'll get it immediately. Kitty visibly perked up upon hearing this. She understood this meant the bishop had accepted her revised plan. She had redeemed herself. After bowing several times toward the bishop, Kitty quickly exited the chamber and headed back upstairs. Only after her footsteps had faded did Ciel let out a long breath and turn her eyes away from Adele's ravaged figure. Meanwhile, Adele, her mind in a haze, struggled to stay conscious. Plague bearer? They want to convert my path, brainwash me. If the path is changed, if I become part of the Divine Advent Church, not only will I never save anyone again, I may end up killing countless people. Absolutely not. Through the blurry red glow of 2 oil lamps, Adele vaguely saw the silhouette of a person standing in front of her. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned what little strength remained and kicked over the stool beneath her. Rip. The silver barbs tore through her skin inch by inch, and the iron hooks ripped open the corners of her mouth under her body weight. Thud. Adele collapsed to the ground. With the last of her strength, she hurled one of the silver hooks still dangling by thread straight at the shadow's neck. Clang. A clear metallic ring echoed. The silver hook struck a black handgun, fell to the stone floor, and lay still. That bishop hadn't even turned around. She'd blocked Adele's desperate attack effortlessly, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Despair spread in Adele's heart. The edges of her vision darkened, blood loss threatening to pull her into unconsciousness. She didn't even have the strength to take her own life. Regret surged inside her. If she could do it all over again, she wouldn't have thrown the hook, she would have aimed it at her own throat. A trace of silver light flickered. In the corner of her blurred vision, Adele saw the silhouette approaching her. The figure crouched in front of her. Gray-blue hair dangled before her eyes as the shadow reached out a hand. Kill me. Adele wanted to say it, but she no longer had the strength to open her mouth. Suddenly, a familiar medicinal scent wafted under her nose. She felt moisture on her lips. Instinctively, she swallowed. The potion, mixed with the blood in her mouth, slid down her throat. She felt the pain slowly subsiding. It's all right, just sleep. A gentle, familiar voice echoed above her. Adele struggled to remember whose voice it was. She had no mother, but at this moment, she thought if she did, this might be what her mother's voice would sound like. She forced herself to stay conscious. The potion's effects had pulled her back from the brink of death. Adele was sure that potion had come from her own hands. Every physician had their own unique formulation, ingredients, effects, even taste were distinctive. The potion the bishop had given her, she had tested it countless times before. This one was unmistakably her own. In the Redemption Society, only the cheapest and most efficient potions were mass-produced. Adele's mixtures used the most expensive ingredients, and she liked to add mint essence to drinkable ones, giving them a green color and a refreshing, cool taste. Who is she? Adele wanted to lift her head to see the bishop, but the little strength she had regained wasn't enough for such a demanding act. A flash of silver light passed again, and her awakening mind was hit with a powerful spiritual warning. It was a primal instinct from her soul, warning her not to look up, or she might die. Your Excellency, Bishop. Just then, Kitty's voice rang out from the doorway. She hurried to Ciel's side and looked down at Adele, whose cheeks had been completely torn open. You perform the baptism. Ciel stood up, slid the pistol back into her belt, and spoke. After she drinks the potion and hears the mother's teachings, she will understand the importance of faith. Ciel spoke with her back to Adele. Even in a simulation, Ciel couldn't help but feel a trace of pity at Adele's state. Killing her would only make Kitty suspicious. Better to let her join the cult in the simulation, at least. Given her current injuries, even if she were brainwashed, she would spend the rest of the simulation recovering. At the very least, no further harm would come to her. Yes, Your Excellency. Kitty looked at the bishop's back, gratitude rising in her heart. Being entrusted with the baptism ritual meant she wasn't in danger for now, and if Adele demonstrated her talent after joining the church, Kitty's own status would also rise. This was grooming her. Kitty wasted no time. She manipulated the white shadow to enter Adele's shadow, guiding her hand to take the potion bottle. But what Kitty didn't expect was that Adele, after receiving the bottle, opened her mouth and tilted the potion in on her own. Huh? Kitty was stunned. What just happened? Wasn't this girl stubborn earlier? Why did she drink the plague-bearer potion voluntarily? What exactly had the bishop done in the cell to make Adele willingly drink the potion? This bishop was far more skilled than she had imagined. But everything was progressing smoothly. When she saw Adele swallow the potion, Kitty began the chant without delay. A black circular mark slowly appeared on Adele's right hand, and when Kitty finished the final words, Mother Goddess above Adele's expression turned vacant. Under the combined pressure of the potion and the whispering, Adele had been branded with Sadhana's mark and officially became a cultist. Only after seeing the mark vanish and Adele fall completely unconscious did Kitty finally exhale. Your Excellency, I'll arrange for someone to tend to our new member. Next, we simply wait for her to awaken. Kitty stood up, lowered her head, turned towards Ciel, and began to speak. But Ciel spoke first, cutting her off. We can't wait. Ciel shook her head. Do you know who she is? I do. From the Redemption Society, Sherlin's student. Kitty seemed to sense the bishop's concerns and quickly explained, I investigated. She already left the Redemption Society. Right now, she's just a transcendent unaffiliated with any organization. She has no organization, true. Ciel shook her head. But do you know who her sister is? Her sister. The question completely dumbfounded Kitty. Her prior investigations had focused solely on Sherlin. Naturally, she also looked into his students. Among them, Adele had been the most inconspicuous. The others described her as an orphan who hadn't produced any research, leeching off Sherlin's success to join the Redemption Society. She was lazy, reclusive, socially inept, and frequently contradicted Sherlin's theories in public. Such a person didn't seem worth further scrutiny. Once Kitty confirmed she posed no threat, she hadn't wasted any more time on her. But, now that she knew Sherlin's research had come from Adele, Kitty had to reconsider everything. And when she heard the bishop mention that Adele had a sister, Kitty's heart, which had just begun to settle, rose in panic again. Did I miss something critical? Her sister is. Kitty knew her plan had another flaw, so she could only brace herself and ask. Surely it couldn't be someone high-ranking in the Redemption Society, right? That's hardly possible. If she were high-ranking in the Redemption Society, why would she let her own sister study under a fraud like Sherlin? Kitty might not be able to judge the academic results, but the Redemption Society leadership couldn't possibly be unaware. Eurus. Ciel spoke slowly, the current high priest overseeing the Clock Tower Church, second-tier missionary. A missionary of the Church of the Savior Goddess? And a high priest? That meant her potion's digestion was nearly complete. At the very least, it was more advanced than Kitty's own. If Adele truly had a sister in the Church of the Savior Goddess, then this was a serious problem. If Adele was missing for too long, the high priest would begin an investigation. Their entire plan would be compromised. Every word out of this bishop's mouth was a heavy blow, dripping with pressure. Even if she spoke little, her knowledge of the situation exceeded Kitty's understanding despite Kitty having operated in Baron for years. She's at the Good Night Inn, room 202. Ciel turned her head, looking at Kitty. Kitty buried her head even lower. Ciel continued, I need her brought here, alive. Yes, Your Excellency, Bishop, I'll make arrangements right away. In 3 days, no, within 2 days. Kitty nodded repeatedly. Must she be captured alive? A second-tier missionary, and with the advantage of surprise, killing her wouldn't be difficult. But capturing her alive would pose some difficulty. All heretics must face judgment. Ciel's stiff smile beneath the mask made her words sound even darker. Let her witness her sister's conversion firsthand. Kitty, seeing the bishop's legs approaching, swallowed hard and dropped to one knee again. She felt the bishop's hand rest on her hair. The bishop leaned in close, their faces nearly touching. Kitty's spiritual warning screamed in her mind. A hidden mark on her abdomen began to react. Mad whispers roared through her head. The mother wishes to hear me say she is guilty. Understand. I'll give you 12 hours, bring her to me. Otherwise, the mother will judge you. The conflicting sensations of warmth from the mark and the mental assault from the whispers overwhelmed Kitty's mind. She nodded frantically, and once the bishop gave her permission, she fled the dungeon to begin the capture plan. The bishop was terrifying. Kitty screamed internally. More fanatical and extreme than any Avenger bishop she had ever met. Her devotion to the mother was beyond anything Kitty could comprehend. Meanwhile, Ciel remained standing, only moving after a long while. She raised her hand and gently touched the mask on her face. Was playing the villain just a little too natural for her? Alright, it seems I've actually done quite a few bad things, but that was simulated Ciel. What does that have to do with the real me? In the next simulation, she'll be a first-rate good person again, the savior of the Clock Tower Church. Ciel cast one last glance at Adele inside the cell, then turned and walked toward the cell door. As Ciel stepped out of the cell and into the stone hall, she saw 3 maids wearing red chip masks standing silently on either side, heads bowed, as if awaiting her arrival. Your Excellency, Bishop. Upon hearing Ciel's footsteps, they simultaneously bowed deeply, greeting her. 2 of the maids stepped slightly aside. One of them spoke, Your Excellency, the administrator has instructed us to tend to our new sister. Go. Only after receiving Ciel's permission did the 2 cultists cautiously move past her, keeping their heads lowered and bodies angled toward her until they were behind her, before finally turning and heading toward Adele's cell. Ciel turned her attention to the remaining maid, waiting for her to speak. Your Excellency, Bishop, the administrator has assigned me to serve you. The maid kept her head bowed respectfully. If there is anywhere you wish to inspect, I can guide you. Good. Ciel nodded slightly. Show me around. This was exactly the situation Ciel had hoped for. She currently lacked information about the Divine Advent Church's internal workings. The more she learned, the more convincing her disguise would become. Please follow me. For the next period, the maid guided Ciel through the underground complex. Kitty had apparently ordered a temporary lockdown, as no other cultists disturbed Ciel's inspection. The nave, side aisles, transept, altar, apse. The entire layout of the underground Divine Advent Church was almost a perfect replica of the Church of the Savior Goddess in Barren City. Recalling the layout of the Clock Tower Church from a previous simulation, Ciel found the location where Eurus had taken her to the small chapel and discovered an almost identical room here. Aside from the faceless idol and altered religious symbols, it was practically an exact replica of a Church of the Savior Goddess chapel. It truly showed its origins as a breakaway faction. Finally, Ciel stopped in the scriptorium. Numerous religious texts and research notes were stored here. On the central writing desk, Ciel recognized 7 or 8 familiar notebooks. Spirituality journals. It seemed the Divine Advent Church had even adopted the practice of keeping spirituality journals from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Ciel walked to the desk, picked up one of the notebooks, and began flipping through it. Her actions didn't seem strange to the maid. Checking the spirituality journals of lower-ranking members was a routine task for higher UPS in the church hierarchy. The maid stood about 4 or 5 meters behind Ciel and explained, "These are the journals of the Transcendent Brothers and Sisters here at Detton Manor. The administrator's journal is not kept here. We won't know its location until she returns." Perhaps due to her own sadhana mark, Ciel could browse these journals freely, unhindered by any spiritual imprints. She went through them one by one. Most began only after the writer's conversion, offering little detail about the process itself, but they did record many events that followed. The earliest conversion dated back 2 years, while the most recent had occurred just yesterday. Through the patterns in their entries, Ciel confirmed her earlier suspicion. The Divine Advent Church used 2 primary methods to implant their mark. The first was during the initial consumption of a potion, when the mind was most vulnerable to whispers. The second was when a transcendent, having consumed a potion long ago, could no longer resist the whispers and their body began to be assimilated by the potion's power. Interestingly, some individuals who were on the verge of failing their potion digestion or suffering severe backlash actually found their mental state stabilized after receiving the Divine Advent mark. Perhaps they had been bombarded by multiple whispers before, but the mark filtered everything down to only the whispers of sadhana. Of course, for ordinary people like the maids, Kitty's missionary abilities were sufficient for brainwashing, requiring no potion assistance. Was sadhana truly a god? If not, how could she block out other whispers? Ciel put down the journals and turned her attention to the other texts on the shelves. After briefly skimming a few, she lost interest. They were mostly standard religious scriptures, likely similar to those of the Church of the Savior Goddess, perhaps with only a few names changed. There wasn't much point in studying them further. As Ciel placed a text back on the shelf, she suddenly felt a gaze from behind her. She turned around and saw the maid in the red chip mask quickly lower her head, seeming to tremble slightly under Ciel's scrutiny. "What is it?" Ciel slowly walked towards the maid and asked. "And nothing, Your Excellency, Bishop." The maid stammered. Then, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, she whispered, "Your Excellency, do you remember me?" Remember her? Ciel had indeed visited Detton Manor 2 days ago in reality. At that time, a maid had guided her. She had almost forgotten. "Of course, I remember." A faint smile touched Ciel's lips beneath the mask. Her voice was soft. "You gave me a notebook back then." "Yes. You remember me? Mother Goddess above." The maid frantically reached up and removed her mask. Head bowed, her voice grew increasingly excited. "It was my honor to have unknowingly assisted you, Your Excellency. Rest assured, I haven't told anyone about your private visit. Everything here is in order." Normally, the lowest-ranking attendants rarely even caught a glimpse of Administrator Kitty. To have inadvertently encountered a bishop of the Divine Advent Church was an immense honor for a mere attendant who hadn't even consumed a potion yet. "Ha ha ha, you made quite an impression on me at the time." Ciel's tone grew friendlier. She asked casually, "Have you met other bishops before? You seem luckier than the other brothers and sisters." "I served a bishop 3 months ago," the maid said, her face flushing red with excitement. "I was even at the back of the procession, worshipping with the bishop." "Oh, that fellow." Ciel nodded with a smile. "How did he compare to me, in your opinion?" "You are much more approachable than that bishop, Your Excellency." He barely spoke the entire time, only exchanging a few brief words with the priestess. "He stayed here for a week." The maid paused, recalling for a moment, before saying, "One of those days, I was attending to that bishop. He was well-mannered, a proper and serious person." "Oh, he's not usually like that?" Ciel said, a hint of teasing in her tone. "Tell me more about what role he was playing here." He." The maid hesitated, then asked cautiously, "Your Excellency, are you very familiar with him?" Within the Divine Advent Church, communication was strictly hierarchical, flowing from top to bottom. If Ciel was familiar with that bishop, it implied lateral communication. This slightly tempered the maid's excitement, planting a seed of doubt in her mind. "What is your name, child?" Ciel asked. "My name is Hanan, Your Excellency, Bishop." "Congratulations, Hanan." Ciel reached out and placed her hand on Hanan's bowed head, her voice gentle. "You may now see the Mother Goddess." Ciel grabbed her hair and slowly forced her head upward. Hannon's body trembled like a leaf, but soon, she ceased all resistance, slowly lifting her head until the terrifying mask filled her vision, along with the bishop's right eye a dark crimson, glinting with dangerous light. Mother Goddess above. A fanatical grin spread across Hannon's face. Her trembling stopped. She murmured, "Your Excellency, I hear the Mother Goddess's words." Ciel left the scriptorium, closing the door behind her, leaving behind a madwoman who was laughing and crying simultaneously, repeatedly stabbing herself in the abdomen with a candlestick until she bled out and died. She had seen Ciel before. At least in this simulation, she couldn't be left alive. Besides, the task of executing heretics could seemingly be completed right here. Kitty had turned this place into a small cultist nest. With Kitty absent, it was the perfect opportunity for Ciel to fulfill her reconstitution ritual. Ciel smoothed her clothes and looked down the corridor. A maid, apparently having heard the commotion, emerged from the direction of the cells. Upon seeing Ciel at the end of the hall, she quickly lowered her head. "Come here." Ciel beckoned to the maid. The maid hurried over and bowed her head. "How may I serve you, Your Excellency, Bishop?" "I've reviewed the Transcendence journals and found their faith in the Mother Goddess somewhat lacking." Ciel smiled and said, "Prepare a larger private prayer room for me. Bring them down one by one. I will personally explain the scriptures to them. Every brother and sister will have their turn." "Really?" Hearing Ciel's words, the maid's excitement was palpable. She took a moment to compose herself before saying, "I will prepare it immediately." Soon, the maid had arranged a private prayer room for Ciel. After ensuring Ciel was settled inside, she rushed upstairs to bring down the first transcendent. Word quickly spread that the bishop was offering private scripture readings and imparting supreme knowledge from the Mother Goddess. Everyone eagerly awaited their chance to meet the bishop. Each person called down had an irrepressible fervor and excitement on their face. 21 hours later, a carriage sped along a narrow road, quickly coming to a stop before Denton Manor. Bang! Bang 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 bang! Bullets tore through the carriage's rear window, piercing the coachman's head. The brown horse pulling the carriage also had its head blown off by the gunfire. Kitty, breathing heavily, stumbled out of the carriage, dragging a sack behind her. Her entire body was soaked in blood, and she couldn't even summon her white shadows to help her carry the bag. "Help me dispose of this." Kitty, wearing her black chip mask, looked towards the front of the manor, but frowned when she saw that the usual attendants were nowhere to be found. Mother Goddess above, those lazy hounds. Kitty cursed under her breath, laboriously dragging the blood-stained sack step by step towards the manor entrance. Something inside the sack seemed to be struggling, but a swift kick from Kitty silenced it for the moment. "Damn heretic scum. Let's see if you're still this tough when you meet the bishop." Kitty spat, paused to catch her breath, then continued dragging the sack through the entrance. She didn't go through the main hall but quickly hauled the sack to the side, opened the door to the reception hall, looked around to confirm no guests were present, and dragged the sack inside. As soon as she entered the reception hall, Kitty was hit by an indescribable stench. She looked towards the chip-laden desk and saw the corpse slumped there, already starting to decompose in the heat. It had clearly been dead for some time. What happened here? Kitty frowned but couldn't dwell on it. Capturing Eurus had taken longer than the bishop's deadline. She had to reach the underground sanctuary quickly before the bishop lost patience. Despite ambushing Eurus while being of the same rank, she had almost lost the fight. The thought filled Kitty with shame and anger. Passing through the reception hall, Kitty dragged the sack to another hidden passage, opened it, and hurried down the stairs, dragging the sack behind her. Hearing the pained cries from the person inside the sack as they were dragged along, Kitty felt a surge of satisfaction. "Hurts, doesn't it? Cry now while you can," Kitty taunted with a chuckle as she ran. "You won't be laughing when you meet the bishop." Thump. She kicked open the secret door and saw the empty sanctuary. Breathing in the cool underground air, Kitty finally felt like she was home. Aside from the persistent metallic smell of her own blood due to her broken nose, nothing felt out of place. The underground sanctuary always brought her a sense of peace, especially when she looked at the grand, faceless idol in the main hall. The memory of the previous bishop leading all the brothers and sisters in worship, a scene of thriving prosperity, was still vivid in her mind. After this plan succeeded, she would request this bishop to lead another worship service, allowing everyone to experience the Mother Goddess's grace up close. As Kitty's gaze shifted towards the side corridor entrance, an unfamiliar figure clad in black robes made her pause momentarily. But she quickly recovered, dragging the sack towards the side corridor and stopping before the figure. "Hey, sister," Kitty almost called out the person's name but quickly corrected herself. "Where is the bishop?" Adele had been treated. The most brutal part of this judgment was something the bishop wanted to carry out herself. Kitty couldn't spoil the bishop's anticipation. Adele, shrouded in black robes, raised a bandaged hand, opened the side corridor door, and pointed towards the cell where she had been held earlier. "Is the bishop still waiting? In that case, she probably won't hold my lateness against me. Follow me?" A grin spread across Kitty's face as her gaze shifted from Adele to the sack at her side. She was already imagining the look of despair on the high priest's face when judged by the bishop. This was the fate all heretics deserved. Kitty dragged the sack and stopped at the cell door, lowering her head. Adele stepped forward and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door opened, but at that moment, a flicker of doubt entered Kitty's mind. Was the carpet always this dark red? Before Kitty could figure it out, the wooden door swung fully open. She pushed aside her confusion and dragged the sack inside. The oil lamps cast long shadows. Kitty dragged the sack forward and knelt in the shadow cast by the figure within. Your Excellency, Bishop, I have brought the person. Kitty calmed her heavy breathing, took a deep breath, and continued, Forgive me, Your Excellency, for breaking my promise and arriving late. I have failed the Mother Goddess's expectations. Kitty preemptively admitted her mistake, hoping to gain the bishop's forgiveness. Eurus. The bishop stood under the oil lamp, speaking slowly. She's inside. Kitty quickly reached out, loosened the sack's opening, grabbed the bottom, and tipped it upwards, dumping the person inside onto the floor. Eurus, her exquisite robes torn and tattered, tumbled out. Her legs were clearly broken, bent at unnatural angles. Eurus struggled, using her hands to push herself backward until her back hit the iron bars of the cage behind her. Heretic. Eurus's pupils were gray and unfocused. She stared blankly ahead, gasping and cursing. You have no right to speak. Kitty was about to say something more, but caught sight of the bishop raising her right hand out of the corner of her eye. She immediately shut her mouth, saying no more. Although she knew the rest of the process had little to do with her, she still felt the need to retort, and demonstrate her loyalty at the same time. Ciel slowly walked towards Eurus and crouched down. Although she sympathized with Eurus's current plight, she couldn't do anything about it. This was a simulation, and Ciel was merely completing her reconstitution ritual to gain the power needed for self-preservation. She would just have to inconvenience Eurus in this simulation. I'll help you get revenge in the next simulation. Heretic, I grant you the opportunity to defend yourself. Ciel looked at Eurus and said. You may also take this chance to explain why you refused to believe in the Mother Goddess and chose to oppose her. You lunatics. I have nothing to say to you. Eurus listened to Ciel's voice and turned her face towards her, her expression full of anger. For a fleeting moment, Ciel felt like this scene resembled a cut scene after a priestess character's defeat CG in a game. According to the rhythm of a gal game, the next step should be a cut to the humiliation scene. You are too arrogant, child. Ciel reached out, gently lifted Eurus's chin, and chuckled. Your sister is much more obedient than you. Eurus's face, initially filled with defiance, crumpled the moment she heard the word sister. Her psychological defenses shattered instantly, her expression shifting to shock. Don't touch my sister. Eurus practically snarled at the bishop before her. Adele. Ciel released Eurus's chin and snapped her fingers lightly. Recite the Divine Advent Church's prayer for me. Yes, Your Excellency, Bishop. Adele's voice was hoarse. She lowered her head, walked past Ciel, and knelt beside Eurus. Adele. Eurus reached out a trembling hand, disbelievingly, towards the source of Adele's voice, finally touching the face marked by a horrifying scar at the corner of the mouth. Adele, is that you? How could you? Eurus, who had remained strong until now, burst into tears almost instantly. She wept as she caressed her sister's face, murmuring, No, 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 no. But Adele simply stared blankly ahead and recited, In the endless darkness, I call upon you. Sadhana. In the fractures of time and space, your presence transcends all. Adele. Eurus was on the verge of breaking down. She couldn't believe that her sister, who had always followed her around like a little shadow, had been captured by the Divine Advent Church. She didn't even understand why the Divine Advent Church dared to directly attack and capture a high priest of the Church of the Savior Goddess and a physician from the Redemption Society. This was practically a declaration of war in Barren City. Renounce the darkness and embrace the light, Eurus. Ciel spoke slowly. In the Mother Goddess's embrace, you can still be reunited with your sister. In your dreams. Eurus gasped for breath, looking up towards Ciel. You think you can use Adele to threaten me? If Adele still had her senses, she would rather have me kill her than recite these filthy prayers here. Don't push your luck, heretic. Kitty stepped forward, rebuking Eurus. Your sins run too deep. Ciel shook her head and reached down, drawing her pistol from its holster. Blaspheming the Mother Goddess's hymns, that is your first sin. Click. Ciel aimed the gun at her own temple and pulled the trigger. The cylinder spun empty. Calling us heretics when you are the one turning your back on the truth, that is your second. Click. Refusing to repent despite your own family's urging, betraying your kin, that is your third. Click. The silver revolver in Ciel's hand began to emit a faint blue glow. Baseless accusations were listed one by one. They sounded absurd, yet from the Divine Advent Church's perspective, they were damning indictments. At least Kitty, standing nearby, was enjoying the spectacle. By the time Ciel recited the fifth charge, the cylinder of her revolver began to swirl with storm clouds. I declare you guilty, Eurus. Ciel slowly raised the gun, aiming it at Eurus. Do you confess your sins? Feeling the tingling static electricity emanating from the gun, Eurus's heart was already dead. She no longer cared what the person before her said, replying flatly, I am guilty, kill me. Once she died, the Church of the Savior Goddess would launch a full investigation into Barren City. That was the best chance to save her sister. If she survived only to be brainwashed into a cultist, all hope would be lost. Ciel's gun hand paused slightly. After a moment's thought, she asked, High Priest Eurus, does this count as completing the judging the heretic part of the Judicator potion ritual? For a moment, the room fell into dead silence. Eurus. Kitty. Your Excellency, Bishop, what kind of joke are you? Boom. Ciel raised her hand, pointing the gun towards Kitty. The bullet roared out, crackling like a thunder dragon, shooting lightning and sparks straight towards Kitty's head. Exhausted from her fight with Eurus, Kitty only managed to turn her head slightly. The bullet obliterated half her face. Driven by a fierce will to survive, Kitty couldn't even scream. She stumbled backward, crashing into the wooden door behind her. As the door burst open, she staggered out into the corridor, running towards the private prayer room at the end of the hall. That bishop, something was wrong? She had to survive, leave a message for the next bishop. That private prayer room had been Kitty's personal sanctuary. It contained a special array for leaving messages. If she left her blood on the array, future members of the Divine Advent Church could use it to see everything she had witnessed before her death. Adele, send her to meet the Mother Goddess. Ciel looked towards Adele, her voice soft. Priestess Kitty has betrayed the Divine Advent Church. I am the bishop, you should know who to trust. Becoming a cultist hadn't seemed to make Adele any smarter. After a moment's thought, she nodded and chased after Kitty. By the time Adele reached the end of the corridor, she saw Kitty kneeling before the door of the private prayer room, her face etched with disbelief, despair, and terror. Before her lay a mountain of corpses. Blood had completely soaked the red carpet beneath her feet. Stepping on it squeezed the viscous fluid from the saturated wool, making a sickening squishing sound. It was hell on earth. Hearing the squelching footsteps approaching, Kitty's body trembled. She turned her head and saw Adele rushing towards her, wielding a forearm-length black and silver hook. That was the same instrument of torture Kitty had used on Adele. No, that bishop is the traitor? She's the traitor? Impossible? You can't feel hostility towards me? Impossible? Kitty's vision blurred, her thoughts becoming sluggish. She couldn't voice her thoughts, only watch helplessly as the silver-haired girl she had tortured, the girl whose face was now horribly scarred, raised the blackened hook, still crusted with dried blood, and plunged it towards her throat. Schlick. Meanwhile, back in the cell, Eurus was utterly bewildered. She turned her head vaguely towards the direction the girl's voice had come from and asked, "You, who exactly are? What just happened? A cult infighting? You might not believe this." Ciel holstered her pistol and looked at the high priest. "I'm here to help you. You know whether I'm lying or not, High Priest Eurus. This bishop, who exactly is she? Why did she suddenly switch sides at such a critical moment? And why did she ask about the judicator promotion? She acted as if she knew me well, as if we had met many times before. Have I encountered her somewhere?" Eurus's mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. But she knew her thoughts wouldn't change anything. No matter how she analyzed it, the fact remained that she was powerless against the bishop before her. "You are indeed telling the truth." After a moment of hesitation, Eurus spoke. "Have we met before?" "We have. In my dreams." Ciel replied, "You've helped me quite a lot." "Dreams? Helped her quite a lot?" At this point, Eurus gave up trying to understand. She realized she couldn't read the other person's emotions at all. According to her senses, the bishop hadn't lied once. So, what was happening now? She claimed she wanted to help. Could she be trusted? "High Priest Eurus, did I just complete the judicator ritual? The ritual instructions you gave were a bit abstract. How exactly is heretic defined?" Ciel only had about 2 hours left in the simulation. She asked directly, hoping to gather as much information as possible in the limited time. During her previous interactions with Eurus, Eurus had always been in a position of authority. Ciel had to struggle to gain her trust or disguise herself as a saintess to earn their support. Now, the tables had turned. Ciel was the one in the position of power, holding their lives in her hands. Under these circumstances, Ciel hoped to extract more intelligence, whether about the Church of the Savior Goddess or the Divine Advent Church. Ciel's words also gave Eurus a clue. "The ritual we gave? Generally, the Church of the Savior Goddess did not share its potions and rituals externally, especially not from the Inquisition. It was highly unlikely they would leak the ritual for the Avenger path. This path, centered on killing to stop killing, contradicted most of the Church's doctrines. So, when the Divine Advent Bishop mentioned that the path was provided by the Church of the Savior Goddess, one name immediately came to Eurus's mind. Avena. Recently, only she had managed to exchange intelligence about an extremely dangerous sealed artifact for a set of potions and rituals from the Church of the Savior Goddess. That sealed artifact was buried beneath the Clock Tower Church. If detonated, it would deal a devastating blow to the Church's image and credibility, potentially destroying years of effort in Barren City. The believers were not fanatical zealots, the Church didn't use coercive methods to retain its followers. A crisis of faith could easily lead them to switch allegiance to another, safer Orthodox Church. Avena had obtained the potion and ritual through this crucial intelligence. But now, it seemed this set had fallen into the hands of the cult bishop before her. "You should be familiar with how the Inquisition operates," Eurus said cautiously. "For members of the Inquisition, hunting down people like you, whether killing or judging, is considered part of the reconstitution ritual." "The Inquisition? I have no idea." Ciel felt mentally exhausted but couldn't show it. She merely nodded as if she understood perfectly. "The Inquisition is a double-edged sword for the Church," Eurus continued, facing Ciel. "Because the definition of judgment isn't limited to heretics, judicators can easily go to extremes. Especially since judicators ascend from the already extreme Avengers, making each of them an uncontrollable individual. This situation is almost impossible to resolve before reaching the third tier. Specifically, criminals, traitors, murderers, and the like can become targets for judgment." Hearing this, Ciel began to understand. The Avenger path wasn't exclusive to the Church. The judgment aspect wasn't solely directed at religious heretics. You mentioned the specific targets, Ciel inquired. What about the abstract ones? As she asked, Ciel already had a vague idea of the answer, but she wanted confirmation from Eurus. My understanding is conviction. Eurus paused briefly before continuing. Whether it's the ascetic path or its opposite, the Avenger path, the core driving force behind their reconstitution rituals is conviction. Ciel nodded slightly. Abstract indeed. But she could grasp the concept to some extent. Having been an Avenger, she knew the whispers in her mind, the burning anger in her chest, and the emptiness that followed after completing her revenge. She could use a simple analogy. Imagine someone who becomes an Avenger after suffering greatly or witnessing their family being brutally murdered. Once the ritual is complete and revenge is exacted, the conviction, the hatred remains. If that person joins the church, they might channel their vengeance and hatred into religious doctrine, ruthlessly hunting down heretics and purging any within the church who blaspheme. But if they don't join the church, they might project their vengeance onto the entire category of people who wrong them, criminals, for example using that hatred to sustain the fire within, transforming revenge into a core belief. To make a comparison, if a character like Rorschach from her previous life drank the Avenger and Judicator potions, he would likely digest them instantly. Ciel now understood why the Church of the Savior Goddess strictly controlled the Avenger path potions. It could create an angel fiercely dedicated to justice, or, under the potion's influence, it could forge a demon with extremist ideologies. Conviction. Ciel thought of Hugh, the Radiance Bishop. In her third-tier role-playing, she strived to embody the Church's ideals, acting dispassionately based solely on doctrine, a manifestation of conviction shaped by the Church's framework. Ciel felt she had gained a new understanding of the third tiers of these two paths. She could also vaguely sense her own conviction. Initially, her revenge was driven by a desire for a peaceful life, one that included her sister. Thomas and Solari's schemes shattered that peace, inviting vengeance. Anyone else who threatened her peaceful life could be considered a heretic in the eyes of Avenger Ciel. And Kitty, a second-tier threat aiming to destroy her peaceful life, was clearly the target she needed to judge. To be safe, if she could use the Avenger save file in the next simulation to judge and kill Kitty again, Ciel would likely complete all the requirements for the Judicator reconstitution ritual since she had already killed the other cultists. Eurus remained silent, allowing Ciel to process her thoughts. Just then, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ciel turned and saw Adele standing in the doorway. Her hood had fallen back during the earlier exertion, revealing her silver-white hair and the scarred corner of her mouth. Find a place to sit, Adele, Ciel said. Ciel had already removed her mask, so Adele wouldn't be affected. Yes, Your Excellency, Bishop. Adele nodded obediently and walked over to sit beside Eurus, leaning against her sister. She had only been brainwashed into a cultist, she hadn't lost her memories. Her actions were simply prioritized according to the Divine Advent Church's perceived interests. Feeling her sister beside her, Eurus relaxed slightly, her trust in Ciel growing a little. High Priest Eurus, I have a curious question. Ciel looked at Eurus. Avena told me that members of the Divine Advent Church cannot attack each other. But why didn't Adele face any resistance when I ordered her to kill Kitty? Ciel hadn't found it strange that she herself could kill the cultists and injure Kitty. She still wore the sacrificial saint's relic, which absorbed the mark's effects. But Adele being able to bypass the mark and kill Kitty, who also bore the mark, puzzled Ciel. Hearing Ciel's question, Eurus, holding Adele's hand, looked slightly stunned. Are you the Divine Advent Bishop or am I? And Avena told me, since when did a Divine Advent Bishop need someone outside the church circles to explain church secrets? You don't know? Eurus asked uncertainly. I don't know, Ciel answered honestly. Still, no lies detected. Are you really a member of the Divine Advent Church? Eurus finally couldn't help but ask. No, I infiltrated secretly, Ciel remained truthful. Infiltrated secretly and reached the rank of bishop, and took out the cold priestess I just fought a grueling battle against with a single shot. Eurus instantly felt a surge of respect for the person before her. Confirming that the other party wasn't actually a cultist, Eurus finally relaxed somewhat. Ciel didn't waste the remaining time. As a high priest of the Church of the Savior Goddess, who had been fighting the Divine Advent Church openly and covertly for years, Eurus certainly knew far more about them than Avena or Sherlin could have discovered on their own. From Eurus, Ciel learned a dark secret about the Divine Advent Church. The issue of the Divine Advent mark. The mark did indeed allow members to recognize each other without speaking, aiding secrecy. However, the Divine Advent Church greatly exaggerated the mark's effects in their propaganda to lower-ranking cultists, claiming that bearers of the mark could not harm one another. One obvious reason was to maintain stability and cohesion. Brainwashed cultists were loyal to sadhana, but not necessarily to each other. The psychological suggestion associated with the mark, encouraging unity and referring to each other as brothers and sisters, helped foster solidarity. A more important reason was to conceal another truth. The mark did have the effect of preventing attacks on another mark holder. But that tangible mark was only held by bishops and above. In other words, the full effect of the mark was unable to attack members holding a higher level bishop mark. Then how does one obtain this bishop mark? Ciel asked curiously. It's only circulated internally among them. Unless you kill a bishop level figure and take their mark, you can't use it. Eurus shook her head. Because it requires you to possess the brainwashing mark yourself, the two must combine to activate the bishop mark. Isn't that perfect? Gambler Ciel was brainwashed and believed in sadhana. Does the Church of the Savior Goddess have any of these bishop marks in its collection? Ciel pressed. As mortal enemies who had fought for so long, they must have inflicted casualties on each other. The Church of the Savior Goddess likely had some marks stored as spoils of war. I don't know about that. Eurus shook her head. I'm only a high priest. I haven't reached the bishop level yet. This is also my first encounter with members of the Divine Advent Church. Oh. Ciel nodded, slightly disappointed. Suddenly, Ciel thought of something else. She looked at Eurus and asked, High Priest Eurus, is there any hope for Adele in her current state? Hearing her name, Adele looked up at Ciel in confusion, unsure what she meant. After a moment's hesitation, she said, These injuries. I can heal them myself, Your Excellency, Bishop. The air went still for a moment. Not just Ciel, but even Eurus fell silent. Ciel, I wasn't talking about your intelligence. Eurus, I know. Eurus, Adele's situation, if she cooperates, I can take her back to Anso with me. The bishop there has methods to remove the mark from her. Ciel, and if she doesn't cooperate, Eurus, knock her out and take her back. To prevent Adele from suffering further, Ciel looked at the contemplative Adele and said, Adele, from now on, you must obey Eurus's words without question. But, Adele looked conflicted. Sister is a heretic. This is for the Mother Goddess, for the great cause of infiltration, Ciel continued smoothly. I need you to hide your identity and stay by Eurus's side. During this time, listen to Eurus carefully. No bishop other than myself can order you to break cover. Hearing it was for the Mother Goddess, Adele straightened up immediately, replying in a hoarse voice, Yes, Your Excellency, Bishop. Eurus squeezed Adele's hand tighter. Now, she truly believed that the person before her was indeed here to help. At the same time, she was grateful for Ciel's command to Adele, as it would spare her sister further suffering. Thank you, Your Excellency. Eurus bowed her head slightly towards Ciel in respectful gratitude. Eurus, I have one more request. Ciel shifted her gaze back to Eurus. Please speak freely. As long as it doesn't violate church doctrine, I will agree. Eurus pushed herself up slightly, answering seriously. Suppose, just suppose, Ciel pondered for a moment before asking, suppose you and I had never met before. What could I say, or what item could I bring, that would make you trust me unconditionally? Ciel realized that gaining Eurus's trust always took a significant amount of time. If there was something, a phrase or an object that could instantly earn Eurus's trust upon sight or hearing, it would save a lot of trouble in future simulations. Even in reality, it could quickly establish trust with Eurus without revealing too much about herself. But, I already trust you now. Eurus looked confused. I promise that when I return, I won't reveal any information about you, nor will I investigate the matter of Avena trading the potion. I'm just supposing, Ciel interrupted. Suppose time rewound to yesterday. I needed to tell you that Detton Manor is a Divine Advent Church stronghold. What would I need to say for you to believe me without question and join me in killing Kitty? Ciel added as an afterthought, I just enjoy indulging in wild, impractical hypotheticals. Her last sentence clearly indicated that Eurus shouldn't worry about plausibility and just play along with the hypothetical scenario. Eurus stopped trying to make sense of it. She instinctively closed her eyes and seriously considered the question. After a long pause, Eurus opened her eyes again and faced Ciel. Saint Year 739, January 17th. If you told me that date directly, I would likely believe anything you said afterward. Adele, who had been quiet until now, flinched slightly upon hearing the date and turned to look at Eurus. Is that a special date? Ciel asked. To increase the credibility of using this phrase in future simulations, Ciel needed to understand its significance. The day my world lost its color. Eurus pointed to her own eyes, smiling with apparent indifference. Even Adele didn't know the exact date before. What happened back then? Even Adele didn't know? It seemed this was truly a secret Eurus kept buried deep inside, perhaps never even mentioned in her spirituality journal. All right, I'll remember it. Ciel nodded, then turned to Adele. Carry your sister. I'll escort you back to the church. You'll escort us back? Eurus asked nervously. Wouldn't that be too dangerous for you? Your identity could be exposed at any moment. It's fine. Ciel shook her head. She knew there might be cultists in the city, but she only had about 2 hours left in the simulation. After she left, whatever happened here wouldn't affect her. Ciel had already searched the entire sanctuary with Adele. They hadn't found any sealed artifacts, potions, or money. Those items weren't kept here. Now, Ciel just wanted to follow Eurus back to the Church of the Savior Goddess and see if she could snag anything valuable from the Clock Tower Church. She promised just to look, definitely not take anything. With Eurus's legs broken, Adele had to carry her. Ciel led the way, ascending the spiral staircase. Their footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Suddenly, all the oil lamps flickered and went dark simultaneously. A moment later, the lights returned as if nothing had happened. Ciel stopped and raised her hand, halting Adele behind her. Drip, drip. Footsteps echoed from above. They sounded wet, sticky, as if the person's legs were covered in some viscous fluid. Each step, lifting and falling, evoked a visceral sense of disgust. Who is it? Click. Ciel drew her revolver, loaded a single bullet, aimed it at herself, and pulled the trigger 4 times in quick succession. One enhancement short. Ciel raised the glowing blue pistol, aiming forward. Up ahead on the spiral staircase, illuminated by the oil lamps, a long black shadow stretched out, appearing before the figure itself. It was a figure clad in black robes. Its features were unclear, but its legs were not human legs. Several segmented limbs, utterly inhuman, protruded from beneath the black robes. They moved together, carrying the figure down the steps like a person. Tap. Ciel's thumb cocked the hammer of her pistol. The figure seemed to sense something and stopped abruptly. Silence fell. But soon, the black shadow continued its descent. A figure in white robes emerged from around the corner, allowing Ciel to see it fully. Legs, normal, and this figure made Ciel hesitate to pull the trigger. Exquisite white long robes, a pure white faceless mask except instead of the geometric symbol of the Church of the Savior Goddess, the mask bore two interlocking circles. It looked almost identical to someone Ciel had met before. Hugh? Ciel asked instinctively. Hugh? A strange man's voice, cold and mechanical, came from beneath the mask. Hugh, who is that? Bang. Ciel abruptly pulled the trigger. Flames erupted from the silver barrel, and the bullet, wrapped in lightning, shot towards the figure. But the bullet passed straight through. The figure of the white-robed man was already gone, leaving only a white phantom calmly standing in place, watching Ciel. Is it a Radiance Bishop? Ciel wouldn't risk fighting an opponent she couldn't beat. To avoid further corrupting the gambler save file, she raised her hand. With a flash of silver light, the other side page attached to the mask at her waist was instantly recalled into her inventory. The next moment, the phantom gradually solidified. The pale, faceless mask turned towards Ciel. After swapping places with the phantom earlier, he seemed to have seen something. Why, are they all dead? A voice, neither male nor female, echoed in Ciel's mind. Why, could you fire at me? Swing. As if struck by a powerful mental attack, the sacrificial saint's relic hidden under Ciel's clothes burst into intense purple flames, the remaining substance burning away at an alarming rate. Oh. The white-robed bishop nodded slightly and slowly extended his right hand towards Ciel. Saint Year 741, June 23, 13:01. Ciel stared intently at the white-robed bishop before her and spoke slowly. A bishop from the Divine Advent Church will come to deliver intelligence and conduct an inspection. Your Excellency, what happened? Who is that ahead? Eurus sensed something was wrong, but strapped to Adele's back, she was helpless. Ciel suddenly drew the exquisite dagger she had looted from a cultist earlier. 3 white phantoms instantly appeared before the Radiance Bishop, completely shielding him. But Ciel reversed her grip on the dagger and plunged it directly into her own heart. The Radiance Bishop, standing not far from Ciel, watched her action, tilting his head slightly. Ugh, ha. Ciel reversed the blade again, gripping the handle, and with a violent pull, dragged it across her already wounded abdomen. Blood and intestines spilled out. She staggered backward, tumbling down the stairs, her life extinguished. Reality. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 16:05. Evaluation, ho ho ho, you got kills just by sitting there, amazing carrot carrot. UVE learned how to utilize the other side, effortlessly killing 7 transcendents and blasting off the head of a second-tier transcendent with 1 shot. Pity, that doesn't count as punching above your weight. However, your actions have attracted the attention of many other side entities. They are very interested in you. Take it, you deserve this based on your performance. Reward, Fate Points times 26, Dexterity LV.2, Charm LV.2, Spiritual Summoning LV.1. Fate Points, 80. Spiritual Summoning. By sacrificing certain items, you can attempt to summon a low-tier spiritual entity from that world who is interested in you. They will not be hostile to the summoner, but their abilities are often unpredictable. Ciel slowly opened her eyes, her body instinctively curling up as if in a spasm. The system screen displayed the results, but Ciel stared blankly, taking a long moment before slowly uncurling her body. The phantom pain from being stabbed through the heart and disemboweled seemed etched into her nerves. Even though she was unharmed now, she felt waves of illusory agony. It was like someone who had lost their arms years ago still feeling intense pain in limbs that no longer existed. To distract herself, Ciel shifted into a more comfortable position, lying down on the sofa and reading the text on the system panel. 26 points rewarded, not too much, not too little, slightly less than Ciel expected. It seemed her final shot at Kitty didn't truly count as defeating someone above her tier. Dexterity had increased. Once the phantom pain subsided slightly, Ciel tried lying prone on the sofa, slowly pushing herself up with her arms. A standard push-up, effortless. Next, Ciel attempted more difficult movements, including one-handed push UPS and planche holds, completing them easily. Of course, her relatively low weight and height contributed to making these movements easier. She felt a significant increase in her body coordination and strength, but she couldn't test her overall agility at the moment. Ciel sat back down on the sofa and looked at the remaining skill upgrades. Charm had reached level 2. Like Art of Conversation or Command, this improvement wasn't immediately noticeable. Besides, according to the system's previous description, increased charm didn't significantly affect ordinary people. Its greatest impact was on humans with transcendent traits and certain spiritual beings. Ciel looked at the last skill she obtained. Spiritual Summoning. Sacrifice items to summon low-tier spiritual beings from the other side for help? What exactly needed to be sacrificed? What were low-tier spiritual beings? As if hearing Ciel's silent questions, a screen appeared before her. Any item with transcendent traits can be sacrificed, including but not limited to various spiritual materials, transcendent flesh and blood, or sealed artifacts. spiritual beings do not have a specific uniform appearance. Rest assured, only spiritual beings favorably disposed towards the host and incapable of harming the host will be summoned. Sacrifice items with transcendent traits or the flesh and blood of transcendence. That didn't sound very friendly. Is each summon random? Ciel asked inwardly. If the summoned spiritual being was random every time, the skill would be somewhat useless. A previous summon might yield a powerful entity helpful to Ciel, but there would be no guarantee of summoning it again in the next battle. Highly unstable. Low-tier spiritual beings possess almost no cognitive ability or memory, but most have preferences for different sacrificial offerings. If the host masters their patterns and preferences, targeted summoning is largely achievable. That sounds like summoning an evil god. Sacrifice specific items to summon them for assistance. Ciel decided to try this ability in the next simulation. Since it was a simulation, she wouldn't lose anything regardless of what she sacrificed. Like in the previous simulation, with so many transcendent corpses lying around, if she had possessed this ability then, she could have experimented. She wondered what kind of entity would be summoned from the flesh and blood of so many transcendents. Ciel glanced at the current time just past 4 in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the simulation, she had made her first diary entry, noting Avena's secret plan to contact Adele and report the cult together. Avena would likely approach her soon to discuss involving Adele. Now that Ciel knew the danger, she would naturally prevent them from reporting it in reality. Moreover, regardless of whether Avena reported it or not, in 2 days, a third-tier Radiance bishop from the Divine Advent Church would arrive on the outskirts of Baron City to meet with Kitty at Detton Manor. Ciel didn't know the purpose of the Radiance bishop's visit, nor their subsequent plans. If events unfolded according to the timeline where Ciel wasn't involved, Kitty would likely present her plan to utilize Adele to the bishop. Kitty was probably already investigating Adele's role in writing Sherlin's papers. Depending on how far the investigation had progressed, if Ciel didn't intervene, Adele would likely be captured and taken to Detton Manor on the morning of the 22nd. Ciel had spent too much time with Avena and Adele recently. If the Radiance bishop ordered Kitty to investigate thoroughly, Ciel, who had been in frequent contact with them, would likely be discovered soon. Before the Radiance bishop arrived, she had to ensure, by any means necessary, that Kitty took her secrets to the grave. The best method Ciel could think of was to sacrifice Kitty's flesh and blood to a spiritual being, erasing her existence entirely. To guarantee the success of this plan, Ciel needed strength comparable to Kitty's. Even if she couldn't match her evenly, she needed to be able to gain a significant advantage through an ambush. Therefore, she had to run another simulation, promote the Avenger save file to the second-tier Judicator, and refine her plan. If she gained the ability to transform into a second-tier Transcendent, she would have enough confidence to approach Eurus in reality. Knock, knock, knock. As Ciel contemplated her next steps, a knock sounded at her door. As expected, it was Avena, coming to discuss her plan. Ciel got up, walked to the door, opened it, and saw Avena standing outside, now changed into a simple dark grey dress. Though intended to be plain, the exquisite gold-embroidered black lace still hinted at the garment's considerable expense. Ciel, Avena raised her hand, adjusting the thin gold-rimmed glasses on her nose expressionlessly. I have a plan I need to discuss with you. Ciel reached out, pulled Avena into the room, closed the door, leaned in close, and whispered in her ear, don't go looking for Adele. Huh. Ciel's swift actions caught Avena off guard. Holding her breath, she leaned back slightly, putting some distance between them before calmly asking, "Why? Ciel, I just received intelligence. Any action you take now could lead to unimaginable danger." Ciel thought for a moment but decided against telling Avena about the Radiance bishop's arrival on the 23rd. She still had tasks to complete in subsequent simulations and didn't need Avena introducing more variables for now. Is it that dangerous? Avena was taken aback by Ciel's serious expression. Her earlier light-hearted mood vanished. Am I in mortal danger? Yes, Ciel nodded. Nia might be able to protect you, but I advise you not to take the risk. What about Adele? Avena asked curiously. She doesn't have a bodyguard. Avena wasn't close enough to Adele to risk her life for her, but if there was a chance to warn her and help her escape, she would. My intelligence network will handle it. Ciel shook her head. If necessary, they will inform Eurus at the Church of the Savior Goddess and ask her to protect Adele. Is there anything I can do to help? Avena asked. This concerned her safety too. If Ciel and her network resolved the entire situation without her involvement, she would owe Ciel another immense debt. 2 life-saving favors she didn't know how she could ever repay them. What Avena didn't know was that she had already helped considerably, just only within the simulations. Not at the moment. Ciel thought for a moment, then added, if I do need your help, I'll let you know. All right. Avena nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Ciel. If there's anything I can do, please inform me immediately. Just come straight into my room. After saying this, Avena opened the door and left Ciel's room. Shortly after Avena left, Ciel sat back down on the sofa and opened the simulation interface. Since she was prepared to complete the reconstitution ritual, everything was ready, she just needed the right opportunity. Now, she could only hope the simulation timing would cooperate and not drop her into some abstract, inconvenient point in time. Past simulations were mostly out of the question now, as they would likely place her at a time before she obtained the Judicator potion. Therefore, the simulation time almost had to be in the future, preferably before the 22nd. The simulation interface unfolded before her, her gaze fixed on the future simulation option. Future, 12H, Saint Year 741, June 21st, 4:05 a.m., cost, 10 fate points. 12 hours later? Perfect timing. Ciel breathed a silent sigh of relief. She hadn't been overly worried, though. If the random time had been later, she could have used the simulation to drink other potions whose rituals she had already completed, like Instigator. It wouldn't waste the simulation attempt, and she still had one reroll die saved, though she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. As for the past simulation, she glanced at it. It was set for the 17th, 3 days ago. At that point, Ciel had no abilities, let alone the Judicator potion. She naturally ignored this option. Future, no 2. Ciel thought silently. With only 12 hours, she didn't bother leaving any instructions for her future self in the notebook. Contacting Eurus had to be done as the Avenger, and she needed the Radiance Bishop's letter. Approaching Eurus as an ordinary person, only to suddenly become the Avenger after the simulation began, would be difficult to explain. All necessary intelligence had been gathered. Now, she just needed her future self not to do anything reckless. A blinding silver light enveloped Ciel's vision, her consciousness detaching from her body. Future. Saint Year 741, June 21st, 4:05 am. Countdown, 23:59:59. Ciel slowly opened her eyes. Pitch black darkness surrounded her. She could feel the soft mattress beneath her and a faint, familiar scent lingering in the air. I just told you not to investigate, and you decided to take a nap instead? But Ciel couldn't really complain. If it were her with nothing to do, she probably would have done the same. Doing more means more chances for mistakes. Maintaining the status quo is often best. Ciel turned over, preparing to push herself up from the mattress, but her hand brushed against something soft. What is this? MMM. A soft murmur came from beneath Ciel, startling her. She quickly pulled her hand back, scrambling backward several steps, nearly falling off the bed. A rustling sound came from where Ciel had touched. With a soft click, a small bedside lamp flickered on, illuminating the scene before Ciel. This is... As Ciel stared dumbfounded, Avena sat up beside the pillows. She wore a pale yellow silk nightgown trimmed with white lace. Her left hand braced against the soft mattress, while her right pulled the blanket up to cover her chest. Avena could no longer maintain her usual stoic expression. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she bit her lip, staring intently at Ciel. Why are you in my bed? Ciel asked, then immediately realized something was wrong. Though the light was dim and soft, Ciel could faintly discern from the headboard decorations that this room was much more exquisitely furnished than her guest room. It wasn't Avena in her bed, it was Ciel lying in Avena's bed. Instantly, Ciel roughly understood what must have happened. Her simulated self had definitely played a prank on her. So what exactly is the situation now? Ciel glanced around but didn't see her notebook anywhere. She hadn't brought it with her. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Ciel apologized instantly, without hesitation. After a moment of silence, she still had to ask, why was I sleeping here? By now, Avena seemed to have calmed down slightly, though a trace of pink remained on her cheeks. She took a shallow breath and said, you don't remember. Avena felt that the Ciel before her was somewhat strange. Not just her hair and clothes, though the face was Ciel's, her overall demeanor felt vastly different. The previous Ciel had seemed more reserved, speaking slowly and deliberately. But this Ciel appeared more assertive, even somewhat rougher in her movements. Her words seemed tinged with impatience. If it weren't for the familiar, beautiful face, Avena might have thought she was a different person entirely. And most importantly, Ciel had forgotten what she had done? Was this the kind of mistake the meticulous Ciel would make? They had only been lying together for less than 5 hours. As if testing something, Avena pulled the blanket tighter around herself, drew her knees up, and hugged them. According to the notes of other psychologists, this was a defensive posture. Seeing Avena suddenly fall silent and curl up without answering her question, Ciel felt bewildered. Although her simulated self could be a little rebellious, she wouldn't go this far, would she? I seem to have actually done something to her. A wave of guilt washed over Ciel. She crawled a few steps closer to Avena, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, I didn't mean to. What did I do? Only then did Avena slowly raise her head. Her dark purple eyes shimmered slightly. She looked at Ciel and asked expressionlessly, who are you? In Ciel's eyes, the bed, the lamp, even Avena herself began to blur. The only thing coming into sharp focus, rapidly expanding in her vision, were Avena's dark purple pupils. Suddenly, a cool sensation washed over Ciel's mind, like a mild electric shock. Her previously unfocused pupils snapped instantly into focus. It's the listener's ability. A black shadow instantly shot out from behind Ciel, lunging towards Avena, restraining her from behind. The shadow's hand clamped tightly over Avena's mouth. Ciel reached up with her bandaged hand and rubbed her temples. Only now did she feel the intense dizziness flooding her mind. Listener was the opposite path to instigator. Caught completely off guard, Ciel had just been hypnotized by Avena. The realization sent a shiver down Ciel's spine. If Avena had used this hypnotic ability on the ordinary Ciel in reality, as long as Avena didn't intend to harm her, she could bypass the Eye of Order contract entirely and secretly hypnotize Ciel, making her do anything. Even if Mind allowed Ciel to realize it, as long as she couldn't control Avena, Avena could keep trying to hypnotize her until Ciel no longer had the mental energy to activate Mind. Listen, Avena. Ciel spoke soothingly. I am Ciel. It's just that the situation is a bit complicated to explain right now. I mean you no harm. MMPH. Avena mumbled something through the shadow's hand. Ciel controlled the shadow to loosen its grip slightly, allowing Avena to speak. Then why don't you remember how you ended up here? Avena looked at Ciel. And, you're a transcendent. I checked many times, Ciel couldn't possibly be a transcendent. This question silenced Ciel completely. How should I explain? That I traveled from the future to help Ciel? There were still tasks waiting for Ciel to complete. Impatience brewed in her mind, feeling like the fire in her chest was rising rapidly. Ciel knew the potion was influencing her, but the more she tried to suppress the feeling and calm down, the louder the indistinct whispers grew in her mind. Ciel crawled a step closer to Avena. Simultaneously, the shadow restraining Avena shifted, covering Avena's back and forcefully pinning her down onto the bed. You answer my question first. Ciel took a deep breath, trying hard to control her emotions. Even while restrained, Avena didn't feel much panic. She knew Nia was nearby. If she were harmed in any way, Nia would arrive instantly. Lying immobilized on the bed, Avena looked at Ciel for a long moment before slowly speaking. I thought our rooms were too far apart. If something happened to you, Nia might not be able to reach you in time. So I asked you to sleep in my room with me, and you agreed. Ciel looked around the room, then called out, Nia. After a moment, the door to the servants' room on the other side opened, and Nia, clad in silver-white armor, emerged and took in the scene. Watch Avena. Don't let her wander off. After instructing Nia, Ciel released her control over Avena, immediately rolled off the bed, and headed towards the door. Only after Ciel had closed the door and left did Avena sit up again, leaning against the headboard, exchanging glances with Nia who stood nearby. What took you so long to come out? Avena asked Nia. I didn't sense any danger. Nia hesitated for a moment, her voice muffled by the armor's metallic resonance. So I didn't intend to interrupt your good time. It's nothing, you can go back. Avena shook her head, gazing towards the direction Ciel had left. I answered first, but Ciel left without answering my question. Avena noticed a significant change in Ciel, especially her much stronger personality. She even touched her. Avena looked down at her chest, a flicker of confusion in her mind. Normally, if someone touched her private areas, she would definitely be angry. But for some reason, she didn't feel any revulsion towards Ciel's touch. Could it be that she liked it? Avena sat there, beginning to doubt herself. She probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Ciel had already returned to her own room and retrieved her Judicator potion. She left Avena's estate and hurried towards the Good Night Inn. Upon entering the central district, she leaped onto the rooftops, darting between buildings. Dexterity LV.2 made her body feel lighter and more reliable than she had imagined. She moved across the rooftops without pause, using her shadow to leap across wide gaps between buildings. It was as if she had become a top-tier parkour master overnight. Ciel estimated that with just one more level up to LV.3, her agility and strength would likely surpass the limits of ordinary humans. Soon, Ciel reached her destination. She vaulted down from the roof, descended along the window frames level by level, and finally clung to the outside of room 202's window. She slowly slid the window open and slipped inside. The candlelight inside flickered. Two white shadows, having already heard the noise, stood waiting, blocking her path. Who's there? From the bed, Eurus, with her long silver white hair, looked alertly towards the window. She wore a pure white cotton nightgown, her expression slightly dazed, as if just woken up. Saint Year 739, January 17th. Ciel looked at the figure on the bed and spoke directly. You told me that if I encountered you and said this date, you would believe everything I said afterward. Hearing this date, High Priest Eurus trembled slightly, her confusion deepening. She simply raised her hand, dismissing the two white shadows, and asked, I saw you in the goddess's divine oracle. This is the code you gave me, the day you lost the light, High Priest Eurus. Ciel fell back on her tried-and-true tactic impersonating a saintess. Hearing this, Eurus stopped questioning. After a moment of silence, she asked, what happened? Ciel raised her hand directly. A silver light flashed, and a letter appeared in her grasp. This letter, used multiple times before, proved useful once again. I need your help to destroy a Divine Advent Church stronghold and complete my Judicator reconstitution ritual, Ciel stated calmly. After Ciel finished speaking, she watched Eurus silently examine the Radiance Bishop insignia, a hint of disappointment creeping into her heart. So, it really is too difficult to make someone unconditionally trust a stranger based on just a single sentence? Do you have any other doubts? Ciel asked, seeing High Priest Eurus remain silent. She braced herself for another round of explanations. Eurus hesitated, then asked, could you let me change my clothes first? Fine. Ciel turned away, facing the desk, and averted her gaze from Eurus. I'm not looking. Go ahead and change. The rustling sound of clothes being removed came from behind. Perhaps because she couldn't see, Eurus changed very slowly. Maybe out of boredom, Ciel looked at the candle on the desk and asked curiously, High Priest, aren't you blind? Why light a candle? Because my eyes can't see, my other senses have been greatly enhanced by the potion. Eurus's ethereal voice came from the direction of the bed. Having a heat source makes it easier for me to perceive space and distance. Ciel nodded slightly, then belatedly remembered Eurus couldn't see her nod, so she replied verbally, "Oh, I've finished changing, Your Excellency." Eurus slowly approached Ciel. "May I ask your name?" Ciel. Ciel turned, walked towards High Priest Eurus, took her hand, and placed it on her own cheek. "High Priest, you can remember my name and appearance." This was also Ciel's way of making a stronger impression on Eurus, to avoid friendly fire in the upcoming battle. It also served to build a little more trust. Eurus carefully touched Ciel's face, then showed a slight expression of surprise. "Your Excellency Ciel, I didn't expect you to be." Eurus struggled for the right words before settling on, "so young and accomplished." Before Eurus could finish, Ciel had already taken a small step back, moving away from Eurus's hand. "Your Excellency, I haven't finished memorizing," Eurus stated seriously. "High Priest, I've dreamed of you more than once," Ciel said expressionlessly. "The first time, you pinched my face for over 10 minutes. The second time we met, you told me you didn't need to touch to sense emotions." Hearing Ciel's words, Eurus's hand paused. If she had doubted Ciel's talk of dreams before, now, with Ciel revealing so much specific information, she almost completely believed her. Because the things Ciel described sounded exactly like something she would do. "Your Excellency, please just call me Eurus." Eurus's expression turned serious. She faced Ciel and asked earnestly, "Are you from the Inquisition?" "No," Ciel denied. "Then, your potion," Eurus suddenly recalled something. "Was it you who provided the information about the sealed artifact?" Eurus remembered the young lady from the Roswell family coming to her a few days ago with crucial intelligence. At the time, Eurus was already preparing to write a letter requesting a third-tier soul walker potion and ritual from the Church of the Savior Goddess as a reward. But the Roswell lady had unexpectedly requested a second-tier judicator potion instead. Since the young lady had a good reputation and the request was within her authority, after briefly assessing the value of the intelligence, Eurus had given her the potion and ritual. But now it seemed the Roswell lady might have violated the Eye of Order contract they signed. Otherwise, it was too coincidental that shortly after she received the potion, someone outside the Church of the Savior Goddess appeared with it, preparing for the reconstitution ritual. But Eurus decided not to pursue the matter. If Ciel's intelligence was accurate, then helping the Church of the Savior Goddess uncover a hidden Divine Advent Church stronghold in Barren City would be a great service. If Ciel drank the potion under her supervision, she could ensure Ciel wouldn't be consumed by the potion and go down an extremist path. And Ciel's dreams might not be dreams at all. They could be divine oracles from the goddess. Perhaps the oracle guided her to find Eurus, a fellow member of the Church of the Savior Goddess, to resolve this incident. How else could Ciel dream of her repeatedly when they had clearly never met or had any contact? Could she be the saintess of the Avenger path? Maybe she could try to guide her into joining the Church of the Savior Goddess, perform her baptism. If she could baptize a potential saintess, perhaps the remaining bit of her own potion would be fully digested, and she could apply to the church for the next tier's Radiance Bishop potion. "Your Excellency Ciel, do you have a plan?" Eurus asked. "Do you need me to request reinforcements from the church?" "No need, we'll act ourselves. If we wait for the church, there won't be enough time." Ciel shook her head, rejecting Eurus's suggestion. She continued, "Currently, the Divine Advent Church has no information on us, you can rest assured on that point. Then our plan is," Eurus took a deep breath, ready to memorize the plan. "Kill our way through." Ciel laid out the plan plainly. Eurus, is that considered a plan? Just moments ago, Eurus thought Ciel seemed reliable, methodical, and composed. Now, she was starting to feel uncertain again. But Ciel wasn't lying. Charging indirectly was the simplest, most brutal, and likely most successful plan. Previously, even when ambushed by Kitty, Eurus had fought her to a standstill, leaving Kitty half dead upon her return. Now, if the situation was reversed, with Eurus having the element of surprise and Ciel providing support, Kitty stood no chance. As for the other first-tier transcendents in the casino, Ciel didn't even factor them into her calculations. As long as Avenger Ciel wore the specially crafted mask stitched with the other side page, the gamblers couldn't confront her directly. Not to mention, the moment the first gambler died, Ciel could attempt to summon an other side entity. "Are you serious?" Eurus asked. "Very serious?" Ciel's tone was calm. Ciel then spent some time detailing the situation at Detton Manor for Eurus. She described Administrator Kitty, the strength, and paths of the other first-tier transcendents, including the total number of cultists. She even listed the specific names and characteristics of each transcendent, providing extremely detailed intelligence. By the end, even Eurus couldn't help but be astonished. The information was excessively detailed. It was as if Ciel had been undercover right under their noses for years. "You've basically mapped out their entire stronghold." After hearing all the intel, Eurus couldn't resist asking, "Do you have an informant there? Or perhaps, your organization?" This amount of information couldn't possibly have been gathered by Ciel alone. Eurus's main concern now was that Ciel belonged to an organization. If she did, Eurus's plan to recruit her into the Church of the Savior Goddess would likely fail. But considering Ciel might be the saintess, even if it meant tricking or outright kidnapping her, she had to bring her back to the Holy See to verify her identity. "Yes, we had a bishop undercover there, but she has already left," Ciel stated calmly. "There was indeed a bishop undercover there, just that it was me, and I was pretending." Speaking of which, most of her knowledge about the Divine Advent Church came from Eurus herself. Hearing Ciel's words, Eurus began mentally weighing the pros and cons of kidnapping Ciel. A bishop-level undercover agent within the Divine Advent Church, just how vast was Ciel's organization? When did such a powerful organization emerge in Barren City? Or had they been hiding, only recently starting to operate? Even the Church of the Savior Goddess couldn't place an undercover agent that high up. Alright, I'll go with you, Eurus nodded. This matter involved the Divine Advent Church, Eurus couldn't ignore it. As long as she confirmed the presence of cultists there, even if Ciel hadn't asked, Eurus wouldn't let them go. Your Excellency Ciel, please wait a moment. I must leave a letter informing the Holy See about this matter. Eurus walked past Ciel to the desk and began searching for stationery. Alright. Ciel stepped aside, waiting for her to write the letter. It didn't matter whether Eurus sent the letter or not. By the time it reached the Holy See, Ciel would have long since left the simulation. Soon, Eurus finished sealing the letter. At the same time, Ciel retrieved the other side page from her inventory. Due to previous heavy use and being taped, the page was now somewhat wrinkled and fragile, likely only usable 2 more times before disintegrating. Eurus, having sealed the letter, turned back towards Ciel. Her brow furrowed slightly. What are you doing? Eurus felt an instinctive threat emanating from deep within her soul. A faint buzzing in her mind warned her that Ciel's direction was extremely dangerous. Ciel was using 2 pins to attach the page to the front of her clothes. She was currently thinking it was a shame that redeeming other side pages was too expensive, otherwise, she would cover her entire body with them. If she were covered head to toe in other side pages, she too would become an existence that could not be looked upon directly. Maybe she should have her simulated self enter a deep simulation before the real Ciel arrived each time, just to write more pages? After all, it was only the simulated self dying. Eurus's words interrupted Ciel's thoughts. She looked at Eurus and said, "It's nothing, just some text from the other side. It won't affect you." Text from the other side? Eurus's eyebrows shot up slightly. Using text from the other side so casually? If Eurus had merely suspected Ciel was the Saintess before, now she was 99% certain. Only a Saintess could comprehend divine oracles from the other side without suffering permanent mental and spiritual damage afterward. No wonder Her Excellency Ciel, clearly only a first-tier Avenger, dared to suggest charging straight into a cult stronghold with her. She certainly had the confidence to back it up. After completing their preparations, the fully equipped Eurus followed Ciel towards Detton Manor outside the city. Half an hour later, their figures appeared outside Detton Manor under the night sky. Detton Manor was brightly lit even at night. As soon as their figures appeared at the end of the road, 2 attendants came forward to greet them. "You too, may I ask?" The leading male attendant, wearing a green chip mask, saw Eurus's robes, his pupils contracting slightly, but he continued calmly, "Are you members here?" The Divine Advent Church hadn't been exposed. Even if members of the Church of the Savior Goddess came, they just needed to receive them normally. "I am." Ciel held up her card and flicked it towards the attendant. The card flew like a dart, spinning towards his face. The attendant hadn't gotten a clear look at Ciel's face yet and was startled by the flying card. As he fumbled to catch it, the card abruptly stopped right before his eyes. "Huh?" Before the attendant could react, a sharp pain exploded in his chest. "Ugh!" He let out a muffled groan, spitting blood. He looked down in disbelief to see his own heart hovering just outside his chest cavity. Cough! He managed only a single cough of blood before his body went limp. The other attendant, sensing trouble the moment it started, had already turned to run. But the next second, his legs tripped over something unseen, sending him sprawling face first. Right where he fell, a sharp knife lay waiting on the ground. Schlick! Without even a cry, his head was impaled by the knife. His body convulsed briefly before falling still, utterly lifeless. Eurus, who had been about to speak, hadn't even opened her mouth before she heard the 2 thuds. The 2 living beings before her had died instantly, without a single scream. This ruthless efficiency in killing slightly startled Eurus. How many people had Ciel killed to achieve such proficiency? They were members of the Divine Advent Church. Eurus confirmed. "Yes," Ciel replied. "Step 2 paces to your right, the ground is covered in blood." Compared to the first time she killed and got sprayed with blood, Ciel now knew exactly where to strike to avoid getting splattered. No one knew the identities of the cultists here better than her, because she had killed them all one by one before. "Follow me." Ciel led Eurus straight into the manor, pushing open the main doors. Eurus followed closely behind, white phantoms swirling within her shadow, ready to assist. After confirming the main hall was empty, they turned right towards the reception hall. The moment the door opened, Ciel's shadow shot towards the chip-laden desk, dispatching the unsuspecting cultist with a single stroke. Blood spurted from his neck, spraying onto the chips and filling the room with the metallic stench of iron. Killing 3 people consecutively slightly eased the burning fire in Ciel's chest, lessening the oppressive sense of irritation. Ciel barely paused, passing through another door and immediately opening the hidden passage on the right, revealing the stone spiral staircase leading down. Eurus followed closely. Stepping onto the stone stairs, she felt almost certain that this place was far from simple. And Ciel, leading the way, was even less simple. Ciel hadn't stopped moving the entire time. The few cultists they passed died under her blade with almost no resistance. She moved through this place as casually as strolling through her own living room. It was as if she knew exactly where every cultist would be. "There's a sanctuary underground. Its layout is almost identical to the clock tower church, Ciel reminded Eurus as they descended. All right, Eurus nodded. This wasn't surprising, given the Divine Advent Church's origins. Soon, Ciel led Eurus down into the sanctuary. It wasn't empty. Several people were moving around below, arranging tables and chairs, seemingly preparing for something. High Priest, they are all here, Ciel stated. Understood. Some cultists wearing chip masks had noticed their arrival and looked towards Ciel and Eurus with confusion. But the next moment, several white phantoms surged towards them. Schlick! 4 heads flew into the air instantly, rolling across the floor. The sudden attack alerted the others, who cried out in alarm. It's people from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Quick! Inform the administrator. Heretics, die. Some cultists fled up the other staircases to warn Kitty, while the remaining ones drew pistols and aimed directly at Ciel and Eurus. Bang bang bang! Several bullets whistled towards Eurus but struck the white phantoms shielding her, stopping them completely. Meanwhile, the cultists aiming at Ciel found their minds clouding the moment they targeted her. Their guns slipped from their grasp. By aiming at Ciel, they had inadvertently looked directly at the other side page pinned to her chest. Eurus's white phantoms moved like white reapers, swiftly harvesting the lives of everyone in the sanctuary. 2 phantoms pursued the fleeing cultists up the stairs. Ciel watched the massacre expressionlessly, silently analyzing Eurus's abilities. Ciel's own experience in using abilities was minimal. Although Eurus wasn't of the Avenger path, she could still learn by analogy. She recalled her first meeting with Eurus, when Eurus had suddenly appeared behind her as if teleporting. Radiant's Bishop Hugh had used this ability too, swapping places with a white phantom. Ciel had perceived it as teleportation before because she couldn't see the shadows. Could this ability be obtained at the 2nd tier? It was indeed a powerful life-saving skill. None escaped. Eurus suddenly spoke, interrupting Ciel's thoughts. No transcendence, just some cultists. The fleeing cultists had all been killed by Eurus, none had escaped the pursuit of the white phantoms. Ciel surveyed the area, confirming the sanctuary was empty, then led Eurus back to the main hall, facing one of the hidden passages. That was the passage leading to Kitty's office. Kitty is up this way. Be careful. Ciel opened the passage door, looking up the ascending spiral stone steps. All right. Eurus didn't waste words, stepping forward past Ciel and taking the lead. Fighting a 2nd-tier missionary is dangerous. Stay behind me and be cautious. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of Dedon Manor, in the office at the end of the corridor, a figure wearing a black chip mask sat at the desk, leaning back against the bookshelf behind her, staring intently at the backgammon board, her brow tightly furrowed. She picked up the 2 dice and tossed them onto the board. The 6-sided dice spun and tumbled before both landed on one. Damn it, Kitty couldn't help but curse. Her luck lately had been abysmal. No, it was utterly disastrous. Sherlin's mysterious death, the rapid development of the dehydration cure, the sudden, undamaged removal of the sealed artifact buried beneath the Church of the Savior Goddess. Her luck had hit rock bottom. If even one small part of her plan hadn't gone wrong, she could have dealt a major blow to the Church of the Savior Goddess, destroying their base of believers in Barren City. Then, she would have gained the attention of her superiors, and being transferred back to Anso wouldn't have been impossible. Even Sherlin's death didn't matter that much, it just set back the progress of one missionary's reconstitution ritual. The quick release of the dehydration cure wasn't a total loss either, at least she had uncovered Sherlin's secrets and found the real genius behind the virus. But why was the sealed artifact discovered and removed directly? How did the Church of the Savior Goddess know it was there? Even if they knew, how did they avoid triggering it? Just getting within 7 meters should have detonated the dehydration contagion, killing all the ordinary clergy in the church hospital and the church itself. Why didn't it happen? Kitty couldn't figure it out. It felt like an invisible hand was manipulating events, unraveling even the most intricate plans inexplicably. The bishop could arrive at any moment. She had to resolve this before then. Humph. Kitty took a deep breath and leaned back against the bookshelf. But there was still some good news. The Divine Advent Church's stronghold hadn't been discovered. She had hidden it well and expanded quickly. Even the bishop couldn't find fault with that. Plan meticulously, always leave a way out. That was Kitty's formula for success. Thinking this, a faint smile touched her lips. Schlick. Excruciating pain erupted from her chest. Kitty looked down sharply to see a hand formed of white phantom energy piercing through her chest from behind. What the hell? Kitty lurched forward, knocking over the desk. Backgammon pieces scattered across the floor. She whipped her head around to see several white phantoms extending from the gap in the bookshelf she had just been leaning against. The phantoms slowly pulled the bookshelf apart, revealing 2 unfamiliar figures emerging from the hidden passage behind it. Who are you? Kitty was stunned. No, impossible. Kitty coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The white shadow behind her emerged and merged with her body. The gaping hole in her chest shimmered with white light, temporarily stopping the bleeding. But even so, she could feel her life force draining away. Her heart had been completely crushed. The illusory heart provided by the white shadow could only delay her death. Her real heart was beyond repair. Left half alive, Eurus turned her head towards Ciel and said, "Thanks." Ciel nodded slightly towards Eurus, then stepped past her. 2 white shadows moved simultaneously with Ciel, placing their hands on her shoulders protectively, guarding against any dying counterattack. Ciel's own black shadow moved ahead of her, stopping before Kitty. Church of the Savior. Inquisition. Ugh. 2 white shadows supported Kitty as she stood. Her black ship mask had long fallen off. As she looked past the black shadow towards the girl, a spiritual alarm screamed in her mind. How is that possible? That's something only bishops possess? Kitty quickly looked down, a white shadow shielding her. Large beads of sweat streamed down her cheeks. What the hell is going on? How did the people from the Church of the Savior find her? Even the Inquisition was deployed. This meant the Inquisition must have received information at least 2 days ago and rushed to Baron City? In other words, her every move these past few days had been completely monitored? Impossible. Impossible, Kitty trembled, muttering. An overwhelming sense of defeat washed over her like a tsunami, a pain far exceeding the physical agony in her chest, worse than death itself. Curious. Ciel stopped less than 3 meters from Kitty, smiling. Curious how I knew about Sherlin? Curious how I knew about the sealed artifact information? Or curious how I found you? Ciel's words were like sharp thorns, stabbing repeatedly at Kitty's non-existent heart. You. Who are you? Kitty dared only stare at the girl's feet. Her only impression of the girl before her was a fleeting glimpse of red hair. No matter how hard she racked her brain, Kitty had no memory of this person. She had never seen her before. Your Excellency, she's fading. Eurus couldn't help but remind her from behind. If Ciel didn't drink the potion and kill her now, and if Kitty committed suicide, all their efforts would be wasted. Kitty might even deliberately wait until Ciel drank the potion before killing herself, trying to ensure Ciel was consumed by the potion's power. The Judicator potion formula and reconstitution ritual weren't exclusive to the Church of the Savior Goddess. The Divine Advent Church, having split off, naturally possessed copies. Once Kitty recognized the Judicator potion, she might very well try to drag Ciel down with her in her final moments. Eurus's idea was simple: let Ciel kill her directly and then drink the potion. Ciel's ability to handle other side items without losing her mind indicated exceptional spiritual resilience. Even if this crude ritual failed after Ciel drank the potion, she wouldn't be completely assimilated immediately. Eurus would have plenty of time to use this as a pretext to bring Ciel to the Holy See, have the Inquisition help complete the ritual, and personally baptize Ciel into the Church of the Savior Goddess. Even if Ciel belonged to another organization, it didn't matter. Many members of the Church of the Savior Goddess maintained other identities. Their priority simply shifted to the Church. Following the Church's doctrines was inherently good, reducing suffering in the world. Eurus saw no flaw in her thinking. High Priest, do you have any healing potions? Ciel turned back and asked Eurus. I do, but... Eurus was puzzled. She took out a vial of emerald green liquid and tossed it towards Ciel. Ciel caught the potion. The vibrant green liquid inside was clearly the work of Eurus's sister, Adele. Ciel tossed the potion forward. It landed on the carpet, rolled to Kitty's feet, its surface stained with Kitty's blood. Drink it, Ciel said with a smile. Drink it, and I'll tell you the answers to your questions. Cough, cough, Kitty's chest heaved violently as she stared intently at the blood-stained potion on the floor. Even Eurus, standing behind Ciel, frowned slightly upon hearing Ciel's words. What is Ciel thinking? That cultist would obviously never drink the potion. Her desire for death was clear. But to Eurus's surprise, Kitty reached out, grabbed the potion, uncorked it, and drank it down in one gulp. As the potion entered her stomach, an unnatural flush spread across Kitty's pale face. The potion would prolong her life and her suffering for a little while longer, but her death was inevitable. Mother Goddess above, Kitty prayed silently. She could have embraced the Mother Goddess immediately, but she didn't, because she needed more information from the girl opposite her. Kitty's blood was already seeping into the floor tiles below. Eventually, even a single drop, passed through an insider or an investigating bishop to the higher echelons of the Divine Advent Church, would allow them to use the residual information in the blood to learn everything that happened here. With that information, the higher UPS could identify the culprit who ruined the plan and avenge her. The blood seeping into the stone slabs had already activated the ritual she had prepared. Soon, the other Divine Advent Transcendents in Denton Manor would receive the information and evacuate quickly with the exposed intel. All Kitty had to do now was extract more information from her opponent before she died. Did they think a surprise attack could kill me so easily? Impossible. Even with unforeseen complications, she still had a deadly backup plan. She would witness the blasphemer before her being torn limb from the heavens, alongside the Mother Goddess. When this sinner's soul was drawn into the Mother Goddess's heaven, she would petition the Mother Goddess to hand the soul over to her. Then, she would properly educate this sinner with slender calves and perfectly petite feet, making her taste a fate worse than death. Ciel, standing not far from Kitty, wasn't surprised to see her drink the potion. From reading the cultist spirituality journals in the previous simulation, she knew these transcendent cultists were instructed to leave as much information as possible for those who came after, especially in dire situations. Even when Ciel had blown off half of Kitty's face with a gunshot in the last simulation, Kitty had desperately tried to leave a message. This proved that as long as Ciel offered information, Kitty wouldn't readily seek death. And reality confirmed Ciel's guess. Not only did Kitty not seek death, she drank the potion, enduring agony just to live a moment longer for information. Unfortunately for Kitty, her information would never get out. Because this was merely Ciel's simulated future. The reality Kitty hoped for was a fantasy she could never reach. Your plan was quite good. No one would suspect you hiding in Denton Manor outside the city. It allowed you to contact other transcendents without encountering the Church of the Savior Goddess. Ciel squinted at Kitty, continuing, turning the already unstable Sherlin was the masterstroke. Who would have thought his weak virus could be so effective, or that a sealed artifact could be used to detonate it? Even if investigated later, the Church of the Savior Goddess would have difficulty tracing it back to you. If Sherlin's ritual succeeded, you'd baptize a third-tier transcendent into a cultist. If it failed, his madness would take all the blame. With every sentence Ciel spoke, the pain in Kitty's chest seemed to intensify. Recounting her entire plan aloud as praise was like slapping her face repeatedly. But Kitty kept her head bowed, showing no further emotion. So what if the initial plan was exposed? Perhaps Sherlin was exposed early and tortured for information. That didn't mean her plan was flawed. Her plan was perfect, only the executor failed. The girl before her merely got lucky and learned about her plan. She couldn't possibly know what Kitty was thinking. Thump. Suddenly, an empty potion vial dropped into Kitty's line of sight, landing with a muffled thud on the carpet. A potion? She drank the potion directly? She's clearly an avenger from the Inquisition. The potion she just drank could only be judicator. Judging me? With your strength? No one can shake my faith in the Mother Goddess. I am the Mother Goddess's finest missionary, having guided countless brothers and sisters with pure faith. You want to judge me? Then prepare to go mad yourself. Kitty remained expressionless. She desperately wanted to look up but feared going insane from directly viewing something from that other world. She didn't fear death, nor the Mother Goddess's whispers. She only worried about not leaving enough information before dying, buying time for the others to escape. She wanted her death to be valuable to the Divine Advent Church, to the Mother Goddess. You want to leave more information so your bishop can investigate and kill me later, right? Ciel's hoarse voice came from above Kitty's head, causing her faint breathing to hitch. You must be very confident in your arrangements right now, aren't you? Ciel's breathing grew heavier. The unhealed burns on her hand reopened, staining the white bandages on her arm red again. Waves of whispers from the potion crashed against Ciel's sanity. The fire in her chest felt like a bomb about to detonate. The black shadow beside Ciel was already burning entirely, like the bomb's fuse. Even so, a smile remained on Ciel's face. She continued unhurriedly. Are you trying to buy time for the other cultists to escape? Abe, that young man was quite clever. He said he was grateful to Sister Kitty for giving him a second chance at life, even though both his hands were severed, forcing him to gouge out his own eyes by hitting the corner of a table. Marcelo, a greasy middle-aged gambling addict. Who would have thought his spirituality journal was filled entirely with your name? Even in death, he begged the Mother Goddess to protect you. My favorite was the one named Georgine. Her journal was also filled with adoration for you. After all, it was something you wanted to see. Do you know what she said before she died? She told me, "Thank you, Your Excellency Bishop, I can finally escape the nightmare." Who was that nightmare? Was it you, Kitty, indulging in power, fantasizing about others liking you? By the way, your white shadow is still present. You can tell if I'm telling the truth or lies, right? As Ciel listed the names one by one, like reading from a menu, Kitty's face grew uglier with each name. When she finally heard the name Georgine, Kitty could no longer maintain her forced composure. All dead? The foundation she had painstakingly built in Barren City for so long. All killed? Are you even from the Church of the Savior Goddess? The white shadow beside Kitty flickered erratically. The immense mental shock made it nearly impossible for her to stay conscious. Don't get agitated. Losing your head is normal. Just hold on a little longer. Listen carefully to every word I say next. Ciel's voice sounded again. The blood flowing from her wounds had gradually turned from dark red to black, pooling on the carpet like boiling tar. Guess who gave me these spirituality journals? Ciel took a step forward, grinning. It was you, Kitty. You gave me my potion. You helped me complete my reconstitution ritual. You showed me those spirituality journals because you mistook me for a bishop. It was you who ruined everything. Right now, you're just dreaming, fantasizing that your subordinates can escape, fantasizing that the message can get out. But you, half your face was already blown off by my shot, lying dying in the underground sanctuary. You ruined everything. You brought shame upon the Mother Goddess. Tell me, isn't every word I speak the truth? Ciel staggered towards Kitty, grabbed her hair, and forced her head up bit by bit. Do you know why you're going to die? Ciel looked into Kitty's vacant, unfocused eyes and said slowly, because your plan disturbed my normal life. Remember this name. Ciel. My name. Your judge. Ciel released her grip. Kitty's head slumped lifelessly. Her white shadow could no longer support her body, and she collapsed at Ciel's feet. And Ciel, slowly raising her right leg, stomped down with a savage grin. Brains splattered. Black flames erupted around Ciel, engulfing her completely. Behind the figure engulfed in black flames, another figure trembled slightly. It was Eurus, also a missionary like Kitty. Was this the same organized, seemingly reliable girl from before? Eurus didn't notice her feet had subconsciously taken half a step back. Just moments ago, she had felt a fear she hadn't experienced in a long time. Yes, deep within her heart, she felt a gut-wrenching terror. The sensation left her limbs stiff, like a fawn encountering its natural predator. Though she couldn't see the scene before her, the emotions Eurus felt were almost identical to Kitty's. Ciel's calm tone, the information revealed round after round, the casual recounting of the cultist massacre, even just the description was enough to make one feel nauseated. Could this person truly be a saintess? Even Kitty, the cultist missionary, had nearly been driven mad by her demonic words. Thinking back to how Ciel had instantly killed the guards at the entrance moments before, without a hint of hesitation. Though faint, Eurus had clearly sensed it. The emotion Ciel revealed while killing was relief and enjoyment. As if she had been suppressing an urge to kill all along. Should I really take her back to the Holy See? No. Do I even have the ability to take her back to the Holy See? Until she tossed the recovery potion to Ciel, Eurus had felt she was in control. But now, that confidence was gone. Eurus looked up, facing Ciel. Although she couldn't see what was happening in front of her, she could sense a powerful spiritual flame burning there. She could clearly feel the violent potion energy catalyzing an even more violent emotional entity, growing stronger bit by bit. Did I create a monster? Why did Ciel's reconstitution ritual feedback become so exaggerated after killing just a few people? Even killing a second-tier missionary shouldn't cause such fluctuations. There were only two possibilities. Ciel had completed this kind of reconstitution ritual more than once, meaning she had killed many more people this way. Or, Ciel truly was the chosen saintess of the Avenger path. Eurus directed her white shadow to slowly move away from the burning spiritual flame. She clenched her fists, a drop of sweat trickling down her temple. Which possibility was it? Should I disrupt this ritual before it's fully completed? Ultimately, reason overcame fear. Eurus's clenched fist slowly relaxed. Completing the reconstitution ritual multiple times beyond requirement? Impossible. Ciel hadn't possessed the potion and ritual for long. She couldn't have known the details of the Judicator ritual beforehand. Back at the inn, Ciel had even asked her how to complete the ritual with a higher success rate, proving this was her first time attempting the Judicator ritual. Furthermore, Eurus had only witnessed such powerful ritual effects twice before. Once was when guarding the saintess as she drank the ascetic potion. The other time was when an almost 90-year-old priest drank the ascetic potion. The saintess, naturally, completed rituals with an ease others couldn't hope to match. The goddess practically spoon-fed her power. As for the 90-year-old priest, he had spent nearly his entire life diligently repeating the ascetic ritual on the frontier, constantly undergoing hardships, helping others bear their pain. Only when he was on his deathbed, persuaded by the Holy See, did he finally drink the ascetic potion, creating a phenomenon akin to a miracle. If quantified and applied to the opposing Avenger path, assuming Ciel wasn't the saintess, she would have had to kill at least tens of thousands of people in accordance with her conviction through the ritual. How was that possible? How old was she? Even killing 3 people a day would take 10 years. Did she start killing as soon as she could walk? Eurus slowly let out a breath. She had convinced herself. Ciel was the saintess. She had to persuade her, as much as possible, to join the Church of the Savior Goddess. Otherwise, with Ciel's abilities left unchecked, Eurus truly couldn't fathom what kind of disaster she might cause in the future. Unlike Eurus, whose mind was racing through frantic internal debates, Ciel was currently struggling within a burning space. Before her eyes, the corpse, brain matter, carpet, lavish decorations, everything was consumed by black flames. Her clothes disintegrated in the fire, the bandages on her hands turning to ash along with them, revealing the unhealed burns beneath. Her already burned arms now spontaneously ignited under the stimulation of the black flames. The black blood oozing from the reopened wounds acted like an accelerant, fueling the flames to burn even brighter. This felt completely different from becoming an Avenger. Previously, in the sea of fire, the physical pain and burning had almost drowned out the chaotic whispers and extraneous thoughts in her mind, leaving only the burning flame of vengeance within and without. But now, she only felt a pain as if her very soul were being incinerated. Whispers, even stronger than the pain, bombarded her mind. Black flames seemed to merge with her flesh, constantly destroying and ravaging her body. Amidst the black flames, a spray of blood erupted from her side waist. Black blood burst forth, like tormented spirits desperate to escape their prison, burning as they tore out of Ciel's body. Rip. Parts of her body continuously exploded. Black shadows formed from black blood waved their arms, trying to claw their way out from within her. The intense pain brought Ciel a moment of clarity. What is happening? Ciel forced herself to look down. She saw an arm made of burning black blood struggling to emerge from her lower abdomen, waving towards her chest. The direction the arm was pointing. System? Ciel screamed inwardly with all her might. The other side page pinned to her chest vanished with a flash of silver light, recalled into her inventory. Instantly, the pressure in Ciel's mind lessened dramatically. The black arms flailing wildly all over her body seemed to lose their target, beginning to sway erratically. Get back inside. Ciel struggled to lift her arm and pressed down on the black arm protruding from her abdomen, forcing it back inside inch by inch. Boom. The moment the arm was forced back, black flames erupted from her abdomen, sealing the wound, reconstructing her flesh and blood. Go back. Boom. Boom. Mechanically, Ciel pushed the arms back one by one. Each time an arm was forced back into her body, a powerful explosion of black fire erupted. Gradually, Ciel's strength dwindled. She no longer had the energy to lift her arms. Thud. Ciel collapsed directly to her knees within the black fire, her head drooping low, as her consciousness gradually began to fade. The potion, mixed with flesh and blood, transformed into black arms that sprouted from her neck and back, making her look like a humanoid figure burdened with countless withered, grotesque branches. Ciel. An ethereal call echoed in Ciel's mind. The voice sounded like her own, but indistinct amidst the illusion. The call struck Ciel's spirit like lightning, activating calm mind. Her eyes snapped open, and she gasped for breath. Black shadow? Ciel could no longer make a sound, but her mental cry seemed effective. From the black mire on the ground, 4 burning black shadows slowly rose. These equally naked shadows had forms and appearances almost identical to Ciel's. They took a synchronized step forward, knelt beside Ciel, and slowly extended their arms, embracing her at the center. Boom! A fierce gust of air exploded outwards from Ciel. The cocoon-like black flames were instantly shattered, dissipating into infinite fire carried away by the wind. Color returned to Ciel's vision. She saw everything around her as it was before being consumed by the black fire. Her chest burned intensely hot. Looking down, she saw a scar-like mark burned onto her chest, resembling some kind of script. She could also see brain matter and blood clinging to her knees and legs. Strength rapidly returned to her body, but the ringing in her mind hadn't diminished much. The buzzing overwhelmed her ears, preventing her from hearing anything else. Strangely though, she didn't feel much pain compared to the whispers before. The chaotic voices in her head were in some unknown language. Except for certain specific words that caused a sharp pang in her brain, the rest was just like black noise filled with screams and oppression. Ciel slowly looked up. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. She seemed to sense the source of these screams, this black noise. Ciel slowly reached out. The kneeling black shadows supported her arms and body, helping her stand. Blood and brain matter dripped from her knees and hands. The 4 burning black shadows turned slowly with Ciel, looking towards the source of the black noise. It was Eurus, behind the broken desk. At this moment, Eurus's chest heaved violently. Her gray-white pupils stared blankly towards Ciel, her face filled with terror. Her mouth opened, seemingly saying something, but Ciel couldn't hear her words at all. Eurus, Ciel reached out her right hand towards Eurus. She was incredibly thirsty, her voice hoarse, wanting only to ask Eurus for a dose of Adele's special potion. She had never craved that mint-scented potion so intensely. But to Ciel's surprise, the moment she spoke, Eurus's figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, was replaced by an illusory white shadow. And that replaced shadow only existed for less than a second before being swiftly sucked away, dragged into the passage behind it, vanishing without a trace. Just borrowing another recovery potion, was it really necessary to run? Ciel frowned slightly. However, after Eurus's figure disappeared, the oppressive screams in Ciel's ears lessened somewhat. She could now hear faint sounds. Did I just sense Eurus's emotions? Do I also have the ability to perceive emotions now? Then why were Eurus's emotions filled with such bizarre howls and bone-deep fear? Did her potion go out of control? A black shadow handed Ciel a clean handkerchief it had found. Ciel took it and wiped the brain matter and blood from her hands. But she couldn't wipe it completely clean, some bloodstains remained. Ciel turned to look where Kitty had fallen. Her head was still in the same crushed state as when Ciel had stomped on it. Even the carpet was soaked in blood. It seemed the black flames during the reconstitution ritual didn't affect the outside world. But her own clothes had been burned away, that puzzled Ciel slightly. With a thought from Ciel, the 4 black shadows dashed off in different directions, disappearing from the office. Soon, one of the black shadows returned, holding a clean maid's dress. It was clearly the dress worn by the red chip mask maids at Detton Manor. Ciel had seen it many times. This one seemed new, just slightly too large for Ciel. Her own clothes inexplicably burned away. Ciel could only use this dress to cover herself. After changing into the black and white maid dress, lacking suitable shoes, Ciel had to go barefoot for now, though it didn't significantly hinder her movement. There's still time left. Should I try spiritual summoning? Ciel looked at Kitty's crushed corpse, contemplating. Something was already forming within Kitty's shattered skull, seemingly potion materials separating from her body. Materials or potions extracted from others carried the original owner's mental contamination. Ciel had no way to purify them, so taking them was useless. Even if she took them, Ciel wouldn't spend fate points to redeem doubly contaminated materials. It wasn't worth it for Ciel. Using the flesh or potion materials of a second-tier transcendent for sacrifice seemed a bit too risky. She had just managed to advance Avenger Ciel to Judicator Ciel. She didn't want to go through that again, nor experience that kind of pain again. If possible, she wanted to pass the remaining 24 hours peacefully and save this file. However, Ciel still felt uncertain about using her second-tier abilities. The voices in her head were too numerous and chaotic, making it difficult to focus and determine which fragmented knowledge represented her abilities and which were just useless whispers. At least, she couldn't reliably distinguish them now. If she successfully saved this file, Ciel would consider upgrading Calm Mind again after exiting, just in case. Of course, that was assuming the upgrade wouldn't deplete all her fate points. Ciel's gaze shifted away from Kitty's corpse. Kitty's body couldn't be used for sacrifice yet, but she could take it with her. Ciel planned to sacrifice some low-tier materials first to see what would happen. And Detton Manor was certainly not lacking in low-tier materials. With all the cultist management dead, weren't the items in the underground exchange free for the taking? Time for some £0 shopping. A black shadow dressed in a black maid outfit handed Kitty's black ship mask to Ciel. Ciel took it and put it on. Mask donned, Ciel stepped onto the blood-stained carpet and walked towards the door. Behind her, the black shadows dragged Kitty's corpse and carried her potion materials, following Ciel. Drip, drip. Ciel's footsteps left bloody prints on the wooden corridor floor. Soon, the fresh prints faded, the residual blood mixing with dust, hardening on the soles of her feet. The sensation made Ciel uncomfortable. She frowned, wondering if there was anything she could use to wash her feet. But she knew how to get to the underground sanctuary stairs. There was only one spiral staircase. But how to get from the third floor of this manor down to the first? Where were the stairs? Unsurprisingly, Ciel was lost again in the vast manor. Just as Ciel considered sending out her shadows to scout, she heard urgent, heavy footsteps approaching from the corner ahead. A maid? A gambler? Or one of those dealers? As the footsteps drew nearer, the whispers in Ciel's mind grew louder and clearer. She could feel the shock and grief radiating from the chaotic language. The moment the figure rounded the corner, these sounds instantly transformed into screams and terror. Lady Kitty. A portly, greasy middle-aged man instantly fell to his knees, staring in horror and grief at the terrifying masked girl before him, and at the headless female corpse being dragged behind the girl, leaving a trail of blood. He didn't recognize the strange, barefoot girl before him, but she seemed to recognize him. Marcelo, right, you're still alive here. Where are the others? Marcelo, where are they? Kneeling on the ground, Marcelo felt nothing around him, yet a searing pain suddenly erupted from his neck, accompanied by frantic spiritual alarms blaring in his mind. Beside his shadow, unnoticed until now, stood the shadow of a girl. It held a black, burning hand axe, pressing it against the neck of his shadow. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky over Barren City was just beginning to be tinged with deep blue. A carriage bearing the emblem of the Church of the Savior Goddess sped towards the Knightsbridge district. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the estate at number 15, Sirs Bridge district. Two figures dressed in plain black robes, their faces obscured by hoods, hopped down from the driver's seat. One quickly moved to the carriage door and opened it, while the other ran towards the estate gate. High Priest, please be careful. Inside the carriage, a woman wearing robes with white adornments, clearly of a higher rank than the first two, jumped down. Almost the instant she landed, a figure clad in silver-white armor emerged from the estate gate. Each step the armored figure took produced the clang of metal plates, drawing the attention of the three people outside the estate. High Priest Eurus. A metallic buzzing sound emanated from within the armor. The armored figure looked at Eurus and asked, "May I ask what the matter is?" This armored figure was Nia. At this moment, Nia felt a sense of foreboding. The acting high priest of Barren City visiting Miss Avena at such an hour definitely couldn't be good news. Nia's intuition told her this was likely related to Miss Ciel running off earlier. After all, Miss Ciel's state at that time seemed very wrong, almost like she was under the influence of a freshly consumed potion. "I need to see Miss Roswell. Please inform her, Your Excellency." Eurus removed her mask, faced Nia, and said sternly, "This is a very important matter, concerning the unauthorized circulation of the Judicator potion." In truth, Eurus had no intention of pursuing the matter of the leaked Judicator potion, but she had to use it now to ensure she could see Avena as quickly as possible. She needed Avena's help to capture the Ciel who was on the verge of losing control. Eurus had no confidence she could accomplish this task alone. Getting Avena to agree was primarily a means to secure the assistance of the third-tier crown guard before her. That was Eurus's true objective. She was gambling. Gambling on Ciel's importance in Avena's heart. As expected, upon hearing Eurus mention the Judicator potion, Nia fell silent for a moment. After about 3 seconds, Nia slowly spoke, "I am unaware of any matter concerning a Judicator potion. But if you wish to see Miss Avena, you may come in. She happens to be awake." Nia opened the estate's iron gate and stepped aside, creating an opening. Awake? At this hour? Although surprised, Eurus signaled her ascetics to wait outside and followed Nia alone. Since the reception hall was still under repair, Eurus was led to the first-floor study used for receiving guests. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Avena hurried into the study and sat down on the single sofa opposite Eurus. "Miss Roswell, greetings." Eurus nodded slightly to Avena. "We've met before. My name is Eurus." Avena responded expressionlessly, though inwardly she felt anxious. She had heard from Nia that High Priest Eurus's visit was related to Ciel. Recalling Ciel's strange behavior earlier, Avena felt a pang of regret. She should have had Nia restrain Ciel and kept talking to her until she returned to normal. But now, Avena didn't know what exactly had happened to Ciel. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries, Miss Roswell. To put it briefly, I am here regarding Miss Ciel," Eurus said. "You know her, correct?" "Yes." Avena nodded slightly. "She is my friend. She's suffering from potion backlash. The assimilation is severe." Eurus looked at Avena, her expression serious. "I need your help. Please ask Her Excellency Crown Guard to assist me in restraining her potion out of control." Avena could no longer maintain her blank expression. "Just as I thought," she lamented inwardly. Avena's worst fears had materialized. Ciel, who had been examined multiple times and confirmed to be an ordinary person, had suddenly become a transcendent with a drastically changed personality. If only I were a psychologist. A listener had no way to treat mental instability caused by potions. Perhaps she should accelerate her own reconstitution ritual. "You don't seem surprised," Eurus asked, apparently sensing Avena's reaction. "No, I suspected as much." Avena nodded, took a deep breath, and continued. "She woke up this morning and had somehow become an Avenger. She must have drunk the potion sometime yesterday afternoon after returning from Detton Manor. I haven't seen her perform any reconstitution ritual these past few days. She seemed very calm, showing no animosity towards anyone. It's all right. We can go find her now, arrange the Avenger ritual for her. There's still a chance. Avena stood up abruptly as she spoke. She was genuinely getting anxious. Avenger. Eurus's mouth slowly fell open. Realization dawned. Wait, are you saying she drank the Avenger potion yesterday without performing any ritual? Yes, before I left her room yesterday, there was no trace of potion aura on her. Avena started to say more, wondering where Ciel got so many Avenger potions, but stopped herself, remembering she was talking to someone from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Soon, Avena realized Eurus remained seated, showing no intention of standing up. What's wrong? High Priest. Avena urged, where is she now? We need to hurry. No, please let me process this. Eurus raised a hand, interrupting Avena. First, answer me, did you give her the Judicator potion? No, the Judicator potion I have is purely for collection. I haven't given it to anyone, Avena replied without hesitation. She wasn't worried about herself, but she feared Ciel might face investigation and interrogation from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Miss Ciel didn't drink the Avenger potion. Eurus knew she wouldn't get a straight answer this way, so she stated directly, just moments ago, she drank the Judicator potion. Avena, I know she drank a what did you say? What potion? I think we need to call for more backup, Miss Roswell. Noisy, so noisy. Ciel descended the stairs step by step, rubbing her temples. Why didn't I notice the people at Detton Manor were this noisy before? Does Eurus live in this kind of environment every day? Ciel muttered to herself. She thought about the blind Eurus, enduring this kind of black noise torture daily. How could she possibly endure it without going mad? Ciel now felt that Eurus's habit of pinching her face wasn't so strange after all. Under such circumstances, one needed some peculiar hobbies to avoid breaking down. Fortunately, it wasn't as noisy now. Ciel glanced back. Behind her, 4 black shadows each carried 2 corpses, 2 in each hand. Including Kitty's headless corpse, there were 8 bodies in total. Not all of them were cultists, some were just gamblers who happened to be gambling at Detton Manor and unfortunately ran into Ciel. It wasn't that Ciel wanted to kill them, they were just too loud. If they had maintained their composure and politely stepped aside for Ciel, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Anyway, it's just a simulation, might as well use their bodies for experiments. If Ciel managed to deal with the Divine Advent Church in reality, it could be considered saving their lives. Consider this their payment for helping Ciel with her experiments in the simulation. Step by step, she reached the basement level and stood before the vault door. The once tidy vault was now in disarray. The attendants and maids at the entrance were dead, blood and low-tier materials scattered everywhere. After receiving the retreat signal, some cultists had raided the vault and made off with the valuables. Such quick hands, Ciel frowned slightly. She stepped over the bodies near the entrance and walked into the vault. As she passed the gleaming, polished steel gate, she saw her reflection. The hem of her black maid dress was torn in several places. She stood barefoot amidst the corpses, her white apron splattered with blood. Not just her legs, but her hands and face were also stained with blood from unknown sources. What a mess. Ciel rubbed at the blood on her face, found it wouldn't come off easily, and gave up. Ignoring her current appearance, she directed the black shadows to arrange the transcendent corpses neatly and began searching for low-tier materials. The transcendent cultist who looted the vault knew what they were doing, taking almost all the second-tier potions and valuable materials, which Ciel found slightly regrettable. But she wasn't too bothered. Her purpose here was simply to find some low-tier materials for testing. Now that she had the low-tier materials, it was time to try spiritual summoning. Under Ciel's command, the black shadows dispersed to gather the scattered materials. One shadow went to the vault's steel gate, dragged the ordinary human corpses outside, piled them up, then closed and locked the gate to prevent anyone from disturbing Ciel's ritual. Perhaps because the gate was closed, being alone in this confined environment seemed to slightly lessen the noise in Ciel's head. At least now she could clearly hear sounds within a 5-meter radius. However, if someone approached, the black noise would intensify, rendering her deaf again. Ciel hoped the entity summoned by spiritual summoning could help solve this problem. Otherwise, whenever Ciel used this save file in the future, she would have to avoid crowds and constantly endure the torment of whispers and noise, which was far worse than physical burns. Soon, Ciel selected a spiritual material. It was a finger bone, likely from a first-tier transcendent. It had been carelessly discarded on the floor, and Ciel could sense very little spiritual energy from it. Something like this was perfect for a first attempt. A black shadow cleared a circular area on the floor, cutting away the carpet and revealing the smooth marble beneath. Ciel stood within the cleared space, slowly closing her eyes, clutching the finger bone in her hand. Fortunately, unlike the knowledge that came with potions, Ciel didn't need to understand the system's skills. She only needed to think the command silently to use them, and she naturally knew how. Spiritual summoning. Ciel thought the command. She released the finger bone from her right hand, letting gravity pull it downwards. Star dot. Ciel's lips moved, uttering a syllable she herself had never heard before. As the sound left her mouth, the falling finger bone abruptly halted, defying gravity to hover beside her. Beside Ciel's shadow, another half-shadow split off. This black shadow held a hand axe, slowly raised it beside Ciel's shadow's finger, and made a light cut. A slit suddenly appeared on Ciel's right hand. Droplets of blood, like beads on a string, were pulled from the wound, forming thin, crimson threads in the air. These blood threads began to coalesce above Ciel's head, rapidly forming an irregular, eerie pattern in the air. As the finger bone floated before Ciel, the formation solidified and plunged towards the ground. Sizzle. Blue spiritual flames erupted around the finger bone in front of Ciel. Engulfed in fire, the bone quickly eroded, becoming pitted and charred, until only a misshapen black fragment fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The transcendent trait contained within the finger bone had been completely consumed, sacrificed to an unknown entity from the other side. At this moment, the blood array around Ciel began to boil. Red mist rose, continuously coalescing before her. Ciel opened her eyes, watching nervously. She had glimpsed fragments of the other side before and had been affected, nearly losing control. If not for Radiant's Bishop Hugh, she would have died upon entering that simulation. The blood mist swirled before her, gradually forming a small blood vortex about 15 centimeters in radius. As Ciel watched, a hand slowly emerged through the blood vortex and landed with a soft plop in front of her. It was a severed right hand, the size of a child's, consisting only of the palm and a short section of the forearm. It had 7 finger joints, one of which, a bone finger, felt vaguely familiar to Ciel. It looked like the one she had just sacrificed. The hand propped itself up on its finger joints, like an insect, and crawled towards Ciel. How disgusting. Watching the spider-like hand crawl towards her, Ciel instinctively took a step back. But the next second, the hand seemed to sense something, abruptly flinging its fingers wide and vanishing from sight. Before Ciel could react, the hand spider reappeared before her, seemingly having dropped something off. Then, engulfed in spiritual flames, the hand spider burned away completely, leaving behind only a low-tier spiritual material it had brought. Ciel. Huh? That's it? Its purpose is just fetching things? And it only fetched one thing before leaving? She felt an unfamiliar word imprint itself onto her mind. She couldn't read it or understand it, but Ciel sensed that if she sacrificed another finger bone with transcendent traits and uttered this word using the system, she could summon it again. Ciel began to grasp the pattern of spiritual summoning. The most important thing now was to understand the rules and find spiritual beings that could actually help her. Ciel's gaze fell upon the row of transcendent corpses. This time, she decided to sacrifice the body of a first-tier gambler to see what would happen. The area where Ciel stood had been corroded by the blood array and couldn't be used again. She sent out her black shadows to clear another space. Fortunately, there was plenty of room here, and the walls could also accommodate blood arrays. By the time she used up these materials, she would likely have utilized the entire space. Ciel was preparing for the next spiritual summoning ritual, unaware that Eurus, who had fled, had already assembled an elite team of transcendents, equipped with ample potions and rare sealed artifacts, and was heading towards Detton Manor. Drip, drip, drip. Barren City, perpetually rainy, was once again enveloped in a downpour as dawn approached. Grayish-white clouds obscured the sun, casting a gloomy shadow over the city streets. A troop of fully equipped riders moved through the rain, heading towards Creek Hill outside Barren City, disappearing into the woods. Whoa. The lead rider in black robes yanked hard on the reins, bringing the sturdy brown horse to a halt. He dismounted swiftly and hurried to the carriage being escorted in the middle of the convoy. High Priest, we have arrived. The neighing of horses filled the air. Some horses, despite their riders pulling the reins, continued to rear up on their hind legs, screaming and fighting against their riders' control. Soon, several strong horses threw their riders off and bolted back down the mountain. It was as if something hidden within the rain-shrouded manor ahead instilled in them a primal, instinctual fear. Creak. The carriage door opened, but the first person to emerge wasn't the high priest mentioned by the black-robed figure, but someone with long black hair. Is this the place? Avena jumped down from the carriage, ignoring the muddy water splashing onto her expensive boots. She took 2 steps forward, taking in the information within her line of sight. Many chaotic footprints, all leading away from the manor. It seemed that not long ago, many people had noticed something amiss and fled. 2 corpses up ahead caught Avena's attention. She walked between them, knelt down, and turned over the body lying face down. As she moved forward, Nia, clad in silver armor, followed closely behind Avena, her right hand already resting on the shield sword strapped to her back, ready to draw at any moment. Did you discover something, Miss Avena? A slightly breathless voice came from behind Avena. She turned to see High Priest Eurus, who had come up behind her, with Adele's silver-haired head peeking out from beside her shoulder. Both killed instantly by a short sword or dagger, no signs of struggle. Avena glanced at Adele hiding behind Eurus and asked with a hint of exasperation, "Didn't I tell you just giving her some medicine was enough? Why did you follow?" Adele wasn't close to Ciel, they had only met once when Adele vouched for her. Adele had every reason not to participate in this operation. Avena couldn't understand why she had come along. She was clearly terrified. Avena's blunt words seemed to wound Adele's pride. She glared cautiously at Avena. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Perhaps hiding behind Eurus gave Adele some courage, as her voice was no longer faint and breathless, but firm and defiant. "There are hardly any transcendents left in the city. Isn't it safer for me to follow you?" Avena, taken aback by the retort, drew a sharp breath but couldn't think of a comeback. Adele was right. Here, they had the 3rd-tier crown guard Nia, the 2nd-tier missionary Eurus, and 7 or 8 1st-tier transcendents. If the people here couldn't handle Ciel, the situation would only worsen if an out-of-control Ciel roamed Barren City. "We only have 1 day. Eurus interrupted the potentially bickering pair. I have already sent an urgent request for aid to the church using a ritual. I mentioned Ciel and the Divine Advent Church information. If we can't restrain Ciel within today, by the time church reinforcements arrive, I cannot guarantee whether the arriving bishop or archbishop will spare her life. Hearing this, Avena's heart tightened slightly. Only one day. More than 2 hours had already passed since Eurus said Ciel drank the potion. Ciel might not even be in the manor anymore. There was no trace of her in the city. If she had fled elsewhere, finding her would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. If they couldn't find her, they might only learn of her fate after she lost control completely, caused some major incident, and was dealt with by another church or organization. I'll split up with you. Let's search Detton Manor quickly, Avena said to Eurus and the others. With Nia's protection, she wouldn't be in danger even if they split up. Don't. Adele quickly interjected, stopping Avena's impulsive plan. Don't split up? In night novels, those who split up usually end up dead. Adele's concern is not unfounded. Eurus nodded and addressed Avena. You haven't seen what she was like. For your own safety, and for the safety of others, let's not split up. I understand. Avena took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down slightly. She didn't understand why she felt so anxious, she just wanted to find Ciel quickly. Now, Avena could only pray that Ciel hadn't been completely assimilated by the potion. Thump thump thump. Frantic footsteps echoed from the direction of the manor, drawing everyone's attention. Nia instantly drew her sword and shield, holding the sword in her left hand and shield in her right, stepping forward to shield Avena. It was a woman wearing a red chip mask. She wore only an ill-fitting shirt, nothing below the waist. Seeing Nia in her knightly attire outside the gate, she looked as if she had seen a savior and quickened her pace. However, she tripped over a stone, tumbled forward twice, covering herself in mud, looking utterly disheveled. Help! Help! The woman screamed, crawling towards Nia. An ordinary person, Eurus said slowly after carefully sensing her. Not a member of the Divine Advent Church. Eurus walked forward, 4 white shadows emerging from her own shadow, surrounding her protectively. She crouched before the weeping woman and spoke gently. It's all right now. Can you tell me what happened inside? Eurus wore her white mask, and her ethereal voice seemed to possess a mysterious power, gradually calming the frantic woman. Dead. So many people are dead inside. The woman looked up at Eurus, sobbing. I was about to start my night shift. I just went into the changing room, and when I came out, my new uniform was gone. At first, I thought someone was playing a prank. I kept waiting for someone else to come into the changing room to help me get another uniform, but I waited a long time, and no one came. Later, I vaguely heard many screams outside, so I hid in the changing room and didn't come out. When it got quiet outside, I came out, and saw so many dead people. Then I just kept running outside. I felt like something was chasing me from behind, but when I looked back, I couldn't see anything. And then, I saw you all. Felt something invisible chasing her. Behind, Avena and Adele exchanged glances, both seeing the answer in each other's eyes. It was likely the Judicator's black shadow. Ordinary people with higher sensitivity, under extreme fear, could indeed vaguely sense it or see a faint phantom. However, if an ordinary person actually saw it, they would likely go mad. Perhaps the woman before them was too panicked and hadn't truly seen the black shadow. That had inadvertently saved her life. After comforting the woman and having an ascetic hand her a long robe, Eurus headed directly into the manor. Avena and Nia followed closely. Adele wanted to shrink behind her sister again, but her sister was too far ahead. She reluctantly followed Avena, maintaining a subtle, ambiguous distance. Physicians normally stand at the back. No, physicians should stand at the back? Adele thought, overcoming her fear and openly hiding behind Avena. This way. We went up this way before. Eurus recalled the route she took with Ciel earlier, mentally counting steps, and headed directly towards the reception hall on the right side of Detton Manor. Another corpse, the same method of death, a single fatal blow, clean and efficient. Could Ciel really do something like this? Avena found it difficult to reconcile the corpse before her with the calm, intelligent, cooking adept, sister-caring, well-behaved Ciel she remembered. This wasn't just a contrast, it was like she was a completely different person. Following the open secret passage downwards, the smell of blood grew stronger. In the sanctuary below, they saw several different kinds of corpses. These bodies had their heads or hearts crushed by some blunt object, a very different, less painful method of death. These are the cultists I dealt with. Eurus paused for a moment, then pointed towards another secret passage. That way leads up to where Ciel was before. Behind them, a first-tier transcendent, likely unused to seeing dead bodies, vomited at the sight of the carnage. The continuous trail of blood and corpses cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Tension spread through the group. Many ascetics might not have even fought an ordinary person since completing their reconstitution ritual, let alone faced such a terrifying second-tier entity. Following the passage Eurus indicated, the group cautiously advanced upwards. Soon, a row of shattered bookshelves appeared before them. Peering through the gaps in the bookshelves, they saw a lavish office. On the office's red carpet, a dark red bloodstain was particularly conspicuous, mixed with bits of brain matter. This is, Avena frowned, looking at the blood trail leading towards the door. It's the corpse of that cultist missionary, Eurus confirmed. I don't sense Ciel's presence. Sis, the body was dragged away. Adele peeked out and whispered a reminder. Dragged away. Eurus's heart sank slightly. Transcendents assimilated by their potions develop an unusual craving for spiritual materials and other transcendents. They continuously consume these materials or corpses, especially those of similar paths, to accelerate their own potion assimilation until their sanity is completely annihilated. Nia. Yes, milady. From here, Eurus no longer needed to lead the way. Nia followed the blood trail outside, with Avena and Eurus close behind. Adele hesitated for a second, then shut her eyes tightly and ran after them. Can't fall behind, can't fall behind. Adele kept reminding herself. In situations like this, falling behind was the worst thing to do. In night novels, those who cleverly tried to escape alone always got several pages dedicated to describing their gruesome deaths. Just as they exited the small study-turned office, they saw that the blood trail had doubled. Following the trail, 2 became 4. Soon, the bloodstains merged into a solid path, making it impossible to distinguish individual trails. It's all transcendent blood, Adele commented. Dealing with blood daily, she wasn't surprised by this material. Just how many had been killed? Following the blood trail downstairs, the group stopped outside the steel gate of the underground exchange area. The previously open gate was now shut tight. Corpses were piled outside like cargo. The putrid stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Avena pressed her lips together tightly. After a moment, she said, Nia, open the door. Whether Ciel had been assimilated or not, having killed so many people, she would definitely be taken in for investigation by the Church of the Savior Goddess. Ciel is inside. Eurus seemed to sense something and spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Nia slowly stepped forward, raised the silver-white shield in her right hand, and slammed it against the steel gate. Boom! The thick gate buckled inwards dramatically. The gate mechanism embedded in the wall warped under the impact, causing exaggerated cracks to appear in the surrounding fired concrete and brickwork. The chandelier overhead swayed, dislodging debris, like an earthquake. Nia retracted her shield, gathered her strength, and punched forward with the silver shield. Boom! The gate was instantly blasted inwards, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scene inside left everyone stunned. The once spacious and luxurious exchange area had been cleared into numerous circular zones. Within each zone lay shriveled, horrifying corpses or materials burned to ash. Eerie sacrificial ritual arrays were etched onto the floor with blood. And in the deepest part of the exchange area, a petite figure with red hair, barefoot and wearing a torn black-made dress, stood with her back to them, facing a massive array on the wall, her hands outstretched. The girl's body was almost devoid of color. Countless fine blood threads emerged from all over her body, converging onto the sacrificial array on the wall before her. Poof! The headless female corpse hanging upside down before the array burst into flames. As it burned, the entire blood array pulsed with an eerie crimson light. A vortex composed of blood mist formed before the array. 1, 2, massive tentacles, a meter in diameter and trailing hooked chains, emerged from the vortex. The tentacles writhed, tearing at the blood mist vortex, as if something even more terrifying was trying to break through from within. Boom! Almost everyone present felt a terrifying buzzing in their minds. Spiritual alarms screamed wildly in their heads. As the tentacles tore wider, a horrifying, tooth-filled maw emerged from within, but became stuck in the blood mist vortex, unable to push further out. Gurgle, gurgle. Sounds like bursting blood blisters in a boiling swamp of gore and flesh rumbled from the giant mouth, seemingly communicating something with the girl whose back was turned to them. The purple eyes circling the lipless maw swiveled, individually fixing upon each person standing at the entrance, unleashing unrestrained madness and killing intent. Ah! At this moment, the first-tier transcendents, whether missionaries, physicians, or detectives, were overwhelmed by extreme fear. They screamed and cried, turning to flee. It was a primal tremor before the ancient unknown, a terror potent enough to shatter faith. The sacrificial saint's relic on Avena's chest blazed brightly. Adele downed 3 potion vials in one go. Eurus's white shadows instantly shielded the 4 of them. Even Nia, the third-tier crown guard, lowered her stance slightly, adopting her highest level of alertness. And the girl with her back to them, seemingly disturbed by something, painfully raised her left hand to clutch the left side of her hair and slowly turned her head. Her blood-stained, pale face showed hints of pain and displeasure. Her crimson eyes swept casually over the 4 who remained. So noisy, a hoarse, sickly voice came from the girl's lips. The sound struck their ears like a heavy hammer, causing their hearts and breaths to momentarily cease. Nia's gaze was fixed on the terrifying maw behind the girl. The whispers in her mind intensified under the stare of the eyes surrounding the maw. It was like countless tormented souls screaming and wailing in her ears. Weren't they supposed to be dealing with an out-of-control second-tier transcendent? What were these sacrificial rituals? And what was that thing behind her? Milady, something's wrong? We might have to leave. Nia determined almost instantly that she couldn't protect Lady Avena in a fight against whatever was before them. Something was terribly wrong. They had to retreat. A single finger bone from a first-tier transcendent can summon Lefty once. With each sacrifice, Lefty changes. It now has walking legs made of over 10 fingers. During the final summon, Lefty lingered longer. Its palm bulged into a large circle, like it was pregnant. Spiritual beings also evolve. If I summon Lefty outside the simulation, which form will it retain? Using different materials for spiritual summoning results in spiritual beings related to the material's properties. This connection is particularly evident when summoning with first-tier transcendent corpses. Corpses from the same path and tier consistently summon different individuals of the same type of spiritual being. The recipes for spiritual summoning are like potion formulas. Is there a connection between the two? Through multiple summons, I've gained some insight into communicating with them, but each summon consumes quite a bit of blood and spirit. Spirit is fine, but the significant blood loss is getting hard to bear. The blood of dead transcendents and ordinary people doesn't work. Does it absolutely have to be my blood? If I sacrificed a transcendent alive, would I not need to use my blood? Conserve some strength, try with Kitty's corpse last. Have the Black Shadow gather her brain tissue and skull fragments first, keep it as intact as possible. A notebook filled with crooked Chinese characters lay in a pool of blood, its pages soaking, making the twisted script appear even more grotesque. Ciel stared intently at the blood mist vortex and Kitty's burning corpse before her. Blood threads continuously peeled away from Ciel's body, causing waves of dizziness from blood loss. Did I perform too many summons at once? Ciel thought silently. Since it was a simulation, Ciel wasn't overly concerned about her physical state. If she could discover side effects, that would be even better, preventing her real self from making the same mistakes. The black noise in Ciel's head persisted. As the corpse before her nearly finished burning, she felt the entire ground tremble. This summon has such a large effect. Watching fine sand and debris fall from the ceiling onto Kitty's burning corpse, Ciel was surprised. This was the most powerful summon she had experienced, truly worthy of a second-tier corpse. A missionary's corpse, what could it summon? Would the sadhana mark within Kitty's body introduce any variables to the summon? If sadhana truly was some deity, sacrificing a corpse bearing his mark wouldn't summon one of his offspring or something, would it? Fortunately, the things she summons won't attack her, and basic communication is also possible. Perhaps due to their low tier, spiritual beings couldn't engage in complex communication. Talking to them felt like interacting with cats or dogs, just vastly different in appearance. The peeling of blood threads from her body stopped. The blood mist vortex before her finally stabilized. Good, it didn't drain me dry. Just then, Ciel felt another distinct tremor, accompanied by sharp, wailing cries. It was like thousands of people were mourning and howling inside her head. For an instant, she felt like her brain was about to explode. This spiritual being is wrong? It might very well be Sadhana's offspring? Is Judicator Ciel destined to become a cultist too? Ciel struggled to raise her left hand, clutching her head tightly, hoping the pain would keep her more alert. Giant tentacles burst from the blood mist, latching onto the nearby walls. A maw like something from the abyss, pulled by the barbed tentacles, squeezed out from the blood mist vortex. Its massive, millstone-like mouth connected to a gullet lined with rings of teeth like a sandworm's, extending into bottomless darkness. The gullet before her seemed like a pathway to another world. Going in there, could it really lead to the other side? The black shadows beneath Ciel began to seethe, watching alertly, ready to strike at any moment against the terrifying creature before them that brought severe whispers to Ciel. However, Ciel noticed the ring of eyes around the giant maw. Some of them looked at Ciel, radiating obvious goodwill. Gurgling sounds emanated from deep within its throat, sounding almost like purring. Even when these sounds reached Ciel's ears, they caused no mental interference. Right now, it felt like a golden retriever trying to get through a door with a stick in its mouth, getting stuck, and just wagging its tail, looking pitifully at her. Can't get out. Not enough materials? Missing corpse parts? Not enough blood? These weren't Ciel's immediate concerns. Because, reflected in the purple, malevolent eyes on the side of the giant maw, she saw some familiar figures. So it was them. No wonder my head felt like it was about to explode. Why did they bring so many people? If they don't quiet down soon, my sanity really won't hold. Ciel pressed her left hand to her head and slowly turned around, looking behind her. Their mouths seemed to be shouting something. The people following behind them stared at her in terror, but Ciel couldn't make out what they were saying at all. So noisy. Can't you be quieter? Before she could utter the next sentence, several agonizing screams echoed in Ciel's mind. She saw a few of the transcendents standing further back clutch their heads and start to flee in panic. Ania, the third-tier crown guard, had already raised her sword and shield, blocking Avena, the silver-white shield emitting a faint blue glow. What's going on? Why is the sword pointed at me? Ciel hesitated for a second. Me? Fight a third tier? Seriously? Oh, right. Ciel suddenly remembered the rather unpleasant-looking spiritual being behind her. They must have been frightened by this monster. Whoosh. A series of whistling sounds whipped past her ears. While Ciel was trying to figure out how to explain the situation, the giant maw, sensing a threat, had already shot out all its tentacles, rushing straight towards the four people who hadn't fled. Whoa, stop. Ciel quickly raised her hand and pressed down on a nearby tentacle, making it freeze in response to her action. But she could only stop one tentacle. Over 20 more tentacles, like a sky-obscuring swarm, surged towards the group. The giant maw, originally stuck halfway out of the blood mist vortex, completely gave up trying to emerge. It retracted its mouth, leaving only a small portion of the outer skin with eyeballs to observe. The remaining space was now densely covered with tentacles. Clang. With the others fleeing, the whispers in Ciel's mind and ears subsided slightly. She faintly heard the clang of metal on metal, a sound so loud it made the entire ground vibrate. Through the gaps between the writhing tentacles, Ciel saw Nia at the entrance, a golden honeycomb-patterned light barrier shimmering before her. Each hexagonal segment had small gaps between them, yet they firmly protected Nia and Avena behind her. The seemingly terrifying tentacles and barbed spikes had no effect on Nia's shield. Numerous tentacles covered the shield. Although they couldn't penetrate it, the suckers continuously secreted green slime, which flowed down through the gaps in the light barrier, coating the entire shield. Eurus, feeling the terrifying spiritual alarm in her mind, instinctively gathered all her white shadows before her, severing the incoming tentacles. Purple blood splattered from the severed ends, nearly drenching her. Adele's situation was more direct. The single white shadow Eurus had left couldn't determine the attack direction because the alarm sounded from all sides. Tentacles had already surrounded Adele. As a result, the defenseless first-tier Adele was instantly ensnared by 4 tentacles and pulled back. Weeviewoo. Adele was bound by the tentacles, dangling beside Ciel. Taking advantage of this moment, Ciel turned to the few eyes remaining in the blood mist vortex behind her, glared fiercely, and mentally roared, "Stop attacking." Ciel couldn't issue complex commands. Through previous experiments, she knew spiritual beings likely couldn't understand intricate instructions. The purple, malevolent pupils swiveled, then slowly retracted the tentacles, arranging the remaining ones along the edge of the blood mist vortex. At this time, the blood mist vortex began to shrink, apparently reaching its time limit. Having dealt with the spiritual being's attack, Ciel felt the intensifying whispers pounding her head, causing excruciating pain. She turned to look at Adele, still suspended in midair by several tentacles. "Don't cry." Ciel placed her right index finger to her lips. She tried her best to sound calm, but her tone still carried a distinct threat. Hearing Ciel speak, Adele froze for a moment, then quickly clamped her mouth shut, though tears still streamed down her face when she blinked. "Put her down." Ciel waved her hand, instructing the tentacles to release Adele. Standing where she was, Adele looked at Ciel, her legs feeling somewhat weak, but she still didn't dare run away, afraid of being caught again. "Adele? Adele, where are you? Milady, are you all right?" I'm fine." Ciel glanced towards the entrance. It was chaos over there, she couldn't hear what they were saying. She turned back to Adele beside her and asked, "Why did you all come here?" This time, Ciel speaking directly finally brought Adele gradually back to her senses. After confirming she wasn't hallucinating, Adele sniffled and asked, "Ciel, you're not mad." "Why would I be mad?" Ciel frowned and said, "I just can't hear you guys very well now." Eurus was the same earlier. She ran off for no reason. "Huh." Adele blinked, stunned, murmuring, "They said you drank a first-tier potion and a second-tier potion within 24 hours, and went mad. My Avenger potion wasn't consumed within 24 hours. Ciel shook her head. "I just have hidden methods, you misunderstood." Adele, huh? Adele, then, what about that monster? Adele could sense that Ciel was currently rational and capable of coherent communication, but she still couldn't comprehend the evil sacrificial arrays Ciel had set up or the terrifying monsters she had summoned. These were clearly the methods of a cult. Some cultists were performing a sacrificial ritual here before fleeing. "When I regained consciousness, I happened to come over and deal with it." Ciel casually made something up, then mentally commanded the spiritual being to return. As the tentacles retracted, the blood mist vortex slowly shrank until it vanished completely. Even the purple blood, slime, and severed limbs left behind by the tentacles began to disintegrate, dissolving into faint blue motes of light. Adele clearly believed Ciel's explanation, her tearful face clearing up. The whispers in Ciel's mind immediately lessened considerably. However, the whispers emanating from the entrance continued to assault Ciel's brain. "Help me explain to them," Ciel said to Adele. "Also, tell them my head is full of chaotic noise right now. If they maintain their fearful emotions, the whispers will only get worse." Adele nodded vigorously and ran towards the entrance. At the entrance, once the purple blood and slime disappeared, the group reorganized themselves, watching Ciel warily. Except for the unharmed crown guard, Nia, Eurus, and Avena's clothes had large holes corroded through them, barely covering essential parts of their bodies. They were stunned to see Adele running towards them unharmed. Only after Adele relayed Ciel's words did Avena and Eurus look towards Ciel with suspicion. Ciel's explanation was full of holes, but for now, they could confirm that Ciel hadn't been assimilated by the potion and still retained her sanity. As their mindset shifted, the ringing in Ciel's ears gradually subsided. The dizziness from massive blood loss hit her fully at this moment, making her sway unsteadily. Noticing Ciel's unstable condition, Adele and Avena rushed towards her, with Eurus and Nia following closely behind. Just as Ciel's legs gave out and she uncontrollably pitched forward, Avena stepped forward and caught her. Together with Adele, they gently lowered Ciel, letting her head rest on Avena's now bare thigh. "Hang in there, Ciel." Adele had been panicked earlier, but now that she was calm, she could immediately recognize Ciel's state of extreme blood loss. She quickly took out a vial of deep green potion, shook it slightly, uncorked it, and held it to Ciel's lips. Already severely thirsty from blood loss, Ciel took the bottle and drank it all down. As the cool potion entered her mouth, warmth began to spread from where the liquid flowed, restoring feeling to Ciel's cold, numb limbs. But the soft surface her head rested on, combined with her exhaustion, brought waves of overwhelming sleepiness crashing over Ciel. "Sis, hurry and check, how's Ciel's mental state?" Adele asked Eurus, who had arrived, immediately after giving Ciel the potion. Ciel was clearly in a very dangerous state right now. Although her mind hadn't collapsed, according to Ciel herself, the whispers in her head were severely affecting her spirit, even preventing her from hearing surrounding sounds clearly. Such a condition was usually a warning sign to being consumed by the potion. Eurus didn't speak. She knelt beside Ciel, her 4 white shadows overlapping with her figure. She reached out her right hand and placed it on the head position of Ciel's shadow. Boom! Like a monstrous tsunami crashing down, endless black noise instantly flooded Eurus's mind. 2 streams of blood flowed down her cheeks from her ears. The white shadows overlapping Eurus's body began to twitch spasmodically, unable to maintain complete cohesion with her form. Suddenly, Eurus withdrew her right hand. The overlapping white shadows within her body seemed to suffer some impact, ejected from her back and hovering in midair. The pure white shadows had become somewhat murky, their forms flickering constantly. Ciel, who had been lying on Avena's lap with a pained expression, semi-conscious, gradually relaxed her furrowed brow, seemingly drifting into a peaceful sleep. I helped absorb some of the mental interference. She should be fine for now. Eurus supported her forehead. Just as she tried to stand, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. Bearing the mental and physical suffering of others was a distinctive ability of the ascetic path. Eurus had previously helped Ciel bear some of the burn pain during her Avenger advancement. But now, even enduring just a portion of the whispers and mental interference in Ciel's mind caused the nearly digested potion within Eurus to boil. Countless absurd and bizarre images even began flashing before Eurus's eyes. Unheard of, indescribable creatures roamed in the darkness before her. For transcendence, damage to sensory organs often meant being more susceptible to seeing things others couldn't, making them more prone to madness. The problem with Eurus's eyes prevented her from bearing any more of Ciel's suffering. I can't hold on for much longer. Eurus steadied her breath, her voice weak. We must quickly take Ciel to the Church of the Savior Goddess. Eurus continued, let me baptize her, the goddess will help her. When the Radiance Bishop arrives, we will take her to the Holy See for treatment of her mental condition. That won't be necessary, High Priest. Avena interrupted Eurus flatly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Thank you for your help, High Priest. I will donate the corresponding amount in pounds in your name to the church. I will also personally pay you a generous reward. Avena lowered her head, gently placed her hand on Ciel's forehead, and carefully brushed aside the hair from her brow. Ciel is my friend. I will handle her subsequent treatment. Behind Avena, the crown guard Nia slowly stepped forward, her sword and shield still drawn. Even though Nia said nothing, anyone could see that if Eurus didn't agree, she would resort to force. Avena would never hand Ciel over to the Church of the Savior Goddess, even though the church had ample reason to investigate Ciel, now being adjudicator a path strictly controlled by them. Handing Ciel over meant she would likely be baptized and become a member of the church. At that point, would Ciel, prioritizing the church's interests and the goddess, still be the same Ciel? She wouldn't be. Miss Roswell, please forgive my bluntness. Eurus's usually kind expression gradually turned indifferent. Your family cannot resolve Miss Ciel's mental condition. Moreover, I promised Miss Ciel. She provided intelligence to me and the Holy See, and I helped her complete the reconstitution ritual. Her condition hasn't stabilized yet, the transaction is still ongoing. The agreement, the promise to her, wasn't just mine. It was the entire Church of the Savior Goddess. Eurus could not hand Ciel over to Avena. The Radiance Bishop would arrive within 24 hours. Although the church's influence wasn't as strong in Anso, in Barren City, the Church of the Savior Goddess reigned supreme. Before then, she had to ensure Ciel remained within her sight. Once the Radiance Bishop arrived, even Avena wouldn't be able to keep Ciel. Eurus was almost certain Ciel was a Saintess candidate. If she baptized her, she herself might complete the final part of her own ritual and obtain the Radiance Bishop potion and ritual. Whether for personal gain or the church's interests, Eurus had to keep Ciel by her side at all costs. Eurus swayed as she stood up, the flickering white shadows surrounding her. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. The alliance, seemingly unbreakable just minutes ago, now showed widening cracks. Neither wanted to relinquish Ciel to the other. You need not worry about stabilizing her spirit. The sacrificial saint's relic can help Ciel stabilize her mind, Avena countered firmly. The transaction is concluded. Eurus, your esteemed family doesn't possess many sacrificial saint's relics, do they? Avena, enough to last until she regains her senses and digests some of the potion. If it's not enough, I will acquire more. A deathly silence fell over the area. Avena gently lifted Ciel's shoulders, cradling her in her arms, completely unconcerned about the bloodstains on Ciel's maid dress smudging her own exposed skin. If Eurus made any sudden move, she could immediately scoop up the light Ciel and have Nia escort her away. Seeing the escalating tension in the exchange area, Adele, standing to the side, grew anxious. On one side was a friend she had recently made, someone who had listened to her inner turmoil and secrets. On the other was her sister, with whom she had depended on since childhood. Caught in the middle, Adele felt overwhelmed. But she felt she had to say something, or they would start fighting. Adele slowly raised her right hand, but no one seemed to notice her. Seeing the crown guard already raising her sword, Adele shut her eyes tightly and stepped directly between Avena and Eurus. Listen to me. Adele opened her eyes to find both Avena and Eurus looking at her. I have an idea. Adele instantly lost the courage she had mustered moments before, speaking softly. Ciel could stay at my place for now. I'm a physician, I can look after her physical condition. Staying deadlocked here will only make Ciel's situation worse. After speaking, Adele peeked nervously at both sides, seeing they had fallen silent. Eurus remained silent for a long moment before saying, I have no objection. As long as Ciel wasn't with Avena, once the Radiance Bishop arrived, even if Avena objected, she could forcefully take Ciel away. As for her sister Adele, she couldn't possibly stop her from taking Ciel. She just needed to coax her later, promised to bring her to visit Ciel periodically. Meanwhile, Avena, lost in thought, hesitated for a while before also saying, I have no objection either. Adele lived at 31 Gem Avenue, very close to Sursbridge district, but quite far from the clock tower church. A normal carriage ride would take 20 to 30 minutes. Ciel's physical condition was indeed poor. Having a top-tier physician help nurse her back to health would speed up her recovery. She owned several properties on Gem Avenue herself. She could even move directly across from Adele. Once Ciel's condition improved slightly, she would take her away immediately, bringing her sister along too. As for the high priest of the Church of the Savior Goddess, would she rent a place near Adele too? Unlikely. Avena would simply rent out all the nearby buildings. Avena knew that the Church of the Savior Goddess funneled most of its collected funds back to the Holy See in Anso to solidify its base. Furthermore, because the church frequently antagonized merchants, nobles, and factory owners, it was seen as a thorn in the side of capital and aristocracy. They possessed few income-generating assets themselves, and any they had would likely be driven to bankruptcy by other capitalists due to high labor costs and insufficient production capacity. Moreover, members of the Church of the Savior Goddess, starting from ascetics, constantly gave away their wealth to help others. By the time they reached missionary, they were practically broke. They wouldn't have much disposable income until reaching Radiance Bishop. Even physician Adele could afford to live on Gem Avenue, but members of the Church of the Savior Goddess mostly resided in or near Clock Tower Alley. Would they station people nearby? Sorry, the police department belongs to the Russells. How could they compete? A simple pretext would be enough to detain them. Ordinary ascetics and church attendants wouldn't resist. As for Adele, she wasn't even a factor in Avena's considerations. Her threat level was probably only slightly higher than a goose on a farm. Seeing both sides reach an agreement without resorting to violence, Adele let out a long sigh of relief. A surge of pride filled Adele's heart. With her unparalleled wisdom and extraordinary courage, she had successfully prevented a conflict between the Roswell family and the Church of the Savior Goddess. At this thought, Adele couldn't help but puff out her chest slightly, then hunched her shoulders slightly, adopting a posture like a hunting wolf, and said firmly, my house is just over there. I'll lead the way. Since Avena and Eurus's clothes were badly damaged, and the only available garments in the manor were standard issue-made dresses, they temporarily changed into those to cover themselves. Avena carried Ciel onto the carriage, holding her directly, letting Ciel lean against her, seemingly afraid that the moment she let go, Eurus, sitting opposite, would snatch Ciel away. Adele and Nia took the reins up front, driving all the way to the entrance of 31 Gem Avenue. It was an exquisite 4-story row house. Adele rented the entire 4th floor to store various equipment and materials, so it was quite spacious. However, it was now the time when people were waking up and starting work. The streets were already bustling with people. When they disembarked from the carriage, they attracted quite a few curious glances. After all, the sight of 3 beautiful young women sneakily carrying an unconscious beautiful young woman upstairs was hard not to spark imagination. Once upstairs, Adele had Avena place Ciel on the guest room bed, then began cleaning and stitching the visible wounds on Ciel's body. Avena left with Nia for a while. Soon after, Eurus also hurriedly left Adele's home, got into a carriage, and headed towards the Clock Tower Church. Meanwhile, Adele, completely unaware of what was unfolding, diligently continued cleaning the bloodstains off Ciel, suturing her wounds, and applying medicine. Although potions could heal these minor wounds directly, without sutures, ugly scars could easily form. After nearly 2 hours of work, Adele finally straightened up, wiping the sweat from her forehead. What Adele didn't know was that, outside, this section of Gem Avenue had already been cordoned off by the police. Her downstairs neighbors had happily left without even packing their luggage. And just outside the cordon, numerous disguised believers and church attendants loitered, with occasional individuals being arrested for attempting to cross the blockade through alleys or rooftops. Several hours passed. The sky outside gradually darkened until night fell completely. As Adele entered the sick room carrying food delivered by Avena, she saw Ciel's eyelashes flutter slightly. Ciel. Adele placed the tray on the nearby cabinet, sat beside Ciel, and called out softly. At this moment, Ciel slowly opened her eyes. She could hear Adele's voice beside her, but the ringing whispers in her mind had lessened considerably. She propped herself up and looked down. The pendant around her neck swayed gently, catching her attention. She saw she was wearing the pendant containing the sealed sacrificial saint's relic. The pendant was currently burning, helping her resist the whisper's assault. This is Avena's pendant? Don't get up yet, just lie down. Adele reached out, gently pushed the rising Ciel back down, and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Does your head still hurt? Have the whispers gotten worse? Before Ciel could answer, Avena, who seemed to have been monitoring the room from somewhere, pushed open the door and walked straight in. Seeing Ciel lying in bed, her face somewhat pale, Avena stepped forward and asked expressionlessly, are you still feeling unwell, Ciel? To be safe, she had sealed off this entire street section. There shouldn't be anyone else within 50 meters. She wondered if this would alleviate Ciel's whispers. I'm fine. Where is this? Ciel asked, glancing at the time on the system interface. 8 p.m. Still nearly 8 hours until this simulation ends and I can save the Judicator file. She needed to recover as much as possible to avoid being plagued by whispers when using this save file in the future. Besides that, she needed to use this time to devise a comprehensive plan. A plan targeting the Radiance Bishop from the Divine Advent Church who was scheduled to visit on the 23rd. Even back in reality, without reporting to the church, she was 90% confident she could go to Detton Manor alone, spend 5 fate points to transform into the Judicator for 30 minutes, kill Kitty directly, and ensure no cultists escaped. But even if she swiftly killed them all, a hidden danger remained. She might be investigated by the arriving Radiance Bishop. She might not even need to wait for the Radiance Bishop. Even if she did nothing, once Avena fled and Adele and Eurus were captured, various clues would point towards the unremarkable her. Even if they only came to probe her, Ciel's life would be disrupted, and she might even be brainwashed into a cultist in reality. If she couldn't deal with the Radiance Bishop, Ciel's only option was to flee to Anso with her sister beforehand. But even fleeing to Anso wasn't safe. If the Divine Advent Church identified her as involved after the incident, given the number of dead cultists, they would surely try everything to capture her, even if she hid in Anso with its various Orthodox church presences. Ciel felt that ever since stepping onto the transcendent path in the simulation, she had been sinking deeper into a quagmire, constantly drawn into turbulent transcendent events, getting further entangled the more she struggled. But Ciel didn't regret intervening. If she hadn't, she would already be dead. Even if they only killed her simulated self, Ciel would make them pay the price. I'm fine. Ciel nodded, lying in bed. She noticed the bandages on her hand, turned to Adele, and said, "Thank you, Adele." Then Ciel looked at Avena standing beside Adele, touched the pendant on her chest, and said with a smile, "Thanks. Don't thank me just yet." Avena met Ciel's gaze expressionlessly. After a moment, she averted her eyes slightly, pretending to look elsewhere. "Covering all the expenses, you already owe me at least 2,000 pounds. The sacrificial saint's relic isn't cheap." Avena continued, "At your current weekly salary, you'll have to work for me for at least 77 years to pay it off. If you plan on doing anything dangerous in the future, you must tell me first, Miss Assistant. I don't want to clean up your messes again." "Of course, Miss Employer." Ciel propped herself up, sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Avena, and said, "I can tell you about something dangerous right now." Her own abilities weren't enough to confront the Radiance Bishop. Ciel had to try and rally more allies within the simulation. At the very least, she needed to probe Avena and Eurus's capabilities, see what cards they held. Avena paused, her gaze snapping back to Ciel. Her previously calm and composed face couldn't quite hold it together. "I was just saying. We just took down a Divine Advent Church stronghold. What other dangerous things could you possibly have to do, Miss Ciel? Taking down a cult base, drinking a second-tier potion less than 2 days later, could anything be more dangerous than those two things? I have reliable intelligence telling me." Ciel's smile vanished, her expression turning serious. On June 23, at 13:01, a Radiance Bishop from the Divine Advent Church will visit their stronghold in Barren City, the same Detton Manor stronghold I just destroyed. Avena's mouth slowly fell open. "Radiance Bishop? Precise down to the date is one thing, but how can you be precise down to the hour and minute? Seriously, sister, what kind of intelligence network is this? Can you even call it an intelligence network anymore? Does your intelligence network track every single cultist 24/7? Or is your intelligence network the higher authority assigning tasks to the Radiance Bishop? They shouldn't bother being an intelligence network anymore. They might as well run for Pope." Avena felt somewhat numb. She didn't even want to ask if this was real anymore. Based on multiple experiences, Ciel wouldn't make claims without evidence. Beside them, Adele was mixing a new potion, occasionally nodding in response, though no one paid attention. It was unclear if she hadn't processed the situation or was just too focused on the materials before her. "That Radiance Bishop, what's his purpose for coming?" Avena took a deep breath and continued asking. "Is it just a routine visit? Do you know his true identity?" Even if it was just a routine visit, once the Radiance Bishop discovered the problem at the stronghold, he would definitely investigate further and might go into hiding, never showing himself again. This was like a ticking time bomb, unsure when it would explode. A single moment of carelessness could lead to being brainwashed into a cultist by the Radiance Bishop. Once any one of them was captured and brainwashed by the Radiance Bishop, the others would absolutely be implicated. "Yes, just a routine visit." Ciel nodded. Radiance Bishop doesn't know the plan failed yet. Kitty had no way to report upwards, but she definitely left sufficient information before dying. As for his real identity or disguise, that's currently unclear. What to do? Avena lowered her head in thought. Originally, she just planned to report the matter to the Church of the Savior Goddess and watch the two factions tear each other apart. But now, she herself was dragged into it. Even if she fled back to her family for safety, how long could she stay hidden within the family estate? Once she was identified, no one around her would be safe. Who knew when a brainwashed maid or subordinate might assassinate her when her guard was completely down? Impossible to defend against. Sigh, Avena sighed. This was why she hated these church people so much. Most of them couldn't be bought with money and would commit extreme acts due to fanatical beliefs. Provoking an Orthodox church was one thing, at least there was room for reason within their doctrines. But provoking cultists left no room for negotiation. Those mad dogs would just stalk you from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to pounce and tear you apart. If only she knew his disguise. Such a high-ranking cultist must have a prominent public identity. She could potentially work with that. Have you thought of any solutions? Ciel asked, seeing Avena sighing. I can only think of one way. Avena organized her thoughts before speaking. Muddle the waters. Muddle the waters. Ciel's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed she and Avena had arrived at the same conclusion. That's what I was thinking too. Avena looked at Ciel, nodding in understanding. They then spoke almost simultaneously, outlining the plan. Avena, drag the Detton group into this, get them involved. Before they arrive, burn down Detton Manor, leaving only the cultists' underground sanctuary. Ciel, bring back everyone who escaped from Detton Manor, kill them, sacrifice them, then burn away the traces. Avena. Ciel. Avena looked at Ciel somewhat strangely. Was Ciel serious? At this moment, Ciel also realized the shift in her own thinking. She was now almost entirely thinking like a judicator. Her thought was, just do it again, intercept and kill everyone, sacrifice Kitty to summon that giant mob, let it eat all the bodies, then burn away the evidence. There was one more thing Ciel hadn't said aloud, leave behind an other side page. No matter how they investigated, the ultimate culprit would point towards the other side, making it impossible for them to trace it back. Avena's idea, however, was more aligned with normal thinking. She thought of dragging the group behind Detton Manor, the Detton Group headquarters, the entire leadership into the mess. Currently, the Detton Group headquarters was also unaware of the incident at the Barren City Detton Manor. If Avena could contact the Detton Group's upper management, they would also thoroughly investigate the incident to restore Detton Manor's reputation. Avena's ultimate goal was to have the Detton Group and the Church of the Savior Goddess occupy the Divine Advent Church's attention, ideally even killing the Radiance Bishop, leaving the Divine Advent Church too busy dealing with the combined pressure to continue investigating. As time passed, all evidence would erode. They just needed to hide for a while to be safe. I was joking. Ciel averted her gaze from Avena, looking towards Adele instead. Adele, just finished with the potion, looked up and met Ciel's gaze, instinctively smiling, wondering why Ciel was staring at her. Just then, a white shadow phased through the window and walked directly towards the bedside. The white shadow flickered, and Eurys's figure appeared within the room. She looked directly at Ciel and asked with a smile, "You're awake, Miss Ciel?" Trouble. Avena frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Eurys to arrive so quickly. If she hadn't been so shocked by Ciel's intelligence, she probably would have already bundled Ciel onto a carriage and fled. But now wasn't the right time to run either, because they still had a major hidden danger unresolved. Although Avena was very reluctant, she had to admit that with her current abilities, she couldn't resolve this incident independently. She needed Eurys's help. The Church of the Savior Goddess would also have a Radiance Bishop coming. If possible, they needed to set the stage, ambush the Divine Advent Church's Radiance Bishop. Otherwise, she and Ciel would truly have to live the rest of their lives in fear within their family estates, possibly bringing Adele along too. Ciel and Avena exchanged glances, Ciel giving a slight nod. Avena understood. She turned to Eurys and said, "Eurys, I have a deal. We have made quite a few deals already, Miss Roswell." Eurys replied coolly. "Judging by the results, you are often the party who violates the rules." In Eurys's eyes, Avena was an unprincipled, faithless young lady from a noble family, operating with a merchant's mindset, trading mysterious information obtained from unknown sources for items, then immediately selling those items for profit. Eurys could overlook the matter of her giving the potion to Ciel, but only on the condition that Ciel returned to the Holy See with her. Whether Ciel's actions were permissible wasn't for Eurys to decide. Once the Holy See determined Ciel was at constant risk of losing control, Eurys would baptize her. This would allow Ciel to live longer under the goddess's protection, preventing her from being driven mad by the whispers. It wouldn't hurt to hear this news first, High Priest. Avena ignored Eurys's blatant accusation. "I trust you will make the right judgment." Then, Avena relayed the information Ciel had just provided about the arrival time of the Divine Advent Church's Radiance Bishop. As expected, upon hearing this information, Eurys, who had maintained a cool demeanor, frowned slightly. Radiance Bishop. Adele, standing nearby holding the potion for Ciel, subconsciously started counting on her fingers in shock upon hearing this. Ascetic. Missionary. Radiance Bishop? At this point, Adele finally connected the dots between this news and Ciel's earlier conversation. Third-tier Transcendent? Divine Advent Church? Arriving the day after tomorrow. Compared to the panicked Adele, Eurys appeared much calmer. After all, the Church of the Savior Goddess faced threats from the Divine Advent Church almost constantly. "You need not worry about this, Miss Roswell." Eurys faced Avena, her voice grave. "The reinforcements from the Church of the Savior Goddess will arrive faster than the Divine Advent Church's inspection personnel. Once I report the situation to the supporting bishop, I will take Miss Ciel to the Holy See for treatment. Miss Ciel will face no safety issues. The bishop remaining here will also handle this matter. However, the church has limited manpower. Your own safety, you may have to ensure yourself." Hearing Eurys's reply, Ciel felt a little helpless. All right, the first method to survive the crisis was found: follow the church route. But obviously, Ciel wouldn't take the church route unless absolutely necessary. Unlocking the free past simulation required saving files for all paths. But if she joined the church and drank the ascetic or avenger potion in reality, she would lose the pure number 0 mode. Number 0 would then become a normal simulation entry point, starting as either ascetic or avenger. This meant Ciel could no longer use the pure mode to enter simulations, drink other potions, and save them. Without transcendent abilities, she couldn't save files, nor could she save an ordinary person file to drink potions. At least until she figured out what the old days and self-created paths were, Ciel wouldn't rashly drink any potion in reality. Ciel could die recklessly in simulations, but one wrong step in reality meant the end. Ciel sank into deep thought. Avena, sensing some crisis, bid farewell to Ciel and Adele and left hurriedly, seemingly off to find a solution. Eurus remained in the room, helping Adele care for Ciel. As if premeditated, Eurus produced a set of black robes and helped Ciel change out of her bloodstained and dirty maid dress. Ciel remained passive, focusing on recovery, obeying all of Adele's arrangements, solely aiming to reduce the side effects when using this save file later. Another reason Ciel stayed put was to see when the Church of the Savior Goddess reinforcements would arrive, and whether Hugh would be among them. If so, Ciel might be able to use Hugh's own keepsake to gain her trust and extract more information for reference. Time passed minute by minute. Under Adele's diligent care, Ciel's visible wounds mostly healed, and the symptoms of blood loss disappeared. While the physician's healing ability wasn't as exaggerated as imagined, the body's recovery speed under a physician's aid was extraordinarily fast. She just didn't know what Adele's transcendent ability was, or if it was purely due to superior potion formulas and materials. It seemed she needed to chat with Adele when she prepared to take the physician path herself. Ciel waited until late into the night, around 3:50 a.m., but the bishop from the Church of the Savior Goddess never arrived. Approaching the final time limit, Ciel, using the excuse of seeing if it looks good, successfully coaxed Adele into putting all her valuable potions into her injection kit and hanging it on Ciel's waist. Ciel wanted to test if she could retain all these items on the Judicator save file this way. Ciel stood before the mirror, examining her reflection in the dim light of the oil lamp. The familiar robes of a high priest of the Church of the Savior Goddess, the bullet belt-like injection kit hanging at her waist, brimming with various precious potions all painstakingly crafted by Adele. And Adele? Exhausted from the late hour, after being woken by Ciel to hand over the items, she had groggily fallen back asleep, seemingly without a single thought that Ciel might run off with everything. This child, sooner or later, she'll be scammed out of her underwear. Ciel stood still, silently counting down the last moments. Why? 4, 3, 2, 1. A white light enveloped Ciel. Her consciousness entered a strange space. Before her stood the Judicator version of herself, like looking in a mirror. Within this space, the smoldering fire in Ciel's heart, the extreme thoughts in her mind, and the gradually intensifying chaotic whispers all vanished instantly. Freed from the potion's influence, her thoughts returned to normal. That was dangerous. Without much hesitation, Ciel overwrote the number 2 slot with the Judicator save, replacing the previous Avenger Ciel. Only after the system prompted a successful save did Ciel let out a long sigh of relief. Second tier Judicator. Finally reaching the second tier gave Ciel more confidence to face future events. When both sides were prepared and there was no element of surprise, the gap between second and first tier was immense, almost insurmountable. Ciel found it hard to imagine what a third-tier entity was like from Crown Guard Nia alone. Ciel hadn't discerned much strength. Nia felt like she had put all her points into defense. It seemed no matter the situation, she could always escape with Avena. For Nia, combat was never the plan, her sole priority was protecting Avena. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to gauge her true strength. The silver light before her gradually began to fade, and Ciel slowly regained control of her body. This advancement to the second tier, would there be any rewards? The white light receded. Reality. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 16:15. Evaluation, pay papa. Congratulations host. Felicitations host. Through arduous effort, you have finally completed the second tier reconstitution ritual. This is one small step for host, and, actually just one small step .. I bet no one has ever challenged summoning so many spiritual beings at once without suffering backlash. One must praise your boldness, but it's also thanks to host's inherent charm. I am pleased host is so interested in the old days. Based on host's correct choice, the system has decided to return a precious gift to you, although it's not fixed yet. Take it, you deserve this based on your performance. Reward, Fate Points times 66, Headhunter LV.1, Echo of the Silver White Time Binder, badly damaged. Fate Points, 136. Ciel slowly opened her eyes, pushed herself up, and leaned back against the sofa behind her. She was back in the guest room at Avena's house. She looked at the system panel before her and took a slow breath. How much? A direct reward of 66 fate points? And a skill plus a sealed artifact? Looking at the 136 fate points in her balance, a bold idea sprouted in Ciel's mind. Maybe for every reconstitution ritual advancement, she should just go farm kitty? Guaranteed profit. It was a viable idea, but Ciel temporarily suppressed it and looked at the other rewards. With so many fate points awarded, the other rewards might contain something game-changing. She looked at the newly acquired skill, Headhunter LV.1. Its details unfolded before her. Headhunter LV.1, host's hands are itching, craving headshot slightly increases your precision and causes any form of attack targeting an enemy's head to deal additional damage. Ciel. I just stomped on one head. It's not like I'm actually a psychopath who enjoys blowing people's heads off. System, are you misunderstanding something? But regardless, it was still a skill that slightly increased damage. She just didn't know if the stated increase in precision would actually make her firearm shots more accurate. Increased dexterity not only improved physical flexibility and athletic ability but also slightly boosted strength. What increased precision would bring, Ciel would have to discover herself. Next, Ciel focused her attention on the final reward. It was a damaged sealed artifact. As she looked at it, a silver light flashed, and a familiar silver pocket watch appeared in her hand. Isn't this the antique silver pocket watch that gave me the system? Ciel habitually opened the watch. On the black and silver face, the bright silver hands ticked faintly, accurately keeping time. This thing is a sealed artifact? As Ciel wondered, the detailed information about the pocket watch appeared before her. Echo of the silver-white time binder, badly damaged, exclusive sealed artifact, bound. More abilities can be obtained as the artifact is repaired. Current ability, Echo of Time LV.1. Echo of Time LV.1 records the host's individual time at the current moment. After 10 seconds, or when life is threatened, returns the host individually to the recorded time and removes all negative statuses. Side effect, for 1 hour after use, the host's individual spacetime will become chaotic, causing the host's state to jump between different save files. How much? Ciel reread the ability description, finding it hard to believe. Isn't this a bit too strong? But after seeing the side effect, Ciel felt somewhat relieved. Recording time, returning the body to the past. Ciel was familiar with such abilities from various manga and games in her previous life. But this was a sealed artifact, and it came with side effects. This side effect would prevent Ciel from maintaining her original form, causing her state to jump between different save files. She could be fighting an opponent as Judicator, use the watch to save herself once, and then Judicator Ciel might instantly turn into Gambler Ciel or even Pure Ciel, only to be instantly killed. The ability was powerful, but it had to be used in situations where she could finish the enemy. Otherwise, after one use, there would be little chance of turning the tables. But regardless, it was a powerful life-saving sealed artifact, and it could even be upgraded. She just didn't know the upgrade conditions or what new abilities it might gain. Would they also be related to time? Time stop? Rewind? Time acceleration? Time severance? Possible, but Ciel believed the side effects wouldn't be pleasant either. Having obtained a new sealed artifact and skill, plus a large sum of fate points, Ciel's mind started buzzing with possibilities. An idea had formed during the simulation. Previously, Avena had asked about the Radiance Bishop's real or disguised identity, which Ciel didn't know. But Avena seemed capable of doing more if she possessed that information. If she could obtain his public identity, then massacre everyone at Detton Manor and drag the Detton group into it, maybe the Detton group would directly confront that Radiance Bishop. If only she knew his disguise. There was indeed one method that might work. But before that, Ciel needed to test the extent of her verbal influence after drinking the Instigator potion, augmented by the Instigator ability and the Art of Conversation skill. If the effect was good, then simulate one more time, make preparations. No one from Detton Manor must escape. Kill them all, pile them in the underground sanctuary, and sacrifice them all the moment the Radiance Bishop arrives. With the corpse of the second-tier missionary Kitty present, these offerings would surely attract an other-side entity inclined towards mental influence. Previously, even Radiance Bishop Hugh hadn't dared to look at her spiritual page. Ciel didn't believe that Radiance Bishop would remain unaffected when facing a spiritual being of that caliber. Remember, when she sacrificed Kitty to summon that monster earlier, Ciel hadn't even let it use any mental attacks. At that time, with the cooperation of the spiritual being, plus Instigator and Art of Conversation, if the enemy was Kitty, even if I claimed I was Sathna then, she would have had to believe me. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Avena's voice from outside interrupted Ciel's thoughts. Ciel, I need to discuss something with you. Avena's voice came from outside the door. Ciel recalled for a moment and roughly understood what it was about. She came to ask me to sleep together. Please come in. Ciel spoke. Ciel had an idea now, one that needed to be implemented in reality, and the sooner, the better. The bronze doorknob turned, and Avena stood at the entrance, saying with slight apology, "Sorry, I'm bothering you again." From Avena's perspective, she did seem a bit hasty, returning to disturb Ciel so soon after leaving. However, Ciel was still sitting on the sofa, in the same spot, seemingly relaxed and having made no move. "Have you thought of a solution?" Ciel looked towards Avena and asked. "A solution? Not exactly." Avena shook her head. "I just thought, if those cultists from Detton Manor have planted too many spies in the city, information about an extra person staying with me could spread quickly. And then," Ciel tilted her head slightly, asking knowingly. This wasn't out of any malicious intent from Ciel, but simply to keep the conversation flowing smoothly. "So I just realized, it might not be safe for you to sleep here after all." Avena's expression returned to its usual impassivity. She continued, "It's too far from both me and Nia. Then, should I leave?" Ciel blinked. Ciel's counter-question made Avena pause slightly, the words she intended to say caught in her throat. She hadn't considered how to answer that. Well, you could. Avena racked her brain, not noticing her own quickened speech, but it's hard to find good housing right now. Hotels are crowded and potentially more dangerous, and if you go to your sister's place, you might draw the cultists' attention to her. Not a single sentence explicitly asked Ciel to stay, yet every word discouraged her from leaving. She just appeared unconcerned about Ciel's departure, merely helping her brainstorm options. Looking at the girl before her, who was inept at expressing her inner thoughts, Ciel couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although Avena didn't know, Ciel knew what Avena had done in the simulation. Even knowing they were heading into a cultist stronghold, even hearing that Ciel had lost control due to the potion, Avena had still been willing to follow Eurus and Adele to Deton Manor to save her. True friends are revealed in times of adversity. The Eye of Order contract only ensured Avena didn't dislike her, it couldn't compel her to risk her life for her. This meant that deep down, Avena already considered her a friend. Though they hadn't known each other long, they had faced hardship together, forging a life and death bond. Avena had been alone in Baron for so long, never attending the academy, either self-studying or solving cases at the police department. Judging by her demeanor, she likely didn't have many friends at the department either. So she must cherish this hard-won friendship, right? Based on the simulation's progression, Avena would invite her to spend the night in her room. So, Ciel decided to stop beating around the bush and asked Avena directly. Then, can I stay in your room? I can sleep on the floor. Ciel's expression seemed hesitant, as if she were genuinely considering the matter. Even Adele could have seen Ciel's slight embarrassment. Avena, surprised that the conversation had circled back, paused for a moment. But seeing the look on Ciel's face, as if she might give up on the idea at any second, Avena quickly replied. I don't mind. If you really have nowhere else to go, you can sleep in my room for these few days. My bed is quite large, you don't need to sleep on the floor. Hearing this, Ciel showed an expression of relief and smiled at Avena. Thank you, Avena. It's fine. It doesn't inconvenience me at all, just a small favor. Avena shook her head expressionlessly, stepping back from Ciel's room and placing her hand on the doorknob. You can move your things to my room later. Wait a moment, Avena. Ciel spoke, stopping Avena. Avena paused at the door. She pushed the door open slightly again, looking at Ciel. What is it? Are you planning to call Adele over tonight to discuss things? Ciel asked. In the first notebook entry, Avena had called Adele over to her house in the early morning of the 21st, and the three of them discussed matters in the room. The result of their discussion was that on the noon of the 21st, the two went to the church to report that Deton Manor harbored cultists. With Adele taking the lead, Avena could quickly find High Priest Eurus. However, in the first simulation, Ciel's simulated self had the important task of activating Gambler, possibly preventing her from recording the information about Avena inviting her to sleep over due to the timing. But in the second simulation, without the task of activating Gambler, the simulated Ciel, aiming to prank her real self, directly accepted Avena's request, preventing Avena from inviting Adele over. This left the entirely unaware real Ciel waking up to find herself in Avena's bed. Today was the 20th. After midnight, it would be the 21st. Time was actually quite pressing for Ciel. In fact, during this period, Kitty had already begun investigating Adele. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Adele would still be captured and taken to Deton Manor for brainwashing on the 22nd. Ciel just didn't know if, without her influence, Kitty would kill High Priest Eurus on the same day, the 22nd. But even if Kitty didn't kill Eurus on the 22nd, once the Radiance Bishop arrived at Deton Manor on the 23rd, Kitty, to save her own skin, would execute the plan to show loyalty and redeem her mistakes. At this moment, hearing Ciel's words, Avena looked at Ciel with some surprise. She did indeed have this idea. She was planning to call Adele over tonight. However, after Ciel agreed to sleep in her room earlier, Avena had changed her mind, planning instead to visit Adele with Ciel early the next morning. As expected, Ciel was always on the same wavelength. I did have that thought. Avena nodded, but immediately regretted saying it. If she really called Adele over tonight, asking her to leave again would be awkward, given the real danger. It was a rare chance for just the two of them. Fine, let her come. Adele could sleep on the floor. Although Adele had done nothing wrong, Avena felt her fondness for Adele decrease slightly. Are you planning to report the matter to the Church of the Savior Goddess? Ciel continued asking. I was planning to. Avena nodded. When the time comes, you can have Adele report the matter to High Priest Eurus alone. Ciel thought for a moment, then said, actually, there's another way to muddy these waters even further. Muddy them. The phrase clicked instantly for Avena. She asked, the Deton group. Correct. Ciel nodded. You can try reporting this matter a second time to the Deton group. If possible, it would be best to drag the Redemption Society into it as well. After all, Sherlin was practically a budding cultist, and this whole crisis started because of him. Hearing this, Avena couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. While she could have eventually thought of this herself, events had unfolded too quickly, and she hadn't received the intelligence long ago. Her mind hadn't quite caught up yet. She had even been thinking about strange things. In contrast, the calm Ciel had immediately grasped the crux of the problem and offered a good solution. Truly Ciel. It was this calm rationality that had always attracted Avena. I will do my best to contact them. Avena nodded. Fortunately, she didn't praise Ciel out loud, otherwise it would have been Ciel's turn to struggle to maintain her composure. Because this solution was originally Avena's idea, the only thing Ciel could think of was killing everyone first. After getting the system, Ciel's strategic thinking seemed to have gradually diminished. Faced with danger, she always thought of trying it out in the simulation rather than avoiding it. After all, planning and strategizing always had potential oversights. Encountering some extreme situation could shatter the plan, but personally experiencing the facts and testing all extreme scenarios was ultimately the most reliable approach. The more extreme Ciel acted in the simulation, the more prudent she actually appeared. Avena left Ciel's guest room. Only after Avena was long gone did Ciel slowly let out a breath. The consecutive simulations, coupled with constantly summoning those spiritual beings in the previous simulation, had left Ciel mentally somewhat fatigued. However, compared to the initial Ciel, her mental strength seemed to have increased considerably, possibly due to advancing to the second tier in the save file. Now, Ciel faced two choices. One was to start a new pure simulation, immediately drink the instigator potion, save the instigator file, then restart with the instigator file to execute the previous sacrifice plan. The second was to directly use the Judicator save file, go in, start killing, and sacrifice. But there was a problem. Although Judicator was more offensive and better suited for dealing with the Transcendence at Deaden Manor as long as Kitty was ambushed and killed, the others posed no threat to Ciel lacking the Instigator's abilities, relying solely on Art of Conversation LV.2 and the interference of spiritual beings. Ciel wasn't confident she could intimidate a third-tier Radiance Bishop. Against a third tier, going in as Judicator meant death, and going in as Instigator also meant death. There wasn't much difference between the two. The only difference might be that killing Kitty would be easier as Judicator. Ciel decided to let the randomness of the system determine her course. If the timing happened to fall just before the Divine Advent Church's Radiance Bishop arrived, allowing her to meet him directly, Ciel would choose the Judicator file and kill everyone first. If none of the simulation times allowed her to encounter the Radiance Bishop, she would start a pure mode simulation, drink the Instigator potion, and save the file first. Overriding the number 1 save file, which was the initial Avenger, wouldn't increase the number of first-tier save slots. Currently, her saves were, number 0 was her real self, number 1 was the initial Avenger save, number 2 was Judicator, and number 3 was Gambler. If affected by the new artifact's side effect temporal disorder, the chance of randomly switching to Judicator was 1 in 4. If Instigator occupied a new save slot, the chance of switching to Judicator would drop to 1 in 5. Overriding the Avenger save ensured that the side effect temporal disorder from Echo of the Silver-White Timebinder was more likely to jump to a second-tier save rather than a first-tier one, preventing an indirect weakening of her combat capability. Having decided on the plan, Ciel summoned the system and tapped the simulate interface. Future, 8H, Saint Year 741, June 21st, 0010, cost, 10 fate points. Past, 10 days, Saint Year 741, June 10th, 11:55 a.m., cost, 10 fate points. Old days, day, cost, 10,000 fate points. Seeing the times, Ciel sighed softly. None of them extended to 1 p.m. on the 23rd. Even simulating a later date, letting the simulated self handle everything and just observing the consequences, would have been fine. After some thought, Ciel still decided to choose the future simulation. Future simulations dealt with events yet to happen. Experiencing them once more would be beneficial. Choosing the past simulation wouldn't make a difference either. She could still massacre everyone at Deaden Manor, just using the Judicator save file. After all, High Priest Eurus hadn't arrived in Barren City at that time. Ciel was about to start the simulation directly, but then paused, found a notebook, and solemnly wrote on the first page in Chinese, "Help me prepare the Instigator potion." After thinking for a moment, Ciel added another line, "Don't cause trouble." Putting down the pen, Ciel looked back at the simulation interface. Among the 5 first-tier potions and rituals she had obtained earlier, Instigator was not included. The original Instigator spiritual materials, extracted from Thomas's body. Ciel wouldn't use a second-hand potion had already been given to Avena long ago. Having her simulated self acquire an Instigator potion would save her real time and effort. As for how her simulated self would obtain the potion without money, that wasn't Ciel's concern. She believed in herself. Ciel took off her shoes and socks, lay sideways on the sofa, adjusted into a comfortable position, and selected the future simulation. Future, no 0. Silver light flashed in Ciel's eyes, completely covering her vision until she gradually lost sensation of her body. Future, Saint Year 741, June 21st, 00:10. Countdown, 23:59:59. The vast expanse of silver white light before her gradually dissipated. Ciel slowly regained sensation and control over her body. But even before the white light faded completely, Ciel felt a stuffy heat. It felt like something was binding her, making it somewhat difficult to move even before she fully regained bodily control. Once Ciel fully regained control, she moved her hands slightly. What is this? Ciel felt warm, soft, unidentified objects pressed against both her sides. Ciel took a deep breath. Her nose filled with the light fragrance of a young woman's body and the scent of flower petals. Heh. On the left, could it be Adele? Ciel slowly turned her head to the left and saw a large face extremely close to hers, eyes shut tight, breathing evenly. Soft, silver-white hair cascaded down her neck, covering her chest. Her arms were stretched forward, hugging Ciel as if she were a pillow. Her head rested entirely on Ciel's pillow, and one leg was even draped over Ciel's lower abdomen. The soft sensation against Ciel's left arm came from Adele's front. Compared to Avena and Ciel, Adele was somewhat more endowed and taller, though she usually wore loose robes or a doctor's white coat, making it less obvious. Sigh, it really is Adele. Why is there an extra person? Wasn't it just Avena in the bed before? Ciel slowly turned her head back, looking to the right. Aided by a sliver of candlelight, she saw Avena lying on her side, facing her, hands resting on Ciel's arm, her face completely flushed crimson. Avena was slightly more reserved. She was still on her own pillow, merely facing Ciel with her hands placed over. But even so, Avena's face was thoroughly red. Adele was genuinely sound asleep, but Ciel could guarantee Avena was definitely not asleep yet. Because her arms were somewhat stiff, her elbows not even resting on the mattress. It seemed like she had just placed her hands over when Ciel woke up, leaving her awkwardly frozen. Has she been awake the whole time, saw Adele doing it, and wanted to try too? Having somewhat anticipated this situation, Ciel felt no panic. Her goal for this simulation was simply to drink the instigator potion and survive for 24 hours. Even if she stayed in Avena's room the entire time, the mission could still be completed. Ciel never doubted her ability to instantly digest the instigator potion. If she couldn't achieve instant digestion with the instigator potion, others would likely have exploded long ago. But for now, setting these matters aside and resting for a while wasn't a bad idea. Looking at Avena on her right, pretending to sleep yet hesitant to get closer, Ciel slowly lifted her right hand, smoothly pulling her arm free from Avena's grasp. This action made the pretending to sleep Avena purse her lips slightly. Her hands, suspended midair, momentarily forgot to lower, seemingly struck by some blow. Lying next to Ciel, Avena's heart had been pounding the entire time. She hadn't been able to sleep at all, not even daring to open her eyes. Accustomed to sleeping without lights, she had lit 2 candles tonight. Just moments ago, Avena had cautiously opened her eyes, using the candlelight to peek at Ciel, only to see Adele practically half sprawled on top of Ciel, sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to Ciel's feelings. And Ciel remained with her eyes closed, seemingly unbothered by Adele's terrible sleeping posture half lying on her. At that moment, an idea began to brew in Avena's mind. If Ciel doesn't mind even Adele acting like this, then, could I possibly adopt such a posture too? When Ciel wakes up later, I'll just say my sleeping habits are a bit poor, apologize to her. The gentle Ciel should accept it, she isn't unreasonable. With this thought, Avena had, bit by bit, shifted closer to Ciel, finally carefully placing her hands on Ciel's arm. What on earth am I doing? Having made the move, Avena felt as though she had exhausted all her courage and strength. She closed her eyes, not daring to even look at Ciel's profile anymore. What exactly was this feeling? Back at their first encounter at the police department, when she saw the beautiful red-haired girl sitting in the waiting area, the moment their eyes met, she felt her heart skip a beat. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, simply nodding in acknowledgement before heading upstairs. But as their fates became increasingly intertwined, after interacting and experiencing things together, even Avena herself became confused about her current feelings. Avena slightly opened her eyes into a thin slit. Her dark purple pupils shifted slightly, studying Ciel's profile in the candlelight. What exactly is this feeling? Suddenly, she saw Ciel's eyelashes flutter slightly. Ciel took a deep breath and turned her head towards Adele on the left. Ciel waking up abruptly startled Avena. Her hands instinctively started to pull back, but she realized doing so might look even stranger. Her usual rational thinking and knowledge seemed completely forgotten at this moment. Avena remained frozen, eyes closed, hearing only the thunderous pounding in her ears. It wasn't the potion's whispers, but her own heartbeat. She seemed to hear Ciel turn her head again. She prayed Ciel wouldn't notice her small movements and would fall back asleep soon. Once Ciel was asleep for another hour, confirming she was deeply asleep, Avena would retract her hands. Every second seemed to stretch on interminably. Avena felt her palms growing slightly sweaty, her heartbeat sounding louder with each beat. Suddenly, Ciel moved. She slowly shifted her right hand, pulling it out from under Avena's hands. In that instant, Avena felt the drumming in her heart abruptly cease. The stopped drumstick felt lodged in her chest, causing a sense of blockage. Why, is Adele allowed, but not me? But quickly, she felt the mattress dip slightly. A somewhat cool hand slipped through the gap at her waist. Before Avena could react, that hand gave her a gentle push forward. Avena's entire body was pulled by that strong hand, bringing her directly against a soft, fragrant body. Her nose could even feel the tickle of hair strands and their scent. The hand that had pulled her over slowly withdrew, then gently rested on her hair. Time seemed to stand still. Avena wasn't even sure if she was still breathing. At this moment, Avena seemed to understand, just a little, what that flutter in her heart was when she first met the red-haired girl. The breathing beside her gradually calmed. Ciel now awoke from her light sleep. Although sleep in the simulation couldn't truly alleviate mental fatigue, it did offer some relief for Ciel's mind and body, a sort of psychological comfort. Opening her eyes, Ciel faced a new dilemma. How could she break free from the blockade of Adele and Avena on either side without waking them? Ciel gently lifted her right leg, using the sole of her foot to push Adele's leg off her bit by bit. Then, Ciel slid her body downwards, slipping under the covers, and finally emerged from the other side of the bed. Fortunately, Adele and Avena's nightgowns, as well as the sheets beneath, were made of silk, allowing Ciel to slide out silently and smoothly. Ciel stepped onto the wool carpet beneath her feet. Aided by the faint candlelight, she found a familiar canvas satchel placed on the table by her simulated self. Opening the satchel, she found a notebook, several potion vials, and a cloth bag wrapped in another bag. The cloth bag felt thick. Ciel weighed it and suspected it contained another notebook. However, as Ciel picked up the cloth bag, she noticed a small slip of paper underneath. Unfolding it revealed a crudely drawn radiation symbol. Probably best not to open it just yet. Ignoring the other items, Ciel opened the notebook beside it. Towards the back of the notebook, there was a message left for her, written in Chinese. I already bought the potion from Avena. She seems to have collected quite a few instigator and listener potions and materials in the past. The previous other side page seems damaged and not very effective anymore, but I'm too lazy to write another one, especially with a third-tier crown guard around. So I just redeemed some from the subsystem. Nothing else was worth redeeming, so I exchanged everything for other side pages. 25 pages, enough for you to hand out flyers. The stuff is in that cloth bag. See if you can stuff it into the inventory, but based on my guess about the system, probably not. I had Adele inform Eurus about everything in advance, then had Adele come over to Avena's. After all, staying near the Crown Guard Nia offers a higher survival rate than staying with Eurus, who's caught in the crossfire. If you're lucky, you might see Hugh again near the end of the simulation. Of course, it might not be her again. That's all, dead tired, going to sleep. What you do next is up to you. Oh right, you know, we didn't do anything. Charm and art of conversation are more effective than you think. If you deem it necessary, you can upgrade these two skills. If it's too expensive, forget it. After all, besides redeeming things from the shop, I can't really do anything. 8. This thing contains a stack of other side pages. Ciel looked at the thick cloth bag she had just weighed, never expecting it to hold such items. Ciel took out the Radiance Bishop's letter from her inventory, tentatively grabbed the cloth bag, wanting to put it into the inventory, but failed. After putting the Radiance Bishop's letter away again, Ciel looked at the cloth bag, her expression slightly confused. Previously, just one other side page, merely being near it, was enough to trigger alarming whispers in one's mind. But these 25 pages before her, simply sealed in a cloth bag, gave Ciel no sense of threat. This doesn't feel like other side pages. Ciel temporarily set aside the canvas bag, found her clothes and shoes, took them out of the room, changed in another guest room, and then went down to the main hall. These things were too dangerous. Ciel couldn't possibly risk opening them directly in Avena's room, especially with a third-tier crown guard watching over Avena's safety almost 24/7. Finding no suitable room, Ciel took the items to the first-floor washroom. Compared to the reception hall with its unrepaired wall, this place offered slightly more privacy. Ciel hung the canvas bag on the back of the door, took out the cloth bag, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. Nothing happened. Ciel reached in, pulled out one of the pages, crumpled it into a ball, wet it with water, then slowly held it up before her face. Although the blood and text on it were somewhat smudged by the water, and the crumpling made the already illegible script even harder to decipher, but the text had no effect on Ciel whatsoever. Ciel tossed the crumpled paper back into the cloth bag, then directly took out an intact page and looked straight at it. It was the familiar other side page, but it no longer held any power. In previous simulations, Ciel's simulated self had indeed used fate points to transform, redeem gold pounds, and purchase various survival supplies with those pounds. Could it be that, apart from transformation, everything redeemed from the subsystem was fake? Or were the items real, just lacking any transcendent properties? Only precious metals like gold pounds could be used properly? Ciel checked the remaining pages, confirmed none were usable, then put them back into the canvas bag. It was commendable that her simulated self thought of this and tried it, just a pity it didn't work as intended. However, being able to redeem identical fake items, if used well, this might still be very helpful. Just not right now. Ciel rummaged through the bag and found a brand new potion vial. The potion inside emitted an overall pink glow. Within these points of light, several tiny tentacles drifted. It looked like the instigator potion. But this potion looked very different from the one Ciel had seen with Thomas. Thomas's potion had fleshy tentacles nearly dyed black, the vial filled with a mixture of black mist and oily liquid, nothing like this clean pink. It seemed the potion Thomas obtained was likely made from second-hand, or possibly even third-hand, extracted materials. Basically soul rings attached. No wonder Thomas needed 2 vials of the potion, and drinking just one turned him into that wretched state. A small label, tied with wire, hung from the vial's neck. Instigator was written on it in Ansa script, the handwriting clearly Ciel's own. Ciel wouldn't doubt the potion's authenticity, even without the accompanying reconstitution ritual. On critical matters like this, neither the simulated nor the real Ciel would joke around. Ciel held up the potion vial and gently swirled it. The tentacles inside drifted as if alive within the pale pink liquid. Seemingly noticing Ciel's movement, they all pressed against the side of the crystal vial closest to her, like a school of fish spotting food. Ciel looked at her reflection in the mirror. She placed her hand on the cap, slowly applied force, and watched her reflection pull out the stopper. As the cap opened, a hallucinatory fragrance instantly filled the washroom. Ciel raised the potion vial, tilted her head back, and drank the potion down in one gulp. The tentacles writhed, entering Ciel's mouth along with the potion, like fish returning to the sea, splitting into several paths within her mouth. Some tentacles shot directly from her mouth into her nasal cavity, tearing through flesh as they swam upstream, racing towards Ciel's brain. Others descended down her throat to her vocal cords, directly merging with them along with the potion. Cough, cough, Ciel couldn't stop coughing. She lowered her head slightly over the sink, large amounts of blood mixed with unidentifiable clots pouring from her mouth and nose. The hallucinatory fragrance in the washroom vanished, replaced by the thick, metallic smell of blood. Intense pain erupted from her brain and throat, making Ciel feel like she was about to pass out. Fortunately, she had died many times. While it didn't increase her pain tolerance, it had somewhat raised her threshold for fainting. She didn't pass out directly from the pain. This potion, why is it so torturous? Ciel looked at the bronze sink, now clogged with blood clots, her vision gradually blurring. After an unknown amount of time, just as Ciel felt she truly couldn't bear it anymore, the pain ceased in an instant. Simultaneously, memories and knowledge not her own abruptly appeared in her mind as the pain vanished. This is. Ciel reviewed the knowledge and memories in her mind. Just like after drinking potions upon completing previous reconstitution rituals, this was knowledge on how to use the abilities. Is it over? Where are the whispers? Ciel took a clean towel nearby, wiped the blood from her face, her expression slightly puzzled. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed. Indeed, she could faintly hear some whispers, but they weren't severe enough to interfere with her thoughts. No. Her consciousness must have been altered, but as an instigator, she couldn't perceive these internal changes, simply finding them normal. Ciel looked up at the mirror before her. Her reflection grinned, revealing white teeth still flecked with some blood. The smooth advancement filled Ciel's heart with joy. Humming a familiar tune from her past life, she cleaned up the blood in the washroom, slung the canvas bag over her shoulder, and opened the washroom door. Just as she opened the door, Ciel saw a silver suit of armor standing not far away. The armor was facing the washroom, seemingly having been watching Ciel the entire time. Are you a pervert? Ciel asked curiously. After speaking, Ciel's nostrils flared slightly as she inhaled, still seeming to catch the faint scent of blood. Where was the tea kept again? I'll brew some tea to rinse my mouth. Want some? Oh right, you can't drink. Sorry. Ciel smiled, walked around Nia, and headed towards the kitchen. You drank the potion. The metallic buzzing sound came from within the armor. I sensed it just now. Ciel's pace quickened, Nia following closely. Nia instinctively felt that the current Ciel was very different. She watched Ciel rummage through the kitchen, eventually just pouring and drinking a glass of water, then holding water in her mouth while looking at Nia. After a long moment, Ciel swallowed the water and said, somewhat displeased, you should have told a joke just now. A joke. Nia found herself struggling to keep up with Ciel's train of thought. Tell a joke. If I laughed, the water would have sprayed out my nose, rinsing out the blood inside. By the way, Ciel seemed to remember something, looked towards Nia, and said, you know about the Divine Advent Church matter, right? I know everything. Nia nodded. She was currently thinking about how to persuade the Ciel before her to rest properly. She had clearly drunk some kind of potion, but Nia didn't know which one yet. After all, Ciel had at least 6 first-tier potions in her possession. On the 23rd, the Divine Advent Church's Radiance Bishop will come. The Redemption Society, the Church of the Savior Goddess, the Detton Group will all get involved. It'll be quite lively then. Ciel shook her head slightly as she spoke, her expression turning somewhat serious. She continued, but muddying the waters like this creates a problem. That is, the Radiance Bishop might notice something amiss beforehand, go into hiding, and investigate secretly all because we don't know the Radiance Bishop's identity. Hearing this, Nia nodded slightly. Ciel was right. The waters were muddied, but without coordination between the different organizations, the Radiance Bishop, who was expected to appear, might easily detect abnormalities. Moreover, who could guarantee there weren't Divine Advent Church spies within those organizations, especially the Redemption Society and the Detton Group? The regional general agent was already compromised like a sieve, who could be sure about the internal situation of the Detton Group? However, the plan's purpose was originally just to stall the Divine Advent Church's investigation. As long as they stalled, it counted as success. Afterwards, they just needed to gradually shift the suspicion involving Avena away. You think Avena is no longer threatened now, don't you? Ciel looked at the silver armor before her and suddenly spoke. Nia's body tensed slightly. Missionary Kitty had already begun investigating Adele. By now, she should have discovered that Sherlin didn't create the virus himself. She would soon shift her focus to Adele. Adele reported it. Adele made the cure. Sherlin's belongings are all with the Redemption Society and the Church of the Savior Goddess. The sealed artifact has also been taken by the Church of the Savior Goddess. Just kill Adele, and the trail goes cold. Ciel's dark red pupils flickered with an eerie light. The armored fists before her slowly unclenched. Suddenly, Nia clenched her fist again, stepped forward, grabbed Ciel's collar, and lifted her entirely off the ground. Instigator. Even through the metallic resonance, Nia's voice couldn't conceal her unrestrained fury. You drank the instigator potion. Nia felt that if she weren't an armored life form right now, her back would definitely be drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, Nia, constantly on guard, had seriously entertained the extreme thought of eliminating Adele to completely remove the danger from Lady Avena. Moreover, she had been genuinely considering the feasibility of it all. Only the abrupt spiritual alarm sounding in her mind instantly snapped Nia back to reality. Ciel just drank the potion? How could she possibly influence a third tier so quickly? And, with so many potions to choose from, if Ciel had any intention of following the detective path, Lady Avena could have practically sponsored her all the way to Crown Guard. But why did she specifically drink the potion of the path completely opposite to the ladies, and the dangerous and evil instigator at that? If the lady knew about this. Calm down, Ciel smiled, raising both hands. I was just making an analogy. Adele is my friend, I wouldn't do anything to her. However, I do have a method here, a chance to resolve this trouble once and for all. But, I'll need your help. Ciel spoke slowly. Come with me to Detton Manor, let's take care of this trouble. Ciel looked at Nia before her, feeling slightly disappointed. Relying solely on art of conversation, charm, and the instigator ability still made influencing a third tier somewhat difficult. Influencing a third tier transcendent like this might make them listen to what she said, but when it came to taking action, if the action violated their own principles, they would likely snap out of the instigated state. To successfully instigate a third tier to act on her behalf, she needed to be extremely careful, instigating them over years, gradually instilling ideas they resisted, until their bottom line was compressed enough to allow them to act for her. But obviously, Ciel's encounter with the Radiance Bishop would be a sudden confrontation, offering no such opportunity for prolonged verbal sparring. It seemed extreme measures were necessary, like the sacrifice she had envisioned earlier. Previously, Ciel had some reservations. Such a large-scale sacrifice would surely consume a significant amount of Ciel's blood, possibly even requiring the sacrifice of her flesh if blood wasn't enough. The former Ciel definitely couldn't withstand that. But the current Ciel possessed the exclusive sealed artifact, Echo of the Silver-White Time Binder. She could simply activate the watch at the start of the sacrifice. When her blood was drained and her flesh nearly sacrificed to the point of death, her individual time would rewind, returning her to her peak state. In that case, even sacrificing her entire self wouldn't matter at all. However, Ciel needed to test this idea in the simulation. Even if Nia refused, Ciel could find Eurus and have her accompany her to Detton Manor. She just didn't know if, having become an instigator, she could still gain Eurus's trust. It was conceivable that even if trusted, Eurus wouldn't treat her as a saintess and help her as wholeheartedly as in previous simulations. Nia held Ciel before her, her mind in turmoil. Honestly, she wouldn't believe a single word from an instigator, even Ciel. But this Ciel held a special place in Lady Avena's heart. If she said something misleading to Lady Avena, it might change the lady's mind. If Nia wanted anything right now, she most wanted to snap the neck of the beautiful girl before her, who constantly wore that leisurely smile, find some deserted mountain, bury her, and ensure the lady would never be influenced by her again. But, she couldn't hide it from the lady. Even if the lady wasn't on the detective path, she possessed keen insight and deductive reasoning, practically a natural-born detective. Even if she couldn't deduce that Ciel was killed by her, if she brought in senior detectives from the family, they would eventually trace it back to Nia. At that point, she would lose the lady's trust. So, even though Nia loathed the Ciel before her intensely, she was powerless against her. All she could do was, after the lady woke up, remind her that Ciel had drunk the instigator potion, advise the lady to periodically activate the sacrificial saint's relic to clear any negative mental states. Did she approach the lady just to drink the instigator potion when the lady trusted her most? Thinking back, the lady had indeed been instigated by her into doing quite a few things. Even Nia hadn't noticed that Ciel had actually been completing her reconstitution ritual all along. What an insidious person. What does she truly want? I can feel your anger, Nia. You shouldn't be angry. Ciel shook her head. I just want to eliminate the cultists here and return to the peaceful life I desire. As long as you help me eliminate them, I can promise you, I will never set foot in this estate again. Ciel's tone shifted, becoming lower, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I was originally just an outstanding student at Barron Private High School, a poor student living dependently with my sister. Just as I was about to graduate and life was looking up, I was targeted by an instigator, becoming the target of his reconstitution ritual. You know all this. Fortunately, an intelligence organization saved me. They gave me information, helped me overcome the difficulties. Now, just get past this final hurdle, and my sister and I can return to our peaceful life. I should never have been involved in any of this. We share a common interest, don't we? If you help me, this will all be over before Avena wakes up. My intelligence network and I can guarantee that before the 22nd, Avena and Adele will face no danger. Are you willing to help me? Within the depths of Ciel's pupils, an eerie pink light swirled. Reflected in Ciel's black irises, several pink tentacles burst forth, writhing wildly within her pupils. Nia slowly released her grip, taking a deep breath. I will return to the ladies' room to set up a ritual. Nia turned to leave. Reaching the kitchen doorway, she looked back toward Ciel, the metallic buzzing sounding from within her armor. If your purpose is to eliminate the cultists, then I will help you. But the moment I discover things aren't proceeding as I expect, I will kill you immediately. Those cultist marks cannot affect me. You had better honor your promise, Miss Ciel. With that, Nia turned and left. Ciel, remaining where she stood, curved her lips into a faint smile and murmured softly, "Of course. Every word I speak is true." Tap, tap, tap. Under the night sky, a horse galloped outside Baron City. A knight fully encased in silver armor sat atop the fully equipped steed, with a red-haired girl seated in front. The girl's small body bounced with the horse's gallop, her face wearing an expression of utter despair. Finally, the reins were pulled, and the horse stopped at the foot of Creek Hill. The knight on horseback skillfully dismounted, reached out, and gently patted the horse's neck. Meanwhile, the girl, thoroughly shaken from the ride, tentatively reached out her toes, but even her shoe tips couldn't reach the metal stirrup. In the end, the girl gave up, adjusted her posture, and jumped directly off the horse's back, landing steadily. This red-haired girl was Ciel, and the knight behind her was, naturally, the crown guard Nia, whom she had instigated. "Couldn't you have just brought the carriage? Do you know how hard your armor is?" Ciel complained, rubbing her back with the back of her hand. Horseback riding wasn't as fun or cool as Ciel had imagined. Besides being unable to sit steadily, every jolt resulted in a painful collision with the armor behind her. Ciel suspected Nia was doing it deliberately as revenge. After Ciel dismounted, Nia loosened the reins, and the horse trotted back along the path towards Baron City. Nia looked at the dark mountain path ahead, didn't reply to Ciel's words, but said, "We agreed. My task is only to prevent anyone inside from coming out. I won't intervene no matter what happens inside, even if you die in there. Of course. If you acted, wouldn't it expose Avena's involvement?" Ciel smiled and patted Nia's arm guard. "We both wouldn't want Avena endangered, right?" Nia stood motionless for a long moment before finally walking step by step up the mountain path. If Nia's armor could show expressions, the helmet part would likely be flushed red. Ciel followed behind Nia, curiously observing the stone path Nia walked on. Whether walking on dirt or stone slabs, Nia's armor made no sound, nor did it leave any footprints. As if the armor weighed nothing at all. Clang, clang. An empty metallic sound rang out. Nia stopped and looked back to see Ciel tapping her back armor with her finger. "Is this really silver? Or some alloy made from transcendent materials?" Ciel looked up and asked curiously. Nia silently turned back to face forward and continued walking, though her pace quickened slightly this time. After about 5 minutes of walking, under the moonlight, Nia could already see the outline of Dedon Manor ahead. She stopped, walked directly into the nearby bushes, and concealed herself. Throughout the journey, she had barely spoken to Ciel, knowing that the more they talked, the more likely she was to be unknowingly influenced by Ciel's terrifying ability. All she could do was minimize conversation and maintain her current unaffected state. "Thanks, I'm heading in then." Ciel waved at her and smiled. "Remember not to let anyone out, okay? Oh right, thanks for the mask and adhesive. If I come out, I'll pay you back." With that, Ciel raised the silver wolf mask that covered only the left half of her face and slowly placed it over her face. The mask gradually merged with the flesh on Ciel's face. Ciel's transcendent aura began to weaken, even her life force becoming faint and difficult to detect. Having done this, the girl continued walking towards Dedon Manor under the moonlight, while Nia's gaze remained fixed on Ciel's back. What does she truly intend to do? Knowing Dedon Manor was infiltrated by cultists, she still dared to go alone. What gave her the courage? But none of this concerned Nia. What she hoped for most right now was for Ciel to die inside and expose her intelligence network, diverting the cultists' attention away from Avena. Later, she could spread some rumors claiming Lady Roswell was attacked by an instigator, post a bounty on Ciel, and clear Lady Avena of suspicion. Within Nia's enhanced vision, she saw 2 attendants wearing green chip masks approaching Ciel. Ciel, meanwhile, reached into her satchel, seemingly retrieving something. A membership card? Nia shook her head and looked away from Ciel. In her view, Ciel's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. Even if perfectly attuned to the potion, she was still only first tier. Trying to investigate the Divine Advent Church single-handedly? Impossible even with 100 lives. Even if she could gain some information by instigating non-transcendent cultists, her actions would quickly be discovered by the cult leader here. Heaven knew what bizarre sealed artifacts that cult leader possessed. Even Nia wouldn't dare claim she could walk in and out unscathed, let alone a first-tier girl. Suddenly, Nia perceived a faint silver flash in the distance. An inexplicable palpitation arose from the depths of Nia's heart. The buzzing that had constantly plagued her mind intensified at this moment. Huh? Nia looked up in astonishment towards Ciel's previous location, only to see Ciel still standing there. But before her, the 2 attendants wearing green chip masks had already knelt down fearfully. Flocks of crows erupted from the woods with terrified cries, adding a more oppressive noise to the night-shrouded mountain forest. Seemingly sensing Nia's prying gaze, the girl wearing the half-face silver wolf mask slowly turned her head and looked towards Nia. The half-mask, at some point, had become covered by a layer of paper inscribed with terrifying blood-red characters. The paper, thanks to the adhesive, perfectly adhered to the silver wolf mask, conforming to every contour and bump. The originally solemn mask now radiated an endless eeriness. Almost instantly, the darkness before Nia devoured the surrounding scenery in her peripheral vision, forcing her focus solely onto the masked girl. The darkness nearby churned restlessly. Numerous frantic, crimson eyes with black vertical pupils opened within the darkness, madly scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for prey. Nia abruptly lowered her head. If she had a heart, its beat would have reached an unprecedented speed. The black tide before her slowly receded. Nia raised her trembling hands and saw a pair of tattered, blood-stained girl's hands. But when her hands lightly touched, they produced the sound of metal clashing. Nia was horrified. What is this? After an unknown amount of time, when everything returned to normal and the surrounding sounds quieted, Nia slowly raised her head and looked towards the entrance of Detton Manor. The attendants and the girl were long gone. The entire area was empty, as if nothing had happened. Yet the previously ordinary-looking Detton Manor now appeared sinister in Nia's eyes. What exactly happened? I just glanced. My spirit was almost contaminated? An unknown fear spread through Nia's heart. It had been a long time since she last felt this sensation. Just one look made her want to flee. Nia slowly clenched her fists. If there was any further disturbance inside, she would definitely run away. She didn't want to experience that feeling again. That girl named Ciel was not simple. Unlike Nia's trepidation outside the manor, Ciel had just entered the familiar reception hall of Detton Manor. You two, be sharp, understand? Ciel looked at the two attendants leading the way. If you see any glass or mirrors, remember to warn me in advance. Just moments ago, Ciel had used adhesive to stick the somewhat damaged other side page from her inventory onto the mask Nia gave her. After this use, the page would likely be impossible to remove from the mask. Forcibly tearing it off would undoubtedly damage the other side page due to the adhesive, rendering it useless. If she wanted to use it again later, she would have to redeem the entire mask. Hopefully, this mask wasn't too expensive. If it was, Ciel would just have to get another other side page. A rookie mistake due to lack of experience. Perhaps she could have her simulated self draw another one, directly on parchment or cloth, or even engrave it onto an iron plate or gold coin, making it less prone to damage. By the time she reached the secret passage leading to the underground sanctuary, Ciel had 4 people following her. To prevent anyone from learning of her arrival and informing other cultists, Ciel made every cultist she encountered walk ahead of her. Soon, she arrived at the underground sanctuary and stopped at the secret passage leading to Kitty's office. She had just advanced to Instigator without saving yet, and this body lacked the Sadhana mark. Fooling other cultists was simple, but Ciel didn't know if this mask, combined with her instigation ability, could actually bluff Kitty. But regardless of success or failure, Ciel had to try. It served as trial and error for her real self. Anyway, advancing to Instigator felt quite easy. Even if this save file wasn't secured, she could easily save it on another attempt. Wait here for me a moment. I have tasks for you later. Ciel spoke to the 3 men and 1 woman bowing before her. Then, she walked past them, directly into the secret passage, ascending the spiral stone stairs towards Kitty's office. As the surrounding temperature gradually rose and the chilling cold completely faded, Ciel saw the bookshelf before her. Gently pressing the stone switch beside it, the grinding sound of gears echoed. The bookshelf parted from the middle, revealing Kitty's back to Ciel. Who? Kitty shot up abruptly, the black skirt pulled up to her waist instantly sliding down. She turned her head angrily, then instantly lowered it. A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down her temple. Meanwhile, under the desk in front of Kitty, a woman with short, flaxen hair emerged from underneath, standing behind Kitty, head bowed, trembling. A glistening strand of liquid seemed to hang from the corner of her mouth. You are, Kitty spoke slowly, her heart filled with uncertainty and suspicion. She couldn't sense any transcendent aura from the person before her, but just that brief glance had nearly scared her soul out of her body. The Mother Goddess's whispers in her mind began to boil. She feared that just one more look would send her to meet the Mother Goddess. Is it the bishop? But why was there no trace of the Mother Goddess's aura on the person before her? You, go to the underground sanctuary, wait with them. Ciel looked at the woman behind Kitty and spoke slowly. Georgine. The woman whose name was called trembled violently. After a moment, she nodded shakily and walked step by step towards the person before her, whispering, Yes, milord. Only after Georgine descended the passage did the bookshelf behind Ciel slowly close. Before Kitty could figure out how the person before her knew Georgine's name so easily, she saw the person take a step forward. Smack! A slap landed solidly across Kitty's face. The sudden, heavy slap snapped Kitty's head to the right. Her ears rang, and she was somewhat stunned by the blow, not even thinking to wipe the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Anyone pulled from that state, startled, then slapped, would be stunned. You still have time for this kind of thing now, Kitty? Ciel's voice rose steadily, filled with disappointment. The plan failed, yet instead of finding a way to fix it, you're indulging yourself here. Kitty finally reacted. This person is, the bishop? A wave of fear washed over Kitty from the depths of her heart. Lord Bishop, it's not like that, please listen to my explanation. Kitty knelt down abruptly without any hesitation, shuffling forward on her knees to Ciel's feet. Prepared for this, Ciel took a step back, her back hitting the bookshelf behind her, her face filled with disgust. Trying to lick my shoes again. Don't call me Bishop. Ciel spoke slowly, her tone gradually calming. That one will arrive at Detton Manor at 1 p.m. on the 23rd. If you want to live, you must clean up this mess before that Radiance Bishop arrives, understand? Don't call her Bishop? Right, this lord must have come in disguise. Even her life force was faint, no wonder she couldn't sense the resonance of the Mother Goddess's mark. But she could still passively sense whether this lord's words contained lies. Perhaps it was a side effect of the artifact suppressing her power, allowing her uncontrollable passive ability to function. She could feel that, so far, the mysterious lord before her hadn't lied. Abe, Marcelo, Georgine, are they all still here now? Ciel recited the names of the other transcendent cultists like reading a menu. Hearing this, Kitty felt slightly more at ease. Knowing even these confidential details, it seemed this really was a bishop from the upper echelons, possibly even an archbishop. Kitty just couldn't figure out the purpose of this lord coming here to remind her. Yes, milord. They await your command at any time. Kitty kept her face towards the red carpet on the floor, maintaining her kneeling posture, and spoke respectfully. Everyone's here, not bad. You don't need to investigate Adele further. Investigating her is useless. Ciel shook her head gently. Sherlin died at the Roswell estate. Do you know how he died? Subordinate, currently only knows Sherlin is dead. His body returned to the Redemption Society, but Subordinate did not know the Roswell family was involved. Kitty spoke, her tone somewhat weak. That young lady of the Roswell family dismissed her servants before the incident. The person I planted couldn't bring back any information, unaware of what happened there. Avena hasn't been exposed yet? This surprised Ciel somewhat. Then, in the simulation where Avena was attacked by Kitty, it was likely traced through Adele. It might also be related to Avena and Adele going to Eurus to report the matter together. Kitty, kneeling before Ciel, also felt a wave of bitterness. Her painstakingly established intelligence network in Barren City, which she believed was flawlessly rooted, turned out to be completely transparent before this lord. This lord knew everything, even about her investigation into Adele. The Roswell family didn't do it. Ciel shook her head. You don't need to investigate Avena either, lest you invite trouble. Avena is currently under my control. Her guard, the third-tier crown guard Nia, has also been influenced by me. They won't pursue this matter further. Ciel's words sent shivers down the kneeling Kitty's spine. The young lady of the Roswell family was controlled so easily? How long has it been since the incident? And that third-tier crown guard was also influenced. Has she become an ally too? A third tier dealt with so casually, the power of the lord before her was unfathomable. But Kitty still didn't understand. Subordinate doesn't understand, Kitty spoke slowly, probing. Why did Sherlin die at the Roswell estate, but the Roswell family wasn't involved? Didn't they participate? You cannot comprehend matters of this level yet. Ciel shook her head gently. Cannot comprehend this level? A sliver of confusion arose in Kitty's heart. She was about to be promoted to high priest, yet her level was still insufficient? Then what level was required to know the truth behind this? Was this even something she could meddle in? If I speak the truth and her name directly, she will know immediately. Ciel spoke. But I can use a special method to convey half the truth to you? Please enlighten me, milord. Kitty lowered her head even further, feeling deeply uneasy. Deeper secrets of the church, could someone of her level really know? Why was this lord telling her? Wouldn't revealing such things invite punishment? Or did she have a compelling reason to speak? And also, just mentioning the name and truth would let the other party know instantly? That sounded, just like the mother goddess? Was the other party, the offspring or avatar of some deity? Fear of the unknown began to envelop Kitty's heart. She feared hearing news that could lead to her demise, yet dared not refuse to listen. Originally, I wouldn't have sought you out. Ciel looked at Kitty, whose head was deeply bowed before her. But this matter involves the church's plans, so I had no choice but to find you. A mysterious intelligence organization has arrived in Barren City. Currently, only I and that young lady of the Roswell family know of their arrival. Ciel paused slightly, seemingly choosing her words carefully, then spoke slowly. That organization has been constantly disrupting the church's plans. I was ordered to investigate it. And that Miss Roswell was unknowingly instigated by that intelligence organization into doing certain things. Is this true? An intelligence organization constantly sabotaging the church's plans, right here in Barren City? And I didn't notice at all. A wave of guilt washed over Kitty, causing her to lower her head even further. No wonder her plans kept failing. It turned out she had already stepped into a realm beyond her comprehension. Suddenly, the lord before Kitty stumbled back abruptly, hitting the bookshelf behind her. Several books fell to the floor. Damn it, she heard our conversation. She knows again. The lord's voice became urgent. Kitty's heart leaped into her throat. The lord wasn't lying. Despite not mentioning any names, the person from that intelligence organization knew about their conversation. Quick, Kitty, gather everyone in the sanctuary. Ciel turned, pulled open the door, and commanded, those who aren't congregation members too, bring them all to the sanctuary. Milord, this stronghold, Kitty wanted to say more but was cut off. Gather those people in the sanctuary? Don't make me repeat myself. Ciel raised her foot threateningly towards Kitty's head, saying angrily, everyone. I need to attempt to call upon the mother goddess in the sanctuary, to confront her. Quickly. Remember to bring more high-tier materials to the sanctuary for sacrifice. Yes, yes, milord. Kitty felt her mind explode. Hearing the plan to summon the mother goddess's avatar, she quickly pulled her head out from under the lord's foot, foregoing any further enjoyment, and dashed past the lord straight towards the underground sanctuary. Summon the mother goddess. The extreme excitement and fanaticism from having her head stepped on and the possibility of seeing the mother goddess now filled Kitty's heart. She would follow the lord's instructions and bring everyone to the underground sanctuary? Meanwhile, Ciel disgustedly lifted her right foot, rubbing the sole against the sharp edge of the bookshelf. Gathered everyone without a fight. Might as well try the summoning directly. If successful, she would have leverage against that Radiance Bishop. Detton Manor has really fallen on hard times. Look at these requests on the notice board. Find Baron Hastings' daughter's cat. Distribute cures for the Redemption Society. And this one. Assassinate members of the North End Brotherhood active in Baron City. Anonymous too. When did you guys start posting requests with such obvious political leanings? Aren't there any more challenging requests? Like finding some cultists, busting a ritual summoning an evil god, or something. In the requester hall of Detton Manor, a woman with messy pink curly hair scratched her head, rambling non-stop. However, the people around her ignored her. A man wearing a green chip mask standing opposite the counter, after a moment of silence, finally asked, "Miss Goodwin, do you wish to accept another request? If not, please make way for the person behind you." "Haha, not accepting anymore. I'm never coming back to this Detton Manor." The pink-haired woman, addressed as Goodwin, snatched the membership card from the attendant's hand, flipped him off, and turned to leave. But when she turned and saw the scene behind her, she froze. 3 people, clearly of the gambler path, stood at the exit. They seemed to be discussing something with their heads lowered. The sharp-eyed Goodwin noticed all 3 were loading bullets into their pistols. Inside Detton Manor, why were these gamblers loading bullets? This was the requester hall, not the death roulette hall. A strong premonition of danger made Goodwin frown slightly, but she acted as if she hadn't noticed anything, turning her head to shout at the attendant, "Hey, where's the washroom?" "It's in the corridor to your left, just ahead. Open the door and go to the end." The attendant, seemingly unfazed by Goodwin's attitude, continued calmly with the directions. "All right, thanks." Goodwin waved dismissively without looking back, turned left, and headed straight for the corridor, avoiding the 3 guarding the entrance. Just as she turned, about to step into the side corridor, a deep voice sounded from the entrance. "Goodwin." Goodwin subconsciously turned towards the source of the voice and saw 3 dark gun barrels aimed directly at her. Click, click, click. Shit. Goodwin cursed under her breath, quickly stepped into the side corridor, pressed herself against the wall perpendicular to the entrance, and peeked out slightly towards the doorway. 3 empty shots. But Goodwin, familiar with the traits of gamblers, felt no relief that they had fired blanks. She had teamed up with cash-strapped gamblers for requests before and knew their strongest state. Individually, a gambler's performance wasn't particularly outstanding. But with support, a gambler could recklessly load only 1 bullet, leaving the rest empty, until a teammate stalled long enough for the gambler to fire that final shot, instantly turning the tide of battle. Goodwin bet that among those 3 gamblers, one definitely had only a single bullet loaded in his gun. If he fired that shot, she was finished. When did I provoke Detton Manor? Isn't this place supposed to be the safest trading spot? The sound of running footsteps grew closer. Goodwin bit her lip, reached into her waistband, and pulled out 2 daggers with sharp knuckle dusters attached. Running away solves nothing. Only risky actions can make an adventurer stronger. With almost no hesitation, Goodwin gripped the 2 daggers in a reverse hold and stabbed them fiercely towards her shoulders. The dagger tips accurately pierced the shallow skin and muscle, severing blood vessels and causing significant bleeding from the wounds. The pain heightened Goodwin's adrenaline secretion. Her mind paradoxically became calmer. As the footsteps neared, she rolled almost flat against the carpet, then leaped directly towards the fastest approaching gambler. Thud. Closing in, Goodwin threw a powerful right punch. The spiked knuckle duster dagger pierced straight through the gambler's cheekbone and skin, knocking him unconscious to the ground with just 1 blow. As the gambler fell, 2 dice tumbled from his hand, rolling to a stop at Goodwin's feet. 2 6-sided dice, landing on double 6s at Goodwin's feet. "Goodwin, we mean no harm, we just want you to come with us." The gambler on the left spoke while simultaneously pulling the trigger of his revolver, aiming precisely at Goodwin's arm. Bang! The bullet, trailing an exaggerated vortex of air, flew towards Goodwin, piercing straight through her left arm. The gambler on the right also pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang! Another bullet came flying, but this time Goodwin was prepared, raising her right dagger in a token block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Goodwin's heart leaped with joy. She had just raised her right hand on a whim, never expecting to actually block a shot. Luck is on my side. But she hadn't anticipated that the bullet, after being deflected by the dagger, would slightly change trajectory. The bullet originally aimed at her arm, now slightly diverted, flew straight towards her cheek, penetrating her right cheek, shattering teeth in her mouth, breaking through her left cheekbone, and tumbling out. What kind of shitty luck is this? The intense pain momentarily stunned Goodwin, but soon, the threat of death stimulated all her body's potential. Eyes bloodshot, like a mad dog, she lunged directly at the gambler on the left. With her left hand, she punched the revolver out of the gambler's grasp, raised her right hand high, and prepared to stab down towards his heart. Drip, drip. Goodwin's blood continuously flowed from her mouth, dripping down her chin onto the carpet. But her raised right hand remained unable to strike down. "Miss Goodwin." A detached female voice came from the entrance. Goodwin's vision blurred. She looked up and saw a woman shrouded in a black uniform dress, wearing a black ship mask, standing at the entrance. "The administrator? We are merely inviting you to a small gathering. Please grace us with your presence, don't make things difficult for me." The administrator wearing the black chip mask stood calmly at the entrance speaking. A white shadow holding a vial of red potion slowly walked towards Goodwin. Goodwin used the last ounce of her strength, rolling her eyes to look at her raised right hand. Her wrist, at some unknown point, had been gripped by a white shadow. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Despair spread through Goodwin's heart. She never imagined that after nearly digesting the adventurer potion, she would fall here, in the supposedly safe Daden manor. Goodwin soon slipped into semi-consciousness. Only when a potion vial was shoved into her mouth and she subconsciously swallowed the scalding liquid did her awareness gradually return. 3 against 1 and almost got counter-killed. Forget it, completing that lord's task is more important. Watch her, don't let her die. In her daze, she seemed to hear the administrator saying something. Goodwin was lifted by 2 maids wearing red chip masks, one on each side, and led towards the entrance. Hazily, Goodwin saw the carnage in the other halls. Most of Daden Manor's members seemed to have gone mad, attacking anyone around them, even their own colleagues. Members fled in all directions, but none could escape the main entrance. They were bound one by one and dragged away like livestock. Whether they were transcendents digesting potions or completing rituals in the transcendent gambling dens, or ordinary people spending money in the regular casinos, everyone was dragged away in the same direction as her. The entire manor had become a living hell. The potion began to take effect, stopping her bleeding and restoring some energy. But she knew that once the potion wore off, she would fall into an even weaker state. She had to find a way to escape before the potion's effect ended. Goodwin endured the intense pain in her mouth, squinting her eyes, memorizing her current location. Heading underground, to the exchange area? But soon, Goodwin realized something was wrong. She had accepted many requests here and occasionally played a few hands at the gambling tables. She was familiar with almost the entire manor layout. The path these 2 maids were taking her down clearly couldn't lead to the exchange area. The exchange area was on the first basement level, but the spiral staircase they were taking her down continued descending even after reaching the B1 level. A secret room? Goodwin was slightly astonished. She never knew Daden Manor had an underground secret chamber. As the temperature gradually dropped, Goodwin was finally brought to the bottom of the spiral staircase. She slightly raised her eyes and looked forward, her pupils constricting. This is a vast underground church, an emblem of a circle nested within a semicircle, faceless statues carved everywhere. An intense sense of crisis washed over Goodwin. A sanctuary? This is a cultist sanctuary? A cultist sanctuary? Right beneath Daden Manor. In the center of the sanctuary, over 100 people were already bound and kneeling. Cries, curses, and prayers filled the air. Occasionally, someone would let out a gut-wrenching, despairing shriek, frantically tearing at their hair and the flesh on their faces. Squish. One of the maids beside her seemed to step on something, making a sound. Goodwin looked down and saw a crushed eyeball. Is this everyone? The administrator's voice sounded from behind, completely extinguishing Goodwin's hope of escape. Despairingly, she watched a white shadow walk up to her, grab her collar, and drag her forward. In Goodwin's vision, she could only see the white shadow dragging her and, ahead of the shadow, the intensely oppressive, terrifying administrator. Only after she was dragged to the front of the crowd and thrown to the ground did Goodwin slowly prop herself up with trembling hands and look around. Around her, were other heavily injured transcendents captured just like her. "Milord, everyone has arrived." Goodwin slowly looked up and saw the previously imposing administrator now respectfully bowing her head, walking to the front of the altar, removing her mask, and kneeling before it. Following the administrator's head upwards, she saw a stone throne placed upon the altar, and reclining on the throne was a red-haired girl. The girl's head rested on one stone armrest, her legs draped over the other. Her body lay casually on the seat, legs swinging back and forth, as relaxed as if lounging on her own sofa. Hearing the administrator's words, the girl turned her face slightly towards the crowd below. At that moment, Goodwin saw the other half of her face. A violent spiritual alarm screamed in her ears. She instantly lowered her head, yet was still eroded by a sliver of darkness. She felt the already assimilated potion within her begin to boil restlessly. Incomprehensible illusions started appearing before her eyes. "Milord, do you require me to recite the prayer for you?" Administrator Kitty lowered her head and asked respectfully. "No need, I can do it myself." A sweet girlish voice sounded from the throne. Just listening to her words, one could almost picture the smile on her face. "Thank you for your hard work, Kitty." A brief flash of silver-white light, followed immediately by a loud gunshot. Boom! Administrator Kitty's body was thrown back 2 or 3 meters by the immense impact, landing face-up before Goodwin. Goodwin stared in horror at the administrator, whose face was now a bloody mess, lying right before her. Clusters of blood-red laurel flowers bloomed from the flesh of her cheeks, the gory blossoms vibrant and delicate, swaying gently before Goodwin. Priestess Kitty. Administrator. "Milord, you." The cultists nearby also saw Kitty's corpse and began to stir restlessly. Silence. The girl's voice from the platform became commanding. Goodwin's gaze gradually shifted from the corpse with the blooming head. "This, cultist infighting?" Kitty joined this sacrifice willingly. "Don't worry, the mother goddess will come to collect her soon." Thump. In Goodwin's vision, the girl leaped down from the platform, landing steadily beside the corpse. Goodwin didn't dare look up, only keeping her head bowed in her kneeling position, staring at the faceless female corpse. A string of never-before-heard words came from the girl's mouth. The whispers in the minds of almost all transcendents present began to run wild. A ritual, an evil god summoning ritual. Whispers and fear surged continuously in Goodwin's mind. She instantly made up her mind, abruptly turned her head, and crawled towards the kneeling, trembling crowd. Get away! Get away! Goodwin struggled to her feet, pushing aside the people behind her one by one, running towards the stairs she remembered coming from. But just then, the girl's voice sounded again. The girl's murmurs exploded like thunder beside everyone's ears. People in the crowd began descending into madness, turning and fleeing in the opposite direction. Aga! Countless bloodlines danced rapidly through the air, forming a massive ritual array that encompassed everyone within. Those closest to the blood array tried to run outwards, but as they crossed the array's boundary, the parts of their bodies that crossed were instantly corroded away by something unknown, not even leaving a drop of blood behind, as if they had run into the mouth of an invisible monster. The entire underground sanctuary transformed into a living hell. Goodwin felt her life force rapidly draining away, death approaching step by step. Despairingly, she looked back towards the culprit responsible for all this. That girl, holding an antique silver pocket watch, stood at the edge of the inner array, her body withered, completely devoid of blood. And the blood drawn from her body, along with the bloodlines from everyone else, sketched out a massive blood-red vortex in the air above the sanctuary. The vortex spun in midair, but Goodwin no longer had the energy to pay attention. Her vision was filled only with darkness, and at the center of the darkness was the nearly shriveled red-haired girl. Madwoman. Sacrificing everyone, including herself, just to summon an entity that only brings madness and destruction. Madwoman? Goodwin clamped her mouth shut violently. Broken teeth pierced her gums, causing the thinly scabbed wound to spurt blood again. This risky action granted her a sliver of strength to move and a precious second or two of clarity. She abruptly crouched down, pulled a sharp throwing knife from her boot, and with all her might, flung it towards the girl. Swish! The throwing knife spun through the air and plunged directly into the girl's heart. SUC, success. The entire array faltered slightly. Goodwin slowly raised her head. Amidst the darkness, the blood-red vortex above had stopped spinning. And around her, besides the whispers, she could hear nothing else. Did I stop the advent of the evil god? If I survive this, I've definitely exceeded the ritual requirements. I could probably drink the next stage potion without being assimilated. Goodwin swayed, the darkness in her eyes slowly receding. She saw the colors around her again, and the ground littered with withered corpses. 9. A faint voice pierced through the layers of whispers, reaching Goodwin's ears. She snapped her head towards the source of the sound and saw the dried-up, corpse-like girl mechanically opening her mouth. 1. A phantom image of an exquisite silver watch face materialized behind the girl. The second hand rapidly spun backward 10 seconds. Click. The phantom watch began ticking again. And the girl, previously resembling a dried corpse, rapidly filled out with flesh and blood. Even the dagger embedded in her chest was squeezed out by the newly generated flesh. The terrifying summoning ritual began rotating once more. Goodwin, her last hope shattered, descended into infinite despair and completely lost her mind. Cough, cough, Ciel coughed lightly at this moment. She put away the pocket watch, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at the now almost tangible blood-red vortex before her. Good thing she had started the stopwatch. This summoning array nearly sucked her dry into a corpse. She was supposed to recover in 10 seconds, but getting stabbed by a throwing knife at the end, and not even dying from it, almost broke Ciel's composure. Fortunately, she had felt little pain by then. The knife stabbing her felt almost like nothing, as if she were already a corpse. The blood-red vortex before her finally showed some movement. The originally massive vortex was rapidly compressing, soon shrinking to about twice human height. The initial blood-red color condensed into a dark red, almost black hue. Why did it shrink? Ciel frowned slightly. Using just Kitty's corpse alone had summoned a terrifying monster nearly large enough to break through the exchange area ceiling. But after adding the corpses of so many transcendents and cultists, this massive array actually resulted in something smaller? Ciel had expected to summon something terrifying enough to at least break through the roof of this huge underground sanctuary. After all, bigger is better, bigger is stronger. As Ciel pondered, tiny specks of shimmering dust began to drift out from the dark vortex. The dust particles glittered, appearing like stars in the cosmos against the backdrop of the lightless, dark red vortex. These starlight dust particles drifted about. Ciel couldn't tear her gaze away until they floated before the relatively intact pink-haired corpse, paused slightly, and then began to settle onto the body bit by bit. The pink-haired corpse instantly began to decay. The original wounds closed and bulged into pustules. Dark purple pustules continuously swelled and overlapped, completely enveloping the body, resembling a cluster of distinct grapes. Gradually, the constantly pulsing pustules began to stiffen, as if frozen, their surfaces covered in white frost. Crack, crack. The giant, insect egg-like sphere shattered. A human hand emerged from within. Crack. The egg split in two and dissipated with the wind. A half-human, half-insect thing was fully revealed before Ciel. It was a monster with the physique of a young girl. Its head had short, dark red hair, but its face was devoid of any features. Its body was similarly seamless, like a sheet of human skin wrapped around something. 6 pairs of translucent insect wings unfolded from its back. 4 pairs of white, sharp insectoid legs were attached to its rear shoulders and waist, all slowly stretching out. 4 pairs of chitinous black horns curved and twisted on either side of its head. Viewed from the front, they resembled 2 symmetrical church emblems, a circle encompassing a semicircle. Ciel. Ciel took several steps back consecutively. The moment she saw the highly symbolic horns, Ciel felt a sense of foreboding. The system had said that the summoned spiritual being depends on the items sacrificed. Could it be that by sacrificing too many cultists bearing the sadhana mark, these marks attracted a spiritual being related to sadhana that also held goodwill towards her? Moreover, the insectoid limbs and wings of this human insect creature somewhat reminded Ciel of the appearance of Radiance Bishop Hugh she had seen during her moments of mental instability. Hiss, hiss. The sound of skin tearing echoed. The featureless human face began to split open. Lipless mouths filled with sharp teeth opened irregularly across the face. Just as Ciel considered committing suicide to eliminate some cultists and try again, an ethereal voice sounded in her mind. Mother. God. Sadhana. The spiritual being lacked complex thought. It simply acted on instinct, staggering towards Ciel and slowly kneeling down before her. Ciel looked at the terrifying half-human, half-insect spiritual being kneeling before her, momentarily unsure what to do. She seemed to be able to communicate with it. It was also calling the mother goddess's name, indicating its connection to sadhana. It was highly likely a creature created by sadhana, or perhaps even its offspring. But its voice didn't seem to affect Ciel, and for some reason, it mistook Ciel for the mother goddess. Considering spiritual beings generally weren't very intelligent, it probably just recognized the summoner, Ciel, as its master. Ciel saw that the 6 pairs of giant insect wings on its back were beginning to dissipate. Its time in this world seemed limited. Its combat prowess? Ciel had summoned it primarily to fight the 3rd-tier Radiance Bishop cultist. If it couldn't defeat that cultist, the effort would be wasted. How could she test its strength? Fight it herself? Ciel mentally shook her head. Although she hadn't fought it, she felt she would be instantly killed. There wasn't enough time now to let it run into the city and catch Transcendence. Oh right, wasn't Nia still outside? She was a 3rd-tier crown guard, probably quite durable. Sorry, Nia. Please bear with me in this simulation, let me test its abilities. Just need to make the spiritual being be careful, not deliver a killing blow. This debt, I will definitely find a chance to repay in reality. Seemingly sensing Ciel's thoughts, the monster before her slowly turned and began walking towards the spiral staircase. Hey, wrong way, over here. Ciel walked ahead of the spiritual being, guiding it. Ciel didn't notice that her own body had begun to distort erratically, flashing strangely at times. The negative status temporal disorder had started to take effect on her. An hour has passed, what exactly happened inside? Nia took out a bronze pocket watch, checked the time with some irritation, then clipped the watch back onto her waist. Instigators truly couldn't be trusted. Said she'd finish everything before the lady woke up, but went silent after entering, and no one was seen running out. The entire Denton Manor was eerily quiet, like a haunted house, exuding an aura that warned the living away. Vroom. Suddenly, an abrupt buzzing in her mind put Nia on high alert. She quickly drew the sword and shield from her back, faint fluorescent blue light flickering within the gaps of her armor. Under Nia's tense gaze, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of Denton Manor. Is that Ciel? In Nia's vision, the mask Ciel had worn was gone. Her red curly hair, slightly past shoulder length, swayed with her steps. Beside her followed 4 illusory black shadows identical to Ciel. Nia. No? Can Instigator switch to Judicator? Ciel just drank the Instigator potion, right? What's with those black shadows? Aren't those? While Nia was puzzling over this, she suddenly recoiled sharply, thrusting her right shield forward. A honeycomb-patterned, fluorescent blue light shield materialized before her. She saw, behind Ciel and the 4 black shadows, followed a terrifying creature whose form constantly distorted before her eyes. Screaming whispers shrieked in Nia's mind. As Ciel slowly raised her hand and pointed towards Nia, the terrifying phantom behind her flickered and vanished. 200 meters. 150. 100. 5. In just a few flickers, less time than a single breath, the terrifying phantom materialized right before Nia's face. Nia stood stunned for a long moment. The fluorescent blue glow on her body gradually dimmed. After an unknown period, she supported herself with her sword and shield, slowly sinking to one knee before Ciel. Mother Goddess. Above, metallic buzzing resonated from within the armor representing Nia. Ciel's black shadow submerged into the ground, emerging like a fish from Nia's shadow behind her. Then, the black shadow solidified, and Ciel's figure appeared behind Nia. She looked at the kneeling Nia before her, her face showing a thoughtful expression. Is this, like a super-enhanced version of a Radiance Bishop? Regardless, Ciel felt it was worth running another simulation to try confronting that Radiance Bishop head-on. Before the spiritual being dissipated, Ciel had it remove the sadhana mark from Nia. It easily eliminated the sadhana mark on Nia. In that case, she could also try removing the mark from the gambler save file. Anyway, in future simulations, as long as Kitty was still at Denton Manor during that timeline, she could come here and sacrifice some cultists to help herself. Denton Manor in Barren City had effectively become Ciel's secret farming spot. For the remaining time, Ciel dragged the unconscious Nia into the bushes to hide her, then left Barren City, heading towards the surrounding towns, patiently waiting for time to pass. Finally, the 24-hour limit expired, and Ciel was transported to a silver-white space. Saving the instigator file to number 1, overwriting the original Avenger save, Ciel exited the save space, engulfed by silver light. Reality. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 16:20. Evaluation, you're still incredible. Even the Divine Advent Church doesn't know how to summon a divine servant, but you do. You're even more hardcore than the cultists. A pity. If you had taken down one more third tier, I could have given you some more rewards. Take it, you deserve this based on your performance. Reward, Fate Points times 27, Art of Conversation LV.3, Fate Points, 153. #### Chapter 85, Confronting the Divine Advent Church Radiance Bishop directly. Ciel's gaze slowly shifted away from the system interface, her mind beginning to replay the memories from the last simulation. After each simulation ended, she would subconsciously review the events in her mind, ensuring she remembered every detail. This review sparked a slight sense of fear deep within Ciel. The instigator potion was far more malevolent than she had imagined. The side effects of the potions she had previously consumed were all within her tolerance range. The Avenger and Judicator potions subtly influenced her personality, making her more aggressive and prone to extreme actions. But these extreme actions generally aligned with Ciel's interests. Even upon returning to reality, Ciel didn't feel excessive psychological discomfort, because they merely amplified Ciel's desires into more persistent obsessions, without compromising her core interests, family and friends. The Gambler potion, aside from the influence of the Sadhana mark, simply made Ciel more willing to gamble on low-probability events, making her less cautious. Currently, the Gambler potion had the least impact on Ciel, but the Instigator potion. It actually made Ciel actively instigate Nia to kill Adele, even exploiting Nia's weakness Avena to coerce her into doing things. She killed everyone in Denton Manor without any psychological burden, regardless of whether they were innocent. Finally, to test the summoned spiritual being, Instigator Ciel chose to directly confront the third-tier Nia without any hesitation. Instigator Ciel appeared cheerful and easygoing, but in reality, under the potion's influence, her moral compass was extremely low. For the sake of her plan, she could even instigate others to kill her own friends. Ciel had no doubt that if Nia had actually been successfully instigated back then, her instigator self would have stood by, smilingly commenting on Adele's corpse. Yet she hadn't felt the potion's whispers. Compared to other potions, the instigator potion's influence seemed almost negligible, but her way of thinking had completely transformed into that of an instigator. Her thoughts and the potion's thoughts were almost perfectly synchronized. Did the potion perfectly fuse with her the moment she drank it? Was this a good thing, or a bad thing? Ciel sighed softly, pushing thoughts of the instigator aside. Besides this, another matter from her memories piqued her interest. It was the spiritual being she had summoned last. Now, no matter how hard Ciel tried to recall, she couldn't remember its appearance or what it had said to her. In her memory, the spiritual being had become an unobservable mosaic. No matter how she tried to remember, she couldn't retrieve any details. That thing she summoned was definitely not simple. Ciel's confidence in dealing with that Divine Advent Church bishop increased slightly. She slowly stood up. A slight wave of dizziness made her body sway momentarily, but she quickly steadied herself. Exhaling slowly, Ciel sat back down. Now was not the time to rest. Time continued to tick forward. The sooner she found a way to prevent that Radiance bishop from investigating her, the more secure she would be, and her real self would have more time to adjust plans. Firstly, the method of sacrificing everyone in Denton Manor in the simulation was absolutely out of the question. Currently, besides the cultists, some ordinary members of Denton Manor were normal people, attendants unaware of what was happening. Beyond the manor staff, there were also minor nobles, merchants gambling there, and transcendents buying items or accepting requests. Avenger Ciel had bombed a Holy See square, but that was only to draw out Sherlin. In reality, Ciel wouldn't actually bomb that square. But this time, the ultimate goal was to deal with the visiting Radiance bishop. Ciel couldn't possibly sacrifice everyone in Denton Manor in reality. That seemed even more cult-like than the cultists themselves and would inevitably attract investigation from various factions, completely contradicting Ciel's desire for a peaceful life. But if she only sacrificed the cultists of Denton Manor, would that be enough? It might not be. Ciel leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. Divine Advent Church, investigation. Ciel remembered that in the last simulation, Kitty had revealed something. Avena hadn't been exposed yet because the cultist planted near her hadn't been able to return to Avena's estate to gather intelligence. Besides Denton Manor, there were quite a few cultists in Barren City. Maybe, hold a gathering. Find a reason for Kitty to gather all the Divine Advent Church cultists in Barren City and sacrifice them all at once. This would ensure all the cultists possessed the Sadhana mark, allowing for a clearer targeting of the previous spiritual being, preventing the sacrifice from being intercepted by other entities. The more Ciel thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, there was one prerequisite: she had to use the instigator save file to ensure Kitty completely obeyed her. Although Gambler possessed the Sadhana mark, without backup, she couldn't guarantee she could bluff Kitty every time. If possible, Ciel wanted to handle this alone. The fewer people knew, the better. Avoiding exposure to more organizations or churches was what Ciel desired. Next, it depended on whether the simulation timing would cooperate. Ciel directly opened the simulation interface. The date displayed for the future simulation made her pause slightly. Future, 3 days, Saint Year 741, June 23rd, 1300 hours, cost, 10 fate points. 3 days later, 1 p.m. on the 23rd, exactly 1 minute before the Radiance Bishop arrives? Isn't this timing a bit too precise? Ciel even suspected the system's timing was pseudo-random, or perhaps just the system's own twisted sense of humor. Just 1 minute, impossible to prepare everything, or is it? Ciel abruptly stood up, grabbed her canvas bag from the bedside table, and took out the familiar notebook and a pencil. She indeed didn't have enough time to prepare everything, but her simulated self could prepare it all for her. Ciel walked back to the sofa, sat down, opened the notebook, leaned over, and began writing in Chinese on a blank page at the back. I need you to find an opportunity to obtain and drink the instigator potion. Remember? Do not instigate Nia. No one needs to guard outside the manor this time, you can complete this task alone. Ciel's pencil tip paused slightly, then continued writing. Find a chance to persuade Avena to stay with Adele at Avena's estate. Do not take any other action. Avena's home is temporarily safe. Next, you need to drink the instigator potion, find Kitty, and instigate her again using the same method. Regardless of how, find a way to make Kitty gather all cultists from Baron City and its surroundings. Simultaneously, you must clear Deaden Manor of everyone who is not a cultist. Remember, clear the premises, do not kill them. Deaden Manor staff can be given paid leave. Others can be deterred from visiting by announcing temporary closure. You can use all my abilities, which certainly includes spiritual summoning, but you don't need to summon personally. Wait for me to arrive, let me perform the sacrifice. One more thing, regarding items redeemed from the subsystem, do they actually work when you redeem them? Find a chance to test this and find a way to tell me the result. Ciel stopped writing, hesitated for a moment, then added another sentence. Remember, do not use the instigator ability to instigate anyone other than members of the Divine Advent Church. Remember. Also, you are forbidden from contacting Sister. Do not involve her. After drinking the instigator potion, copy this paragraph 10 times. Ciel reread the text she had written, confirmed there were no ambiguities, then put down the pencil. It wasn't that she was overly cautious, but the nature of the instigator forced her to be careful, using remember several times throughout the text. She genuinely feared her simulated self, after drinking the instigator potion, might seek some amusement and pull a stunt. This would not only affect Ciel's judgment of the outcome but could also lead to entirely unforeseen developments. The future simulation started only 1 minute before the Radiance Bishop's arrival. Ciel would have to immediately begin the spiritual summoning upon arrival, leaving no time for anything else. This meant Ciel couldn't check the notebook to understand what her simulated self had done. Therefore, she had to ensure her simulated self followed the notebook's instructions precisely, avoiding any interference, otherwise, it could lead to Ciel misjudging the situation in reality. After all, Ciel couldn't guarantee the simulation timing would always fall before the 23rd. What if she could never simulate before the 23rd again, or couldn't reach 1 p.m. on the 23rd within 24 hours? Without personally experiencing it, relying solely on written records would always leave a sense of uncertainty. Ciel placed the notebook in a prominent position before her, sat watching it, and opened the simulation interface. After selecting the future simulation, the character selection screen appeared. Ciel scanned the save files, hesitated briefly, then settled her gaze on the instigator file in slot number 1. This simulation likely wouldn't involve any combat, or rather, if combat occurred, Ciel's plan would have failed. If combat happened, using the Judicator save meant death, and using the instigator save also meant death. It was better to use the instigator save directly and use its abilities to try and avoid combat altogether. After clicking the instigator save file, a silver flash exploded before Ciel, gradually engulfing her vision completely. Future. Saint Year 741, June 23rd, 13:00. Countdown, 23:59:59. Lady Ciel. Lady Ciel. Lady Ciel, what's wrong? Urgent voices sounded beside her ear. Ciel slowly opened her eyes and saw a peeled grape being held to her lips. At this moment, she was lounging crookedly on the stone throne. On either side, a maid wearing a red chip mask attended to her with lowered head. One maid humbly held the grape to Ciel's mouth. Ciel's height normally prevented her feet from reaching the ground while sitting on the throne, but now they rested on something soft. Looking down, she saw a maid prostrate on the floor, Ciel's feet resting on her back, allowing for a more comfortable posture. Ciel. This is the cultist circle, the backyard of Baron City's Divine Advent Church branch, not your home. Why are you enjoying yourself like this? She looked up. Before her, densely packed rows of Divine Advent Church cultists knelt, all wearing uniform black robes. Kitty, at the front, stared intently at the maid Ciel was stepping on, still speaking. Lady Ciel, why have you stopped talking? Shouldn't the scripture reading begin? At this moment, Kitty looked as if she desperately wanted to kick that maid aside and take her place under Ciel's feet. Ciel waved her hand. The three maids collected their things and retreated to the bottom, kneeling behind Kitty. While waving, Ciel noticed she was holding a clean white handkerchief. Something seemed written on it in Chinese. She unfolded the handkerchief slightly with one hand and saw the words written on it. Items redeemed from the subsystem are usable. Pity I can't play longer. .. Besides the two short lines, there was also a smiley face drawn, its abstractness rivaling the system's. Heh. A smirk touched Ciel's lips. She casually crumpled the handkerchief and tossed it aside. My turn to play. Thank you, stopping here is fine. The mountain path is difficult. Creek Hill. A plain four-wheeled carriage stopped on the path at the foot of the mountain. A man's gentle voice came from inside the carriage. The coachman in front controlled the horses to a halt. The carriage door opened, and a left foot stepped down onto the stone-paved road. It was a pair of high-quality, high-top leather boots, the black matte felt reflecting the noon sun diffusely. A well-dressed man, holding the brim of his top hat, stepped down from the carriage. He walked to the coachman's side, took out his wallet, removed a 5-shilling silver coin, and handed it to the coachman. Keep the change, the man said with a smile. After watching the coachman express his thanks and drive the carriage away, the man, holding his cane, walked step by step up the mountain path, looking like an ordinary gentleman enjoying a mountain stroll. Soon, he reached the halfway point and saw the large manor built on the platform above. He walked to the outer iron gate of the manor, leaned on his cane with gloved hands, waited for a moment, then showed a slightly puzzled expression. Where is everyone? He glanced around in confusion and saw a sign standing nearby, which read Venue Maintenance, resuming business at 15:30. The man raised his left hand to look at the gold watch on his wrist. The hour and minute hands pointed to 12:57. Did I come at the wrong time? The man looked at the half-open iron gate before him, stood for a moment, then walked straight in. He walked all the way to the manor entrance, went straight inside, surveyed the luxurious hall, and saw the familiar emblem. Not the wrong place. Following the emblems, he walked into the reception hall on the right, then followed the special markings subtly woven into the intricate patterns of the carpet to the next room. Why is no one here? Denton Manor, is it usually this empty? The man's high-bridged nose twitched slightly. He detected no scent of blood. Soon, he let down his guard and reached out to press the switch for the secret door. With the sound of gears engaging and chains dragging, a passage appeared before him. The construction here is quite decent. Unfortunately, the builder, that priestess, botched a very important matter. Upon receiving the news, I had to personally come over to understand the specific situation. If it is determined that the priestess's own negligence led to this major error, then I will take her to face judgment and punishment. As for this place, it will be abandoned directly. After such a major incident, the risk of exposure is too great. Construction here clearly cannot continue. Years of operation reduced to nothing, and I still have to clean up the mess. Building an underground sanctuary itself was a dangerous endeavor, skirting the edge of the rules. Not only did it contribute little to the plan, but it also increased the risk of exposure. However, if the plan had succeeded, everything here would have become the priestess's achievement, allowing her a faster promotion. This priestess was a bit too eager for quick success. Thinking about having to clean up the mess here, and having to quietly arrange for all those who had become cultists to lie low elsewhere, he felt a wave of exhaustion. Sigh. The man sighed. Several figures in long robes emerged from behind him. One white shadow walked ahead of the man, then slowly solidified. A man dressed in white robes appeared before the secret passage. His ornate robes covered almost every inch of his skin, and the faceless mask concealed his expression. At this moment, his aura transformed. The suave gentleman vanished, replaced by a cold, mechanical bishop, seemingly devoid of emotion. He somewhat stiffly raised his left hand. The watch hands pointed to 1300 hours. He could vaguely hear some sounds coming from the sanctuary at the bottom of the stairs. Are they all down there? Today isn't a prayer day. Gathering down there at this time is clearly a violation of the rules. He stepped into the secret passage. The white shadows followed suit, closing the passage door behind him before merging back into his shadow. The bishop descended the stairs step by step with precise movements. Halfway down, he heard a strange gunshot. Bang. Is something wrong? Before he could figure out what was happening below, he heard chanting voices rising from below, like a sanctuary choir, echoing in the spiral corridor. In the endless darkness, I call to you, Sadhna. In the rift between time and space, your existence transcends all things. The bishop paused for a second, showing no expression, but in his heart, he had already sentenced this priestess to death. Organizing a collective prayer without a bishop present. Are you trying to rebel? The bishop resumed his descent, his pace noticeably faster this time. As he drew closer, the chanting below grew louder. It was then that the bishop noticed something was amiss. This wasn't normal chanting. Those people were shouting the prayers as if screaming, their tones filled with madness. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish between the humans praying and the whispers in his own mind. He stopped at the doorway at the bottom of the stone spiral staircase, looked at the stone door carved with the faceless deity, and placed his hand on it. But at that very moment, he felt an intense spiritual alarm. It was a strong warning, like directly gazing upon an indescribable entity. His hand slowly retracted slightly. Soon, seemingly realizing something, he slowly raised both hands to cover his ears. The mad chanting didn't diminish in the slightest. He snapped his head up, looking at the wooden door before him, the expression under his mask no longer calm. Inside, what exactly are they doing? Why am I being affected so strongly? The sounds seemed etched into his mind. No matter how he tried to calm himself, the sounds showed no sign of weakening. The buzzing of the spiritual alarm resonated in his mind, combining with the whispers to form a symphony, its instruments composed of various bones and organs, its vocals a chorus of screams and wails. If this continues, the anomaly here might be detected by that heretical church of the savior goddess. Although he didn't know what the priestess inside was doing, the bishop couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He had to go in and stop her. The bishop raised his hand. A white shadow shot out from behind him, punching the large door and shattering it. Boom! The 2-meter-high sanctuary door was blasted into pieces, revealing the vast interior of the sanctuary before him. The scene inside left him stunned. In the center of the 3 massive stone pillars, within this enormous space, knelt countless corpses. These incomplete bodies, looking as if gnawed upon, all knelt facing the direction of the throne. A huge blood array enveloped them. Blood threads connected all the corpses, like a giant spider web woven from blood. At the center of the web, the blood threads intertwined upwards, feeding into a vortex so red it was almost black. The whispers in the bishop's mind were being influenced by that black blood vortex. This is blood sacrifice? How could she? The bishop looked down from the blood vortex and saw, before the throne, the shriveled corpse suspended in midair. That was the priestess. She is dead. Then, who conducted the ritual? Thump. The drained corpse slowly fell to the ground, revealing the red-haired figure hidden behind it. She wore a half-mask bearing a damaged blood seal. The other half of her face showed a smile as she looked up at the dark vortex above the sanctuary, slowly raising her right hand towards it. Brilliant starlight drifted out from the dark vortex, floating towards the corpse in front of the figure. At this moment, the bishop's mind felt like it had suffered a heavy blow. All the wails and whispers vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. He stared blankly as the brilliant light entered the corpse, watching the corpse slowly rise. Cocooning, hatching, emerging, a terrifying half-human, half-insect figure appeared before him. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented calm, and a sense of intimacy that seemed to originate from the depths of his soul. The figure, seemingly stepped out of a divine statue, stood real before the sanctuary, its back to him, making it impossible for him to tear his eyes away for even a second. Summoned? It really succeeded? Something the Divine Advent Church had failed to achieve for countless ages, over generations of effort. Now, like a dream, it appeared before his very eyes. The potion could no longer suppress his emotions. Tears streamed down his face inside the mask, eventually gathering and dripping from his chin. Like any other devout believer, he stepped into the blood array behind the corpses and knelt down, then looked at the lofty, sacred figure that seemed to have walked out of scripture, slowly kneeling before the girl in front of the platform. Bishop. The bishop had wanted to ask since earlier. Who is she? Mother Goddess. Above, an ethereal voice echoed in the bishop's mind. After a brief stupor, his expression slowly shifted from confusion to incredulous shock. Ignoring the whispers starting to plague his mind again, he snapped his gaze towards the girl before the throne, his mouth slowly falling open beneath the mask. What did it say? Who is the Mother Goddess? No. Calm, you must remain calm. You are a mature Radiance bishop. That girl before you absolutely cannot be the Mother Goddess. If she were, you wouldn't even be capable of thought right now. If the Mother Goddess descended upon the world would have long been under the control of the Divine Advent Church. She could only have one identity. The Mother Goddess Sathna's proxy, her human vessel for observing the world. The Divine Advent Church's own saintess. He knew that saintess from the Church of the Savior Goddess was fake, because she still hadn't awakened any power of her so-called goddess. Their Divine Advent Church. They were the few who walked the correct path. Glory and pride surged from the depths of his heart. As a witness to this miracle, his heart was already overwhelmed with excitement. Right now, he desperately wanted to report this news to the higher UPS, tell them the time for the true counterattack had arrived. But not yet. He couldn't bring himself to move even a single step. Even missing a second of this sacred scene, the bishop felt he would live the rest of his life in regret. Meanwhile, Ciel also noticed the Radiance bishop kneeling behind the pile of corpses. Ciel had seen him blast the door open earlier, which scared her into quickly having the summoned brilliance possess Kitty's corpse in front of her. But just as Ciel anxiously waited for the half-human, half-insect monster to emerge from its cocoon, the bishop, upon seeing the emerged monster, knelt down on his own. Ciel wasn't affected by the spiritual being, so she couldn't perceive what the bishop saw, but she was certain that the bishop had misunderstood something after seeing the monster kneel before her. But judging by the current situation, it seemed combat wasn't necessary. After a moment's thought, Ciel shifted slightly to the left, hiding behind the summoned spiritual being, and addressed the bishop. Who are you? Hearing Ciel's voice, the bishop's form began to distort, gradually changing into the appearance of a well-dressed man. He looked up towards Ciel and said, Subordinate is a bishop of the Divine Advent Church, named Brock. He lowered his head deeply, speaking respectfully. I inadvertently disturbed the birth ritual of the Holy Spirit. Please forgive me, Your Highness the Saintess. Saintess. Your Highness? Ciel blinked. Okay, this is getting ridiculous, right? Why are both the Church of the Savior Goddess and the Divine Advent Church making the exact same mistake? Every time they see me in a simulation, they call me Saintess. Can you only say this is expected from people originally from the same church? The Church of the Savior Goddess was slightly better. They only suspected her of being the Saintess due to certain events. Both Eurus and Hugh said they needed to take her back to the Holy See to confirm her identity. This Radiance bishop before her, however, saw her summon a spiritual being and immediately concluded she was the so-called Saintess. Could it be that the standard for identifying a saintess was simply the ability to cause some disturbance from the other side? Was this a rare feat? Could no one else in this world communicate with the other side? It seemed that apart from the initial instance of faking hearing a divine oracle, every other time she was mistaken for a saintess was somehow related to the other side. Ciel temporarily set aside thoughts about the other side. Her understanding of it was still limited, making it impossible to figure out. She looked again at the cultist bishop named Brock in the distance. After hesitating for a moment, she issued a mental control command to the summoned spiritual being. Although the bishop seemed to have completely misunderstood her identity and showed no aggression, he was, after all, a third-tier Radiance bishop. The slightest misstep, if he noticed anything unusual, Ciel could potentially be controlled by him in an instant, even directly brainwashed, branded with the Sadhana mark, and turned into a cultist. Only by completely controlling him could Ciel feel at ease. After Ciel issued the control command, the spiritual being kneeling before her slowly turned its head towards Brock. Seeing the spiritual being turn, Brock immediately lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact. This was not only for his own safety but also out of respect for the Holy Spirit. A mortal gaze directly upon the face of the Holy Advent was blasphemy. He wasn't a proxy like the saintess. Brock was quite self-aware. But soon, Brock noticed something was wrong. He looked down at his own shadow. From within his shadow, a pale white arm slowly emerged. Brock instinctively tried to control his white shadows but found they wouldn't obey his commands at all, as if he had completely lost all transcendent abilities. His body stiffened. He watched helplessly as a terrifying head covered in cracks emerged from within, meeting his gaze from his own shadow. The next second, the terrifying maws on the head opened simultaneously. Countless slender, white-jointed, insect-like legs emerged from the cracks, waving as they reached for his head. "Ah!" he screamed. Control returned to his body. He stumbled back several steps, eyes wide, staring at the shadow beneath him. But the terrifying head and monster had already vanished. Brock raised his hand to touch his cheek. There were no wounds, as if nothing had happened. Good, nothing happened, it was just my hallucination. Brock looked at his arm covered in cracks and the insect legs protruding from them, slowly letting out a sigh of relief. He stretched the pair of insect wings on his back, looked again towards the red-haired figure on the platform, his eyes filled with fervent reverence. Meanwhile, Ciel watched Brock in the distance, frowning slightly. Ciel hadn't seen the spiritual being make any move, yet Brock suddenly started bleeding black blood. The insect wings on his back, the terrifying cracks on his face, and the dense insect limbs reminded Ciel irresistibly of Radiance Bishop Hugh from before. She could sense that Brock had been thoroughly corrupted by the potion. With just one command from her, Brock would instantly collapse, consumed entirely by the potion, becoming a third-tier mindless killing machine. But Brock himself seemed oblivious to this. He didn't seem to realize he had become a half-human, half-monster creature. "Brock, come here." Ciel addressed Brock. Simultaneously, the spiritual being beside Ciel moved under her control, positioning itself in front of her. Ciel noticed that of the 6 pairs of insect wings behind the spiritual being, 3 pairs had already dissipated, leaving only the upper 3 pairs. The wings dissipated over time, and their dissipation rate increased when the spiritual being used its abilities. Against Nia earlier, the wings hadn't dissipated this quickly. Could it be that Nia's spirit, or rather, the extent of her potion corruption, far exceeded Brock's? Radiance Bishop Brock's corruption manifested as insectification, source of pestilence Sherlin's corruption manifested as becoming a barnacle-like hard-shelled monster, Crown Guard Nia's corruption feature, was the full-body steel transformation? Ciel didn't know how much of Nia's original body remained. If her body was completely corrupted into silver armor, did that mean she had completely lost control? Nia's situation might be more dangerous than she initially thought. Her spirit could be easily corrupted by spiritual beings, and her body was already severely assimilated by the potion. Did Avena know about this? If she did, why keep such a dangerous entity, constantly on the verge of losing control, as her guard? Perhaps there were hidden secrets behind this that Ciel didn't know yet, possibly related to Avena leaving her family and appearing in Barren City. Ciel pushed aside these thoughts and looked at Brock kneeling before her, lost in contemplation. The current situation had clearly achieved Ciel's initial goal. That was to eliminate all cultists in Barren City, then use their power against them, sacrificing them to kill the visiting Divine Advent Church bishop investigating the situation. Reality could progress according to this plan, reaching this stage. But after killing Bishop Brock, a bishop died in Barren City. Would the Divine Advent Church truly not send more people to investigate? Wouldn't this just become one of those situations where killing the small one brings the big one? It couldn't solve the problem permanently. The Denton Manor cultists had to be dealt with. Kitty, who had already traced things back to Adele, had to die, and this bishop couldn't be left alive either. She had to orchestrate a perfect accident from beginning to end, resolving all 3 troubling issues flawlessly without anyone suspecting her. Solve the problem before it happens. Ciel stared at a point in front of her, her gaze unfocused. Her index finger tapped rapidly against her chin, creating a dense tapping sound in her mind. Even she didn't notice that under these circumstances, a smile of keen interest played on her lips. Instigator Ciel seemed to find the process of figuring out how to reasonably kill everyone rather amusing. She suddenly thought of something interesting, her eyes refocusing on the kneeling bishop before her. Brock, tell me how you joined the Divine Advent Church, including your public disguise, and all the tasks you are currently assigned. Ciel looked at Brock and asked with a smile, tell me everything. As you command, Your Highness the Saintess. Brock lowered his head, speaking indistinctly, starting from how he joined the Divine Advent Church, answering Ciel's questions one by one. The corruption seemed to have affected his internal organs. His throat sounded like it contained bones, his words becoming slurred, occasionally coughing up blood. Due to the time constraint, Ciel frequently interrupted Brock, telling him to stick to the important points. Ciel didn't know if she would still have control over Brock after the spiritual being returned to the other side. She had to learn everything before the spiritual being disappeared and prepare accordingly. Soon, from Brock's account, Ciel gradually understood the situation. Brock was born in Bliss City. In his youth, he became a pirate, known for his ruthlessness. During one voyage, his ship accidentally raided a merchant vessel carrying a Divine Advent Church missionary. As they finished looting and prepared to burn the ship and kill everyone, the missionary intervened, brainwashing all the ordinary people on both ships, implanting the Sadhana mark, and staging the event as a common pirate raid. The baptized Brock returned to Blissport and happened to meet another ascetic bearing the Sadhana mark. With his help, Brock gave up piracy, embarked on the ascetic path, and grew within the organization until now. Over 30 years, leveraging his pirate cronies and gradually accumulated connections within the Divine Advent Church, he progressed from ship owner to starting his own shipping company. While developing his company and gathering funds for the church, he also established Blissport as his own cultist circle. Currently, Brock's public disguise was the director of a shipping company. His most recent mission was to use his position to travel to Barren City for an investigation. Although Barren City was inland, its canals connected to almost every port in Ansu, boasting the largest canal network in the entire Ansu United Kingdom. Brock happened to have business negotiations in Barren City, so he was assigned this task. Brock himself was extremely reluctant, having successfully managed his affairs in Bliss City and unwilling to pay for others' mistakes. But he wouldn't defy the church's orders, so he took the opportunity during his business trip to visit Detton Manor outside Barren City. That was all the intelligence on Brock so far. Ciel glanced at the wings behind the spiritual being and saw only one pair remained. Time was running out. Brock, Ciel looked at Brock with a smile and asked, I heard that the Sadhana mark doesn't prevent cultists from attacking each other, but there's an emblem that grants immunity, only possessed by bishops and above, correct? This was intelligence Ciel had gathered earlier. The Sadhana mark didn't magically make cultists friendly towards each other. Recruitment relied more on the missionaries' brainwashing. Loyalty to the church was one aspect, but the true purpose of the Sadhana mark was to prevent lower-ranking cultists from resisting bishops and higher-ranking members holding the special emblem. It was a control mechanism. Ciel's goal now was to obtain this emblem. Yes, Your Highness the Saintess. Brock extended a trembling hand and painstakingly removed the gold watch from his left wrist. With slight force, he crushed the watch casing and extracted a coin-sized emblem bearing the nested semicircle and circle church logo. Simply holding this prevents attacks from other transcendents and ordinary people bearing the Sadhana mark who are third tier or below, Your Highness the Saintess. Brock raised both hands, presenting the emblem to Ciel. Ciel took the emblem, examined it closely, then pocketed it if redeemed in reality and kept in storage. She wouldn't have to worry about being randomly attacked by Divine Advent Church members bearing the mark. Intelligence gathered, emblem obtained. Now, she just had to wait for the spiritual being's time to expire and check Brock's status. If he remained under her control, then there was no problem. If not, then before he lost control, she would shoot him dead. Vroom. Suddenly, a familiar buzzing sounded in Ciel's mind. She frowned, watching her right hand flicker. Temporal disorder? At this time? I'm not done playing yet. Using the echo of the silver-white time binder during the sacrifice earlier had rewound Ciel's personal time, granting her the 1-hour temporal disorder negative status. She could only watch her form flicker continuously, frowning, praying she would switch to the desired save file. If she turned into the gambler, by the time she woke up, she might have already followed Brock to the Divine Advent Church's Holy See. As the Saintess, the gambler still had the unremoved Sadhana mark. Tisk. Seeing her right hand flicker and reveal the still unhealed burn marks, Instigator Ciel clicked her tongue in disappointment. Soon, a flash of silver-white light passed. Red curly hair, hands wrapped in bandages. Avenger Ciel replaced Instigator Ciel where she stood. Ciel stood still for a moment. After a long pause, she slowly shifted her gaze to Brock before her. The burn on her arm stimulated her nerves. Flames of anger burned in Ciel's chest. Why does it have to be me, encountering this kind of thing? Ciel muttered to herself, resentment over her disrupted peaceful life festering within. Her eyes slowly shifted left, seeing only one wing remaining on the spiritual being's back. Time was almost up. A black shadow emerged from behind Ciel and began searching through the pile of corpses. Soon, a dagger and a hand axe were presented to Ciel by the black shadow. She glanced at them, ignored the dagger, and picked up the hand axe. Ciel looked down calmly at Brock kneeling before her and spoke slowly. Lie down, Brock. Brock obediently lay down before Ciel. Spread your legs, spread your arms. Brock assumed a spread eagle position without any resistance. Instigator Ciel was too frivolous, always thinking in strange directions, prone to causing disaster. Fortunately, the side effect of temporal disorder brought the steady Avenger Ciel to the forefront. and Avenger Ciel was very good at neutralizing all dangers, like the potential attack from Brock, who might suddenly regain his senses after the spiritual being disappeared. Ciel slowly raised her right hand and swung down violently. Schlick! Brock's left arm was instantly severed, connected only by some shattered bone fragments and muscle. Schlick! Blood spurted. Brock's left arm was completely detached. Ciel kicked his left arm aside and circled around the tormented, despairing Brock to his right side. Chop! 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 Sounds like a butcher chopping bones echoed throughout the silent sanctuary. Soon, Ciel, her face splattered with blood, stood beside the now limbless, barely breathing Brock. She slowly raised her hand, pointing the blood-dripping hand axe at the spiritual being. Before he dies, get lost. Ciel spoke. The terrifying half-human, half-insect creature looked at Ciel and nodded repeatedly. Soon, countless starlight dust motes departed from its body and dissipated directly. Kitty's corpse, restored to its original state, collapsed onto the ground. Ciel lowered her gaze to the Radiance Bishop Brock lying on the floor and asked slowly, "Who am I?" Brock, his face covered in tears and snot from the intense pain, spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was weak, yet he spoke with fervent fanaticism. "Saintess. Your Highness. Very good." Crack. Ciel bent down and brought the axe down onto his forehead. Blood and brain matter splattered. Brock, a third-tier Radiance Bishop, died completely within the underground sanctuary of Detton Manor in Baron City. Clack, clack. Ciel shook the axe, freeing it from where it was lodged in Brock's skull. She looked at her flickering arm, indicating that temporal disorder was about to randomly select another save file. "Your plan is no longer needed either." Ciel raised the hand axe flat to her right side and swung it violently towards her own temple. Simultaneously, under her control, the black shadow behind her plunged a dagger directly into her own heart. Almost instantly, Ciel succumbed to death, her vision filled with nothing but vast whiteness. Reality. Saint Year 741, June 20th, 16:22. Evaluation, Wu Perfect Coordination. Sacrificing all Divine Advent Church members in Baron City in one go, then torturing and killing a third-tier Radiance Bishop. The timing of everything was perfectly coordinated, as if practiced numerous times. Oh, right, it was practiced numerous times. Honestly, just do it like that on the 23rd. Go tell all the organizations you did it. You'll instantly become a superstar, a great hero. Even the wheelchair-bound bishop of the Church of the Savior Goddess would have to stand up and toast you. Take it, you deserve this based on your performance. Reward, Fate points times 50, Mage Hunter LV.1, Nemesis LV.1. Fate points, 193. Mage Hunter, passive ability. All your body's stats have received a very small boost, giving you the possibility of hunting those who consume potions barehanded. Nemesis, passive ability. People you killed in the simulation will feel slight fear towards you in reality. The more times they were killed, the deeper the level of fear felt. Leaning back on the sofa, Ciel opened her eyes and took a deep breath. She raised her hand towards the right side of her head, feeling only dry, soft hair, no wounds or bloodstains. Even after dying so many times, Ciel still couldn't get used to the pain of death. Although, getting used to death was already an abstract concept in itself. Ciel slowly closed her eyes, reviewing all the details from the simulation just now. The bishop arrived slightly late at the underground sanctuary, around 13:02. This was normal, as Ciel had encountered him at 13:01 in the stone spiral corridor. Perhaps due to the sacrifice, he hesitated at the door for a moment but still chose to enter. This was the key to the successful implementation of Ciel's plan. Ciel ignored the system panel before her and sat quietly on the sofa for 3 minutes, confirming she hadn't inherited the temporal disorder negative effect after returning to reality, before opening her eyes again. The system panel appeared before Ciel. She re-examined the abilities she had obtained. Ciel had already trained herself to basically skip the system's comments after a quick glance. They were mostly meaningless drivel, not worth paying attention to. Killing a third-tier Radiance Bishop for the first time yielded very generous rewards, bringing her fate point balance directly to 193, the richest she'd ever been. However, possibly because some individuals were killed repeatedly, the reward points weren't even as high as those from advancing to Judicator. Although the points were fewer, she at least got 2 new abilities. Besides that, she obtained 2 new passive abilities. One was Mage Hunter, which enhanced all her physical stats, and the other was Nemesis, whose effects were still unknown. She had killed quite a number of people in the simulations, so many that Ciel herself couldn't quite remember who she had killed how many times. Some people might have died directly or indirectly at Ciel's hands several times, yet Ciel didn't even know their names. Like the church square explosion in a previous simulation, she wondered if those deaths counted towards her tally. This troubled Ciel slightly. It was a passive ability Ciel couldn't actively turn off. If this continued, would it reach a point where people would just glance at her on the street and be scared witless? Apart from not injecting knowledge into them, how different was this from the evil gods imagined by those cultists? However, Ciel wasn't overly worried about this. The people she repeatedly killed were those who deserved to die. Even in reality, they would be dealt with by her sooner or later. The Nemesis skill probably wouldn't significantly impact Ciel's life. Ciel closed the reward interface and opened the system shop. There was one particularly important item she had to redeem. Rows of redeemable items appeared before Ciel. Compared to the previously empty shop, it was now filled with a pile of useful and useless things. The previously non-functional category list finally came in handy. Ciel clicked sort by time, selected the most recent simulation, and a filtered list appeared before her. Ignoring irrelevant options like clothes, skirts, and underwear, Ciel's gaze focused on 3 items, her expression gradually becoming puzzled. Letter to myself, Ciel. Fate points, 1. 943 ml blood, Ciel. Fate points, 10. Suvna emblem. Fate points, 20. To avoid being influenced by the instigator potion into causing trouble everywhere and wasting her already depleted mental energy, Ciel had chosen suicide after obtaining all the necessary information. Compared to earning more fate points, Ciel was more worried about pulling some outrageous stunt under the potion's influence. However, her simulated self seemed to have left her a letter and blood. She wasn't sure what the purpose was. Moreover, Ciel had no idea where the blood and letter were kept on her person. Surely not sewn into her body, right? Or perhaps ingested. Thinking about it, that indeed sounded like something the instigator might do. Her simulated self probably knew she wouldn't have much time to check messages, so she hid them in an envelope inside her body. After hesitating for a moment, Ciel decided to redeem the envelope anyway. 1 fate point wasn't a huge amount for her now. Even converted to £, it was only 125, which Ciel could easily afford. Plus, there was nearly 2 units of her own blood. This made Ciel think her simulated self had left some important information. With a thought, Ciel's fate point balance dropped from 193 to 192. A silver light flashed, and a clean, beautiful pale blue envelope appeared in her hand. Ciel broke the seal and unfolded the letter paper, seeing the content written in Chinese. Saint Year 741, too lazy to write the rest. After instigating those cultists, there was nothing else to do. Since I was idle anyway, I started experimenting with some interesting things. I always felt spiritual summoning was too troublesome. Not only chanting to guide the blood array, but also waiting for the other side gate to open. If you were really in combat, there's no way you'd have time to summon any spiritual being. Plus, powerful spiritual beings might drain your own blood dry, which is fatal during combat. Anyway, the exchange area had plenty of materials, so I just started messing around. I actually discovered some interesting things. A key step in spiritual summoning is my own blood. But this blood, even blood drawn earlier, can be used for sacrifice. As long as it's mine, it works. I used Echo to draw several buckets of my blood, then rewinded. Even after the blood coagulated into clots, it could still be used for sacrifice. I left some blood clots in the waste pouch, about 1000 G, 1 standard unit. You can see how many points it costs to redeem. Later, I experimented with those buckets of blood. Sacrificing the same item, the first time I normally summoned a small monster. The second time, I used my heated fresh blood to draw the recorded blood array myself. Guess what? A pre-drawn blood array can also be used, it's just that each summonable creature corresponds to different offerings and blood arrays. Recording all of them would be a massive undertaking. I tried scaling down the blood array proportionally, fitting it onto a piece of parchment. Unfortunately, the small blood array drawn on parchment had no effect. The rest of the letter is a list of all cultists in Barren City. If you're seeing this in a simulation, you don't need to read the last page. Love. Ciel, smiley face. If in a simulation, don't read the last page. Ciel directly flipped to the last page. I did so many good deeds. Can we use Instigator again next time we enter the save file? Also remember to remind me to use the Instigator potion before each simulation. See, Instigator is so efficient, and can think of things others can't. Why not just drink the Instigator potion in reality? That way you won't have your head drilled every time. Ciel read only the first line, then put down the letter, not bothering with the rest of the page filled with pleading requests. Is she trying to instigate herself now? Sometimes Ciel found it strange herself. Although every version was her, controlled by her, under the influence of different potions, each version felt like a different person. While their overall decisions were similar, the details and methods of handling things varied for each different path. She didn't know if this was good or bad, wondering if the system might later offer some skill to integrate these seemingly split personalities. Ciel clipped the letter to the notepad in front of her, closed it, and rubbed her temples. The consecutive simulations and summonings had accumulated a lot of mental stress, leaving her feeling slightly weak all over. This feeling made her faintly resistant even to being awake. If she continued simulating, the mental pressure might become overwhelming. Suddenly, Ciel thought of something and stood up. A slight dizziness made her sway for a couple of steps. Ciel gathered all her belongings into her satchel, then picked up her pillow from the bed and walked out of the guest room. The plan had changed. She needed to make Avena abandon the previous plan. Each simulation brought new information and intelligence, making previous plans seem flawed. Now, Ciel's plan was no longer just to muddy the waters, but to make herself completely disappear from the cultists' radar while completing her objective. But these were later concerns. It would take the Divine Advent Church an unknown amount of time to trace things back to Ciel through mere clues. So Ciel's goal was to remove Avena and Adele from the Divine Advent Church's focus, preventing them from further investigating Adele and Avena. Previously, Ciel hadn't figured out a way to resolve the Divine Advent Church issue without implicating herself or her two friends. But now, Ciel had a better solution inspired by instigator Ciel's spiritual summoning experiments. However, one thing had to change, reporting the cult could no longer proceed. There might not be any Divine Advent Church members within the Church of the Savior Goddess, but she couldn't guarantee there weren't spies hidden within the Redemption Society or the Deton Group. After all, she only had a list of cultists within Baron City. Currently, only she, Avena, and Nia knew about the cultists. Even Adele in reality hadn't learned about them yet. According to the simulation's progress, tonight, Avena would confide in Adele about the danger, have her stay in the room, and then go report to Eurus the next morning. Previously, reporting was the only option. But now, with more intelligence, reporting had become a very unstable method. It would expose Avena, who wasn't currently under suspicion, directly to the Divine Advent Church. Not reporting could offer some protection to Adele, who would soon be investigated by Kitty. Ciel wobbled as she walked up to the third floor. Just climbing from the second to the third floor left her slightly breathless. Her energy was truly depleted. Holding her pillow now, a strong urge to just sleep immediately began to grow within Ciel. Forcing herself to stay awake, she reached Avena's door and knocked. Ciel heard hurried footsteps inside. Soon, the door opened slowly, revealing a calm-faced Avena. Just hang your things over there. Seeing the pillow in Ciel's arms, Avena's lips curled upwards a few millimeters unconsciously. After Ciel hung her things, she placed her canvas bag by the door and asked, Avena, have you contacted the Deton Group yet? Not yet. What's wrong? Avena asked, looking puzzled. Only a little over 10 minutes had passed since Ciel proposed the idea. Avena hadn't even drafted the letter, let alone contacted anyone from the Deton Group. Don't contact them for now. Ciel tossed the pillow onto the bed, then turned to Avena. And don't proceed with reporting to the church either. Why? Avena asked, showing slight confusion. It wasn't surprising Avena was confused. This seemed like the best solution. If they did nothing, that cult leader hiding in Deton Manor would definitely trace things back to them. My intelligence network is preparing to handle it. A wave of dizziness hit Ciel. She fell backward onto the bed, murmuring, we, just watch, the show. All the cultists, none can escape. Good night. Good night. Avena subconsciously glanced at her watch. It was only around 4:30 p.m. Good night already? What about sleeping tonight? What about dinner? Who's going to cook the dinner I'm missing? Also, what does the intelligence network will handle it mean? Does it mean the organization behind Ciel is finally stepping in personally? We just need to watch? The organization behind Ciel, what exactly is its background? They were dealing with a Divine Advent Church stronghold that had been rooted in Baron City's Deton Manor for years. A third-tier bishop from the Divine Advent Church was even coming on the 23rd for inspection and assistance. Under such dangerous circumstances, Ciel was confidently saying they didn't need to worry. Seeing Ciel just fall asleep so defenselessly and casually, without any further movement, Avena felt anxious. She had many questions she wanted clarified, but clearly, a more pressing issue was before her. Ciel was sleeping now. When she went to sleep at night, wouldn't Ciel wake up? I'm sleepy too. Nia, you should go back to your room and sleep too. Oh, and please draw the curtains for me, thanks. Nia, standing by the window pretending to be an iron statue. Did you guys fall asleep waiting for me? I waited at the iron gate outside for ages, but no one came to open it. Avena, why did you ask me to come? Why is there a bite mark on your neck? Who bit you? Need medicine? At midnight, Adele, brought to the door of Avena's room by Nia, chattered away at Avena, who opened the door looking sleepy, her black hair slightly messy. Only when Adele, holding ointment, was about to apply it to Avena's neck did Avena seem to react, taking a slight step back to avoid Adele's hand. No need. Avena's drowsy eyes gradually cleared. She reached up to pull her collar, but still couldn't cover the bite mark left on her neck earlier. Come in. Avena moved aside slightly, allowing Adele to enter. Looking at the somewhat dim bedroom before her, Adele entered without any hesitation, asking as she walked, I'm a bit sleepy too. What exactly is going on? It seemed Adele had come directly to Avena's estate without knowing anything and was easily lured into the room. It was hard to tell if she was just overly trusting or too trusting of her friends. At this point, Adele noticed under the candlelight that there seemed to be another person sound asleep on the bed. Ciel. Adele blinked, then looked towards Avena beside her, asking in a low voice, so you two were sleeping together. Adele kept her voice extremely low, seemingly trying to avoid waking Ciel. Before Avena could answer, Adele spoke cautiously, should we talk somewhere else, so we don't disturb Ciel's sleep? It's fine, Avena shook her head. We've already slept. Adele, how long did you sleep? Avena, about 7.5 hours. Adele nodded. That's sufficient sleep time, good for the body. After a moment, Adele finally processed it, quickly counted on her fingers, then turned to Avena and asked, you two went to sleep at 4:30. Avena, yes. Just as the two sat down on the sofa, their conversation seemed to have woken Ciel. Ciel, whose tense spirit had finally gotten some rest, slowly stretched languidly in bed, kicked off the blanket that had been placed over her at some point, and propped herself up slowly. Ciel rubbed her eyes, looked towards Avena and Adele sitting on the sofa not far away, and asked indistinctly, is she here already? Good evening, morning. Hi, Ciel. Adele smiled and waved towards Ciel, greeting her. Avena sat beside Adele, also looking towards Ciel. Avena watched Ciel, who still seemed half asleep, slowly crawl to the edge of the bed and sit there, looking at the shoes on the floor, apparently wondering who had taken them off for her. Originally, after changing into her nightgown, Avena had planned to gently turn Ciel over so she could sleep on the pillow properly. But just after taking off Ciel's shoes and socks and straightening her body, as she tried to pull her hand away, Ciel, in her sleep, wrapped her arms around Avena's waist. Avena was certain Ciel was in a semi-conscious, hazy state at the time, but Ciel seemed to be murmuring her name. Ciel seemed to say something like, "Avena, don't be shy," or something similar, holding onto her waist without letting go, as if dreaming. With her waist held, Avena could only lie beside Ciel in an almost curled up, very awkward position, nearly half her body on the pillow, the back of her head against the headboard, while Ciel's face naturally buried itself in her chest. At that moment, Avena was completely stunned, feeling like her brain was about to explode, but she didn't want to move. She could only maintain that position, letting Ciel hold her, until she herself drifted off to sleep. Although the position was incredibly awkward, for some reason, Avena felt unusually secure, her emotions floating as if on clouds, wishing that moment would never end. And then, she was woken up by Adele knocking on the door. But since she had invited her, she couldn't blame her. Ciel had now put on her shoes and walked over to sit beside the two. She looked fully awake now. After sitting down, she looked at Adele and said, "Adele, long story short, I need you to sleep here for the next few days." "Adele, you called me over in the middle of the night just for this? Wait, didn't you two already sleep earlier? Now you want me to sleep here too? Sleep here for what? So you can watch me sleep? Unreasonable. Any normal person with a bit of self-respect wouldn't possibly agree to such a nonsensical request." Adele nodded gently and asked softly, "Then, are there any extra pillows?" "You can use my pillow," Ciel explained. "I asked you to come over so you could stay with Avena. Your teacher, Sherlin, got involved with an evil cult before he died. Perhaps I don't need to say the name for you to know. Before his death, your teacher collected a lot of information about this cult." Hearing about her teacher, Adele's eyes dimmed slightly. She greatly admired those who had saved her in times of adversity, aspiring to become as capable as them. She admired her outstanding sister, Eurus, who had cared for her since childhood. She respected her teacher, Sherlin, who had countless students and decades of experience in surgery, having saved countless lives, including her own. Even if she didn't want to believe it, Adele knew that what Ciel said was likely true, because she had indeed found a large amount of information her teacher had collected about the Divine Advent Church in his library. It was just that at the time, Adele believed her teacher had collected it for some research purpose. Adele looked at Ciel, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Teacher Sherlin, he was brainwashed by the Divine Advent Church, that's why he became like that, right?" Hearing Adele's question and sensing her low spirits, Ciel remained silent for a moment before saying, "No, he contacted the Divine Advent Church himself." Ciel never believed that lying about such things offered any real comfort. She didn't believe in the idea of speaking no ill of the dead. Good was good, bad was bad. Ciel wouldn't whitewash a butcher who wanted to kill tens of thousands just to spare Adele's feelings. What surprised Ciel somewhat was that after hearing the truth, Adele didn't become sadder. The sadness on her face actually eased slightly. It seemed she wasn't more saddened by her teacher's betrayal. "Aren't you sad?" Ciel asked. Adele shook her head, saying softly, "I was already sad about this reason before. If teacher Sherlin did those things because he was brainwashed, he would still be the teacher I respect. But if not, as I said before, I've already been sad about it." Ciel nodded slightly. Adele, this child, her thinking was always unconventional yet remarkably reasonable. She had previously come to Avena, upset because her teacher had gone down the wrong path. For Adele, the matter of her teacher's betrayal was already in the past. With no reversal of the situation now, this matter wouldn't affect Adele again. Rather than calling her heartless, it was more like magnanimity, possessing a certain wisdom. It wouldn't be surprising if she uttered some profound aphorism the next second. At this moment, Adele also felt a strange sensation. She initially thought she was called over for something extremely important and had been very nervous on the way, but that nervousness had dissipated after standing outside the door for over an hour earlier. She began to wonder about the reason. Avena and Ciel were new friends. Adele didn't know them very well yet. However, she really hadn't expected Avena and Ciel to call her over merely out of concern for her safety, wanting her here for easier protection. This moved Adele deeply. Ciel and Avena had already developed a relationship where they could sleep together. She couldn't be the odd one out. Her gaze swept back and forth between Ciel and Avena. Ciel was also looking at her, waiting for her to speak. Just then, Adele spoke. "Next time you sleep together, can you include me?" Ciel. Avena. Avena, who had been watching Ciel and lost in thought, was jolted awake by Adele's words. Seeing their shocked expressions, Adele tilted her head slightly to the right and asked quizzically, "Aren't you having a pajama party?" Ciel. "No." After explaining to Adele that coming to Avena's was for safety due to Nia's protection, Adele finally understood that Ciel and Avena weren't having a party earlier. Ciel had just gone to sleep early because she was tired. It was late at night now, far past Adele's usual bedtime. Plus, she had waited downstairs for so long, she was already extremely sleepy. After confirming with Avena that she would be sleeping in her bed tonight, Adele didn't hesitate much and went straight to the bathroom to shower, leaving Avena and Ciel alone in the living room. Avena looked at Ciel, noticing she seemed to be contemplating something with her head lowered. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "What are you thinking about, Ciel?" Perhaps Ciel, like her, after sleeping in the same bed, was also starting to reconsider the definition of their relationship. Hearing Avena's question, Ciel looked up at her, shook her head, and said, "I'm thinking about what comes next." What comes next? Seeing Ciel's somewhat serious expression, Avena reined in her thoughts slightly, though a faint sense of disappointment lingered. Ciel chose her words carefully before speaking. "I've also been assigned a mission, so I must complete my task. Thank you for letting me stay these past few days, but I have to leave now." No matter how many times she succeeded in the simulation, she ultimately had to perform the actions herself. It was already the early morning of the 21st, Ciel had to act quickly. "Wait, Ciel." Avena stood up, placed her hand on Ciel's shoulder, and asked seriously, "I have one last question, Ciel." "What question?" Ciel looked into Avena's eyes. "Ciel, perhaps it's just my overthinking, but I really feel the organization behind you isn't a good one." Avena hesitated, then continued, "Killing Sherlin earlier, that was also their assigned mission, right? And coming with us to Dedon Manor before, that was also because they asked you to investigate, right? They assign you these difficult tasks that even Transcendence might not be able to complete, yet they can't even guarantee your sister's safety, leaving it to me. They provide you with intelligence to complete missions, but you even have to acquire the funds for these missions yourself. Do they have some kind of leverage on you? If this is something you can't talk about, just blink 3 times consecutively to tell me." Avena's mind was extremely sharp, intensely curious, possessing a superb talent for detection. These recent negative experiences had long made Avena notice some clues. That organization, apart from intelligence, clearly provided Ciel with no substantial help, perhaps only that pistol that seemed like a sealed artifact. But regardless, that wasn't a reason for a powerful, secretive organization to repeatedly put an ordinary person in danger. In Avena's eyes, Ciel was being thoroughly exploited. If Ciel was willing to tell her the truth behind this, she would do her best to help Ciel break free from the organization's control. At this moment, Ciel looked at Avena, her expression calm, without ripples. She had long known Avena would definitely become curious and suspicious about the organization behind her. It was just Avena's nature, so Ciel wasn't surprised. It had to be said, Avena's listener potion digestion was excellent. After hearing Avena speak, Ciel herself felt an urge to confide, but thankfully Avena hadn't actively used her ability, so the effect wasn't too strong. As for the explanation, she had already prepared it. "You've misunderstood, Avena." Ciel raised her hand, gently removing Avena's hand from her shoulder. "I'm just using a special reconstitution ritual, with the organization's help, to digest a unique potion." Unique potion? Hearing this, Avena was somewhat baffled. Centuries ago, major churches had already collected information on all first-tier paths. In recent centuries, the number of paths was no longer a secret to slightly higher-level organizations and churches. The Roswell family had basically collected information on all first-tier potions and rituals, lacking only 2 paths. So, how unique could the uniqueness Ciel mentioned possibly be? Ciel turned towards the door, picked up her canvas bag and hat hanging beside it, turned back to Avena, and said, "Don't worry about me, Avena. I might be a tiny bit stronger than you imagine." With that, Ciel walked out of the room, leaving Avena standing there, looking at the Ciel who seemed unfazed by second-tier cultists, lost in thought. She originally thought her communication with Ciel was deep enough, but the more she learned, the more mysterious Ciel seemed, as if she could never fully grasp her. Meanwhile, Ciel walked down the outer corridor, contemplating her plan. She wondered if there was a way to set up the required blood array for the spiritual summoning in Dedon Manor beforehand. As for the cultists inside, they were no longer a major threat in Ciel's eyes. This wasn't arrogance or inflated ego on Ciel's part. As long as she could transform into Judicator, she could practically walk sideways through the entire Dedon Manor. Before the arrival of that cultist bishop on the 23rd, no cultist in Barren City could claim to beat Ciel in terms of combat power. This confidence stemmed from Ciel's repeated massacres of the Dedon Manor cultist circle. Moreover, she had one more heavyweight item she could redeem to ensure her absolute safety. It just couldn't be seen by Avena and Adele, especially Nia, to avoid potential misunderstandings. That item was the Sathna emblem, the emblem originally exclusive to Divine Advent Church bishops, which prevented attacks from cultists bearing the Sathna mark. She had obtained it in the last simulation. Now, she just needed to spend another 20 fate points to redeem it, but first, Ciel had to free up some space in her already full inventory. Currently, Ciel's inventory had only 4 slots, containing Eye of Order Contract, Radiance Bishop's Letter, Deadly Blood Laurel, and Echo of the Silver-White Time Binder. The previous other side page had been taken out during the simulation and stuck onto Instigator Ciel's mask, unable to be removed. That mask Nia gave her, perhaps because the other side page was attached, cost a whopping 100 fate points to redeem. The price was too steep. Ciel definitely wouldn't redeem the mask. If needed later, she could just spend 5 fate points to redeem a new other side page. To redeem the Sathna emblem now, she had to clear one inventory slot to ensure it wouldn't normally be discovered. After thinking for a moment, Ciel decided to take out the Echo of the Silver-White Time Binder and carry it on her person. It was Ciel's exclusive sealed artifact, others couldn't use it even if they obtained it. Just carrying the pocket watch had no side effects, making it a much better option to take out than other items that would cause trouble if discovered. Most importantly, Ciel had used this watch for 3 years. The recent period without it indeed felt somewhat unfamiliar. A silver light flashed. The familiar, exquisite antique silver pocket watch appeared in Ciel's hand. She casually slipped the watch into the right pocket of her skirt, fastening the chain's delicate clasp to her belt. Ciel slipped her hand into her pocket, feeling the slightly cool watch, the familiar sensation bringing her peace of mind. Finally, Ciel directly redeemed the Savna emblem from the inventory. Having redeemed the letter she wrote to herself earlier, her fate points dropped to 192. Now spending another 20 for the Savna emblem, Ciel's fate point balance fell to 172. The redeemed Savna emblem appeared directly in her inventory. Whether it would work just by being in the inventory, like the Eye of Order contract, Ciel would have to test herself. By now, Ciel had reached the manor entrance. She looked back and saw that the light in Avena's room on the 3rd floor was now off, while the study light was on instead. Having slept with her already, Avena definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight and would probably read all night. As for Adele, she would surely be dragged to sleep on the study floor or sofa, needing to stay close to Nia. It seemed Avena had listened to her and wouldn't act independently. As long as they didn't act recklessly, they wouldn't introduce more variables into Ciel's plan. At times like this, Ciel thought the instigator's ability was quite useful. With just a simple suggestion, amplified by the system skill, the first-tier Avena and Adele basically had no ability to resist. The cool night breeze blew gently. On the empty streets in the early morning hours, Ciel walked forward while reopening the letter, starting to review the list. To ensure the Divine Advent Church didn't notice her at all, Ciel couldn't personally carry out many actions. The more she did, the more unintentional traces she would leave behind. For this, she needed an inconspicuous proxy to prepare everything for her. And she only needed to initiate the spiritual summoning at the critical moment. This person definitely couldn't be Kitty. If something happened at Detton Manor, Kitty, as the cultist administrator for this area, would be a prime target for investigation. The Divine Advent Church would definitely discover something from her remaining blood and bones. Ciel searched through the list for a suitable candidate, but after flipping through hundreds of names and addresses, she couldn't find anyone suitable. Although the cultists Kitty recruited came from all walks of life, due to fear of exposure, none were high-ranking individuals. Instead, they were servants of high-ranking people or secretaries in companies. Furthermore, the Divine Advent Church's choice of recruits was rather intriguing. Most people on the list had criminal records, and many were desperate individuals. Reading the brief descriptions of some, Ciel even suspected they had antisocial personality disorder. Under the Divine Advent Church's baptism, they returned to normal society, lurking as hidden cultists, passing intelligence to Kitty. Ciel recalled that Radiance Bishop Brock was originally a wicked pirate sailor but was similarly recruited by the Divine Advent Church. Their recruitment logic seemed very different from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Could there be another reconstitution ritual for ascetics within the Divine Advent Church? Or perhaps those who were originally evil were simply better at digesting the ascetic potion? Ciel skipped the first few pages of the list and looked directly at the marked transcendence at the back. The ordinary cultists on the first few pages were mostly managed by the 7 first-tier cultists. They didn't know about the higher-up Kitty, nor that the Barren City Divine Advent Church stronghold was Detton Manor on Creek Hill outside the city. Moreover, their identities wouldn't grant them access to Detton Manor. If Ciel wanted to brainwash and then eliminate a helper, she had to choose from those first-tier transcendents. Ciel remembered clearly that some flesh and blood remained from Kitty after the spiritual summoning, but those first-tier transcendents were almost completely sucked dry by the spiritual being. Having one of them work for her, then during the final sacrifice, the spiritual being would erase all traces for her. If the Divine Advent Church really found remains among the corpses, they could only trace it back to the other side. Soon, Ciel selected a very easily instigatable target. The woman who crawled out from under Kitty's desk earlier, the first-tier gambler Georgine. She had ample reason to seek revenge against Kitty. With just a little instigation from an instigator, she could immediately be converted into an asset. Ciel noted the address on the list, stuffed the envelope back into her satchel, changed direction, and headed towards Gem Avenue. At 1 a.m., Clock Tower Alley still echoed with factory noise, and homeless people could be seen wandering the streets. But Gem Avenue in the Gem District was comparatively brighter. Most residents here were workers from the jewelry processing plants or employees working in the Central District. Although not noisy at night, the areas near bars were brightly lit and bustling. However, people mostly walked in groups of 2 or 3. Ciel, being alone, attracted quite a few stares, making her feel uncomfortable. To avoid the common occurrences of being hit on, Ciel ducked into an alley and climbed onto a rooftop. The numerous, exquisite row houses provided excellent footholds, allowing her to traverse the buildings more easily than in Clock Tower Alley. The physical enhancement from Mage Hunter didn't seem very significant to Ciel, possibly due to her already high dexterity level. But in reality, Ciel's current strength and physical fitness already surpassed most average adult males. It was just that her base physique was a bit poor. Even with system skill bonuses, it hadn't reached an absurd level. Soon, Ciel stopped at number 144, near the end of Gem Avenue, the area closest to the Gem District's jewelry processing factories. Ciel stood on the rooftop of number 144, the simulation interface unfolding before her eyes. She walked to the edge, looked down at the small fourth-floor terrace below, and leaped. Clang. Her hard boot soles landed on the railing with a crisp sound. Through the uncurtained window, Ciel saw the room inside. A woman lay in bed, seemingly woken by the sound, sitting up with her back to Ciel. Home. Good. No one. Ciel silently selected the number 1 slot in her mind. Her figure distorted, and Ciel's form changed. No. Point 1. Instigator Ciel. 0029:59. A system interface lingered before Ciel's eyes, along with a constantly decreasing countdown timer. Ciel's fate point balance also dropped from 172 to 167. She raised her hand, touched the mask on her right cheek, then directly pulled open the unlocked window curtain and spoke with a smile, "Don't move." Georgine. Georgine's body froze. Her intended movement to turn around stopped, as if sensing some terrifying presence. The instigator potion, art of conversation, nemesis, the mask with the damaged other side page. Under the combined pressure, the transcendent Georgine couldn't even manage to speak, merely sitting on the bed, trembling uncontrollably. Ciel climbed through the window, landing softly on the carpet inside with a muffled thud. "Don't be nervous, Georgine. I came to bring you wonderful news." Ciel sat down behind Georgine with a smile, casually observing the room's decor while saying, "This room you rented, is anyone else here?" "Oh right, you can speak now." Georgine, sitting on the bed, swallowed hard. She had no idea what was happening. She just wanted to return to her home in the city for a rare good night's sleep, but suddenly felt an indescribably terrifying fluctuation. This person who walked into her room possessed an oppressive aura far more terrifying than Kitty's, forcing Georgine to obey her words. Simultaneously, what terrified Georgine even more was discovering she couldn't muster any desire to attack the other party, as if even the thought of resistance had been stripped away. "Is this a sister from the church? Or a passing bishop who sensed my aura?" This oppressive feeling that prevented her from turning around, in her view, could only be brought by a bishop. "My room, just me. Lord Bishop." Georgine managed to speak with difficulty. Soon, she didn't realize her own lips had lost their color. "Bishop? How did she mistake me for a bishop? I only said 2 sentences. This must be the Savna emblem taking effect. Does it also work just by being in the inventory?" Ciel's lips slowly curved upwards. "Doesn't this mean cultists will worship me as a bishop wherever I go? If other churches have similar items, maybe I can ask the system how to expand the inventory later. Line up these emblems in my inventory. Wouldn't I be invincible then? Do whatever I want." "Georgine, I came to ask, what is your opinion of Kitty?" Ciel asked with a smile. Hearing the mysterious bishop behind her mention this, cold sweat instantly streamed down Georgine's face. I. Lady Kitty is a priestess I deeply respect. She has made many contributions to the church. We all hold her in high esteem. She works tirelessly for the church here." Georgine spoke faster and faster, but her words sounded like a memorized template. "You want to kill her, don't you?" Ciel interrupted Georgine abruptly. Georgine froze completely, feeling as if her brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. "Am I suspected of betrayal?" At this point, Georgine threw caution to the wind. She rolled off the bed, crawled to kneel before Ciel, kowtowing while saying tearfully, "I absolutely harbor no such thoughts, Lord Bishop. I truly respect Lady Kitty. Please, you must believe me." "Oh no, Georgine, what have I done to make you so afraid to speak the truth?" Ciel chuckled and shook her head. "I was just going to ask you for a small favor. If you agree, I can pretend I don't know about this. This morning, before you go to Detton Manor, I will bring you some things. You just need to follow the pattern in the drawing, temporarily clear the card room, lift the carpet, and sprinkle them in the card room directly above the sanctuary. This is a necessary ritual for summoning the Mother Goddess's divine servant. You will complete it properly, won't you? As long as you complete this ritual, you will attain a status higher than Kitty's, even gaining direct access to the divine servant. If you wish, I can even transfer you away from Baron City, directly to Bliss City. Are you willing?" Ciel's combination of threat and reward completely disoriented Georgine. With almost no resistance, she lowered her head deeply and said, "I will complete the task, Lord Bishop. Remember, do not speak of me to anyone. On the 23rd, I will go directly to Detton Manor to personally inspect the results." The voice above her disappeared. After a long time, when Georgine's legs were numb from kneeling, she looked up again, but saw no one. Meanwhile, Ciel had already run back at full speed to her original home in Clock Tower Alley, carrying some newly purchased items. She returned to her room, drew all the curtains, and by the faint candlelight, looked at the wooden tub, large teapot, several large hot water bags, and a few dinner knives before her, taking a deep breath. The teapot, hot water bags, and knives were just purchased, and the wooden tub was the one Ciel originally used for bathing. 10 fate points for 1000 G of blood was a bit too expensive for Ciel. Her blood was truly more precious than gold. Redeeming the blood needed for the spiritual summoning might not even be possible with all her remaining fate points. So she decided to follow the example of Instigator Ciel from the simulation and bleed herself. With 7 minutes remaining before the 30-minute transformation effect wore off, Ciel decided to bleed her Instigator self, not wasting any time. Initially, she could directly use Echo of Time to draw more blood. After Echo of Time ended, the temporal disorder negative effect would only occur within this transformed save file. Moreover, regardless of which save file temporal disorder switched to, as long as it wasn't her original self, Ciel could continue bleeding until the wooden tub before her was full. Ciel removed her clothes, stood inside the half-height wooden tub, and slowly crouched down to prevent blood from splashing out. She held the pocket watch in her left hand and a dinner knife in her right. After taking a deep breath, she pressed the button on the watch. A phantom timer appeared before Ciel's eyes, indicating the watch's ability, Echo of Time, had activated. She held the sharp dinner knife, pressed it against her carotid artery, lowered her head, and slowly drew it across. Spurt. Under immense pressure, blood gushed out, hitting the edge of the wooden tub and slowly flowing down the side. Time passed minute by minute, but the speed of the blood flow continuously decreased. Ciel raised the knife, slit her wrist, femoral artery. Finally, as her heartbeat gradually weakened, she slowly inserted the knife into her heart, draining the last drop of flowing blood. Thump. 10 seconds passed. A flash of silver-white light passed. Ciel, who had been leaning back in the tub, barely alive, instantly returned to her state from 10 seconds prior. Ciel leaned against the tub, her breathing becoming heavy. The blood at the bottom hadn't even covered her ankles yet. The blood collection speed was much slower than Ciel had imagined. How much time did her simulated self spend constantly bleeding? How bored must she have been? But fortunately, as long as the procedure was followed correctly, this bloodletting was completely harmless to Ciel. She just wondered if she could use this mechanism to dig out her own heart. Would the heart simply disappear? Or would she grow another one? At this moment, Ciel, still in the instigator-transformed state, let her thoughts wander. Just being able to leave behind blood already felt absurd enough to Ciel, as if she had created so much blood out of thin air. She had reason to believe that if her heart could be redeemed from the system interface, then a heart dug out during Echo of Time could also be retained. Unfortunately, this was her exclusive sealed artifact. Otherwise, she could let others use this artifact while she harvested their materials, allowing for infinite profit. Ciel raised her hand, lightly flicked the knife tip across her neck, felt her limbs gradually grow cold, and slowly waited for the arrival of temporal disorder. The blood rose past Ciel's ankles. Splash! The sound of water echoed in the room as the girl stood up. A red-haired girl, covered in blood, rose from a tub full of blood. She picked up a clean towel from the edge of the tub and carefully wiped the blood from her body until the originally clean white fleece towel was stained dark red. The girl's body swayed slightly. She leaned her backside gently against the edge of the wooden tub, lifted her right leg, and continued wiping with the towel. Once her right leg was clean, she extended it out of the tub, stepping onto the wooden floor. Then she lifted her left leg, wiped it clean, not wasting a single drop of blood clinging to it. Finally, the girl picked up the towel and wrung it out forcefully over the tub until not a single drop of blood dripped from it, before hanging the dark red towel on the edge of the wooden tub. By now, the tub was filled almost halfway with deep, dark blood. Ciel slowly exhaled, her body swaying as she walked towards the washroom. Cold water washed away the bloodstains from her body and the ends of her hair. No matter how hard she scrubbed, the thick scent of iron and blood lingered on her skin. After washing her body clean, Ciel dried herself, put on her original plain pale yellow blouse and dark brown long skirt, changed into white ankle socks and the Academy's standard small leather boots, and returned to her room. She almost had to force herself to sit on the wooden stool in front of the desk, leaning back against the desk behind her, calming the intense dizziness assaulting her brain. After a long while, Ciel slowly opened her eyes and looked towards the window. She had drawn the curtains tightly, but a tiny sliver of light still managed to peek through the edges after continuous diffuse reflections between the curtain and the window pane. Morning had arrived. Ciel had become somewhat numb from letting her own blood. It was equivalent to dying countless times within just 5 or 6 hours. However, this high-intensity self-mutilation allowed Ciel to grasp some knowledge, whether useful or not. Firstly, regarding the temporal disorder negative effect, each simulated save file within temporal disorder was independent. This meant that during temporal disorder, if excessive blood loss caused a certain save file, like instigator, to go into shock or die, Ciel would genuinely enter a state of suspended animation until time became disordered again and switched to another save file. Furthermore, Echo of Time could not be used again during temporal disorder. After the 1 hour of temporal disorder ended, using Echo of Time once more would refresh the status of all save files. Apart from the somewhat too frequent switching every 3 to 5 minutes, the negative impact of temporal disorder on Ciel now was even less than its positive effects. After all, for the ordinary Ciel in reality, switching to any save file was stronger than her real self with no path abilities. Also, organs cut off during temporal disorder would not be preserved but would disappear along with the temporal disorder, not even leaving behind skin fragments or strands of hair. It seemed only blood could be retained. Most importantly, the original body was not considered a save file. Once temporal disorder switched to her original body, Ciel had to stop the bloodletting and rest. Fortunately, she was prudent enough to test this by making a small cut on her wrist when switched to her original body. The simulated instigator Ciel hadn't told her this, either forgotten or intentionally omitted. Besides learning more about the pocket watch's abilities, Ciel also gained some. Could it be called medical knowledge? Or killing knowledge? When Ciel first started bleeding herself, she directly severed her carotid artery. This caused her transformed instigator self to quickly go into shock, remaining so until the time limit expired and the transformation effect vanished. but through subsequent, continuous bloodletting using the stopwatch, Ciel mastered some bleeding techniques. After experimenting with most of the major arteries in her body, Ciel discovered the most stable bloodletting method. First, use echo of time. When the countdown reached the last 4 or 5 seconds, directly sever the abdominal aorta. The closer to the heart, the faster the blood pumped, and it wouldn't cause death before echo of time ended, avoiding passively triggering death reversal and losing significant mental energy. During the subsequent temporal disorder, for each save file, she could first cut both wrists to bleed slowly, wait until the blood flow from the wrists stopped, or intense dizziness occurred, or the disorder switched back to this save file for the second time. At that point, sever her own abdominal aorta, release the final wave of blood, and enter shock. This formulaic method was the most effective way Ciel found to bleed the maximum amount in a limited time. Yet, even after nearly 6 hours of effort, Ciel had only managed to collect half a tub of blood. She estimated this method could drain at least half her body's blood, but her height and physique were too small. Her total blood volume was likely only around 3,100 milliliters. Combining the contributions from several save files, she barely managed half a tub. Apart from the pain each time the knife tip broke the skin or cut into her body, the hardest part was facing the suffocating fear of impending death and shock. This fear was unavoidable each time, and with every subsequent instance, Ciel became even more afraid of facing that cold, deathly sensation. It was an instinctive fear of death. Ciel currently had no way to overcome it, unable even to become numb to it. Continuously facing death consumed a vast amount of Ciel's energy. Although she had woken up just 6 hours prior, she already felt dizzy and faint. However, the plan wasn't finished yet. Ciel still had things to do. She couldn't just fall asleep now. She turned around, no longer looking at her blood, picked up a pen, tore a page from the notebook, and began writing and drawing on it. The blood array she had used seemed imprinted in her mind. She could easily draw its scaled-down version. But she deliberately blurred some areas, leaving large sections of the spiritual summoning blood array incomplete. This was to prevent others from mastering this complex blood array and summoning spiritual beings. Anyway, she just needed the blood to be in the right places. When she arrived and activated the array, it would form naturally. Moreover, according to Instigator Ciel's notes, this pre-prepared blood array would form much faster. This was the difference between a prepared battle and an encounter. With sufficient preparation, even an ordinary person could kill a low-tier transcendent. Soon, Ciel filled a sheet of paper with writing in Anso language using her left hand. Although crooked, it was legible enough. This paper was for Georgine, containing instructions for tasks she needed to perform and precautions. After Georgine completed everything, Ciel would have her burn the paper and scatter the ashes into the canal, completely destroying the evidence. Even if someone could investigate what Georgine burned, finding the original paper would be impossible. Having written the letter and poured the still uncoagulated blood plasma into the thermos jugs using the teapot, the sky had already begun to lighten. Looking at the system time, it was already 7 in the morning. It's about time. Ciel opened the simulation interface, habitually wanting to run one more simulation to see the outcome. Although previous simulations had convinced Ciel that no further accidents would occur, she still felt a little uneasy. Her current mental energy was sufficient for one more simulation, as long as she died quickly. The simulation interface appeared before Ciel. After seeing the random time displayed, she nodded inwardly. Future, 100 days, Saint Year 741, September 29th, 7 o'clock, cost, 100 fate points. Past, 5 days, Saint Year 741, June 16th, 7 o'clock, cost, 10 fate points. Old days, day, cost, 10,000 fate points. Dice quantity, 1. 100 days later, 5 days ago, neither of these periods was worth Ciel wasting fate points and energy on simulating. But Ciel wasn't discouraged. Instead, she felt somewhat relieved. Simulating the future couldn't simulate days beyond a fated death. If completing all this would lead to her death, the system simulation couldn't possibly let her simulate 100 days later. She could live for at least another 100 days. Then, regardless of whether this matter was resolved perfectly or not, she must have dealt with it. Casually closing the interface, Ciel thought for a moment, then raised her right hand. A silver light flashed in her hand, and the Sadhna emblem appeared. Wanting Georgine to usurp authority and make Kitty work for her? The Sadhna emblem was indispensable. Only then could her proxy implement the plan smoothly. Although this item cost a full 20 fate points, it had to be handed over to Georgine. She just needed to have Georgine pass through the crowded card room before Ciel executed the blood sacrifice. With so many people around, Ciel could directly retrieve the Sadhna emblem from Georgine using the system inventory without anyone noticing. This command was also included in the letter. As for Kitty's lie detection ability, Ciel wasn't worried at all about Georgine being exposed because of it. Because Georgine wholeheartedly believed Ciel was a bishop of the Divine Advent Church, truly believed she was conducting a summoning ritual for a divine servant, and genuinely believed another bishop would arrive on the 23rd. The ascetic path ability could only be used to gauge mentality, not as a prophetic ability to discern truth from falsehood. Ciel placed everything into an inconspicuous burlap sack. Mentally drained, Ciel somewhat struggled to lift the sack, then activated the instigator transformation again. Her fate points dropped from 167 to 162. Baron City, Gem District, Gem Avenue, outside building number 144. Georgine stood by the door with her head lowered, eyes tightly shut, seemingly waiting anxiously for something. Her eyes scanned every passing carriage, pedestrian, child, not even sparing the small cats and dogs running by, as if the Lord Bishop she met yesterday might be among them. She had been standing there since 4 a.m., not daring to slack off for a moment, fearing she might miss the Lord Bishop's command. Time passed minute by minute. Georgine's constantly tense spirit gradually began to relax. If not for the lingering fear and oppression from yesterday remaining in her mind, she might have thought it was all just an overly realistic nightmare. Just then, a plane carriage stopped in front of her, its shadow enveloping her. Instantly, Georgine's slightly relaxed spirit tensed up again. She quickly lowered her head, daring not to make any move. Click. The carriage door opened. Along with a thick smell of blood and an aura that terrified her, a sack was thrown down in front of her. Simultaneously, a voice came from inside the carriage. There's a letter inside the sack. It outlines everything, and the deadline for you to complete it. As for what to do, the details are recorded inside. Remember, Georgine, this is a task you must complete, even if it costs you your life. I will always be behind you, awaiting your good news. We shall meet on the 23rd. Georgine, drenched in sweat, lowered her head respectfully and said, "Yes, milord." The carriage gradually drove away. Only after the sound of the wheels faded completely did Georgine quickly pick up the heavy burlap sack and hurry upstairs. Back in her room, she opened the sack and quickly saw a piece of paper. Beside the letter, an emblem bearing the familiar church insignia caught Georgine's eye, causing her breath to hitch slightly. This is. Georgine reached out with trembling hands and picked up the incredibly sacred emblem, tears of excitement streaming down her face. This warm power, this familiar feeling. This was the emblem only a bishop could possess. A year ago, she had seen it from afar in the underground sanctuary. To this day, she couldn't forget the warm feeling of looking directly at this emblem. And now, this emblem lay quietly in her palm. Quickly, she unfolded the paper and carefully read the text written on it. Soon, her breathing grew heavy, the corners of her mouth uncontrollably turning upwards. Me? Presiding over the ritual? The divine servant's summoning ritual. With this emblem, she could command any cultist to obey her, and implement any disciplinary measures. No one could resist her because, now, she was the bishop's designated proxy. A radiant path of advancement appeared before Georgine's eyes. As for Kitty, at least for now, she no longer inspired the slightest fear in Georgine. Because she held the bishop's emblem, even Priestess Kitty had to submit at her feet. Georgine quickly gathered everything, burned the letter in her hand, took the emblem and the sack of items, and hurried towards Detton Manor. You've been driving all day. Go home tired and sleep. You earned 4 shillings more today than yesterday. You bought some wine to drink at home, then slept until tomorrow, forgetting everything that happened today. Yes, I've been driving all day. Gem Avenue, across the street from a jewelry store. Ciel stepped out of the carriage. The coachman quickly turned the carriage around and headed home. Just before getting out, Ciel's save file transformation also happened to end. She now stood under the morning sun, her gaze penetrating the bustling street towards the jewelry store opposite. Inside the store named Crystal Clear, a woman wearing an ornate jeweled mask and a standard dress meticulously wiped every speck of dust in the shop with a cloth, working diligently and attentively. A woman dressed somewhat plainly entered the store. The woman with the jeweled mask greeted her, seemingly unconcerned by her attire, and began introducing the jewelry inside. Ciel stood there, smiling as she watched the figure in the jewelry store across the street. Only when her body swayed unconsciously did she lower the brim of her round-brimmed straw hat and walk towards the right side of the street, blending into the crowd. About 20 minutes later, Ciel's figure appeared at the entrance of the Roswell estate. She skillfully pushed open the iron gate, closed it behind her, and walked towards the interior of the estate. A reflection from the study window caught Ciel's eye. She looked up towards the second-floor study and saw a suit of armor by the window watching her. Ciel gave the armor a gentle wave, then walked directly into the manor house. She could have chosen to return to her house in Clock Tower Alley to rest, but her spirit was simply too weak at the moment. In previous simulations, Ciel had experienced sleeping through an entire simulation without waking up. This time, Ciel decided to come to Avena and Adele's side, so if she overslept due to excessive weakness, someone could wake her. She couldn't drag her sister into this, nor could she involve Amy, who was just an ordinary noble. Now, even for such a small matter, Ciel could only rely on Avena and Adele for help. It seemed Nia had spotted Ciel's return earlier and informed the others. Avena and Adele ran out from the study and saw Ciel ascending the stairs in the main hall. Ciel. Adele saw Ciel and hurried towards her, saying with a mournful face, "You disappeared when I woke up. If you hadn't come back soon, Avena and I were about to go out and look for you." Adele initially intended to take Ciel's hand, but upon getting closer and smelling the thick scent of blood on Ciel, she couldn't hide her emotions, froze on the spot, and after a moment, stealthily moved back a few steps. Ciel's condition seemed somewhat strange. Avena had also walked up beside Ciel by now. Smelling the scent of blood, her expression didn't change much. She simply asked, "My room's bathroom still has hot water. Do you want to go wash up?" "Thanks." Ciel nodded. Avena didn't ask further questions, simply saying, "Did it go smoothly?" "Quite smoothly," Ciel replied, then swayed as she walked upstairs, disappearing from the three's sight. Avena, only when Ciel's footsteps faded did Adele cautiously ask, Ciel, what exactly did she go out to do? Adele was a physician. For her reconstitution ritual, she often worked like a normal doctor, seeing patients and performing surgeries. She was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. This thick metallic scent clearly couldn't be explained by blood splattered from just one or two people. It was as if she had rolled around in a sea of blood. Coupled with Ciel's calm expression, as if nothing had happened, Adele, who previously had a very positive impression of Ciel, felt a flicker of fear. I don't know either. Avena shook her head. Although she didn't know what Ciel had just experienced, the exhaustion in her eyes was impossible to hide. She must have gone through a major battle. But where would a battle occur? Surely she didn't go to Detton Manor and slaughter everyone. That was impossible. There was still a second-tier transcendent guarding Detton Manor. This situation inevitably made Avena worry. All three of them were in danger of being investigated by the cultists, yet Ciel shouldered everything alone. This gave Avena a slight sense of frustration, a feeling of being a burden. If she didn't work harder, she might not even be able to keep up with Ciel's shadow. Meanwhile, Ciel was in Avena's bathroom, soaking in the bathtub. Her canvas bag hung on the door. The pure copper bathtub gently swayed on its gilded cast iron frame. Using this type of rocking bathtub for the first time felt slightly unfamiliar to Ciel. She was almost completely submerged in the tub. After a while, she slowly lifted her head, breaking the surface of the water. Ciel looked down and saw that the originally clean water in the tub had been dyed slightly pink, radiating outwards from her. This bathwater was unusable. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the bathroom door. After a moment, Avena's voice came from behind the door. Ciel, may I come in? Please come in. The bathroom door opened. Avena entered, holding a set of clothes in her left arm and a bottle of pale green potion in her right. She walked to Ciel's side and handed her the potion. Adele gave this to you. She said it can wash off bloodstains without leaving a smell. After saying this, Avena placed the clothes aside, turned to leave, and closed the door for Ciel on her way out. Ciel opened the stopper, brought the bottle opening to her nose, and sniffed lightly. A faint minty fragrance drifted from the pale green liquid inside. As expected, still mint-flavored. After washing her body with the potion Adele provided, the smell was indeed gone, leaving only a faint mint scent. At this rate, Adele would eventually invent something like essential balm, perhaps she already had. Changing into the slightly larger black and white dress Avena gave her, Ciel picked up her satchel and walked out of the bathroom, seeing Avena and Adele sitting on the sofa waiting for her. I need to rest. Ciel looked at Avena and said, study or here. Here is fine. Avena fetched a clean towel and handed it to Ciel. Dry your hair first. Ciel put down her canvas bag, took the towel, and began drying her hair. Washing off the blood smell and changing into clean clothes slightly improved Ciel's mood, but also intensified the drowsiness in her mind. After drying her hair somewhat, Ciel groggily walked towards the bed, took off her shoes and socks, rested her head on her own pillow, and pulled the covers over herself. Avena, Ciel's voice came from the bed. Avena looked towards Ciel and asked, what is it? Can you do me a favor? Ciel's eyes were already closed. Even she didn't notice that she was no longer bartering with benefits when asking Avena for help. I can. Avena nodded, not even asking what it was. When the invitation arrives, wake me up. What invitation? Detton Manor. Avena's pupils constricted slightly. Detton Manor? Invitation? Weren't the cultists entrenched in Detton Manor trying to investigate Adele? Had news of Adele being here already leaked? As Detton Manor's highest-level Black Gold member, Avena often received invitations from Detton Manor, usually for new gambling games or newly arrived goods. But receiving an invitation at this particular juncture inevitably made Avena think more. And, how did Ciel know an invitation was coming? Before Avena could ask, she realized Ciel had already fallen fast asleep. Although curiosity gnawed at Avena's heart, she couldn't bear to wake the seemingly exhausted Ciel at this moment and had to swallow her questions. Adele was also full of questions, but seeing Avena didn't press further, she didn't dare ask either, instead picking up the physician and plague doctor spiritual notes she had taken from Avena's bookshelf and starting to read again. Time passed, minute by minute. Miss, wake up, Lady Avena. In her haze, Avena felt the cold touch of armor on her face. She fluttered her eyes open and saw Nia kneeling beside her. Avena threw off the blanket covering her, sat up from the sofa, and through the faint candlelight, saw Adele lying on the other sofa. Adele's blanket had been kicked onto the carpet. She was curled up in the sofa, shivering while sleeping. Ciel's condition earlier looked extremely poor. To avoid waking her, they hadn't chosen to sleep on the bed, leaving it entirely to Ciel. What is it, Nia? Avena asked softly. Someone delivered a letter. Nia handed Avena a black envelope. The golden wax seal bore the Detton Manor chip emblem. Instantly, Avena's mind cleared completely. She sat up properly on the sofa, took a deep breath, and reached for her neck. She placed the sacrificial saint's relic she wore around her neck into her palm, gently traced the cage surrounding the relic with her index finger. Blood dripped into the relic, igniting a purple spiritual flame. Avena's body instantly went limp, slumping back against the sofa. After a few seconds, she slowly propped herself up and looked at the envelope in her hand. She took the small letter opener Nia handed her, cut the wax seal, and unfolded the letter inside. This was just an ordinary invitation. Besides Detton Manor rotating in some new games, there was also an event. From noon on the 22nd until 10 p.m. on the 24th, the fee for exchanging chips at Detton Manor would be reduced to 5%, and the commission for reclaiming items would also drop to 10%. This meant that exchanging chips now, 100 pounds would get 95 chips, and items originally valued at 100 and reclaimed for 80 would now be reclaimed for 90 pounds. This event was quite significant, but such events happened for a few days every quarter, so it was still normal. Usually, when such events occurred, Avena would choose to visit and see if there was anything she wanted to buy, as Detton Manor always managed to acquire some interesting items during these times. But why start the event specifically at this time? Wasn't the 23rd the day that Divine Advent Church Bishop arrived? And Ciel seemed to know all this in advance. Before the event even started, Ciel said an invitation would be sent. It was almost as if she had watched someone write the invitation. Avena looked toward Ciel, her eyes holding a complex emotion. She reached into her pocket, took out a delicate small leather wallet, opened the golden clasp, revealing a golden pocket watch inside. Avena took out the watch and glanced at the time, her brow furrowing slightly. It was already noon on the 22nd. How did Ciel sleep for so long? Nia, help me turn on the light. Avena climbed up. The book resting on her chest slid down her silk nightgown and fell onto the floor. She slipped on her velvet slippers and walked towards the bed. As Avena reached the bedside, the kerosene lamp was lit. Looking at Ciel lying on the bed, Avena's heart clenched slightly. Ciel's face was pale, her forehead covered in beads of sweat, as if having a terrible nightmare. She was curled into a ball, even her lips devoid of color. Avena already regretted not sleeping beside Ciel. If Ciel had held her while sleeping like before, she probably wouldn't have had such a terrifying nightmare. Ciel, Avena took out her handkerchief, reaching out to wipe the sweat from Ciel's forehead. But just as her handkerchief touched Ciel's forehead, Ciel snapped her eyes open like a startled rabbit, swiftly grabbing Avena's wrist. Ciel's grip was strong. Avena's handkerchief slipped from her grasp. She pressed her lips together, saying nothing, just watching the bloodshot-eyed Ciel breathing heavily, then slowly calming down. Sorry. Is it night already? How many hours did I sleep? Ciel, having calmed down, released Avena's wrist, her tongue involuntarily licking her dry lips. The pressure on Ciel recently had indeed been excessive. The almost non-stop simulations and continuous events had exhausted her body and mind. And last night's bloodletting nearly became the last straw that broke Ciel's spirit. She had a nightmare. In the dream, she was lying in a hospital morgue, watching a red-haired figure wearing a hat, mask, and glasses, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, repeatedly dissecting her body. Dissect, suture, then dissect and suture again, seemingly endlessly. Even the mild excitement from adrenaline triggered by blood loss and the pain of being cut felt so real. It's 12 o'clock now, noon. Avena looked at Ciel and replied, You slept for a whole day, Ciel. Nia, help me get a glass of water. Are you feeling hungry now, Ciel? The invitation, did it arrive? Ciel looked at Avena, not answering her previous question. It arrived. Avena nodded with some worry. Thanks. With Detton Manor holding its own event, the number of attendees would definitely be high. Blending in wouldn't be strange. Even if all those cultists were summoned, no one would notice anything unusual. Even her own appearance there wouldn't raise any suspicions. I must go check the arrangement of the blood array, prepare for the ritual. Ciel threw off the covers and slowly swung her legs over the side of the bed. But the moment her feet touched the carpet, she felt a wave of exhaustion and collapsed weakly. Avena reacted quickly, swiftly reaching out to support Ciel under her arms, helping her back onto the bed. Why, hasn't my spirit recovered much? Instead, my body feels even weaker. She felt as if her body and spirit had reached some threshold. After that terrifying, endless dream, they instantly collapsed. Just sit tight for a moment, Ciel. I'll go wake Adele right now. Ciel looked up and saw Avena quickly walk over to the curled up, soundly sleeping Adele and shake her vigorously awake. What's wrong? Earthquake. Adele, sleeping soundly, was abruptly shaken awake. Her hands flailed forward until she grabbed Avena's hand and was pulled to her feet. Startled awake and immediately standing, Adele felt dizzy and instinctively started walking forward, only to be held in place by Avena. After a few seconds, Adele's vision slowly focused, and she saw Avena before her. Morning, Adele greeted weakly, showing no signs of morning grumpiness. Something seems wrong with Ciel's body, can you help check? Avena stepped aside, gesturing towards Ciel sitting by the bed, sipping water slowly. Only then did Adele truly wake up, following Avena's gesture to see the pale-faced Ciel not far away. What happened? Adele started walking forward, but her foot accidentally tripped on a table leg, causing her to stumble. Avena quickly supported her, helping her reach Ciel. Adele almost subconsciously reached into her clothes, fumbling around, but only felt her own soft skin through her pajamas. Avena, help me get my cloak. After Avena retrieved the cloak for her, Adele flipped open the inside, revealing rows of neatly arranged injection kits and surgical packs hanging within. She took out a stethoscope and began examining Ciel. Adele's technique grew increasingly practiced. Soon, after completing a round of checks with different tools, Adele frowned slightly. Strange, Adele murmured, your body shows no abnormalities, but you can definitely feel pain, right? Ciel nodded gently. She felt like she was in a strange state now, like temporal disorder. Not only the pain from cuts and gunshot punctures, but she could also occasionally feel a burning sensation on her body. After listening to Ciel describe her pain, Adele slowly turned her head to look at Avena. Avena was also looking at Ciel, lost in thought. She seemed to understand something as well. Adele moved aside for Avena, recognizing this was beyond her ability to handle. It was highly probable that this was mental confusion caused by spiritual pollution or stress. Such situations often occurred after severe psychological trauma, a common ailment among many transcendents. Avena, a listener currently researching the psychiatrist reconstitution ritual, followed a path specifically designed to handle such situations. But why would Ciel, an ordinary person, exhibit such severe symptoms? Adele made way for Avena. Avena stood before Ciel and said softly, "Ciel, relax, close your eyes." Ciel slowly closed her eyes, trying her best not to think about the physical pain. She smelled a familiar girlish fragrance. The next second, she was gently embraced by a warm hug. From above, Avena's soft singing voice drifted down. It seemed to be a well-known lullaby in Anso. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle, and all. The gentle melody repeated endlessly. Ciel felt herself falling endlessly in the darkness before her, yet her heart grew calmer, as if entering a space of consciousness devoid of sensation. Compared to Ciel's relaxation, Avena, holding Ciel, felt her singing begin to tremble slightly. She tentatively reached out to touch and heal Ciel's spirit. But the instant she contacted Ciel's spiritual body, overwhelming pain and despair flooded her mind, causing her voice to quiver slightly. Avena couldn't see any images in the darkness, but she could empathize deeply with the feeling, as if Ciel were weeping and recounting these pains to her. What exactly had she experienced to accumulate such immense negative emotions and energy? Just as Avena felt she could barely hold on, she felt a slight prickling sensation on her arm. It seemed some kind of medicine had been pushed into her bloodstream. Seconds later, Avena's initially wavering spirit gradually stabilized and became energized, her voice regaining its balance. Avena continued humming the short lullaby repeatedly. After 3 minutes, she slowly released her embrace. As soon as she opened her eyes, Avena saw Adele beside her, pressing a cotton swab against the injection site on her left arm. It seemed Adele had administered a dose of medicine just now. Ciel also slowly opened her eyes. Now, she only felt the world before her was incredibly vibrant and bright, as if her spirit had been cleansed. Those brief 3 minutes felt more effective than sleeping for an entire day. Ciel looked at Avena with some surprise. This was the second time she had seen Avena use her own abilities. She hadn't expected that besides hypnotizing others, Listener also possessed an indescribable healing power. At least for Ciel, the effect was excellent. Ciel, Avena took a shallow breath, stabilizing her emotions before speaking. I made your spirit temporarily forget those pains and fears, but right now, I can't heal the spirit itself. This kind of spiritual injury usually appears only after years of accumulation in transcendence. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Avena herself had felt somewhat apprehensive. Apart from helping Nia stabilize her spirit, she had never used this ability on anyone else. But seeing Ciel's face gradually regain color now, the effect seemed quite good, which put Avena's mind slightly at ease. Don't worry too much. As long as I frequently help heal your spirit, the situation won't worsen, Avena said, perhaps to reassure Ciel as well. Since Avena had said this much, Adele also raised her hand slightly to indicate, I can help treat you too. From Avena's reaction, Adele somewhat understood that the reason she hadn't been captured by cultists yet was entirely due to Ciel's protection. Looking at the two girls before her, Ciel also smiled and nodded, saying sincerely, thank you both. Avena could heal the spirit, Adele could treat the body. Did this count as carrying two super healers with her? Feeling her spirit was mostly fine, Ciel finally noticed the pangs of hunger in her stomach. Coincidentally, the other two hadn't eaten either. Ciel, having been hungry for nearly a day and a half, went down to the kitchen and made a simple pot of potato stew with meat the fresh vegetables had already spoiled, leaving only potatoes, meat, and toasted bread. After eating her fill, Ciel felt her condition had recovered to near perfection. She was about to bid farewell and head to Detton Manor, but Avena preemptively interrupted her. Are you planning to go to Detton Manor? Avena looked at Ciel and asked. Yes. Ciel nodded. There are some things I need to confirm, to avoid mistakes. I'll go with you. Avena looked at Ciel and stated. Nia, standing by the door, nearly stumbled upon hearing Avena's words. She turned her head towards Avena. Nia. Ciel already said it's occultist headquarters, and a major Divine Advent Church bishop is coming for inspection on the 23rd. What kind of mindset led you, milady, to say I'll go with you? Why? Ciel instinctively wanted to refuse, but she still wanted to hear Avena's reasoning. Previously, I attended almost every event at Detton Manor to browse and buy novelties, Avena explained. If I don't go this time, it might seem strange. Avena's reason was slightly far-fetched but somewhat plausible. With Nia accompanying them, Ciel's own safety would be better guaranteed. Besides, she could always redeem another sadhana emblem at any time. In the territory of the Divine Advent Church, safety was ironically the least of her worries. Moreover, with Georgine managing things, Kitty's investigation into Sherlin's death should have ceased. They should now be fully focused on preparing the summoning ritual for the divine servant. Adele, you. Ciel looked towards Adele, about to tell her not to come, but Adele quickly interrupted her. I'm going? Adele couldn't think of any reason. Her intuition simply told her that staying with Ciel and Avena was definitely much safer than staying here alone. Ciel, you shouldn't go. Adele, Wiviwo. Don't leave me here alone. Ciel looked at Adele, who was fake crying, sighed, and said, You're still being investigated. Aren't you afraid of being captured immediately if you go? If you're really scared, you can go to your sister's place. But my sister will know I'm lying. Adele said with a long face. If I go to her, she'll definitely know something happened to me. You told me not to tell anyone about these things, but I definitely can't hide it from my sister. Indeed. If Adele went to Eurus, with her lie-detecting ability, would likely get the whole story out of her with just a little questioning. However, regarding disguise, 10 minutes later, Adele's originally long silver-white hair had been completely dyed black with potion. She wore a full-face mask forged for her by Nia and a lavish dress bearing the Roswell family crest. Even if she claimed to be Avena's distant cousin now, no one would doubt her. As for her original membership card, it was certainly unusable. But Ciel, Avena, and Nia could vouch for her fake identity, allowing her to obtain a new membership card. After making thorough preparations and briefing everyone on precautions, Ciel and the others boarded the carriage driven by Nia and headed towards the outskirts of the city. The stables at Detton Manor were already full of horses and carriages. Even in the afternoon, people were still arriving at Detton Manor, many even coming from neighboring cities. They probably set off immediately after receiving the event invitation. Many also wanted to take this opportunity to exchange or purchase needed transcendent materials, or perhaps meet some people. At this moment, Georgine paced back and forth in the empty card room, which exuded a faint scent of lemon. Beneath the carpet-covered stone tiles, a significant amount of slightly warmed blood had already been poured according to a specific pattern, seeping into the crevices between the stones. Everything was arranged exactly as the Lord Bishop had instructed. Click. Just then, the card room door opened, and a person wearing a black chip mask walked in gracefully, then closed the door. Almost everyone has arrived. I'll issue the command later to have them proceed to the sanctuary in groups. Kitty looked at Georgine before her, hesitated for a moment, then asked, That Lord Bishop, will he really come tomorrow to perform the... Of course, absolutely certain. Georgine tilted her head slightly upwards, her tone lacking the previous meekness she showed towards Kitty. She looked at Kitty and questioned her. Are you doubting me? Doubting the Lord Bishop? Kitty took a deep breath, then slowly suppressed her emotions, gritting her teeth. No. Summoning a divine servant? Something the higher UPS failed to achieve, could be accomplished by a single bishop? Probably just another half-mad fanatic, using the resources of the priests below to fulfill their own rituals or delusions. Yet she could only grit her teeth and carry out these wild fantasies, while also having to consider the consequences of failure. She definitely couldn't stay at Detton Manor any longer. Claiming to hold a ritual and inviting so many people to Detton Manor, Kitty knew exactly who the sacrifices were, even without thinking hard. Kitty had already begun secretly disposing of all traces related to herself and the Divine Advent Church within Detton Manor. When accountability came, she could avoid taking any responsibility and could even blame all failures on that mad bishop. And she would change her identity and move to a new city to continue her development. Kitty certainly hoped all this was real. But if there truly was a way to summon a divine servant, why didn't that bishop wait for an archbishop's inspection and report it directly? Wouldn't that gain more attention? Or did he want exclusive contact with the divine servant? Desire greater power? Or was he simply a fanatic half-corrupted by the potion? Regardless, after all this ended, she had to make this impudent Georgine suffer. Using borrowed authority like it was her own, and yet she truly couldn't harbor any hostility or offensive thoughts towards her in any way. This made Kitty feel frustrated and amplified her desire for greater power. If only she could have the authority of a bishop. What are you standing there for, Kitty? Georgine smirked, taunting. Many distinguished guests are arriving today. It doesn't seem like the time to be daydreaming. You. Just as Kitty was about to say something, Georgine cut her off directly. I have important matters to attend to, Georgine said with a cold face. You wouldn't want the bishop to arrive and find things unfinished, would you? Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Kitty was practically laughed out of anger, repeated fine several times, then turned towards the door and stormed out, slamming it behind her. Georgine, meanwhile, watched Kitty's retreating back coldly, a faint murderous intent beginning to surface in her heart. This was her best chance to kill Kitty. She now had the ability. She reached into her pocket, touching the warm bishop's emblem. The venomous thoughts gradually dissipated. Compared to the bishop's mission and the ritual, Kitty's life or death seemed less important. After the divine servant descended, all suffering in this world would be eliminated. The world would begin to change, starting from Barren City, and she would be among the first guides of the new world. After confirming all details were correct, Georgine also opened the card room door. The card room began its normal business operations. Damn it. Fuck, Kitty muttered under her breath as she walked. She took a deep breath, adjusted her composure to prevent others from seeing her current anger. Passing through several doors, Kitty arrived at the front hall. The moment she saw a guest being led in by an attendant, she instantly switched into character. A faint smile appeared beneath Kitty's black chip mask. She walked forward step by step, her administrator's aura rising steadily. Baron Joden, a rare guest. Kitty smiled, curtsying to the well-dressed old baron before her. Ho ho ho. Indeed, it has been a while, Miss Administrator. Business seems good lately. The old baron smiled, extending his hand. As he grasped Kitty's hand, he gave it a couple of suggestive squeezes. When are you free to grace me with your presence for dinner? Ha ha ha, I've really been unable to get away recently. As you can see, I'm so busy I have to greet guests myself. Here, take Baron Joden inside, give him 100 chips, put it on my account, and get the Baron a room, free of charge. Kitty smiled, subtly withdrawing her hand. May your lordship leave with sacks full of money today. After dismissing the lecherous old baron, Kitty frowned slightly, wiping the spot where her hand had been held with a handkerchief until the skin turned red. Only then did she stop and toss the handkerchief away. Old creep, just play inside. The longer the better. Best stay overnight at Detton Manor. Tomorrow, when that mad bishop arrives, you'll see what true fear is. After composing herself slightly, Kitty looked up and saw a familiar black-haired figure gracefully approaching on the red carpet. A short black and gold cloak hung over a white blouse. Beneath a black skirt were a pair of perfect, artwork-like legs. Lace-trimmed white ankle socks were tucked into leather ankle boots, each step on the red carpet exuding elegance. Every gesture perfectly showcased the demeanor of a young lady, noble and refined. Behind her followed a black-haired girl and a blue-haired girl, along with a knight completely encased in silver armor. Those two girls also had perfectly slender legs. The black-haired girl's legs, with a slightly fuller figure, showed faint marks where the black stockings tightened on her thighs. One couldn't imagine how comfortable they would be to touch. Especially the slightly shorter blue-haired girl. Kitty's gaze lingered on her white-stockinged calves for a long time. Only when Avena Roswell walked up to her did she slowly regain her senses, licking her somewhat dry lips. As expected of Lady Roswell's friends, these young ladies' tender feet were very well maintained. Lady Roswell, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come soon, Detton Manor would have gone bankrupt. Kitty had seen this young lady many times. She was a major client of Detton Manor. It could be said that most of the strange transcendent items piled up in Detton Manor, which ordinary transcendents wouldn't buy, were purchased by this Lady Roswell. For example, various skincare products and cosmetics ground from transcendent materials, and short swords that became blunt upon hitting someone, causing no harm. Besides collecting cosmetics, this young lady enjoyed collecting peculiar items. Perhaps this was the world of the wealthy. Kitty had tried many times to get close to this young lady, but Roswell was extremely cold, appearing lifelessly calm towards everyone. No matter what method she tried, she couldn't shorten the distance between them even slightly. However, the more lifeless the personality, the greater the pleasure derived from conquering them, seeing the transformation in their expression. She hadn't dared to touch this young lady before, only planting people nearby to watch her. The Roswell family dealt with the transcendent, their strength not to be underestimated. More importantly, the Roswell family controlled numerous transcendents of the detective path. To make a move on her, one had to first consider if their own intelligence could withstand scrutiny. Avena glanced indifferently at Kitty, offered no further response, but instead turned her head to look towards Adele behind her. After pausing for a moment, she said, "Cousin, you go get your membership card first. The three of us can vouch for you." "Oh, is this young lady here for the first time?" Kitty looked at the ordinary black-haired girl wearing a silver mask. Her chest was noticeably fuller than the other two. Even without seeing her face, just looking at her legs, Kitty knew she must be a beauty. No need for a membership card. This young lady, anyone from the Roswell family, is our esteemed guest. Thank you." Adele was so nervous she could barely speak clearly, especially knowing the person opposite was the cult leader. Adele felt sweat trickling on her back. But she still remembered Ciel's instruction, only say thank you, and sorry. Seeing the obviously nervous Adele, Kitty's eyes narrowed slightly beneath her mask. Roswell family? First time at Detton Manor? A collateral family member with no transcendent talent? Little girls like this who haven't seen much of the world are the easiest to deceive. If they leave early, I need to find out her address. Let's go, see if there's anything new. Avena nodded slightly towards Kitty, then led Ciel and the others forward. As they passed Kitty, she said, "Administrator, reserve a royal room for us. My friends might want to play for a while." "Staying here?" Kitty's eyes lit up, the smile on her lips no longer concealable. "Tomorrow, when the bishop comes for the ritual, that crown guard will definitely be sacrificed first. As for the remaining aloof young lady and her two friends, they would be left for her to deal with." As the group walked past Kitty, her gaze slowly shifted to the blue-haired girl. Although this girl wore a mask, she could see through it to those eyes. Instantly, Kitty felt several pairs of eyes emitting blood-red fluorescence abruptly open before her. She stumbled back several steps, the fear still swirling in her mind, refusing to dissipate. What happened? Why did the potion suddenly boil for a moment? She quickly masked her loss of composure and looked up at the blue-haired girls retreating back. Just an ordinary person, but why? Was it an illusion? Kitty watched her back, but the previous feeling didn't return. Perhaps she was affected by Georgine, or maybe suppressing her emotions for too long had caused her potion to slightly lose control. One damn thing after another lately, just too unlucky. Kitty couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. "Lord Administrator, this is today's visitor list, please review it." In the office, an attendant wearing a green chip mask bowed his head, handing a document to Kitty. Lord Administrator, this is the check-in list. On the other side, a woman wearing a red chip mask also bowed her head, presenting another list, then stood together with the attendant, quietly waiting for Kitty to look them over. Kitty flipped through the lists, directly skipping the non-transcendents and ordinary rich people, focusing on the marked list of transcendents and nobles. Kitty habitually crossed out several Black Gold members' names with her pen, saying, "These few set up games to win all their money, tell them to get lost before tomorrow." She spoke as she crossed names out. Soon, her gaze lingered on one particular person, Ivana Roswell. Kitty put down her pen, her fingers tapping lightly on the list above, and asked, "That young lady of the Roswell family, what has she been doing in the manor today?" The maid stepped forward and replied, "Miss Roswell, along with 2 other young ladies and a guard, spent a long time browsing the exchange area today. Do you need their shopping list? List it out for me." Kitty nodded slightly, placing the pen on the desk and pushing it towards the maid. The maid thought while listing the purchases, writing and pausing, taking nearly 5 minutes to complete the list. Her hand trembled throughout, seemingly due to excessive nervousness. Kitty, at this moment, simply waited patiently for her to finish writing, and did not make things difficult for her as usual. Ever since Georgine sided with the bishop and committed this act of betrayal, Kitty felt her heart transition from initial anger to her current state of calm. Kitty knew clearly that with that bishop looming over her, she could do nothing right now. If she were to sabotage anything, it would only incur the bishop's wrath. This ritual was doomed to fail. If summoning a divine servant were truly possible, why not do it in Anso? Why come to a place like Barren City with little influence? Kitty looked at the list she had marked. Although she couldn't directly act against the bishop, she could still make things slightly unpleasant for him. These important figures, she shouldn't drive them away. Seeing the maid had finished the list, she inquired further about some matters before saying, "I still need to confirm the list. Don't take any action yet. You may leave first." "Yes, Lord Administrator." The attendant and the maid withdrew, leaving the office. Kitty, meanwhile, pondered while casually looking over Lady Roswell's purchase list. Unsurprisingly, they were mostly curious little trinkets. But when she saw a few particular items, her eyes narrowed slightly. Heart-eating bat blood, and these materials. Aren't these all used for hypnosis? Some even have aphrodisiac effects. Recalling the maid saying they played in the card room for about 2 hours before returning to their room and not coming out since, Kitty slowly inhaled. Fine, having a party without inviting me, is that it?" Kitty put down the list, placed both the list and the purchase list into the iron wastebasket beside her, and tossed a burning candle inside. Then, she picked up her pen, took out her spiritual notebook, and began writing. Saint Year 741, June 22 ND. Mother Goddess Sadhana above. Please guide my path forward. Yesterday, my subordinate found me, saying a Lord Bishop wished to conduct a sacrificial ritual here to summon your divine servant. My excitement is difficult to express in words, but after calming down tonight, a sliver of doubt arose. No, I should not question the Lord Bishop's judgment. Perhaps he received a secret order from higher up. I only need to consider how to cooperate fully. Kitty wrote, every word filled with sincerity, but the entire passage, when read together, shifted all responsibility onto the subordinate and the bishop. And she herself was the innocent one, forced to discard years of hard work for faith and loyalty at this moment. After a long while, Kitty stopped writing, letting out a long sigh. After checking the notebook's contents for any abnormalities, Kitty closed her eyes, secretly contemplating how to secure a path of retreat for herself. She had reported upwards. She couldn't stop the ritual herself. Once the ritual began, she definitely couldn't stay in Barren City any longer. After the bishop arrives, he will surely order her and others to apprehend people. Use that moment, after doing what she wanted to do, slip away directly. However, this presupposed the bishop could defeat that crown guard. If not, then she could only flee directly. Although changing identities and starting over elsewhere was troublesome, for Kitty, survival was paramount. Only by surviving could she better serve the Mother Goddess, make greater contributions to the Mother Goddess. She was more important than anyone else, she couldn't die. Kitty placed the notebook back into the drawer. Click. Locked directly. Are we really staying here overnight? Avena whispered in Ciel's ear. Ciel nodded. Adele shook her head frantically beside them, strongly opposing Ciel's idea. You can talk now. Ciel looked at Adele, still adhering to the rule she set, and said helplessly. Adele shook her head. Are you worried you'll slip up later if you talk now? Ciel continued asking. Adele nodded. Genius. Although Adele sometimes seemed a bit single-minded, she could indeed properly execute tasks assigned to her, which could be considered a merit. Don't be so scared, Avena chimed in from the side. Ciel said it's fine, so it should be fine. Under normal circumstances, Avena wouldn't mind staying overnight at Detton Manor much. She had chosen to stay for a few days before if caught in heavy rain. Knowing this was a Divine Advent church den didn't particularly bother Avena either, as Nia was always by her side protecting her. While Crown Guard wasn't skilled in combat, their protective abilities were absolutely top tier. As long as it wasn't a sneak attack or poisoning, even a third-tier cultist bishop couldn't kill Avena without getting past Nia. Moreover, in the eyes of the Divine Advent Church, Avena hadn't been exposed. They didn't know Sherlyn died in her home and wouldn't rashly move against her. After all, they also had to be wary of the Roswell family behind Avena. The sacrificial saint's relic was another reason Avena dared to follow Ciel. Compared to herself, Avena was more worried about Ciel and Adele. Adele was straightforward. As long as she didn't leave her side, in the current view of the Divine Advent Church, Adele was just Sherlyn's student. They didn't know Adele was the one who created the virus. But Ciel was different. She was the one who personally killed Sherlyn, and her return to Denton Manor this time was to carry out a mission assigned by her organization. What kind of mission required an ordinary person to execute it, facing a large group of cultists and a third-tier bishop? Avena increasingly felt dislike towards the organization behind Ciel. Do you need any help tomorrow? Avena looked at Ciel and asked. No need. You're going to act alone again. Ciel, taking off her shoes and socks, looked up towards Avena and said, wake up early tomorrow, just play normally. There's no danger anywhere. I'm just trying to see if I can find that bishop. Just trying to find the bishop? That's slightly better. Avena asked, then when are we going back? Tomorrow afternoon, around 1:05 p.m. 2 minutes should be enough for Ciel to handle everything, but to be safe, better add a few more minutes. That night, none of the three slept much. Nia worried about Avena's safety, silently patrolling the room. Avena pondered what Ciel and the organization behind her intended to do, constantly reasoning in her mind. Ciel, having rested too much, didn't sleep much either. She kept replaying every step from the previous simulations in her head. To ensure peak performance, she chose not to simulate again, avoiding further damage to her spirit which might affect the spiritual summoning. Only Adele slept soundly, hugging Ciel's arm, terrified and worried. The next day, Ciel, having slept lightly for some time, woke up early. Avena, who hadn't slept at all, was disturbed by Ciel's movements, which in turn woke up the drowsy Adele. The three washed up separately, tidied their clothes, and then walked straight out of the room. Denton Manor was brightly lit almost all night. Many gamblers had already pulled an all-nighter, their eyes bloodshot from gambling. A corpse was carried past them. There were no gunshot wounds, only ligature marks on the neck, most likely suicide after borrowing too much money and losing it all. Such incidents weren't uncommon in Denton Manor, especially during grand events like this, where ruined gambling dogs were even more numerous. There were no winners in the casino, only those who lost everything and those who hadn't lost everything yet. Addicted to gambling, ruin was only a matter of time. Having stayed overnight, Adele was no longer as nervous as yesterday. Instead, she happily followed Ciel and Avena around, looking here and there, even trying a simple roulette game, losing her only 10-pound chip, after which she didn't dare play anymore. After casually strolling around, Ciel frowned slightly. She wandered everywhere but couldn't find Georgine. Conversely, Avena kept being recognized. People frequently approached with champagne to greet her, wanting to get acquainted. Finally, Ciel led Avena and the others to the card room. Avena used her black gold membership card to clear a table. The three sat down, while Nia acted as the dealer. There were still 5 or 6 hours until 1 p.m. Ciel held a deck of cards, scanned the crowded card room, waiting for Georgine to appear. If Georgine followed her plan precisely, she would definitely come to check the blood array again before noon. As long as she saw her checking, it meant the blood array was ready. Next, she just needed to see when those cultists would be summoned to the underground sanctuary. Fighting nobles? What game is this? Avena asked curiously, showing no awareness of being a noble herself. The card game Ciel just mentioned was completely unfamiliar to her. Adele was also full of confusion. She didn't understand why 1 and 2 were higher than 3. Just sitting here wasn't appropriate either. Ciel took the previous life's Fight the Landlord, renamed it Fighting Nobles, and began teaching the two how to play. Playing cards together was much better than wandering around and attracting suspicion. After a few rounds of Fighting Nobles, Avena and Adele became interested in this novel game. Their card game also attracted many gamblers to watch, many hoping to get acquainted with Avena. However, the attendants at Denton Manor were reasonably diligent, blocking those people for the black gold member Avena. But they couldn't stop the growing crowd around Ciel's table. It was starting to obstruct Ciel's view. 3 beautiful young ladies and a novel, fun new card game either alone was enough to attract the attention of these gambling dogs, let alone both combined. Just as Ciel was thinking about how to clear some people away, a path opened up beside the table. Lady Roswell, so it was you. A familiar voice came from behind a red chip mask. The woman stood beside Avena, turning to the people nearby and asking, what's going on? Why the crowd? Don't disturb Miss Roswell's game. Don't, Miss Georgine, I haven't figured out the rules yet. Let me watch a few more hands, and I'll know how to play Fighting Nobles. I know how to play. Let's start a table over there. Anyone want to play Fighting Nobles? I can teach if you don't know. Me? Are you really teaching, bro? Shrewd gamblers had already grasped the gameplay of this simple card game. They had to plunder some chips by leveraging their understanding of this new game before more people learned it. Soon, the crowd around the table dispersed, all preparing to try this new card game. Thank you. Avena looked towards Georgine and nodded slightly. She really disliked this feeling of being watched, and the assistant administrator's arrival happened to ease the situation. You're too kind, Miss Roswell. It's my duty. The expression under Georgine's mask held a hint of a smile. She possessed a confidence she usually lacked. If there's anything else, you can have the attendants find me. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the young ladies' entertainment. Georgine bowed elegantly to them, then turned to leave. As she passed behind Ciel, an inconspicuous silver flash occurred. The Sathna emblem Georgine carried disappeared, returning to Ciel's system inventory. A sense of security filled Ciel's heart at this moment. She watched Georgine circle the large card room, seemingly inspecting, occasionally approaching crowded gambling tables to place a bet herself and liven up the atmosphere. But in Ciel's mind, the path Georgine traced gradually formed a shape on her mental map, the outline of the blood array. Ciel slowly withdrew her gaze, looked towards Adele who was starting to lose interest, and asked with a smile, Adele, want to play old servant? Adele, Although she didn't speak, her actions clearly showed Adele was more interested in old servant. Because she had already lost terribly earlier. If they had been betting chips, Adele would have definitely lost her pants by now. Compared to the slightly strategic fighting nobles, old servant, which resembled the previous life's old maid, suited Adele better. Adele enjoyed herself, but as time passed, Avena grew increasingly nervous for Ciel. Seeing the time approach 1:01 p.m., when the Divine Advent Church bishop was due to arrive, Ciel seemed completely unconcerned, as if she had come today just to casually play cards. Wasn't she supposed to find the bishop's identity? Was she searching now? Or had she already found him? When? Who was it? Constantly thinking about these questions made Avena somewhat absent-minded while playing cards, repeatedly drawing the old servant card from Adele and losing several rounds. Slap! Adele slapped her last pair of cards onto the table again. Unable to speak, she could only express her joy of victory this way, which somewhat blended into the surrounding environment. At this moment, Ciel began to notice people gradually leaving the card room. Compared to earlier, the card room seemed slightly less crowded now. Georgine, who had been wandering around the card room, also seemed to receive some information and hurriedly left. The cultists had begun gathering towards the underground sanctuary. A system interface appeared before Ciel's eyes. The time had reached 11:31 a.m. 1 hour and 30 minutes left. As time ticked by, Ciel's heart grew calmer. The sacrifice, rehearsed countless times in her mind, was finally arriving today. Just a little more time, haste makes waste. Kitty, is everyone gathered? The bishop is arriving soon. Georgine questioned Kitty in front of her. Kitty, standing below the platform, turned back towards Georgine's direction, merely looking at her indifferently, without speaking. After a long pause, Kitty finally spoke slowly, where is your bishop emblem? Georgine's pupils constricted slightly. She instinctively reached for the place where she kept the bishop emblem, but felt nothing. Hee. Kitty grinned, looked at Georgine's gradually panicking eyes, and slowly said, it seems the bishop has already arrived early. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. At least, before the bishop's task is completed. I won't do anything to you. Kitty's tone gradually turned sinister. The unintentionally condescending tone made Georgine's adrenaline spike. The bishop emblem was taken back by the bishop? When? When did the bishop arrive? Was she already at Dedden Manor long ago? It's fine. The bishop promised me she would transfer me away. Kitty can't threaten me. The underground sanctuary teemed with people. The two figures below the platform harbored ulterior motives, both quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. Thank you, stopping here is fine. The mountain path is difficult. Creek Hill. A plain four-wheeled carriage stopped on the path at the foot of the mountain. A man's gentle voice came from inside the carriage. The coachman in front controlled the horses to a halt. The carriage door opened, and a left foot stepped down onto the stone-paved road. Hey, move aside. Accompanied by the coachman's shout and the horses whinnying, a carriage sped past from the side, splashing mud from its wheels onto the man's high-top leather boots. Keep the change. After getting out, the man handed a 5-shilling silver coin to the coachman, looking towards the carriage that had stopped ahead. The window of the noble carriage ahead opened. A thin man with a goatee, clutching his top hat, stuck his head out and looked towards the man who had just stepped out onto the roadside. After the tall, thin noble clearly saw the man's well-tailored clothes and the expensive gold watch on his wrist, he opened his carriage door, stepped down holding a silver-plated wooden cane, and apologized to the man standing by the road. Apologies, sir. My foolish coachman accidentally dirted your boots. Are you heading to Dedden Manor? I'm fine, your excellency. If my shoes don't get a little muddy, my butler will nag me again about not getting enough exercise. Brock slightly lifted his hat brim with his right hand, smilingly acknowledging the noble before him. Yes, I am going to Dedden Manor. This witty gentleman is truly a model of magnanimity. The nobleman turned back, saw his daughter peeking out of the carriage window, seemingly curious about what happened, then looked back at the man before him and said, there's still some distance up the mountain. Would I have the honor of inviting this gentleman to join me in the carriage for the journey? The gentleman before him was well-dressed, elegant, and well-spoken. The nobleman felt a slight inclination to get acquainted. No need, your excellency. I prefer walking up the mountain and breathing the natural air. Brock shook his head, walked up to the nobleman, and asked curiously, by the way, your excellency, may I ask why so many people are heading to Baron City's Dedden Manor? I've already seen quite a few carriages going up the mountain. The nobleman clasped his hands on the cane before him and said with a smile, just call me Hastings, sir. Are you newly arrived in Baron City? Dedden Manor is holding an event recently. I was invited by a friend for a small gathering. Oh, no wonder. Brock nodded slightly, reached into his pocket, pulled out an exquisite handmade business card, and handed it to the Baron. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Brock, Director of Bliss Shipping Company. If you have any sea or river shipping needs, you can contact me. I can offer you some discounts. Haha, thank you, Mr. Brock. Then I won't disturb you further. We'll see each other inside the manor later. Don't refuse a drink together. Certainly. Hastings took the business card, returned to his carriage, instructed the coachman to continue up the mountain, while Brock continued walking uphill. Father, who was that? What happened? Baron Hastings' daughter asked curiously from inside the carriage. The carriage almost hit that gentleman, but fortunately, he was tolerant and kind. Didn't mind, Baron Hastings said with a smile. I intended to introduce you to him, but he seems to prefer walking. Why do you always try to introduce me to strangers? Amy Hastings shifted her bottom away from the Baron, looking annoyed. You've basically stayed home since graduating from the academy, not going out to socialize with friends. I'm just trying to help you meet more friends. The Baron chuckled awkwardly. Hehe, you just find me annoying and want to marry me off quickly. Amy snorted lightly, crossing her arms in front of her. Ha ha ha. The Baron tried to ease the awkwardness with laughter, saying, that gentleman just now was charming, humorous, and cultured, a good person. I'm quite good at judging people, and a director of a shipping company. If he was unmarried, he would be the perfect candidate for a son-in-law. Baron Hastings kept this thought to himself. As long as the other person is charming, humorous, cultured, and a good person, you would agree to me dating them. Amy looked at the Baron and asked. Of course. The Baron nodded slightly. Even if it's a woman. Amy pressed. Baron Hastings. His daughter previously showed no interest in Detton Manor, even advising him not to go. He himself only came for social obligations during events. But this time, not only did his daughter not stop him, she even asked if that young lady from the Roswell family would be there. The noble circle in Baron City was small. Baron Hastings certainly knew Lady Roswell attended almost every time, though he couldn't strike up a conversation himself. This time, his daughter asked if a woman was acceptable. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Baron Hastings' forehead. My dear daughter, father wants to ask a question. Baron Hastings looked at his daughter, his voice trembling slightly. You haven't fallen for that Lady Roswell, have you? Hehe. Amy turned her face away, looking out the window, ignoring her father. She didn't know Lady Roswell at all. The person she wanted to see was the girl who had stepped out of the Roswell family carriage earlier, the one who brought her the cure. What happened to Ciel? She didn't come to the graduation ceremony either. Ever since that tea party, Ciel seemed to have disappeared. She had her servant look for her in Clock Tower Alley but couldn't find her. It seemed she had moved away. The next time they met was when Ciel arrived in the Roswell family carriage to deliver the holy water. Ciel. She must have been kidnapped by that Roswell young lady? Forced by her power and unable to leave. I need to find Ciel, ask her clearly. If it's true, she could run away with Ciel to Ansa, without telling anyone. The naive Amy didn't know that Ansa was the Roswell family's home base. Creek Hill, Detton Manor, card room. Adele lay sprawled on the chip table, humming boredly. Card games were fun at first, but after playing for several hours, even Adele felt somewhat tired now. Not to mention, Adele hadn't eaten anything since morning. She didn't dare eat anything from Detton Manor, afraid of being poisoned by cultists. Turning her head towards Ciel, Adele's cheek pressed against the table, slightly distorted. She lay there, looking pitifully at Ciel. She knew very well that looking at Avena was useless. Avena would just treat her like air. Only looking at Ciel would work. Seemingly sensing Adele's resentful gaze, Ciel looked towards Adele. The system screen flashed before her eyes, displaying the time 12:58. Hungry? Ciel asked with a smile. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Adele sat up straight, nodded vigorously, then slumped down again. Adele, limited to saying yes, thank you, and sorry, had exhausted her skill cooldown in one go. It's all right, just wait a few more minutes, and we'll leave. Ciel comforted Adele, then turned back to the card table. They were playing Klondike Solitaire, a single-player card game requiring great patience. Ciel, already distracted, was clearly falling behind Avena's progress. Avena, too, was currently distracted. Avena could clearly sense that Ciel was stalling. Ciel was stalling for time, delaying until the arrival time of the Divine Advent Church bishop she mentioned earlier. 1:01 p.m. What did she want to do by stalling until that time? Were the people from the organization behind Ciel planning something? Avena continued flipping cards calmly, playing along with Ciel's act. As the time drew closer minute by minute, Avena methodically completed her solitaire game. Using the motion of adjusting her glasses, she subtly checked the time. 13:0. As she put down her hand to pick up another card, she already felt her palms sweating from nervousness. Even Nia had stood up and moved beside Avena, seemingly leaning over to watch the cards, but actually providing close protection. Avena slowly placed down a card, silently counting the time. Just then, Ciel, who had appeared completely normal until now, let the card in her hand flutter slowly to the ground. Avena, who had been secretly watching Ciel, felt her heart skip a beat. From the corner of her eye, she saw Ciel supporting herself on the table with her right hand, slowly bending down to pick up the card lying on the carpet with her left hand. The table blocked Ciel's movements entirely. Out of sight from everyone, amidst the noisy card room, Ciel slowly opened her mouth, uttering a string of words impossible for a human tongue and throat to produce. Blood threads extended from Ciel's fingertips, burrowing into the carpet, activating the now dark red blood clots beneath. Brock, his shoes muddy, walked all the way to the manor entrance. From afar, he saw 4 attendants, 2 male and 2 female, standing by the door to greet him. All brothers and sisters? Brock walked forward slowly. The 4 individuals bowed their heads respectfully, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with excitement. They restrained themselves, not directly calling out Lord Bishop. Lead the way, Brock said with a smile, following the 4 individuals ahead into the manor. Entering the front hall and turning right, Brock passed through the crowd mingling with champagne glasses and followed them into the reception hall. The people exchanging chips in the reception hall were gone. The attendants led him to the next room, stopped, and slowly pushed open the door to the underground sanctuary. Isn't this a bit too smooth? Do you normally have 4 people waiting outside? Brock asked. Lord Bishop, we were waiting for you, a maid wearing a red chip mask replied respectfully. Waiting for me? Priestess Kitty? She investigated my background? How did she find out? Where is the priestess? Where is she? Brock asked with a slight frown. Priestess Kitty is inside the sanctuary. The banquet is all prepared, just awaiting your arrival, a nearby attendant with a green chip mask replied. Lead the way. Brock felt a slight anger rise within him, watching the 4 church attendants enter the hidden corridor. Brock stepped into the corridor. His figure swapped places with the white shadow before him. When his form solidified again, he was already wearing a set of white, ornate church robes, a white mask covering his face. 4 white shadows instantly rushed towards the 4 attendants, directly entering their bodies. With a piercing shriek in their minds, all 4 fainted simultaneously. When they woke up, they would completely forget what happened today. They had seen his face from afar earlier. To prevent his disguised identity from being exposed due to minor incidents, he had to be cautious. Priestess Kitty, investigating him? Preparing a banquet in advance. He knew Priestess Kitty was particularly eager for recognition, but he never expected she would dare violate church law to investigate a superior. If Kitty couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, her life would end here today. He descended the steps one by one, white shadows accompanying him. Soon, he stood before the wooden door. Inside, why was it so noisy? How many people were in there? Brock felt the chaotic buzzing in his mind, suppressed his displeasure, and controlled the white shadow behind him to push open the wooden door. Instantly, the entire sanctuary fell silent. He looked at the hundreds of cultists kneeling before him, and the few people who quickly walked towards him with lowered heads, his frown deepening. Brock stepped into the sanctuary. The white shadow closed the wooden door behind him. Kitty hurried forward, bowed deeply before the bishop, and said, Lord Bishop, Kitty has awaited you here for a long time. Your instructions have all been prepared by your subordinate. Kitty inwardly thought, this Lord Bishop is quite punctual. Said 1:01 p.m., and not a minute late. Just this bishop, why does he feel like his emotional fluctuations are extremely intense? Indeed half mad. What are you talking about? Brock's eyes narrowed beneath the mask. The potion could no longer suppress his emotions. You dare investigate me? What ritual are you talking about? The white shadow behind Brock lunged forward, punching Kitty squarely in the face. Kitty spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and crashed to the ground. Georgine, who had been following Kitty excitedly, showed a hint of confusion on her face after hearing the bishop's voice. Is this some kind of transcendent potion? Changed the voice? And significantly taller too. No, the gender changed as well, right? Wasn't the bishop supposed to be female? Kitty, lying on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her nose was bent sideways, even her front teeth felt loose, but she could only curse her bad luck inwardly. The person before her was indeed the bishop. She felt the same sensation from him as she did with Georgine earlier, the inability to generate offensive intent. Now, Kitty could only resign herself to having encountered a mad bishop. She had to find a way to slip away quickly. Cough, cough, Kitty acted heavily injured, coughing up blood. She knelt on the ground and said, Your humble servant has completed everything according to your instructions. Is there anything this lowly servant did incorrectly? Brock was both shocked and furious. He looked at Kitty kneeling nearby. He could clearly sense that Kitty had humbled herself extremely, and there wasn't a single lie in her words. Who was impersonating him? Or perhaps, another bishop came before him? No, wrong. Drip. A drop of blood landed on Brock's mask. He slowly raised his hand, wiped the blood off the mask. Brock looked up towards the sanctuary's dome. Above the dark dome, in the area untouched by the torchlight, something terrifying, evil seemed to be surging. The moment he looked towards that darkness, Brock felt the spiritual alarm explode in his mind. Radiance Bishop Brock abruptly raised his hand. A white shadow shot straight towards the dome, then exploded violently like a holy light bomb, illuminating the entire stone dome with pure light. Simultaneously, it illuminated the blood threads above, seemingly alive, coiling and twisting overhead. The entire dome resembled a giant heart, pulsating rhythmically with the writhing blood lines. At this moment, many believers were disturbed by the holy light above. They raised their heads one after another, expecting to witness a miracle. But the instant they saw the blood threads above, strange howls began to echo in the minds of many. No, wrong. Brock's eyes widened, his scalp tingling. Kitty, kneeling before him, had also looked up and seen the terrifying blood array above. Reacting even faster than Brock, the white shadow on her body had already lunged towards the wooden door behind the bishop, about to break out. Schlick. A blood thread pierced down from the dome, entering directly through the top of Kitty's head, straight into her heart, dragging her struggling body slowly upwards. Countless blood lines began to descend from above, hoisting up corpse after corpse. During the process, many bodies were sucked dry into mummies, completely losing all signs of life. Wrong. Wrong? The white shadows behind Brock shot out violently. 2 rushed towards the rear door, 4 lunged towards the gradually coalescing dark red vortex overhead. He had to destroy this terrifying ritual array before it fully formed. If not, at least he could escape using shadow shift. Schlick. The white shadow rushing towards the rear door, upon reaching the edge of the blood array overhead, had a large chunk of its torso torn off by something unknown. Intense pain, seemingly transmitted from the spiritual body, almost made Brock scream. He quickly moved away from the door, looking up in horror at the gradually forming blood vortex. Almost everyone was dragged towards the top, their flesh and blood offered as sacrifice, channeled through the complex web of blood threads above into the central dark vortex. A speck of starlight drifted out from the seemingly bottomless vortex. Brock's mind went blank. All whispers, fears, pain seemed to vanish, leaving only a familiar warmth, like flesh and blood merging. Mother Goddess, above. Brock knelt on the ground, looking up in terror at the vortex above. The starlight entered Kitty's suspended, mutilated body. Her body rotted and swelled, lumps of flesh piling up, slowly solidifying into a terrifying blood cocoon. The cocoon shell hardened bit by bit, pulsating as if alive. Through the translucent shell, under the remaining holy light, one could glimpse the beautiful, ultimate life being nurtured within. Crack. The blood cocoon cracked open bit by bit. A figure slowly floated down from above, the multiple pairs of insect wings on its back flapping, emitting a whale-like buzz. Divine Servant. Milord, Brock's heart began to tremble with excitement. He looked at the inhuman figure before him, his emotions bordering on frenzy. Under his gaze, the Divine Servant slowly raised its head, looking towards the dome. Its gaze seemed to pierce through the hanging corpses and the terrifying blood array above, through the stone dome, towards the existence above the dome. Mother Goddess. Milady. A bloody slit opened on the Divine Servant's face, seemingly calling out to some entity above. Mother Goddess Milady? Brock looked up in astonishment towards the dome above. Who was above the stone dome? Who was up there, worthy of being called Mother Goddess by the Divine Servant Milord? The blood array couldn't have been drawn and triggered out of thin air. Someone must be nearby, performing this ritual? Priestess Kitty's earlier words flashed through Brock's mind. No, it wasn't someone impersonating him, nor someone impersonating a bishop. The person who instructed them, who made them complete these rituals, was the Mother Goddess's proxy. The Mother Goddess's human vessel? It was the Saintess. I understand, Mother. The Divine Servant seemed to have received instructions, its gaze slowly turning towards Brock before it. A blood thread emerged from its slit, continuously splitting, burrowing towards Brock's body. Brock knelt devoutly on the ground, arms outstretched, watching the spreading fleshy tendrils, raised his head madly, shouting, Mother Goddess above. Ugh. The fleshy tendrils burrowed into his body, gradually draining him inch by inch. The distant Divine Servant, sensing the transmitted, immense flesh and blood energy, bulged with lumps of flesh once more. It began its second cocooning. Creek Hill, Denton Manor, card room. I win? Ciel smiled, placing the last card onto the pile, then looked towards Adele beside her and said, Let's go, let's head back to the city for something to eat. Adele. Avena. Hearing Ciel's words, Adele practically jumped to her feet. Normally, she slept early and ate regular meals. Having missed breakfast and lunch today, she was already dizzy with hunger. Avena, however, was filled with confusion. Her earlier distraction caused her to lose the solitaire game, but the change she expected hadn't occurred at all? Or did something happen that she just didn't notice? They walked out of the card room, through the corridor to the front hall. Just as they were about to pass through the main door and step outside the manor, an anomaly occurred. The horses in the stables went berserk, dragging carriages wildly, causing chaos in the stable area. A faint spiritual alarm gradually sounded in Nia's mind, progressively drowning out the original potion whispers. Nia abruptly raised her hand, seemingly sending out some signal. A warhorse clad in silver armor charged out from the stables, pulling a carriage, and stopped before them. Quick, get in the carriage, Miss Avena, there's danger. Nia urged Avena in a low voice, directly lifting her into the carriage. Adele beside them was also scared enough to jump into the carriage, turned her head towards Ciel, and shouted, Get in, quickly. Avena extended her hand out of the carriage, urging Ciel anxiously. At this moment, not only Nia, but even Avena and other transcendents nearby heard the terrifying spiritual alarm. But Ciel stopped in her tracks, seemingly pausing to listen to something. Panicked transcendents had already started running towards the main gate from behind. Ciel extended her right hand, grasped Avena's soft small hand, and after being pulled into the carriage, turned back towards the underground area behind them, and gently snapped her left fingers. Snap. The sound of the snap echoed beside Avena's ear. Immediately following was an even more terrifying aura, like a landslide or tsunami, emanating from Denton Manor behind them. Even the ground began to tremble. Whinny I. The warhorse let out a tragic whinny. Under Nia's control, it pulled the carriage violently down the mountain path, the carriage beginning to bump violently. Through the transparent carriage glass, the three saw the terrifying earthquake-like scene behind them. Avena was now almost certain. Ciel did all this. Just then, amidst the chaos, Ciel saw a familiar figure, her pupils constricting slightly. Protect her. Ciel only had time to issue one final command to the spiritual being via consciousness before leaving. She was the one who absolutely could not linger here. Under Ciel's command, the spiritual being had already restrained its terrifying internal fluctuations to the utmost. But this sacrifice included an additional third-tier bishop. Even Ciel didn't know what would happen when sacrificing a third-tier bishop. She could only guarantee the summoned spiritual being wouldn't attack anyone other than cultists. The carriage gradually moved further away. Creek Hill behind them seemed to erupt in some kind of riot, birds and beasts fleeing madly in panic. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Barren City's Clock Tower Alley, missionary Eurus, listening to the ascetics' report in the inn, abruptly raised her head, her sightless eyes gazing towards Creek Hill. Her vision seemed to penetrate all walls and obstacles. In her field of darkness, a terrifying, enormous phantom was unfurling 8 pairs of giant insect wings in the distance, kneeling towards a certain direction. This apocalyptic scene almost stopped Eurus's heart for several beats. The terrifying, blurry phantom before her eyes almost made her recall the incident she encountered when her eyes were still intact. Quick! Are there materials for the psychic holy ritual in the Clock Tower Church? I need to contact the Holy See immediately. Eurus snapped her head towards the ascetic, completely unaware that blood tears were already streaming down her own face from her eyes. Yes. There's one last set of materials left, hidden away unused. The ascetic, seemingly sensing something too, quickly stood up and led Eurus towards the Clock Tower Church. That's Divine Advent Church's thing. The Divine Advent Church? Hiding in Barren City? That commotion, their Holy See is hidden just outside Barren City? Did they really awaken the Mother Goddess? No. They are just heretics, they don't have a saintess. How did they communicate with a deity? The Divine Advent Church also has a saintess now? The first heretical saintess has appeared? Eurus's mind was continuously occupied by horrifying thoughts, almost shaking her faith. At this moment, she could only pray the Church of the Savior Goddess Holy See would quickly dispatch a bishop, no, a powerhouse of archbishop rank or higher. Father! Crowd surged, rubble fell. Dedden Manor, previously peaceful, now seemed struck by a terrifying earthquake. People stampeded towards the entrance. Amy had reached the entrance first, but remembering her father was still inside, pushed back against the tide into the front hall, anxiously calling her father's name. Amy. Amidst the chaos, Baron Hastings seemed to hear Amy's call. He struggled through the crowd and saw Amy hiding beside a huge pillar, avoiding the stampede. And above Amy's head, the precariously swaying giant crystal chandelier. Amy. Baron Hastings rushed madly towards Amy. He leaped forward forcefully, unable to push her away in time, fell heavily in front of Amy, struggled up, directly embraced Amy, and shielded her with his own body underneath. The swaying chandelier, after emitting a piercing screech of metal fatigue, plummeted directly down. Lying on the ground, Amy's gaze went past Baron Hastings' shoulder. Her eyes widened as she watched the giant crystal chandelier draw closer and closer. Am I going to die? Didn't find Ciel, she shouldn't be here. It's really good she's not here. Father, I'm sorry. Vroom. A slight buzzing sounded in Amy's mind. Accompanying the buzz was the crystal chandelier hovering less than a meter above her in midair. A flickering white shadow, its shape unclear, held the massive crystal chandelier suspended in the air. The terrifying white shadow's face turned slightly, looking down at the terrified Amy lying on the ground, tilting its head quizzically. A buzzing, blurry murmur, blocking out all surrounding noise, echoed in Amy's mind. You can see me. The white shadow looked at Amy, who faced it directly without any adverse effect, then looked up towards the direction Ciel had departed, its thoughts momentarily confused. The next second, darkness swept over Amy's vision. When she woke up again, she was lying in a field. Beside her lay Baron Hastings, unconscious from excessive fright. And beside her hand was a strange cloth bag, seemingly containing something. Anse, City Center, Imperial Avenue, Dedden House. This 5-story brick and stone building stood in Anse's most prosperous district. Its red brick facade matched the surrounding architecture. Classical columns flanked the entrance, adorned with exquisite pediments and reliefs. Tall arched windows were neatly arranged. A massive gilded chip was embedded in the center of the second floor, gleaming under the sunlight. Inside the third-floor office with the best lighting, a woman dressed in a white blouse and black vest, incredibly thin with deep dark circles under her eyes, tossed a gold pound coin in her hand, repeatedly flipping it with her thumb and catching it in her palm. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded from outside. The woman flipped the gold pound one last time but didn't catch it, letting it land on the desk before her. After wobbling a few times, the queen's image settled firmly face down on the desk, while the image of a knight slaying a dragon on the back faced the ceiling. Ill-intentioned visitor. The woman showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, a grin spread across her face as she looked towards the door and said, "Come in." The office door opened. A man wearing a silver chip mask walked in slowly. After turning to close the wooden door, he stood before the woman and bowed slightly. "Commissioner Lucy, the boss wants you to make a trip to Barren City," the man with the silver chip mask said respectfully. What, is Baron City starting to incur losses too? Lucy looked up at the man and asked. Who embezzled how much this time? The man with the silver chip mask slowly explained. Commissioner Lucy, it's not about losses. A message came from the Church of the Savior Goddess Holy See, saying that the Divine Advent Church members held a sacrificial ritual at Detton Manor in Baron City. It seems they summoned a divine servant, and the entire Detton Manor collapsed. The specific casualties and losses are currently unknown. The manager wants you to handle it, preferably investigate everything before the Church of the Savior Goddess does. The company's reputation is at stake. I understand. You may leave first. Wait for my instructions. Lucy waved her hand. Watching the man exit and close the door, she looked at the gold coin before her. Is this a good thing, or a bad thing? She pulled open a drawer, revealing an antique wooden box inside. Opening the box revealed a deck of exquisite black tarot cards within. Golden cracks adorned the backs of the black cards, seeming to shimmer with light. She took out the cards, lit the incense and candle beside her, then skillfully began shuffling and cutting the deck. Will this field assignment yield any results? Lucy silently recited in her mind. Card after card was laid out neatly on the table. With each card placed, she would silently ask a question in her mind. A Celtic cross spread was laid out. 1. Wheel of Fortune. 2. Death. 3. The Devil. Current situation, obstacles, and challenges, subconscious influences. As each card was revealed, the questions in her mind were gradually cleared away. This is a turning point in my destiny, fraught with immense risk. But at the same time, card number 10 was revealed by Lucy. An reversed sun card lay quietly in the final outcome position of number 10. But simultaneously, there exists a small possibility, a chance to win enormous returns. The tarot cards offered a clear warning. This investigation would be a life or death choice. Success could bring rich rewards, but failure could mean a tremendous cost, including the end of her life. What kind of reward would even make her, a favored, consider it substantial? Her nimble fingers danced, flipping a gold pound between them. Clap. She caught the gold pound firmly in her hand. When she opened her hand again, the gold exterior of the coin had completely faded, revealing a rust-like brown underneath. The front depicted a faceless angel stained with rust, the back a seemingly bleeding demonic eye. Is the substantial reward gaining complete control over or freedom from this sealed artifact? Or, advancing further? Either option held immense allure for Lucy. As a favored who had gambled her way up to this position, if offered a gamble with extremely high risk of death but also extremely high returns, she wouldn't hesitate to discard everything she had, going all in. Without this gambling nature, she wouldn't have reached this position. She had gambled her way up like this, and each time, she was certain she wouldn't lose. Because she was favored by destiny. Lucy stood up, picked up her silver cane, and walked towards the door. Behind her, on the windowsill, a black raven landed, flapped its wings, and began preening its feathers. Clop, clop, clop. The warhorse's iron hooves clattered on the stone road, the horseshoes striking the flagstones with crisp sounds. Only after entering the city did the hoofbeats gradually slow down. At this moment, Avena withdrew her gaze from the distant Creek Hill. The three inside the carriage exchanged glances, then sighed in relief. After a moment of silence, Avena looked towards Ciel and asked, that just now was. It's over. Ciel shook her head and said, there won't be any more Divine Advent Church people there. Adele, huh? Not just Avena, even Adele couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. What happened? What did Ciel do just now? How is it over? Are they all dead? Avena couldn't help but verify. Adele, huh? Wait, weren't we just playing cards? How did all the Divine Advent Church people die? Adele looked utterly confused, glancing back and forth between the two girls speaking in riddles. Ciel nodded. The two looked at each other for a moment, then both slowly lowered their shoulders and smiled at each other, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Only Adele remained completely bewildered. Is it over? No one will come arrest us later. Adele's questions received no answer, but seeing their smiles, Adele seemed to understand something. Ciel smiling was one thing, but even the usually stern-faced Avena was smiling. That should mean it's really safe, right? Leaning back in her seat, Avena raised her hand and rubbed her temples. No wonder Ciel suddenly told her not to report to the Church of the Savior Goddess or the Detton Group. The organization behind Ciel actually possessed the ability to silently flip the table from behind the scenes. With the table flipped like this, there was no need to risk exposure by reporting. Detton Manor, with its venue destroyed, would be frantic. The Church of the Savior Goddess, discovering the presence of the Divine Advent Church, would also be frantic. Most frantic would be the Divine Advent Church themselves. Having a stronghold destroyed for no reason, possibly even losing a bishop if identities were traced, the larger stronghold behind that bishop might also be dismantled. Now, it was a race to see whose personnel could reach the scene fastest to investigate or destroy evidence. Even the Redemption Society might intervene. With 4 parties involved, it would surely descend into chaos, leaving no time to worry about the pawn Sherlin. By the time anyone reacted, the trail of clues would be broken beyond further investigation. Now, Avena prepared to re-evaluate the organization behind Ciel. Initially, she thought the organization behind Ciel was merely a deeply hidden intelligence agency, surviving by secretly selling information. But now, it seemed this organization not only had intelligence-gathering capabilities but also possessed a certain table-flipping power. Like the terrifying earth-shattering commotion just now, killing all cultists in an instant Avena was certain even a crown guard couldn't achieve that. Furthermore, besides the earthquake-like tremor, Avena also felt an intense sense of crisis and a spiritual alarm from the depths of her mind. This seemed unrelated to the earthquake. Was it the ability of some transcendent path? Avena pondered in her mind but couldn't find an answer for a long time. The warhorse's pace grew increasingly slow. Even Adele noticed something was wrong. She looked at Avena and asked, "The carriage, is it going too slowly?" Avena leaned forward, pulled open the small front curtain, and looked through the glass towards the driver's seat in front of the carriage. Knock, knock. Avena reached out and tapped the glass window, but Nia in front gave no reaction. They had just reached Clock Tower Alley, entering the city along North-South Stone Street. The carriage was now stopped in the middle of the street. Fortunately, at this time of day, most workers were at work, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street. No one noticed anything amiss here. Nia. Avena jumped down from the carriage and walked to the front. The suit of armor on the driver's seat was completely motionless, like a genuine, ornate suit of armor used for decoration. Ciel also noticed something was wrong. She and Adele jumped down from the carriage together and helped support Nia. Avena gently patted the horse's flank. The horse continued along Stone Street towards home, while the remaining three dragged Nia to number 44 North-South Stone Street, Ciel's house whose lease hadn't expired yet. After performing a simple spiritual healing, Avena let out a long sigh and said, "It's fine. Just a spiritual issue. This is an old problem of Nia's." Saying this, Avena looked towards Ciel and added, "Same situation as yours before." "Same situation as mine before?" Ciel pondered, roughly figuring out the reason for Nia's sudden loss of consciousness. It was the spiritual being. "Ciel, I want to ask a question, and I hope you can answer me." Avena took a deep breath, looked at Ciel, and asked, "The people from your organization, when dealing with the Divine Advent Church, did they use transcendent items from the other side?" Other side. This was the second time Ciel heard this term from someone else, the first being from Radiance Bishop Hugh. In reality, Ciel's understanding of the so-called other side was still partial. She only knew that entering it caused madness, all transcendent items would be distorted, and terrifying entities could be summoned from within. What is the other side? Ciel didn't answer Avena's question directly but asked instead. "You don't know." Avena was somewhat surprised by Ciel's reaction. She thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I'm not entirely sure what the other side is either. Information about it is scarce. Apart from the churches, few people specifically study knowledge related to the other side. I only know that the other side is a world overlapping with reality. Different churches have different names for it, like Spirit World, Soul Realm, and so on. It's an extremely dangerous place, filled with various terrifying creatures. Some churches can communicate with the other side through special methods, but once directly facing other side creatures or items, the higher a transcendent's spiritual vision, the greater the spiritual pollution they suffer." Avena hesitated for a moment, then, thinking they were all trustworthy, said, "Nia once entered the other side, and her potion went out of control, turning her into her current state. She is already 120 years old this year." Ciel understood now why, in the simulation, the spiritual being she sacrificed didn't directly affect the simulated Brock or Avena, yet the simulated Nia lost all ability to resist after just one glance. "This situation now, is it serious?" Ciel asked. "Not serious, she didn't directly face items from the other side, so it's fine." Avena shook her head and said, "I think I need to speed up the progress of the psychiatrist reconstitution ritual." Previously, Avena didn't understand why Ciel's spirit was polluted and damaged. Knowing the group behind Ciel was connected to the other side, Avena roughly understood. Judging by Ciel's appearance, she didn't even know her spiritual pollution was due to the other side. This damned organization, truly a bunch of madmen. Whether for Nia, who had protected her since childhood, or for Ciel, who might have also inadvertently faced the other side, Avena had to quickly complete the psychiatrist reconstitution ritual. Ciel was currently lowering her head, thinking about something. Spiritual summoning pollutes the spirit. But if it's a spiritual being summoned by myself, it seems to have a favorable impression of me, thus refraining from harming me. Large-scale spiritual summonings like this should be done less often in the future. What if one day I summon something truly dreadful? That would be problematic. Fortunately, the spiritual being summoned this time, Ciel had already summoned it twice in simulations and was very familiar with its abilities. And judging by the current time, it should have already dissipated on its own. Finally, Ciel shook her head and said, "Regardless, it's over now. The remaining matters have nothing to do with us." "Yes," Avena nodded. With this commotion, Baron City might not be peaceful for some time to come. Even though she was from the Roswell family, no one would come asking her questions after all. She was only first tier and couldn't cause such a disturbance. Under Avena's spiritual healing, Nia gradually regained consciousness. After this ordeal, even Adele lost her appetite. The group simply found some leftover ingredients in Ciel's house and made do with a simple meal. "Ciel, I need to continue my shifts at the private clinic." Avena looked at Ciel and said, "Do you have any plans afterwards?" "Me?" Ciel thought, then shook her head. "Don't know. I just want to peacefully finish this vacation, then go to Ansa for school, and continue digesting potions in simulations, filling up save files." Saying peaceful, but improving strength remains urgent. just that the future schedule needs to include more visits to Avena and Adele for check UPS on body and spirit, to avoid situations like before. Will you continue being my assistant then? Avena asked. If you don't mind. Ciel replied. Truthfully, she hadn't decided what to do next either. If she continued as an assistant, the pay was decent, the work was easy, and she could rent a new place with her sister. Then she could take her sister to Adele's, let Adele see if there was any way to treat her sister's potion-burned skin. But all this required money. Ciel felt bad continuously freeloading off Adele. She could only take it one step at a time, see if there were other ways to earn money besides burning, killing, and looting. Adele, what about you? Avena looked towards Adele and said, the clinic still has plenty of vacant office spaces. If you need a place to put your equipment and digest potions, you can come over. You can use the empty spaces freely. Really? Adele blinked, but seemed somewhat hesitant. Since leaving the Redemption Society, Adele had moved out all her personal belongings. Now, all this experimental equipment was piled up at home, causing Adele much distress, leaving no space even to conduct experiments. I can hire you as a doctor at my clinic. Avena nodded. £15 per week. Outside of clinic hours, you can arrange your own time. Hiss, Adele sucked in a breath, then after a moment, said weakly, I don't have that much money. Avena, £15 is your weekly salary, not you paying me. Paying to work, you're truly one of a kind. The atmosphere among the group gradually relaxed. However, Ciel still had some things to do. She needed to confirm Amy's safety. Amy might have suffered spiritual or physical injuries. Considering this, Ciel planned to visit Amy's home, bringing Avena and Adele along. If Amy was indeed injured, she could ask Adele or Avena to treat her on credit. Hearing Ciel was visiting a friend, Avena and Adele, who had nothing much to do and wanted to relax, readily agreed to Ciel's invitation and headed towards Amy's home together. Since the warhorse had been released earlier by Avena, the group could only rent a carriage, returning together to the Sursbridge district, arriving outside Amy's villa. In the front garden of the villa, a maid watering flowers saw the carriage stop in front of the gate. She quickly stopped her work, tidied her clothes, and approached. Good afternoon, madam, is there anything I can? The maid curtsied slightly. Upon clearly seeing the red-haired girl stepping out of the carriage, she trailed off mid-sentence. This was the beautiful young lady who had chatted with Miss Amy for quite a while during the tea party a few days ago. The maids had discussed her privately for some time afterward, speculating about her identity and her relationship with Miss Amy. It was just simple gossip, but many maids still had a very favorable impression of this red-haired girl. Because when their eyes met, the young lady would politely nod slightly in acknowledgement. When served food and utensils, she wouldn't hesitate to say thank you, completely lacking the aloofness of other young ladies. Miss, are you here to see Miss Amy? She just returned not long ago. I'll take you inside. The maid opened the iron gate, her heart secretly thrilled as she saw the other two young ladies and an iron guard disembark from the carriage. Two more young ladies? What's happening? What's happening? Is it what I think? The maid, right at the forefront of the gossip, suppressed her inner curiosity, maintained an appropriate distance, and respectfully led the way, guiding Ciel and the others to the villa entrance. Ladies, please wait a moment while I inform the master. After saying this, the maid curtsied again to the group, then walked directly into the house, trotting up the stairs. After waiting outside the door for about 2 minutes, two maids came downstairs to the group and said, Ladies, please wait in the reception room for a moment. Miss Amy is changing. The newly arrived maid led Adele, Avena, and Nia towards the reception room, but the maid who had gone to announce them stopped Ciel. Miss Ciel, Miss Amy requests your presence in her room. The maid's inner gossip monger could barely be contained, but she still relayed the message respectfully. Avena and Adele naturally heard this. Adele didn't seem to mind and was already asking the nearby maid softly if there were any refreshments. Avena, however, after meeting Ciel's gaze, turned her face away expressionlessly and followed Adele, seemingly unconcerned with Ciel's business. All right, lead me up, Ciel said to the maid. She knew roughly why Amy wanted her to come over. Amy returning home safely meant the summoned Divine Advent Church divine servant had done its job and protected her. Ciel had no doubt Amy would return safely, she was just worried that contact with the other side creature might leave Amy with some after effects. This was one reason Ciel decided to bring Avena and Adele along. Following the maid up to the second floor, their footsteps muffled on the wooden floor, the maid finally stopped outside a room door adorned with flower clusters. She raised her hand, knocked, and announced, Miss Ciel has arrived. After saying this, the maid gave Ciel a slight nod, then left the second floor, returning downstairs. After 3 or 4 seconds, Amy's voice came from the other side of the door, Is that Ciel? It's me. Ciel didn't rush to open the door, just stood waiting outside. Click. The door was opened by Amy. Ciel walked in. It was a very girly room, with pink and white lace adorning everything from the mattress to the curtains. Upon entering, one could smell an unknown light floral fragrance, refreshing and pleasant. After entering, Ciel turned her head sideways towards Amy. She had changed into a different light blue dress from the one seen earlier, her long, slightly curly golden hair somewhat messy. Ciel, Amy, who had been behind the door, immediately closed it after Ciel entered. Her face was full of panic, tears almost welling up as she looked at Ciel. Ciel, what's wrong, Amy? Ciel asked with some concern. Amy was the most normal friend Ciel had encountered. Innocent, girlish, living a peaceful and affluent life, a life Ciel had once envied. That's why she didn't want this incident to disrupt Amy's life too much. Just now, I went to a mountain manor. Not long after I arrived, the manor suddenly had an earthquake. I somehow ran out with father, Amy described haltingly. I saw a ghost? I've been cursed by it. It was evident that perhaps due to excessive nervousness, Amy's ability to organize her thoughts had somewhat broken down, but Ciel still grasped the general idea. But, a ghost? Was it the transcendent ability of that spiritual being? A white shadow similar to an ascetic's? But why could Amy see it? And why wasn't she harmed after seeing it? It's okay, don't rush, Amy. Speak slowly. Ciel placed her hands on Amy's shoulders, her tone gentle, trying to help her relax and not be so tense. Ciel, do you believe what I'm saying? Amy looked into Ciel's eyes, her eyes red. I believe you. Ciel nodded. I didn't dare tell anyone else. After thinking it over, I felt only Ciel wouldn't be afraid of these things, Amy said tearfully, sobbing. If the maids saw it, they would definitely tell my father. Saw what? Ciel withdrew her hands and asked. The ghost's curse. Curse. Do spiritual beings leave such things behind? I discovered it when I was changing clothes, Amy said, reaching up to undo the button at her collar, then slowly lifting her skirt, turning her back to Ciel, and taking off the entire dress. Underneath the dress was a pure white slip dress made of light silk. Through the semi-transparent slip, one could see the fair skin beneath. Ciel's gaze instantly locked onto Amy's back. As Amy slowly removed the final slip dress, the light silk garment fluttered to the floor, revealing the skin on Amy's back completely before Ciel. I didn't know this was on my back at first. Initially, after feeling the earthquake, I thought of my father still inside, so I went back to find him. Amy kept her back to Ciel, arms crossed over her chest, trembling as she spoke. When I saw my father, he saw the chandelier above my head about to fall, so he ran over to save me. After he pushed me down and shielded me, I saw the chandelier stop in midair. It was a ghost, a white ghost holding the chandelier. I can't remember its appearance at all anymore, but I'm sure it was a ghost. Amy sniffled and continued. Finally, my father and I inexplicably appeared beside a cornfield at the foot of the mountain. Father fainted, but he was too heavy, I couldn't drag him. Just as I was about to find help, I encountered two robbers. Just as they stabbed at me with knives, then they instantly shattered. As she spoke of this, Amy's voice trembled even more, as if the scene was still vivid in her mind. Later, I flagged down a carriage that had just finished delivering goods, gave the worker some money, and he brought father and me back to the city. Then, when I was changing clothes, I saw the ghost curse on my back. Amy recounted the subsequent events in one breath, then turned slightly, looked at the serious-faced Ciel, and said, everything I said is true, but I didn't kill anyone. Ciel, however, looked at the strange white marking on Amy's back and fell somewhat silent. 10 pairs of white, translucent insect wing markings were clearly imprinted on her back. Ciel had indeed given that spiritual being one last command to protect Amy. But why did this spiritual being create a ritual formation? It looked very much like a seal. It seemed this ritual formation still contained a considerable amount of the spiritual being's power. Even as Ciel stared at the marking, it flickered slightly, as if responding to Ciel, seeking credit. I told you to protect her, not become her bodyguard. Great, another person's peaceful life shattered by me. However, judging from Amy's account, Amy did indeed see the spiritual being and suffered no harm. Why? Spiritual beings possessed some intelligence, though not high enough to understand Ciel's commands. What made it act beyond its orders, sealing itself onto Amy's back? If the people from the Divine Advent Church saw this, they would definitely consider it some holy mark left by the Mother Goddess, and elevate Amy to saintess status. No, this was just Ciel's speculation. Perhaps that spiritual being really wasn't very bright and did it unintentionally? Besides this mark, is there anything else strange? Ciel asked calmly. Amy initially felt like the sky was falling, but hearing Ciel's tone now, it seemed like it wasn't such a big deal. Perhaps it was Ciel's largely unperturbed emotions and composed demeanor that slightly calmed Amy's panicked heart. There's one more thing. Wait. Amy bent down and pulled the slip dress that had fallen to her ankles back on. Ciel turned sideways to look elsewhere, only turning back towards Amy after the rustling sound of changing clothes stopped and Amy's voice sounded again. It's this bag. I didn't dare throw it away, afraid a ghost was sealed inside and might kill someone else. I didn't dare open it either. Amy handed a delicate black velvet pouch to Ciel. After Ciel took the pouch, Amy, seeing Ciel looking sideways, seemed to realize how unladylike her previous actions were. Amy lowered her head, her face blushing red to the ears, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress. Ciel, after taking the pouch, gently squeezed it. This is bottles? Potion bottles? After carefully checking it was just an ordinary bag, Ciel slowly opened it, revealing 3 potion bottles lying inside, along with a parchment scroll. Ciel took out the parchment, unfolded a corner, confirmed it was just ordinary Ansa script, then slowly unrolled the scroll. On the parchment, crooked Ansa words were written in blood, resembling a baby's writing. It was hard to say who wrote it, but the writer was definitely not a native Ansa speaker. The writing felt like it had been run through a translation machine and back again. Respected proxy, holy lady, messenger of the supreme god. I shall protect you according to the Great One's will. Offerings are from me, ascetic missionary Radiance Bishop. I have informed the most loyal follower, to aid you. May you follow him/her forever, and awaken him/her soon. His/her servant, your guardian, faceless weakling. After reading it, Ciel was almost certain the writer was that spiritual being. Ciel was very sure that when she first encountered that spiritual being, which strongly pointed towards the Divine Advent Church, its intelligence was definitely not high enough to write. Could it be that consuming the Radiance Bishop caused its intelligence to transform? Recalling how it called her mother goddess every time it appeared, and left Amy potions ranging from ascetic all the way to Radiance Bishop, Ciel fell silent again. First, due to the existence of the system skills charm and spiritual summoning, it mistook her for the mother goddess. Then, because she told it to protect Amy, and Amy could see it without harm, it mistook Amy for the saintess. Now, it sealed itself onto Amy's back to protect her, and incidentally, informed some most loyal follower of the Divine Advent Church about this? Wait, let me get this straight. Ciel put down the parchment, rubbed her temples, feeling a bit confused. Wait, who's the real cult here? Now the mother goddess, saintess, and divine servant are all gathered. Does this mean with just one command, the Divine Advent Church could be renamed the Ciel Church? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, she wasn't any mother goddess. It was just that charm LV.2 made the spiritual being have a favorable impression of her. It definitely misunderstood something. But Amy might very well be special, the kind who would be raised as a saintess even if thrown into the Church of the Savior Goddess. Wait, why are there so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers around me? Ciel felt a headache coming on. She really didn't want some cultist kneeling before her one day, clinging to her leg, crying their eyes out calling her mother goddess. Fortunately, Ciel had simulations. She could spend some points later to find people from the Divine Advent Church and see if they knew about her existence. For now, first calm Amy down and make sure she doesn't casually reveal the mark on her back. If people from the Church of the Savior Goddess saw it, trouble would arise even if nothing happened. Amy definitely wouldn't want to go to the Church of the Savior Goddess. Ciel knew from previous simulations that Baron Hastings strongly disliked the Church of the Savior Goddess, or rather, the noble class generally held no favorable impression of it. Is there a problem, Ciel? At this point, Amy seemed to realize Ciel had been silent for a bit too long. Worried Ciel might be possessed by the ghost, Amy looked at Ciel nervously and asked, "What's inside the bag?" "No, it's nothing." Ciel tightened the bag, her gaze towards Amy somewhat complex. How should she tell her? Tell Amy, you've become a saintess, please choose your faction, Church of the Savior Goddess Saintess or Divine Advent Church Saintess. Amy would probably think she was crazy. Amy, don't let anyone else see the mark on your back, understand? Ciel looked into Amy's sapphire-like eyes and instructed, "This bag, I'll keep it safe for you for now. When I find out what it is, I'll tell you." "Okay, I understand." Amy nodded, then after a moment, asked hesitantly, "Ciel, you know what these are, right? The thing on my back, is it really a ghost curse, or a spirit?" Amy's imagination was quite rich, but this was normal. Since decades ago, mysticism and spiritualism had become popular in Anso. Although unrelated to transcendent paths, they were very popular among ordinary people, especially the middle and upper classes. The afterlife, mediums, ghosts, seances, various rumors and scams, even dedicated organizations holding regular seances or mediumship sessions, mostly consisting of occult enthusiasts. Influenced by these, many novels about ghosts, spirits, and monsters also sold well, some becoming widely spread urban legends, like the Headless Horseman. So, it was perfectly normal for Amy to have these imaginations. It's not a ghost or spirit curse or anything. Ciel searched her mind for appropriate vocabulary, then said, "It's more like some kind of amulet, similar to a four-leaf clover, meant to protect you. So you don't need to worry too much, it's just imprinted on you." When Ciel first arrived in this world, she had also searched everywhere for information about transcendent abilities, visiting various churches and large and small medium circles. After discovering they were scams, she stopped going. However, this experience gave her considerable knowledge about these matters, making her quite adept at bluffing. Amulet. Amy was also a bit confused. But thinking carefully, when those two robbers rushed at her earlier, they indeed didn't even touch her before turning into chunks of meat. And she herself was completely unharmed. When she was about to be hit by the chandelier earlier, something also saved her. If it was an amulet, then these things made sense. But there was one more thing Amy couldn't figure out. How did this amulet get onto her body? Sudden awakening? Did her ancestors have some heroic spirit? And when Ciel talked about these things, there was absolutely no fluctuation in her emotions. When she was panicking initially, Ciel just comforted her gently. This gave Amy a strong sense of security. She felt asking Ciel to look into this matter was absolutely the right decision. If she had asked other friends, some exorcist would probably have been invited over to exorcise her within 2 days. So what should I do now, Ciel? Amy subconsciously moved closer to Ciel, feeling that staying near the composed Ciel made her feel very secure. "I happened to bring 2 friends over for you to meet." Ciel looked at Amy and said, "They are experts in this field and can check if there's anything wrong with your body or spirit." "Friends?" Amy stopped, asking curiously, "Is it that Lady Roswell?" "Yes." Ciel nodded. "I'm her assistant now." "Assistant?" Her side job is actually being a doctor. Ciel recalled Avena's performance at the clinic, suppressed a smile, and said, specializing in psychology. Okay, they've been waiting downstairs for a while too. Let's go down and find them. Amy nodded. She had carefully observed Ciel's expression earlier. When mentioning Avena, Ciel seemed to think of something amusing, the corner of her mouth twitching upwards slightly. It didn't look like she was kidnapped or coerced. Amy's previous worries were thus relieved. Coincidentally, she also wanted to interact more with Ciel's friends, get closer to the people around Ciel, which would help Amy understand Ciel more deeply. After tidying her clothes and putting on her shoes, Amy led Ciel downstairs to the reception room. Inside the reception room, besides Avena, Adele, and Nia, there was also a well-maintained lady. She was smiling and talking to Avena. Avena wore a formulaic smile, occasionally nodding in agreement. After all, she was Ciel's friend's mother, she would naturally give face. Adele, on the other hand, was stuffing her face with cake, apparently still hungry from earlier at Ciel's place. Amy, what took you so long? The guests have been waiting, Mrs. Hastings teased with a smile, then stood up. You girls have fun, I won't disturb you. As Mrs. Hastings passed Amy, Amy tugged at her mother's sleeve and asked softly, is father awake? He's awake, just a little dizzy, still resting. Mrs. Hastings patted her hand reassuringly, then smiled at the group and left the reception room, heading upstairs. Ciel casually found a seat at the table. Since Amy wasn't very familiar with the others, she sat down beside Ciel. Avena hadn't gotten a clear look from afar earlier. This time, she briefly sized up Amy, realized she was an ordinary person, and lost much interest, merely nodding a greeting. Ordinary people almost always meant no exciting, dramatic stories. No stories naturally couldn't pique Avena's interest. People like Ciel, who brought show effects wherever she went, were truly hard to find. Hello, Amy. You can just call me Adele. Adele wiped her fingers clean with a napkin, stood up, extended her right hand towards Amy, and said with a smile. Hello, I'm Amy. Amy couldn't be as outgoing as Adele but stood up and shook Adele's hand. If Adele hadn't been an orphan but also a noble young lady, perhaps her personality could indeed make her very good friends with Amy. After introducing Amy, Adele, and Avena to each other, Ciel looked towards Avena and said, Amy was also inside Detton Manor earlier. Avena nodded, thinking inwardly, as expected. Given Ciel's personality, she was unlikely to just go hang out with friends immediately after the incident ended. So this blonde girl before them was also inside Detton Manor earlier. Something must have happened to make Ciel rush over so urgently. Avena habitually used her own behavior to infer Ciel's actions. Usually, her inferences were more than half correct. Hiss, Adele sucked in a breath, looked at Amy, and asked, Are you injured anywhere? If you're hurt, I can help. Take a look. No. Amy shook her head and said, I only felt the earthquake for a short while. After I ran away, I didn't know what happened there. Amy looked towards Ciel. Ciel had told her not to talk about these things with others, and she wasn't sure if the people opposite were trustworthy. Amy, could you help us get some cake? The kind we ate earlier. Ciel looked towards Amy and asked with a smile. Oh, yes, I can ask the maid. I'll go get it. Amy nodded, obediently stood up, and left the reception room. She knew Ciel wanted to send her away to discuss something, but this feeling of being excluded made Amy feel slightly sad. After Amy left and the door closed again, Avena looked at Ciel and asked, This child, something's up. Can you sense if there's anything wrong with her spirit? Ciel asked. No. Avena shook her head lightly. Just an ordinary person. Ciel hesitated, then decided it was better to discuss this back at Avena's house where it was safer. Cooperate with me later, Ciel said to Avena, then looked at Adele. Adele, just eat later, don't talk, understand? Huh. Adele was taken aback. Weren't all the Divine Advent Church people dead at Detton Manor? Why did she still have to keep quiet? That child escaped from Detton Manor, and she's Ciel's friend. Instantly, a grand drama unfolded in Adele's mind. After the cultist stronghold at Detton Manor was destroyed, Ciel surprisingly discovered her former friend was actually a cult member. Out of past affection, Ciel decided to spare her, bringing Adele and Avena together to discuss how to deprogram Amy and help her return to normal. Is she a cultist? Adele asked softly. Adele's question even caught Ciel off guard. In a sense, Adele's guess was quite accurate, just not a cultist, but most likely a cult saintess. She didn't know how Adele arrived at this conclusion, but the outcome wasn't far off. No, and there's no danger. Just eat your food. Finally, Ciel temporarily dismissed Adele's concerns, planning to explain properly after returning. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. Ciel looked towards the door and said, Come in. Amy awkwardly pushed the door open while holding a tray, stepped carefully to the edge of the table, placed it down gingerly, then pushed it towards the center of the floor, letting out a long sigh. Thank you, Amy. Ciel stood up, closed the door behind her, pushed the tray towards Adele, sat down, looked at Amy, and said, Amy, there's something we need to tell you. What is it? Amy showed a puzzled expression, but inwardly already vaguely guessed it was about the things they discussed earlier that she wasn't supposed to hear. Have you heard of transcendence? Ciel took out the pouch from earlier, removed the 3 potion bottles, and lined them up one by one before her. Amy would have to know these things sooner or later. From the moment she could see that spiritual being, her destiny was already set. The sooner she knew the truth, the greater her chances of survival. Avena's eyes narrowed slightly. Cough cough cough. Upon hearing Ciel's words and seeing the 3 potion bottles, Adele almost choked on the cake she had just swallowed. Transcendence. Amy's face showed slight confusion. Nia. Avena called out. Nia slowly raised her hand. The silver armor in her hand glowed like a red-hot iron. When she opened her hand again, an exquisite small silver metal figure appeared in her palm. She placed the thumb-sized metal figure on the table. The figure ran a few steps towards Amy and waved at her. So skillful, just like a kindergarten teacher gently guiding. Placing a small iron figure both demonstrates transcendent power and avoids causing panic. Ciel observed Nia's practice technique. Clearly, this wasn't Nia's first time doing this. Amy looked at the small figure before her, mouth agape, face full of shock. Ciel spoke from the side. Do you want to understand this world? It's very dangerous here. If you don't want to know, I can find a way to remove the mark on your back, have Avena erase your memories, let you forget all this. The choice is yours, Amy. Bishop? Bishop? Where are you going? That's the way to disembark. That's the sea, Archbishop. My lord? The Archbishop jumped off. Quick, someone save her? Where is she? Mother Goddess? You lost sight of such a big person. Wait. Quick, quick, go find her. Keep it quiet. Don't let anyone hear. On an ocean-going steamship departing from Anne's support, amidst the panicked cries of several crew members, a figure swam vigorously towards the shore. Her face held the epiphany and fervor of someone awakening from a long dream, swimming steadfastly towards the shore. Sadhana above. Divine servant. I will definitely follow your guidance, find, and serve the Mother Goddess with all my heart. Amy sat in place, her mind replaying the words Ciel had just spoken. A vast new world slowly unfolded in her thoughts. Amy usually enjoyed shopping and outings with friends during her leisure time. Her favorite activity was visiting small shops recommended by friends to experience mediumship or divination. Although it never yielded results, she enjoyed these activities immensely, falling for a different trick each week. But she never expected that after choosing to go to Detton Manor with her father this morning, she would truly become connected to such extraordinary powers. No payment required, no lengthy incantations, no mystical positioning, no boring meditation that made one want to sleep just sitting there. Magical power manifested before her eyes. This time it's real? Amy turned her head towards Ciel, gradually understanding. No wonder Ciel acted so mysteriously aloof at the academy. It turned out she had long been part of a world she herself could never have touched. And now, such a world was laid out before Amy. Ciel even asked if she accepted or refused. Amy was curious, could anyone truly utter the word refuse? Are you all, those, transcendents? Amy's gaze swept over Avena, Adele, and Nia, finally resting on Avena. Intuition told her that this esteemed Miss Roswell was likely the leader of this small group. Unfortunately, Amy guessed wrong. Under Amy's gaze, Avena turned her head somewhat stiffly towards Ciel, passing the question to her. Avena was truly unaccustomed to being stared at so intensely by strangers, especially semi-acquaintances whom she couldn't just dismiss with a cold glance. Yes, they are all transcendents. Ciel replied on Avena's behalf. You still have plenty of time to consider, this matter isn't urgent. I'm willing. I want to understand. Amy nodded hastily, afraid the offer would be withdrawn if she delayed her acceptance. She finally understood now why Ciel had sent her away earlier. For such important matters, they indeed needed some internal discussion. Ciel nodded gently, then looked towards Avena and Nia. When it came to teaching others about transcendent powers and becoming a transcendent, Ciel was practically clueless. Because she herself was only half-baked, with a partial understanding of the transcendent world. Moreover, Ciel's experiences were slightly extreme and generally not applicable to others. If she were to teach someone, who knows what kind of monster she might create. Seeing Ciel's pleading gaze, Avena sighed inwardly, looked at Amy, and said, if you are free tonight, you can come to my house for dinner together. We can discuss the details then. Before discussing, Avena had to confirm the situation with Ciel. Ciel definitely wouldn't tell an ordinary person about transcendence without reason, unless this person wasn't ordinary at all. Avena mentally apologized for her earlier assumption she had indeed misjudged. This girl named Amy might truly harbor a significant secret. After all, she was connected to Ciel, this secret certainly wouldn't be boring. Avena had experienced this firsthand. Okay, see you tonight then. Amy nodded. Then, as if remembering something, she looked at the group and asked, by the way, I have one more question. Am I considered a member of your organization now? Amy looked at Avena, then at Ciel, her eyes full of expectation. Organization? What organization? A question mark simultaneously appeared above the heads of Avena, Adele, and Ciel. After telling Amy they would discuss it tonight, Ciel left Amy's house with Avena and Adele. As for the 3 potion bottles, leaving them with Amy wasn't safe, so Ciel temporarily kept them for her. Before leaving, Baron Hastings, having regained consciousness, came out to greet Avena. After all, he was the master of the house, it would be impolite not to receive guests from the Roswell family. Ciel also had them check Baron Hastings' condition. Finding nothing major besides some mental weakness, they chose not to use transcendent abilities for healing, letting him recover on his own. Avena's home wasn't far. After boarding the rented carriage, they arrived at the entrance of Avena's estate in less than 7 minutes. The Detton Manor incident was over, but Avena still had many things to attend to. After confirming with Ciel that the cultists planted around her were all dead, Avena had Nia use the warhorse to relay messages to the butler, arranging for the staff to return to work. After all, the large hole in her reception hall had been there for days, and the stored food had almost all spoiled. It was time for the servants to return. After arranging these miscellaneous tasks, Avena brought Ciel and Adele to the study and began their discussion. What happened to her, Ciel? Avena looked at Ciel and asked, did something unexpected happen to her at Detton Manor? Yes. Ciel nodded. These matters didn't need to be concealed from Avena and Adele, and Ciel also needed their help. Do you remember about the spiritual being? Ciel looked at Avena. I remember. Avena nodded. This was a major event orchestrated by the organization behind Ciel. For Transcendence, it was definitely a catastrophe. As for the specific casualties at the manor, they would have to wait for further intelligence. Timing-wise, interested organizations should be preparing to investigate soon. Adele also nodded along beside them. Amy encountered that spiritual being. Ciel chose her words carefully, then continued. She seems to have been mistaken by that spiritual being for the Saintess of the Divine Advent Church. Saintess. Avena immediately grasped the key point and asked, that summoned spiritual being was. Perhaps because the sacrifices all bore the cultist insignia, the ritual specifically summoned a divine servant of the Divine Advent Church. Divine servant? Hearing this, not only Avena but even Nia felt a chill down her spine, a sense of lingering fear. Fortunately, they hadn't stayed there too long, otherwise, something might have really happened. And, the organization behind Ciel was a bit too bold. Sacrificing cultists to summon the servant of an evil god? Who were the real cultists here? Even if the higher UPS of the Divine Advent Church came to investigate directly, they would likely be utterly bewildered. No wonder Ciel was so confident earlier that the cultists wouldn't investigate them anymore. That spiritual being, how did you deal with it? Avena pressed further. After summoning it, did you kill it directly? Or destroy the formation after summoning? If a divine servant were released, the entire barren city would likely suffer. No one could escape. It was an uncontrollable, extremely dangerous factor. Since no danger had occurred so far, it meant the spiritual being should have been dealt with or sent back to the other side. But for safety's sake, Avena decided to ask Ciel anyway. She wanted a definite answer. It's still alive. Ciel shook her head and said, I can't really say if its current state is considered alive or dead. It mistook Amy, who saw it, for the Saintess, and directly sealed itself onto Amy's back. Ciel took out the black leather pouch and said, these 3 potion bottles were left for Amy by that spiritual being. Avena had been wondering earlier why Ciel directly produced 3 potion bottles, and a direct line from ascetic all the way to a Radiance Bishop at that. But judging by the color, these turbid potions didn't seem refined from primary materials, but rather directly created from the flesh and bones of Transcendence. Drinking potions with unknown formulas would definitely cause problems, differing only in severity. It sealed itself onto that girl's back. Nia, who had been standing silently behind Avena, finally couldn't help but speak, asking doubtfully, why didn't I sense any presence of an other-side creature? Nia had the most authority on this point. If an other-side creature appeared, Nia would definitely be the most sensitive and most affected. Even Nia couldn't sense the slightest presence. No seal could achieve that. I've confirmed it. The seal is indeed on her back. Ciel shook her head and said, moreover, this spiritual being sealed on her back has already killed people. Then, Ciel recounted what Amy described about the robbers being instantly torn to shreds, explaining that the sealed spiritual being could passively sense danger directed at Amy and kill those who posed a threat to her. After hearing this, Avena lowered her head in thought. After a while, she looked up at Ciel and asked, what do you think? Could she be the Saintess? I don't know. Ciel answered honestly. But given her situation, I can guarantee that even if she went to the Church of the Savior Goddess, she would be treated as a saint or saintess. Regarding saintesses, I have heard one theory. Avena said, I once heard that perhaps no religious group truly has a saintess in the doctrinal sense. They are just very special, rare individuals capable of resisting most pollution from the other side. Churches can rely on them to try exploring and communicating with the other side. Hearing this, Ciel looked at Avena, somewhat surprised, and asked, are you saying saintesses don't actually correspond to any specific path, but are rather a kind of human resource that can be competed for? That could be one interpretation. Avena nodded and said, but this is just speculation. After all, the number of existing saintesses and saints is scarce, and each is heavily protected by their respective organizations. It's practically impossible for them to be snatched away by others, unless that religious group is annihilated. Holy wars occurred frequently 200 or 300 years ago, but such events have been almost non-existent in the last 2 centuries. Records of holy wars are also extremely rare. At this point, Nia spoke again, adding, besides communicating with the gods of those churches or attempting to communicate with other old gods, the main purpose of saintesses is to obtain the reconstitution rituals for those missing paths. If they can obtain the initial potion formula or reconstitution ritual from other side creatures, they can deduce the reconstitution ritual and potion formula for that path through reverse engineering or experimentation. Nia seemed particularly familiar with this information, knowing even more than Avena. Hearing this information, Ciel nodded slightly, already convinced by this explanation internally. They hadn't experienced it, so they could only speculate. But Ciel had experienced it firsthand. She herself, due to suspected ability to communicate with the other side, had been mistaken for a saintess multiple times by both the Church of the Savior Goddess and the Divine Advent Church. Especially High Priestess Eurus, in almost every simulation, tried various means to bring Ciel back to the Anse Holy See. The three fell silent, each pondering different issues. At this moment, Adele, who had been quiet, unusually spoke up. So what do you plan to do? Adele looked at Ciel and Avena, asking. Amy's specialty will definitely make her a treasure contested by different religious groups and forces. Adele raised a point Ciel had also considered. If they kept Amy close, endless troubles would surely follow. If left unattended, Amy would definitely be found by the Divine Advent Church, by the most loyal follower mentioned by the Divine Servant. What if they took her to a relatively peaceful and safe organization or church, letting the people there protect her? For Ciel, this seemed like the best solution. How about sending her to the Redemption Society? Adele suggested softly. It's full of doctors who heal the sick and save lives, excluding Sherlin. If the Redemption Society had a saintess, it should be better for ordinary people than other churches obtaining one, right? Although she had left the Redemption Society, Adele didn't seem to think poorly of her former employer, putting in a good word for them. Avena, no. Nia, no. Avena and Nia spoke almost simultaneously, rejecting Adele's proposal. She cannot be sent away. Nia shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, I was previously a candidate saintess for the Church of the God of Order. I know very well what happens after being chosen. Nia's entire suit of armor hummed faintly. The bone-deep fear and pain seemed to resurface in her mind once more. Translator's note, I add days behind the past and future simulations, as they should, because the day count has become significant now. Ciel didn't know much about Nia. From her initial impression, Ciel thought Nia was just a dutiful, serious, and loyal guard. During that instigator simulation, Ciel had a conversation with Nia that exceeded 2 sentences, but that contact only reinforced Ciel's stereotype. It was only later, when Nia showed extremely low resistance to mental and spiritual damage like other side influence and instigation, that she left a deeper impression on Ciel. Now it seemed Nia's background was indeed not simple. Perhaps it was the experience as a candidate saintess from who knows how many years ago that caused Nia's spirit and soul to become extremely fragile. If that's the case, things make sense. At the same time, Ciel was somewhat curious about the experience of being a candidate saintess, because she had once considered that if a crisis became severe enough to be unsolvable, she could simply run to the Church of the Savior Goddess and become a saintess to resolve it. Perhaps because it touched upon painful memories, Nia didn't continue speaking but excused herself and left the study, destination unknown. After Nia left, Avena slowly spoke, revealing what she knew about Nia's current situation. Parts of Nia's past memories have been temporarily forgotten using my ability, Avena explained Nia's departure. But after so many years, encountering the aura of the other side or discussing related matters still gradually brings back her past pain. What exactly happened back then? Ciel voiced the doubts she had earlier. What is a candidate saintess? And what are the duties of a saintess? Avena also shook her head helplessly and said, I'm not entirely sure either. I can't probe memories that deep, only forget and seal away most past recollections. I only heard from family elders that the past Nia was also a genius monk in the Church of the God of Order. It's unknown what her spirit encountered in the other side, causing her potion to backlash, nearly losing her sanity. Over a decade later, her spirit gradually stabilized, but her heart no longer held any faith in the Eye of Order. She was like a walking corpse. Later on, she was taken in by the Roswell family. After brief training, she became my guard. I was practically protected by her growing up. Ciel listened and nodded slightly. Church of the God of Order. Eye of Order. It sounded like the Roswell family had very deep ties with the Church of the God of Order. No wonder Avena could skillfully use the Eye of Order contract and even knew countermeasures against it. Adele, who had been listening quietly, also asked with concern, is there any way to treat her condition? It was clear Adele really wanted to cure her. But if she could be cured, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Presumably, both the Church of the God of Order and the Roswell family were helpless. Eroded by the potion to this extent, she can no longer recover, and has lost the possibility of consuming the next tier potion. Avena shook her head. Maintaining her sanity and living until now is already a miracle. Being sent to contact the other side, touch items within, or simply bring them back. Ciel thought about the Church's main objective, using the saintess as a bridge to communicate with their Church's God or divine servant from the other side. Although Ciel had never truly been to the other side, she had obtained several memory fragments related to it through deep simulations of herself. Just watching a few fragments nearly overwhelmed Ciel's spirit. It was only later, after Radiance Bishop Hugh arrived, that he helped stabilize her spirit. If even she was like this, it was hard to imagine how those saintesses or candidate saintesses contacted the other side. Could they really be using people as consumables? Why didn't those high-ranking individuals explore the other side themselves? Was it because they couldn't? Or because they feared death? What method did they use to open the other side? More questions flooded Ciel's mind, but she quickly pushed them aside. Because for Ciel, these were questions without definite answers. Even if she managed to piece together a result, it would only be a possibility. Now, she was more accustomed to exploring the truth within her simulations. The only certainty at this point was that becoming a saintess didn't seem like a good idea. So cruel, those Adele pouted, but suddenly remembered her own sister was also part of a church, and shut her mouth gloomily. If the matter is true, from our perspective, it might seem very cruel, Avena said calmly. But for the believers of those churches, being chosen is actually an honor. Avena, there's something I'm curious about. Ciel looked at the slightly downcast Avena and asked, what exactly is the relationship between the Roswell family and the Church of the God of Order? This question didn't seem worth hiding for Avena. She directly said, it's a cooperative relationship like the Church of the Savior Goddess and the Redemption Society, though the connection is much closer. Currently, almost half the family members are believers of the God of Order. Of the remaining non-believers, most hold important positions in various local governments or serve as council members in the Ansu upper house, representing the interests of the Church of the God of Order. Caught between the government and the church, I suppose. Although Avena didn't explicitly express dissatisfaction, her description of the relationship between the church and the family suggested she wasn't fond of the current situation. Just hearing about this relationship made it clear that if any conflict arose between the government and the church, the Roswell family would be the first to be purged. After some brief further conversation, all three expressed opposition to Amy joining any church. However, the issue of Amy's future remained unresolved for the time being. Amy had done nothing wrong, but possessing a treasure was itself a sin, something destined from birth that no one could change. However, this conversation gave both Avena and Adele a sense of crisis, stemming from their own lack of strength. Avena and Adele agreed to go to the hospital tomorrow to digest potions. Ciel, however, requested a day off for tomorrow. With the matter finally concluded, Ciel finally gained freedom to arrange her vacation plans and prepare for attending school in Anso. The first priority, naturally, was to find a new house in the Gem District with her sister. She couldn't keep imposing on Avena. Besides, her sister had been living alone for several days. She had no friends in the Gem District. Without Ciel around, she wouldn't even have anyone to talk to, and might struggle even with cooking. Hearing Ciel wanted to rent a house, Adele became enthusiastic, saying she could help ask her landlord. Although Avena also offered to rent one of her properties to Ciel, Ciel declined. Because Avena's properties were mostly shops. Even the residential ones, despite Avena's discount, were far beyond Ciel and Lychee's financial means. Currently, Ciel had almost no cash left, only a large bag of potions. She needed to find an opportunity to digest 1 or 2 bottles in a simulation, then have Avena sell the potions for her in reality. A lower price didn't matter, it was best to sell them quickly so Ciel could obtain some disposable funds. As for the potions the divine servant gave Amy, they were currently in Ciel's somewhat faded canvas bag. Ciel didn't intend for Amy to use these potions. The materials and formula within the potions were unclear regarding their correctness. Moreover, the materials used were definitely the flesh and blood of transcendence, inherently containing large amounts of negative spiritual emotions. Even if Amy was talented enough to resist these reasonably well, why drink these when better potions were available? After Ciel voiced her idea of letting Amy choose a different potion, Avena and Adele unanimously agreed. They decided that after having dinner with Amy tonight, they would help her tailor find a suitable potion. There was still some time before dinner. The estate's butler had returned to Avena's manor. She needed to give the butler some instructions and arrange for manor repairs. Adele, meanwhile, prepared to return to her rented house, hire some people to move her equipment to Avena's clinic. After getting a spare key to Avena's clinic, she took her leave. Seeing there was still some free time, Ciel requested a £2 advance on her weekly salary from Avena. Thanks to Adele, her salary had also increased and prepared to go look at houses near Gem Avenue. Adele received a salary of £15 per week, almost the top rate for a private doctor. Ciel, as Avena's assistant, received £2 per week. Both salaries were unattainable for ordinary people. However, neither Adele nor Avena seemed concerned about the amount. After all, in their view, Transcendence had plenty of ways to earn money. This salary was merely a formality. As for the potions, Ciel left them all at Avena's manor, which was as safe as putting them in a vault. Ciel walked along the afternoon street, clutching the 2 £1 gold coins and several half-crown silver coins in her pocket, feeling slightly conflicted. Based on total assets, including the potions the divine servant gave Amy that she was temporarily holding, she already had a net worth of over £10,000. Why was she still so poor? Simply because the potions she possessed were from unsaved simulations and couldn't be sold yet. Ciel sighed. After renting the house, she had to quickly find an opportunity in a simulation to digest the potions she had on hand. A newspaper boy ran past Ciel, interrupting her thoughts. She stopped the boy, spent 2 pence on the latest local newspaper, skipped the popular fiction, horror stories, and crime reports, and looked at the rental information on the side. If she didn't want to run around everywhere, the most suitable way was through the small ads in the local newspaper, checking if any landlords were currently renting out properties. Finding a real estate agent would definitely not be as affordable. Landlords in Clock Tower Alley mostly relied on writing flyers or word of mouth to rent out houses, as few workers could read the newspaper. Therefore, housing information published in the newspaper was likely mostly in the Gem District or nearby areas. Occasionally, 1 or 2 listings for the Sursbridge district could be seen, but those prices were enough to make Ciel flinch. After roughly scanning all the rental information in the newspaper, Ciel found one that caught her eye. For rent, a 2-bedroom row house on Gem Avenue, Gem District, Barron City. House well maintained, spacious living room. Rent, £1 per month. Suitable for small families or professional couples. Inquire with Mrs. Jameson at 23 High Street, Gem District. Roughly equivalent to 5 shillings per week, and this was just for a very small unit. Is this the cost of living near the city centre? It's hard to imagine how expensive renting in Anso would be. Ciel noted down the landlord's address. Upon arrival, she met the landlord, a very humorous old lady. The property was an inheritance from her deceased husband. Managing it alone was difficult, so she decided to rent it out. She seemed very interested in Ciel, the prospective tenant. After learning Ciel was a doctor's assistant, she eagerly consulted Ciel about her own health problems. Unfortunately, Ciel had zero medical knowledge and could only feign social anxiety to evade the conversation. After viewing the house, Ciel was quite satisfied. The rent was affordable, and although the house wasn't large, it was fully equipped. With some furniture changes, it would be sufficient for her and her sister. Most importantly, it was very close to Avena's clinic and her sister's workplace at the jewelry store. The location couldn't be more suitable. The landlord was also easy to talk to. Ciel decided on the spot to rent the house. Rental contracts were rarely used here, agreements were usually verbal. Ciel directly paid £1 and immediately received the key to the second floor of the house. For the next month, this house would be Ciel's new home. Ciel checked the system time. It was almost time for Amy to head to Avena's house. She also started heading towards Avena's place. She didn't go find her sister directly, planning instead to surprise her sister at night after handling matters at Avena's. Walking back, Ciel idly scrolled through the system functions out of boredom. Without a computer or phone, browsing the system served as entertainment. Ciel also mentally asked and reconfirmed something with the system. System, if I switch from second-tier judicator to second-tier missionary and save it in another slot, does that count as collecting first-tier ascetic? Of course. Possessing a higher-tier save file naturally counts as completing the collection of all lower tiers preceding it. Haven't you asked this before? Carrot. Ciel certainly knew she had asked, she was just confirming again. But calculating this way, she didn't need to collect the ascetic potion. Simply converting the judicator save file to missionary would naturally count as collecting first-tier ascetic. This meant that for each pair of adjacent paths, she actually only needed to complete one reconstitution ritual, whichever was easier. Switching paths within the same tier was much simpler than completing a ritual, just requiring enduring double the whispers, unlike Sherlyn who had to switch paths while simultaneously completing a higher tier reconstitution ritual. Ciel wasn't worried about double whispers at all, those whispers wouldn't carry over into reality. Instantly, Ciel felt the pressure regarding potions lessen considerably. Arriving at Avena's gate, Ciel saw armed guards already standing there. After a few minutes of troublesome reporting, Ciel was finally allowed into Avena's estate. Ciel was about to close the system interface, but before doing so, she subconsciously clicked on the simulation interface she hadn't opened earlier and glanced at the simulation time. Future days, 96 days, Saint Year 741, September 27th, 7 o'clock, cost, 100 fate points. Past days, 7 days, Saint Year 741, June 16th, 7 o'clock, cost, 10 fate points. Old days, day, cost, 10,000 fate points. Dice quantity, 1. Past days simulation changed from 5 days ago to 7 days ago. After all, the last time she checked was the 21st, and today was already the 23rd. Ciel casually closed the simulation interface, but the next second, a thought struck her. The system panel reappeared before her and quickly opened to the simulation interface. Ciel's expression changed slightly, looking at the number of days for the future days simulation with uncertainty and doubt. Past days simulation increased by 2 days, future days simulation decreased by 4 days. If she remembered correctly, the last simulatable date was September 29th. Future days were closing in on her. The past days simulation remained unchanged, still returning to June 16th. Simply because Ciel had spent 2 days in reality, day 5 became day 7. But the future days simulation. Ciel remembered clearly, on the 21st, it simulated September 29th, which was 100 days after the 21st. Because the number was day 100 and the required fate points were also 100, it even disrupted Ciel's plan to simulate again, so Ciel's impression was very strong. Logically speaking, today was June 23rd, only 2 days had passed, the future days simulation number should be day 98. But the original simulation date of September 29th also moved forward by 2 days, becoming September 27th, thus changing it to simulating 96 days later. Her own time moved forward 2 days, and the future days also moved 2 days closer to her. This was a situation Ciel had never encountered before. When the system was first activated, Ciel's future days simulation couldn't exceed the evening of June 19th at 6:31 p.m., because that moment was determined by the system as her fated death. Later, only after Ciel killed Thomas, who had consumed half a potion, and Blackwater gang leader Solari, was this restriction lifted. Now, the simulation date had moved forward by 2 days without her knowledge. Using the last time she checked the simulation days on the 21st as a baseline, the past days simulation increased by 2 days due to the progression of the real world. Day 5 became day 7. The future days simulation, due to the advancement of the displayed time and the adjustment of the simulation time itself, also moved 2 days closer to her, resulting in a total reduction of 4 days. Day 100 became day 96. It seemed now that September 29th was not a randomly simulated date by the system. It was highly likely the fated death deduced for her by the system. And now, due to some decision she made, the fated death had directly advanced. Ciel didn't follow the maid who had returned to her post to find Avena, but went directly to the deserted study on the second floor, sat down on the study sofa, and thought quietly. System, the future days simulation moved 2 days closer to me. Is that a new fated death? Ciel asked the system inwardly. Soon, she received the system's obviously perfunctory reply. Oh my, who knows? Maybe you remembered wrong? Why not wait a bit longer? Originally, you had to wait 98 days to know the result, now you only need to wait 96 days. Maybe if you're lucky, in a few days you'll only be able to simulate within 30 days, then you can simulate cheaply for 10 fate points. Isn't that great? ____. Ciel paid no mind to the system's obvious teasing words. Whether it was a fated death or not, Ciel had to spend 100 fate points to see what the situation was 96 days later. To see exactly what she did that caused a fated death, that caused the fated death to advance. But 100 fate points was too much for Ciel. She only had 161 fate points now. If she simulated this time, she would only have 61 points left. These fate points couldn't be saved. Not simulating now when a problem clearly arose, was she supposed to take this pile of fate points to her coffin? Besides, Ciel now had a relatively stable method to earn over 20 fate points. As long as she diligently drank potions and killed Kitty, the points could always be earned back. However, these 100 points couldn't be spent carelessly either. A detailed plan and thorough preparation were necessary. At the very least, if it was a fated death, the detailed cause of death had to be investigated. Ciel stood up and walked out of the study. Her canvas bag was still in Avena's room. She had to retrieve it and write down a detailed plan in her notebook. The maid from before waited dutifully outside the study door. Ciel declined her offer to lead the way, walked up to the 3rd floor herself, and headed towards Avena's room. These days, Ciel no longer got lost in this large estate as she did initially. At least, she knew how to get to Avena's room, her own guest room, the kitchen, the study, and the reception room. Ciel stopped at Avena's door, raised her hand, and knocked. Avena happened to be inside, and the door was quickly opened by Nia. Avena seemed to be sitting at her dressing table, writing something with her head down. Hearing the commotion behind her, she asked directly without looking up. You're back. Dinner won't be ready so soon. If Amy arrives, you can entertain her first. Only when Ciel knocked would Nia open the door directly without announcement. Coupled with the maid's earlier report, Avena knew it was Ciel without turning around. Sorry, I might need to prepare some things too. After entering, Ciel saw her canvas bag on the small glass round table in front of the sofa. She walked straight over, opened the bag to glance inside, then picked it up directly. That guest room from before, I need to borrow it, Avena. Feel free. Avena turned her head towards Ciel but only saw Ciel's back quickly exiting the room. Avena looked at Nia closing the door. Nia also looked at Avena. They stared at each other. What's wrong with Ciel? Avena asked with some confusion. I don't know, milady. Nia shook her head and said. She took her bag and left. Avena put down her silver, gold-rimmed dip pen, a slight sense of unease in her heart. She was already writing a letter to the Deaden group demanding compensation. After all, encountering such an accident and having her purchased items left behind, claiming compensation was the normal course of action. What happened with Ciel now? Wasn't everything resolved? Could it be there were still experts involved? Now, Avena had no mood to write letters either. She hastily finished the last few paragraphs and stopped. After affixing a stamp to the envelope, sealing it with her personal seal and a wax seal, Avena stood up and began pacing in the room. What do you think it could be, Nia? Avena couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Nia shook her head, then guessed conservatively, something related to evil gods? Cultists summoning an evil god, something like that. Avena was about to say it was impossible, but recalling the encounter at Deaden Manor at noon, she fell silent again. If someone else said this, she could dismiss it as a joke. But if these things happened to Ciel, it seemed quite plausible. She was very curious, wanting to ask Ciel directly, but worried that going to Ciel now would disturb her. She could only struggle internally in her room, reviewing recent events to see where a problem might have arisen. After a while, Avena finally gave up thinking, simply called the butler, and instructed the staff cleaning the rooms not to disturb Ciel for the time being. Translator's note, extra chapters because today is my birthday. Meanwhile, Ciel had returned to the previous guest room with her canvas bag. She walked to the desk, placed the bag on it, and took out her notebook and pencil. Over 90 days. 100 fate points. The simulated self must do something to fully utilize this time. Ciel wasn't prepared to let her simulated self figure things out. Because her simulated self, especially after realizing she held a subsystem and was within a simulation, lacked the strong sense of crisis and urgency that the real Ciel possessed. If a certain potion was digested in the simulation, the personality change could be even greater. Letting the simulated self make plans was purely a gamble. She was willing to gamble before because it only cost 10 points, and the actions of her simulated self weren't crucial. Key moments were mostly handled by herself personally. But this time, her simulated self had over 90 days, entirely possible to gain more benefits after resolving the issue. Therefore, she had to set a detailed plan before simulating. Ciel raised her hand, put pen to paper, and wrote a line of Chinese. Investigate the cause of the fated death, pay attention to all abnormal occurrences. The starting point for the investigation, according to Ciel's considerations, involved several aspects. The most likely was the Divine Advent Church. Not just Amy, but also the notes left by the spiritual being called the Divine Servant. That parchment letter wasn't written for Ciel, but for Amy. It not only mentioned protecting Amy under the Great Will but also stated it had informed a most loyal follower to help Amy. It was highly likely it mistook the Great Will for herself. The problem most likely lay with that follower. This was one direction for investigation. Ciel wrote down investigate follower, then continued considering other possibilities. Her own existence was unknown to anyone. Forces or individuals who might have contact with or even know about her could only learn through the events that happened today at Baron City's Dedon Manor. Divine Advent Church, Dedon Group, Church of the Savior Goddess, Redemption Society. These were all stakeholders in this matter. These factions must be investigated thoroughly. Since the incident just happened, Ciel couldn't see the subsequent reactions and developments yet. She could only rely on her simulated self to relay future developments back to her. After writing these down in the notebook, Ciel paused, then after a moment, added another name. Nia. Besides Amy being an unstable factor, Nia was also a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Her current sanity was maintained solely by Avena's transcendent ability. If Avena lost control, Nia would become a terrifying third-tier iron figure. This had to be guarded against. And being 120 years old, while unsure if that was long or short for a third-tier transcendent, for an ordinary person, that age should have long meant death from old age. The possibility of Nia going berserk couldn't be ruled out. Ciel rested her forehead on her left hand, twirled the pencil in her right fingers a few times, then put pen to paper again. If you feel the investigation is making no progress, or feel the danger might arrive sooner, you can try completing the reconstitution ritual, try digesting potions. If the fated death advanced towards her day by day, 1 day closer each day, starting the simulation now, the maximum time her simulated self could act was only 48 days. She had to assume the most extreme scenario. If after 47 days, you haven't been able to investigate anything, take sister, leave Anso, sever all ties in Baron City. If, after severing all ties, you can live out the remaining days, it means the fated death has been resolved. This was a last resort. If the investigation yielded nothing, she would have to flip the table. If Anso didn't work, go abroad. If abroad didn't work, leave this continent. Ciel truly didn't believe any force could cross oceans to search for her. Besides, Ciel felt she really wasn't that important. She had always acted very low-key. What organization would expend such vast manpower and resources to search for her? If there was one, the only possibility was the Divine Advent Church. If it was confirmed that the Divine Advent Church caused her fated death, she wouldn't mind going to Anso in the simulation for a grand summoning ritual to see how many rats were hiding in Anso's dark corners. Of course, this method was predicated on the investigation failing. If the cause was found and the fated death was resolved, her simulated self couldn't rest either. If the cause is found, and you live to the 48th or even 49th day, then find a way, in the remaining time, to collect all first-tier potions and reconstitution rituals for all paths as much as possible. Even if you don't collect all potions and rituals, at least complete the path information. If you have already drunk a potion, try to digest it as soon as possible, complete the next stage reconstitution ritual, and leave behind your method. All time must be utilized, do not waste it. Ciel stopped writing, placing the pencil aside. Various speculations and instructions filled 2 full pages of Ciel's notebook. This was the first time Ciel experienced such a long simulation, so she left behind numerous to-do items, almost writing down daily tasks. Ciel took out her pocket watch and looked at the current time. 17:45. Checking her notes once more, confirming nothing was missed, Ciel put down the notebook, bent over, rested her head on the desk, and slowly closed her eyes. The system interface unfolded in the darkness before Ciel's eyes. 100 fate points, must find something out. Ciel opened the simulation interface, selected future days simulation. The save file options jumped before Ciel's face. Going over this time might involve danger. Ciel didn't greedily choose number 0 for simulation to try drinking potions, but selected the number 2 Judicator save file. This was Ciel's current highest combat power save file, sufficient to handle most special situations. Future days. No 2. Ciel recited silently in her mind. A flash of silver light enveloped her. Her consciousness gradually drifted away. Future days. Saint Year 741, August 9th, 20:15. Countdown, 23:59:59. August 9th. 47 days later, the silver light before her eyes gradually dissipated. A phantom timer interface lingered before Ciel's eyes for several seconds, then slowly faded, leaving only the flickering firelight against the night sky. Little Ciel, little Ciel, little Ciel. A call instantly activated Ciel's full control over her body, also making her feel the familiar pain of being scorched by the surrounding flames. Instantly, a black shadow pushed her up from behind. Ciel gritted her teeth against the chaotic wails and whispers in her mind, rushing towards the source of the familiar voice. Whoosh! Flames still raged behind her. The moment Ciel burst out of the sea of fire, she collided head-on with a figure trying to rush into the fire, pushing them directly outwards. Sister, Ciel saw the figure she had knocked down, her eyes narrowing slightly. She abruptly turned her head. Behind her seemed to be a gravel slope, several sections of shattered train carriages scattered across it. Some cargo or coal from the carriages had ignited everything. The entire freight train and the miscellaneous trees and weeds on the slope were already engulfed in flames. The firelight almost illuminated the entire night sky. Countless screams and wails emanated from the fire. This suffering was perceived by Ciel, causing her head to ache as if it would explode. Steam train, derailment, notebook. Ciel quickly patted herself down. There was no canvas bag hanging on her. She raised her hand towards the sea of fire. 4 black shadows emerged from her back and rushed directly into the flames. Soon, a half-burned canvas bag was held high by a black shadow running out of the fire. Ciel quickly took the canvas bag and opened it directly. Inside were bundles of 20-pound denomination £1 banknotes rolled into money rolls. Many were half-burned or reduced to ash, leaving only 3 intact rolls of £1. Beneath the pile of £1 was a notebook with a soot-blackened cover. Ciel took out the notebook and quickly flipped it open. Fortunately, only the cover was scorched. The pages inside were slightly yellowed from smoke but still legible enough to read the information recorded. The notebook was almost filled with text. The last date stopped at 1600 hours on August 9th, 4 hours before the fire started. What exactly happened? Ciel looked at the contents recorded on the last page. Saint Year 741, August 9th, 16:30. Things ended up like this after all. I did my best. I investigated everything I should have, even that loyal follower of the Divine Advent Church appeared, but I still couldn't determine which organization, which person targeted me. Really unlucky lately. No, it's like being cursed. I don't want to stay in Barren City for another day. This place is jinxed. Seriously, I even wanted to use the subsystem's deep simulation to see where the problem lies. But my mission is to investigate and survive as long as possible. Even exploring the other side can only wait until the last moment. Only 5 points left. Remaining potions have been exchanged for money. Fortunately, transfer arrangements are all set. Already boarded the steam train with sister. After several comparisons, I finally chose to go to Ansu. Although the steam train is slow and doesn't go directly to Ansu, requiring transfers, overall speed is still much faster than a carriage. That's it for today, mentally exhausted. Little Ciel? What's wrong? Little Ciel. Calls echoed beside Ciel's ear. Ciel, somewhat dazed from the whispers, slowly raised her head and looked at Lychee shaking her shoulders. Take me, away from here. Ciel slowly opened her arms. Lychee, almost without hesitation, took the canvas bag from Ciel's hand, held it securely, lifted Ciel directly into a princess carry, and ran away from the train. Boom! Just as they ran less than 10 meters, a section of the train behind them exploded violently. The strong shockwave destabilized Lychee's figure, causing her to fall forward. But before hitting the ground, she forcibly twisted her body, hitting the ground with her side, back and shoulder, rolling several times without letting Ciel in her arms get hurt. After this explosion, most of the whispers and wails in Ciel's mind dissipated instantly. She fully recovered. The struggling, panicked people were almost all dead. Ciel quickly got up, picked up the discarded tattered canvas bag and notebook, took Lychee's hand, and led her up the slope. Only after crossing the railway tracks and reaching the opposite slope, no longer feeling the heat from behind, did Ciel stop, coughing a few times. Inhaling too much thick smoke in the carriage earlier made Ciel feel slightly dizzy. Lychee also stopped, panting. She looked back at the thick smoke and firelight behind them, somewhat uncertain and alarmed. What exactly happened just now? Sister suddenly opened the carriage window, and she inexplicably flew out, landing steadily on the ground. But the next second, the train suddenly exploded, derailing entirely, tumbling down the slope before her eyes, erupting into fierce flames almost instantaneously. Everything happened too quickly for Lychee to react. By the time she realized her sister was still on the train, her sister had already rushed out of the sea of fire. It seems she also saw her sister's canvas bag fly out of the fire. What exactly happened? Ciel. Lychee stammered, excessive nervousness making her speech slightly unclear. Lychee was still reeling from the chain of events earlier, unable to concentrate and think about what occurred. Ciel, holding the notebook, turned back somewhat puzzled, looking towards the smoke-filled other side. She also wanted to know what happened. How did the train suddenly explode and derail? Did someone know her itinerary and plant a bomb to assassinate her? Sis, what happened just now? Ciel looked towards Lychee, squeezed her hand, and slowly asked, can you tell me in detail about what happened on the train? Hearing Ciel's calm voice, Lychee seemed infected by Ciel's composure, her previously panicked emotions gradually stabilizing. Slowly, Lychee began to speak, recounting everything she could remember after boarding the train to Ciel. After boarding the train, everything was normal. Apart from a few people coming over wanting to meet Ciel, nothing special happened. Her simulated self seemed to have used the last 5 fate points just before the explosion, sending Lychee outside, most likely using the Judicator save file, as only the Black Shadow could achieve that. The simulated Ciel, relying on precognitive sight's 1-second prediction, saw the explosion happening 1 second later and used the last moments to send her sister out. And she herself was knocked unconscious by the thick smoke inside the carriage, nearly burned alive. Ciel analyzed that it was highly likely the explosion killed the judicator save file. The main body, lacking any ability to escape the fire, was trapped inside and already considered dead by the system, which was why she arrived at this point in time. She could have chosen to jump out of the carriage herself. That way, she could have lived a few days longer, investigated a bit more. Ciel couldn't blame her simulated self for this emotional action. If it were her, she couldn't bear to watch Lychee die before her eyes again, especially when she had the power to prevent it. Regardless, the death of her simulated self caused Ciel's simulation to advance prematurely, forcibly jumping from the original September 27 to August 9. It seemed she couldn't travel to a time point her simulated self hadn't experienced yet. She couldn't go to a time after her simulated self's death. Ciel clenched the notebook in her hand, clouds of doubt swirling in her mind, refusing to dissipate. What exactly happened? Why was her simulated self so pessimistic today? Why was the investigation making no progress? It wasn't even that fanatic follower from the Divine Advent Church. Had her simulated self already met the other party? Ciel desperately wanted to open the notebook and find out, but right now, she had to take her sister to a safe place first. Sister had seen a small town in the direction they came from earlier. Ciel supported her sister, walking along the railway tracks towards the town. Only after the firelight behind them dwindled to a small dot did Ciel bring Lychee to the town entrance. After renting a room in the town's simple inn, Ciel brought her sister inside. After comforting her sister and letting her fall asleep, Ciel sat down beside a wooden table and opened the notebook. Saint Year 741, June 23, 17:46. Saw the subsystem, left quite a lot of tasks. The me from minutes ago, June 23, 21:30. Dinner is over, very sumptuous. After eating, Avena brought Adele and Amy to the study. Nia briefly introduced the transcendent background to Amy, then listed a checklist for Amy to choose from. The list included 2 paths I hadn't seen either, performer, gardener. Can't imagine the abilities just from the names. Looks like only the last 2 paths remain unknown now. Even Avena knows little about them. It seems to be a secret cult existing only in legend, rarely recorded even in books. Remember the flowers in Amy's garden and room? Yes, that's right, she chose gardener, a potion I wouldn't have picked just by hearing the name. But Avena doesn't have the gardener potion either. It seems related to a mysterious nature cult. She decided to modify her compensation claim from Denton Manor, asking them to find a bottle of gardener potion including the reconstitution ritual. That's it for today. I plan to find sister, let her move into the newly rented house. Avena investigated for me, the landlord has no issues, just an ordinary old lady. Presumably tomorrow, the stakeholder groups related to Denton Manor will start investigating the incident. I'll leave more information then. The first page ended midsection here. Ciel continued flipping downwards. June 24, 12:00. Today was supposed to be a long-awaited day off, promised to spend the day with sister, but can't take leave, still have things to investigate. Investigation in simulation is much harder. Subsystem can't see changes in simulation days, only a deep simulation connecting to the other side. I don't know what consequences my actions might trigger. Today I came to the luxurious clinic Avena bought. Because there was no advertising, there weren't many patients today, much quieter. But Adele was busy concocting new potions. Avena's reconstitution ritual progress is slow, but Adele's speed is much faster. The dehydration syndrome antidote she made earlier seems to have inadvertently completed most of her plague doctor reconstitution ritual. The potion was bought long ago. Now she has everything ready, just waiting for the right moment. Enough talk, going for lunch. Investigation news should arrive this afternoon. June 24, 16:50. Not many patients this afternoon, but quite a few visitors came to see Avena. Among them, I saw familiar faces. First was Lucy Silva, Senior Commissioner of the Denton Group. She came on behalf of Denton Manor to apologize to the high-level VIP Avena. Compensation plan is still under discussion. She will visit again with the compensation. Second and third were Radiance Bishop Hugh and Missionary Eurus. They didn't recognize me, but I'm very familiar with them. However, when they came, I happened to be helping Adele test medicine and didn't meet them directly. According to Avena, they came to ask if Avena felt anything unusual, and incidentally checked for free if Avena had been brainwashed by cultists. Looks like they are screening people who went to Denton Manor for any missed cultists must hide Amy well. By the way, if Adele asks you to test medicine, absolutely refuse. She insists on saying I don't want enemies to be able to directly consume my medicine if they find it. Stopped adding mint, insists on adding poison to the potion. The potion must be drunk together with the antidote, otherwise something bad will happen. The fourth visitor was a third-tier-old professor from the Redemption Society. He seemed to be Sherlin's teacher. He didn't know the Sherlin incident happened at Avena's house, just came looking for Adele, apologized to her, and hoped she could return to the Redemption Society. Besides these 4, there was actually a 5th force, but not visiting. Avena actively visited them. Someone from the royal family seems to have been sent down to investigate too. This is a major event within Ansa, the royal family cannot ignore it. You were right, various stakeholder forces started appearing after this incident. The only definite news now is that Detton Manor's loose ends were handled very cleanly. Besides the cultists, there were no other deaths, only some people with minor or serious injuries. They could only trace it back to the Divine Advent Church and the sacrificial ritual. The investigation reached a stalemate. The only force that could potentially find something, the Divine Advent Church, hasn't shown any movement yet. Tomorrow night, there seems to be a banquet. These people are gathering to discuss the Detton Manor sacrifice incident. Many transcendents will be invited. As the involved party and local power, Avena naturally received an invitation. Since this is a simulation anyway, I decided to go along, treat it as investigation. Hope things end soon. Royal family members too? An unexpected yet logical force appeared, but it shouldn't affect the overall situation much. This banquet, if it were reality, Ciel would absolutely not attend. But her simulated self, for the sake of intelligence, still chose to go with Avena. They say criminals like returning to the scene of the crime. Ciel didn't believe it before, now she did. Up to this point, the events recorded in the notebook were still relatively normal. Ciel flipped through page by page. When she reached a particular event, she stopped reading, flipped back several pages, her brow furrowed slightly. Words like misfortune and bad luck appeared somewhat too frequently in the notebook. Ciel wasn't someone who often complained about luck. If something went unexpectedly wrong, Ciel would only think she hadn't considered everything thoroughly, ponder where she could improve, do better, and reduce the probability of the same situation occurring next time. But her simulated self's experiences, even she, reading them now, could see the extent of the bad luck through the text. On the evening of June 25th, on the way to the banquet hall, Nia's warhorse actually lost control, crashing towards Ciel along with the carriage. Although she dodged in time, her lower leg bone was still fractured. She recuperated at Adele's for several days and couldn't attend the banquet. Everything about the banquet was told to her by Avena. Not only that, but afterward, every few days, misfortune would strike her simulated self, including but not limited to, the antique crystal chandelier in Avena's house aging and falling, nearly being stabbed by knives thrown from upstairs during a street argument, stray bullets from a gang fight on the street. All low probability, trivial events, yet they nearly caused fatal harm to Ciel. Fortunately, with precognitive sight, Ciel could barely dodge most disasters. But it seemed that dodging too often would trigger some guaranteed major catastrophe, forcing her simulated self to use a save file transformation to avoid it. Not just Ciel, even Avena and the others noticed this abnormality. But no matter how they checked, they couldn't find anything unusual about Ciel. No curses, no traces of transcendent abilities. Ciel herself hadn't even contacted other transcendents. It was as if all these disasters were purely bad luck. Avena did propose one hypothesis. The next tier after gambler, second tier misfortune bringer, did exhibit this situation while digesting potions. However, a misfortune bringer resisted their own misfortune or used the misfortune on themselves to trap enemies at close range. They absolutely couldn't inflict misfortune on others from a distance. But during those days when Ciel encountered misfortune, there were no transcendents around her at all. Initially, Ciel suspected the third-tier favored sent by the Detton group. But the crucial point was that favored didn't know Ciel at all, and Ciel hadn't attended the banquet that day. According to information Adele obtained by asking her sister Eurus, that favored had been busy investigating clues at Detton Manor during this period, even hiring several detectives to help. Avena, by inquiring with detectives connected to the Roswell family, could also get the same answer that Commissioner Lucy, the favored, was overwhelmed with work at the manor and hadn't left the manor premises except for the day of the banquet. The simulated Ciel guessed that this misfortune was definitely related to her fated death, the culprit pushing the future day's simulation closer step by step. But what was the source of this misfortune? Ciel continued flipping pages, her mood somewhat heavy. Just reading the text made her feel suppressed. Living each day felt like constantly being on the set of Final Destination, even drinking water required worrying about choking to death. Under such circumstances, she still had to investigate the source of the misfortune. Thus, after experiencing several terrifying misfortunes, even Avena couldn't bear to watch anymore. She advised Ciel to try leaving Baron City. Knowing that staying in Baron City wouldn't lead to much progress, the simulated Ciel decided to follow the original plan, taking her sister and leaving Baron City for Anso, to see if leaving could lift this curse of misfortune. Seeing the last page of the notebook she had read before, Ciel's mind was still foggy. This forced her to flip back to the first page and start studying again. This time, Ciel didn't put herself in the shoes of her simulated self, but rather adopted an observer's perspective. She tore off a piece of paper and created a fishbone diagram timeline. All events from the notebook were arranged chronologically, with significant emphasis added to the day's misfortune struck. Thus, a clear timeline and sequence of events appeared before Ciel's eyes. The timeline was straightened out, but Ciel was still clueless about the trigger conditions for the misfortune. The arrival of misfortune was completely unpredictable. Whether lying at home or going out to investigate, misfortune followed like a shadow. And the later it got, the more terrifying the disasters became. Moreover, this was a misfortune that couldn't be resolved even by leaving Baron City. Just like earlier, Ciel boarded the train leaving Baron City. There wasn't a single transcendent on the train, including herself. Yet, even under these circumstances, a huge disaster still occurred, causing the simulated Ciel to exhaust all fate points and enter a state of impending death. Without her own arrival, this death would have been predetermined. Ciel tapped the desk with the pencil in her hand. After a while, she changed her approach, marking the disasters that forced the use of fate points and the days without disaster, comparing them. Major disaster. Swish, swish, swish. The pencil in Ciel's hand scribbled on the paper, classifying her disasters into levels. Levels 1 to 3, corresponding respectively to dodged disaster, minor injury, fate points. The number of dodged disasters was relatively high. Sometimes, several disasters could be dodged in a single day. Level 1 disasters were also the most frequent throughout the timeline. Starting from Level 2 minor injury disasters, a certain pattern emerged. The first minor injury, on the evening of June 25 while preparing for the banquet, occurred when she was completely unprepared. While dodging the warhorse, her lower leg bone was fractured. The second time, when that royal family member came to have dinner with Avena, the antique crystal chandelier fell. As Ciel dove aside, her fingers and arm hit the ground at the wrong angle, resulting in dislocated fingers and a fractured forearm. Subsequent instances basically corresponded to times when Ciel was about to meet certain transcendence. And Level 3, severe injuries requiring fate points to avoid, showed an even clearer pattern. They all occurred when Ciel was preparing to investigate that favored, encountering the most loyal cultist of the Divine Advent Church, or preparing to drink a potion, happening a total of 11 times. These were all related to third-tier individuals or moments highly likely to change her destiny. Conversely, looking at the times she marked as having no misfortune, Ciel gradually discerned a rough pattern. Although this pattern wasn't entirely accurate, and several misfortunes couldn't be matched, it could roughly correspond to some of the disasters. That was transcendence. All misfortunes occurred when she had some contact with the transcendent, but this couldn't explain why Ciel encountered misfortune even when leaving Barren City and other transcendent forces. And this time, at least 400 or 500 people died on that steam train. Ciel sighed. Too few samples, and only one trial, without considering other variables. This made Ciel's thinking somewhat difficult. She raised her hand and rubbed her temples, then put pen to paper, writing down several names. Deaden Group, Lucy Silva. Redemption Society, Professor Ashford. Church of the Savior Goddess, Hugh. Royal Family, Uphold Thaddeus. Divine Advent Church, Archbishop Tara. These names were people the simulated Ciel had actively contacted during her investigation, and contact with whom triggered major disasters. Now, given that disaster struck even when leaving Barren City, Ciel had to go back and investigate thoroughly. This simulation, Ciel must focus on investigating these individuals. Perhaps she could find some clues from them. She had to return to Barren City as soon as possible. The time left for investigation was not much. Her simulated self previously had the task of survival. But her current self had no survival task, allowing for more unrestrained investigation without fear of exposure. Ciel picked up a few rolls of money, took one, and prepared to go out directly to see if any townspeople were still awake. She needed to buy a carriage to return to Barren City as quickly as possible. Just as Ciel reached the door and was about to raise her hand, within her field of vision, the wooden door opened, and a bullet hovered before her eyes. Ciel's hand on the doorknob paused. The misfortune wasn't over yet. This was the vision brought by precognitive sight. Ciel hadn't hidden her footsteps just now, which were heard by someone outside the door. A black shadow emerged from beneath Ciel's feet, slipped through the crack under the door to the outside. Erg. MMPH. Cough. Several sounds of pain came from outside the door. Ciel slowly turned the doorknob and looked outside. Outside the door stood 3 sloppily dressed individuals, a man and 2 women. One man held a worn-out small black revolver, the other 2 held daggers. They had been ambushing the inn entrance since who knows when. Although their faces were covered with cloth, Ciel recognized one of the dagger-wielding women as a waitress from this small inn. Their bodies were completely frozen in place. The kerosene lamp on the wall reflected their terrified expressions onto Ciel's eyes. Behind them, unseen by the kerosene lamp, 3 burning black shadows crouched beside their shadows, flaming chains already binding their shadowy limbs completely. Let's talk somewhere else. A faint, humorless smile appeared on Ciel's face. Her beautiful features, combined with the smile, brought them a fear bordering on madness. The 3 individuals walked forward stiffly. Ciel glanced back, confirmed Lychee was still sound asleep, gently closed the room door, and followed behind the 3. Descending to the first floor of the inn, the owner was nowhere to be seen at the front desk. Ciel followed them to the deserted empty lot behind the inn. Ciel looked at the 3 kneeling before her, gazed at the one holding the gun, and asked, "Who sent you?" Ugh. The moment his throat was slightly loosened, the man let out a miserable scream, but the next second, his throat was instantly constricted again, his wide eyes nearly popping out. The cracking sound of his bones terrified the other 2 beside him. Ciel looked at the woman holding the knife and asked, "Who sent you? Just answer my question. Don't make any other sounds." The fear from the 3 intensified the whispers in Ciel's mind. Turbulent emotions surged in Ciel's chest, causing the flames burning on the 3 black shadows to flare up even more. Cough cough, the woman's throat was loosened slightly. After coughing for a while, she trembled and said, Your Excellency, Your Excellency. It wasn't my idea, it was all him. He said he saw the money in your bag. I just led them to your room. I was threatened. Threatened, yet still holding a dagger? Hearing the woman's words, the other two men struggled more violently. Clearly, the truth wasn't as she described. Spur of the moment. Ciel sighed softly, another unwarranted disaster. According to her own classification, it should count as a predictable, harmless level 1 disaster. Is there anywhere nearby that sells or rents carriages? Ciel's tone softened slightly as she asked, I need to rent a carriage. Hearing Ciel's softened tone, tears almost streamed down the woman's face. She lowered her voice as much as possible and said, the stables, there's a carriage and a horse in the stables? I'll give it to you directly. Give it to you? They stole it. Haven't sold it yet. No one will know. Ciel nodded and turned to leave. Behind her, the dull thud of a knife stabbing into flesh sounded. 3, 2, 0. The painful whispers in Ciel's mind slowly dissipated, slightly soothing her mood. She arrived at the stables, saw the carriage parked aside, and the thin horse tied up inside, sleeping. A new problem presented itself to Ciel. She didn't know how to ride a horse, nor how to assemble the horse and carriage together. And, who knew if, during a fast carriage ride, this horse would suddenly go mad and charge Ciel into a ditch. After thinking for a while, Ciel came up with a perfect solution. She returned to the inn, opened the room door, and woke her sister, who was still sound asleep. After telling her sister they needed to return quickly, Lychee didn't ask why, just dazedly gathered her things, went downstairs, and boarded the carriage with Ciel. Inside the carriage, Ciel drew all the curtains. Lychee, woken up halfway through her sleep, leaned her head against the curtain and quickly fell asleep again. A black shadow emerged from the shadow beneath the carriage. The shadows looked at each other, then walked towards the sleeping thin horse nearby. Chains were thrown out, piercing into the thin horse's shadow. Almost instantly, the horse died, its shadow torn away from its flesh by the burning chains. The black chains tethered the shadow horse, burning with black flames, to the front of the carriage. A black shadow then took the driver's seat, holding the chains, manipulating the thin horse, turning it bit by bit, driving out of the small town, following the railway tracks towards Barren City. Late at night, a terrifying carriage without a horse pulling it rushed directly into Barren City under the cover of darkness. Some drunkards still out late saw this scene, but after a brief moment of terror, they dismissed it as a drunken hallucination and didn't think further. Ciel took Lychee back home. After telling Lychee she needed to go out to report the accident, she left Lychee behind, controlled the carriage, and headed towards Creek Hill outside the city. The locations of the others were uncertain, but the position of that Detton Group commissioner, Lucy, was mentioned in the notebook. The notes said she had been investigating almost constantly at Detton Manor outside the city. Apart from that banquet, she hadn't even entered the city. But her path was third-tier favored, related to luck itself. Ciel's intuition told her this person was highly suspicious. Ciel's carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of Detton Manor. Detton Manor was now completely cordoned off. A Detton Group employee wearing a green chip mask, standing guard outside the gate, approached respectfully, bowed towards the carriage, and said, Detton Manor is still under renovation. May I ask who your excellency is? A horseless carriage rushing to the Detton Manor entrance, clearly a transcendent. Although the green chip employee wasn't a transcendent himself, he had received similar training, allowing him to maintain a respectful demeanor when encountering such scenes. Where is Commissioner Lucy? Ciel asked bluntly after getting out of the carriage. I need to see her. Commissioner Lucy? She's in the underground sanctuary. May I ask who you are? The employee asked cautiously, trying to confirm Ciel's identity. Ciel's current Judicator save file was still wearing the church robes Eurus had specially prepared for her. Thus, Ciel didn't hesitate further and said directly, Judicator's Court, here to investigate the Divine Advent Church. Translator's note, Judicator's Court, or previously the Inquisition. I'll use Judicator's Court from here onward. I'll find some time to update the term in the previous chapters as well. Only then did the green chip employee, through the faint moonlight, clearly see the Church of the Savior Goddess robes the girl wore. He quickly stepped aside and said, Do you need me to lead you there? No need. Ciel shook her head and walked directly towards the manor interior. This green chip employee didn't look familiar, likely having come from headquarters with the commissioner. Regarding the structure and secret passages of Detton Manor here, Ciel might even be more familiar than him. Ciel walked to the manor entrance, while the green chip employee followed respectfully at a distance. Just as Ciel stepped into the manor, a series of loud noises erupted. Rumble. The massive vibrations traveled several miles, making Ciel initially think an earthquake or explosion had occurred. Ciel turned her head towards the source of the vibration. That direction is. Ciel ran quickly towards the left. Members of various factions currently surveying the main hall also heard the commotion and swiftly rushed towards the side corridor. Ciel took the lead, directly kicking open the door to the card room. This was the source of the vibration and noise, the previous ritual site, above the dome of the underground sanctuary. But now, the dome had completely collapsed. Even the adjacent walls were damaged. With the door opened, inside was a huge, dark pit leading directly down to the underground sanctuary. What happened? A cave-in. Here? Goddess. My heavens. The green chip employee's mouth hung half open. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he shouted, Lucy? Commissioner Lucy is still down there. What? There are still people down there. Quick, head to the secret passage? It shouldn't have collapsed. Check all secret passages, prepare to go down and rescue. The crowd became noisy, heading towards different secret passages. A black shadow emerged from the shadow behind Ciel and jumped directly into the dark abyss. The next moment, Ciel's figure distorted and vanished, replaced by a black shadow standing in her place. Ciel's main body had already appeared within the ruined underground sanctuary. The ground was littered with broken stones and the crushed figures of the cultists sacrificed into mummies. 4 black shadows quickly spread out from Ciel's position, beginning their search. At this time, many transcendents holding kerosene lamps and torches had already descended through the secret passages and started searching for wounded. Here, Commissioner Lucy is here. A shout attracted Ciel's attention. She quickly walked towards the source of the sound, pushed aside the crowd gathered there, and looked at Commissioner Lucy. A massive stone pinned her lower body. Her head looked as if it would be crushed, the forehead completely caved in. Blurg, a mouthful of blood spewed from Lucy's mouth. Really, unlucky. A blood-stained gold coin slipped from Lucy's hand, rolled on the ground, revealing the image of the knight and dragon on top. Quick, find a physician. Ciel stood aside, watching Lucy's breathing gradually weaken. Wasn't her. Or was it that she wasn't the only one encountering this misfortune in Barren City? Were there others also experiencing misfortune? Ciel retreated behind the crowd. The potions obtained from Adele in the previous Judicator save file weren't kept on her person. She was a Judicator, not a missionary, and couldn't heal injuries. She could only step aside and let someone with healing abilities step forward to provide treatment. Watching the favored Lucy lying on the ground nearby, her body still twitching and bleeding, Ciel couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. She raised her head, scanning the surroundings, her gaze falling upon the sanctuary platform not far away. Apart from the giant rocks and bricks that had fallen from the collapsed dome, the layout inside the entire underground sanctuary was almost identical to when Ciel first saw it. There were just some added blockade lines and white cloths used to cover certain religious symbols and slogans. She bypassed the crowd, walking along the darkness towards the side corridor, lit the kerosene lamp there, and began checking each room one by one. Cages, library, private prayer room. The sealed diaries in the library had all been removed. Most of the books and scriptures inside were gone, likely taken by the people from the Church of the Savior Goddess. Religious items in the private prayer room had also been cleared out, even the idol in the cage had been destroyed. More than 40 days had passed since those factions arrived here. The investigation had also been ongoing for over 40 days. Everything that needed investigating had been investigated. Everything that needed taking had been taken. Forget 40 days, with so many factions working together, the entire Detton Manor could probably be turned upside down in less than 2 weeks. But why were so many people still here investigating now? Were they investigating? Or waiting? If it was to lie in wait for people from the Divine Advent Church, then there were too many people left here. And there were also many ordinary people assisting the investigation. Wasn't staying here suicidal? Ciel walked into one of the secret passages and followed it upwards. This passage led to Kitty's office. The stone bricks carved with scriptures inside this passage had already been ground smooth with a file. Traces of the Divine Advent Church's presence were almost invisible. She reached the entrance of the secret passage, pulled the switch. With a loud grinding of gears, some sand and stones fell from above. The bookshelf before her began to slide open slowly, but got stuck after opening a crack. Had the mechanical instruments not been maintained or repaired for too long, 2 black shadows surged out from behind Ciel, each grabbing one side of the bookshelf, forcibly pulling it open enough for Ciel to pass through. After the bookshelf opened, Ciel saw Kitty's office brightly lit. Several young men and women wearing Church of the Savior Goddess robes were flipping through items on the bookshelf. Hearing the commotion from the secret passage, they all looked towards Ciel. The 2 males were likely church attendants still undergoing their reconstitution rituals. Only the female was an ascetic. The female ascetic reacted fastest. After being stunned for 2 seconds, she quickly walked up to Ciel, bowed slowly, and addressed her respectfully, "Your esteemed Excellency Judicator." The other 2 attendants also snapped back to reality and quickly stood behind and to the sides of the ascetic, "Your esteemed Excellency." Ciel spoke calmly, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you for your diligence. Return to your work. You, come with me." With black shadows trailing behind her and wearing the robes Eurus had given her, Ciel completely bluffed the Church of the Savior Goddess members opposite her. The female ascetic harbored no suspicion, followed Ciel, and watched as Ciel sat down in Kitty's office chair. Ciel casually pulled open the drawer whose lock core had been destroyed. The space where Kitty's spiritual notebook used to be was now empty. Ciel looked up at the ascetic and said, "I just arrived in Barren City and haven't had time to visit Priestess Eurus and Bishop Hugh yet. Can you tell me why the investigation has taken so long?" Ciel's tone was calm, but an irrepressible anger flickered in her eyes, causing a trace of cold sweat to break out on the young female ascetic's back. "Please do not blame us, Your Excellency Judicator. We have truly been investigating diligently." Sweat beaded on the woman's forehead, dampening the stray hairs at her temples. She continued nervously, "But we really haven't found much remaining evidence. We asked the Redemption Society to examine every corpse, but still haven't found the bodies of the cultist priestess Kitty or the other unknown bishop. They..." "Don't be nervous." Ciel interrupted the woman's speech. "Calm your breathing and recount your investigation again. Be detailed, be clear." Ciel's tone was noticeably calm, and she deliberately slowed her speech, yet unexpectedly, it made the person opposite feel even more nervous. Perhaps it was because the judicator's court itself tended to make them nervous. At least, Ciel considered herself quite amiable. After taking several deep breaths where she stood, the woman's voice finally stopped trembling. She slowly began recounting the investigation process over the past days to Ciel. Because it was Deton Group's premises, after gathering their team, the Church of the Savior Goddess formed a convoy with Deton Group personnel and headed to Baron City at top speed. But when they arrived, Deton Manor was already deserted. Many transcendent items had even been looted during the chaos. Deton Manor personnel began assessing losses, identifying traitors, and investigating the identity of every cultist. The Church of the Savior Goddess personnel, however, focused their investigation on the Divine Advent Church. Not only did they find many cultists' spiritual notebooks, but most importantly, they found the spiritual notebook of Kitty, the leader of this stronghold, and her letter, which seemed unsent. The letter detailed how a cultist under Kitty named Georgine encountered a cult bishop. The letter clearly stated the time the bishop was supposed to arrive, which coincided exactly with the time of the disturbance at Deton Manor. They naturally connected these 2 points, believing the bishop was responsible for everything. According to missionary Eurus, she clearly sensed the descent of a divine servant, an intimate yet terrifying feeling, almost stemming from the same origin. Intimate because its aura was warm and pure, terrifying because it wasn't summoned by the Church of the Savior Goddess. Eurus's faith seemed slightly shaken by this. She was currently recovering with Bishop Hugh's help, while others focused all efforts on investigating the identity of that Divine Advent Church bishop. Almost all the mummified corpses had been verified by the Redemption Society, but none matched the characteristics of Kitty or a third-tier Radiance bishop. Even Georgine's body was missing. They hadn't even overlooked skin fragments and dried blood on the ground, yet still found nothing. It was highly possible that the bishop had already left with the descended divine servant. Finally, Hugh was forced to use a forbidden church technique, using the cultists' blood clots to perform a fragmented reconstruction of the situation at the time. It was this reconstruction that revealed a shocking truth to Hugh. The sacrificial ritual had actually succeeded. Hugh saw the illusory divine servant, and the bishop, whose appearance was unclear, knelt emotionally on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The image froze at that moment. However, they interviewed everyone present at Deton Manor at the time but found no trace of any bishop. Investigating here yielded no clues about who that person was. He was recognized immediately upon entering Deton Manor and walked in without using a membership card. And the memories of those who saw his appearance had all been erased. Now, apart from knowing the bishop was male and a third-tier Radiance bishop, no other information was leaked. The trail ended here. During this period, they also captured several Divine Advent Church members who had infiltrated the investigation team. They subjected them to harsh interrogation, even using brainwashing techniques, but obtained an even more baffling fact. The Divine Advent Church was also investigating what happened. They too were unclear about what occurred at Deton Manor. The Divine Advent Church might even know less than the Church of the Savior Goddess. This summoning was the bishop's own unauthorized action? Now, the investigation had turned into a race against time. The Church of the Savior Goddess had to capture that Radiance bishop faster than the Divine Advent Church, intercepting the summoning ritual and the divine servant from his hands before the Divine Advent Church reacted. This was why the Church of the Savior Goddess still kept people investigating here. Oh, Ciel nodded slightly. So the Church of the Savior Goddess was stuck here. But they would probably never find that bishop in this lifetime. Because that bishop himself didn't know how the sacrificial ritual started, and he was eaten and absorbed by the divine servant shortly after, leaving no corpse behind. The divine servant used Kitty's body for its descent. Now it had sealed itself onto Amy's back. Amy was under Avena's protection. The Church of the Savior Goddess would never uncover the truth in this lifetime. The letter Kitty left to absolve herself unexpectedly became false evidence misleading the investigation, allowing Ciel to completely detach herself from the incident. Then the Church of the Savior Goddess and Hugh's side could be disregarded. They hadn't discovered her at all, so how could they inflict this misfortune upon her? What about the Deton Group people? Why have they been investigating here for so long? Have they made any progress? Ciel asked. The woman glanced cautiously at Ciel and hesitated. I heard that in Ansa, the Deton Group is using the Divine Advent Church as a pretext to start a major internal purge. If it were just recording the incident and assessing losses, those tasks were actually finished 2 weeks ago. We're also not sure what they've been constantly searching for down there. They've practically pried open every brick to search. Hearing this, Ciel nodded. It seemed this ascetic didn't know much more either. To find out more, she would likely have to investigate herself. Okay. Ciel nodded and casually asked, is Priestess Eurus still at the Good Night Inn? No, Your Excellency Judicator. The dehydration infection was completely eradicated some time ago. Priestess Eurus and Bishop Hugh have returned to the Clock Tower Church. The woman replied. Continue your investigation. Ciel stood up and walked towards the door. As she passed the ascetic, she reached out and patted her shoulder, startling her. After Ciel left and her figure disappeared from sight, the 2 attendants looked at the dumbstruck ascetic and asked cautiously, Priestess, was that? Yes, definitely from the Judicator's court. The woman nodded, took a deep breath, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Feels very scar. Shut your mouth, say no more. The woman raised her hand, cutting off the young man's words. Don't casually discuss people from the Judicator's court behind their backs. Seeing the two resume checking every book, the woman finally sighed in relief. They were still young, hadn't been exposed to more internal secrets, unaware of the judicator's court's terror. That was normal. They were the church's swords, their edges pointed not only outwards but also inwards. Interrogation, torture, and brutal killing were the judicator's court's specialties. Each one was like a fanatic. Once their minds were set, they would never change, easily resorting to extremes. So even just talking to them required utmost caution, lest one be accused and taken away for investigation. Calming herself, the woman resumed her work. Those people hadn't doubted the authenticity of that judicator's identity at all because the girl seemed just as awe-inspiringly terrifying as other judicators. Moreover, the information the girl casually mentioned about the bishop and high priestess was convincing enough. Even if she wasn't aware of some recent changes in Anso, it was quite normal. Perhaps she was temporarily transferred from elsewhere and hadn't been to Anso. Ciel, having obtained the intelligence, walked down the stairs, pondering with her head lowered. This trip was somewhat worthwhile. Although she impersonated someone from the judicator's court, she at least gained some information, knowing she was still safe after the sacrifice incident. The advancement of the fated death wasn't caused by the cultist sacrifice incident. Then what caused it? The investigation list she wrote down surfaced in Ciel's mind. The deadened groups favored required more investigation, but it was currently halted due to favored Lucy's severe injuries. She wanted to know if Lucy's misfortune was the same type as hers, to see if she could learn anything from Lucy. As for the remaining individuals needing investigation, Redemption Society, Professor Ashford. Royal Family, Uphold Thaddeus. Divine Advent Church, Archbishop Tara. Professor Ashford was likely at the Redemption Society. She currently had no way to contact the Redemption Society. The only contact, Adele, had already left the Redemption Society. Uphold from the royal family, Ciel also had no means of contact, only through asking Avena. As for Archbishop Tara, Ciel had seen descriptions of her several times in the notebook. Tara seemed to have already found Amy and started protecting her secretly. While protecting Amy, she continuously investigated Ciel's whereabouts. The simulated Ciel encountered Tara twice. The first time, Ciel didn't recognize her as a cultist, and she didn't pay attention to Ciel. The second meeting, according to the notebook, was on the street. That day, Ciel's leg bone was fractured, and she was recuperating at home. Amy came to visit. When Ciel was seeing Amy off, misfortune struck abruptly. Bullets from a gang fight shot towards Ciel and Amy, triggering the seal on Amy's back. The divine servant instantly cut down all the bullets, then bowed respectfully towards Ciel. This brief scene was captured by Tara. Immediately after, she rushed over without a word, knelt beside Ciel, hugged her leg, and unleashed a torrent of tears, leaving the simulated Ciel speechless. After confirming with Tara that only she knew about the divine servant's message, the simulated Ciel tricked her into hiding temporarily within the city. Ciel needed her to obtain internal information from the Divine Advent Church. However, because the Divine Advent Church stronghold here had already been wiped out by Ciel, Tara hadn't been of much use yet. Thinking back now, after encountering Tara, she immediately suffered a misfortune that required using a transformation save file ability to barely dodge. Tara's side could be investigated again. According to the notebook's description, Tara seemed extremely fanatical towards her, to the point where she would believe anything Ciel said. That's why her simulated self kept her as an informant, also utilizing her identity and resources for convenience. Moreover, Tara was clearly a higher rank than Bishop Brock, yet her potion digestion only reached missionary, her actual strength only second tier. It seemed her promotion wasn't based on strength, but rather on extremely vast knowledge and her deconstruction of the Church of the Savior Goddess doctrines. These abilities earned her a high position within the Divine Advent Church. Recalling Tara's location described in the notebook, Ciel determined her next course of action. If investigating Tara yielded nothing, she could also consult Tara about the misfortune under the guise of I have a friend, see if the knowledgeable Tara could provide an answer. If the investigation there yielded no results, then she would find Avena and Adele again, contact Uphold and Professor Ashford through them, and continue investigating. Ciel quickly reached the second floor. As she walked down the central staircase towards the main hall, she saw Redemption Society members slowly carrying a stretcher towards the entrance. They moved extremely slowly to avoid causing secondary injuries. Lucy lay on the stretcher. A large group of Detton Manor employees followed behind. Their faces were hidden by masks, but their movements indicated they were even more nervous than the Redemption Society members. After all, the people at Detton Manor were quite superstitious about luck. If even the strongly lucky favored Lucy met with an accident here, they would probably quit or strike rather than continue working here. But as Ciel descended the stairs, her brow furrowed slightly, because she heard an extremely painful and desperate whisper echo in her mind. Looking up, the source of the whisper was actually Commissioner Lucy. Just moments ago, when her head was nearly crushed by the giant stone, she showed little pain or despair. But now, after being given medicine to keep her alive, she began showing despair. Ciel faintly felt that Lucy's despair might be the key to investigating the misfortune. She definitely knew something. If this were reality, Ciel might strategize before acting. But in the simulation, she only had 24 hours of activity time. She had to act without hesitation. If there was any possibility of obtaining intelligence, she had to strike decisively. A black shadow rapidly shot along the carpet like a swimming fish towards the stretcher, then slowly rose in front of it. A physician noticed the anomaly and immediately shouted, "Stop!" The burning black shadow distorted before the physicians. After a few flickers, Ciel's figure appeared in front of the group, blocking their path. "Your Excellency, what is this?" the leading physician asked doubtfully. He naturally knew this was someone from the Church of the Savior Goddess but didn't understand why she was blocking their way. "Wait a moment." Ciel raised her hand, interrupting his words. She took a few steps towards the stretcher and leaned slightly closer, listening intently. Lucy's eyeballs had completely rolled back, entirely bloodshot. Even so, she kept moving her throat and lips, speaking, even though her teeth and jawbone were shattered. "Let me, gurgle. Go back. Let me, go." Ciel's action silenced the originally noisy crowd. Those nearby could almost all hear the words Lucy kept repeating. "You want to go back?" Ciel spoke. "Go back where?" As if her words finally received a response, tears instantly streamed down Lucy's face. Blood mixed with tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, disappearing into the dark brown long hair at her temples. "Underground. Sanctuary." Ciel spoke again, confirming, "You want to return to the underground sanctuary, is that right?" Although Lucy didn't know who the speaking girl was, and couldn't see the girl's appearance clearly now, blood had stained her eyeballs, dyeing the girl's hair red before her. Now she couldn't even distinguish the girl's original hair color. But she seemed to grasp onto some lifeline, using her last bit of strength to say, "Yes." Cough cough cough. After speaking, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It seemed her ribs had pierced her heart and lungs. Ciel straightened up, looked at the people before her, and said, "What are you standing there for? Carry her back to the underground sanctuary." But, a physician started to say something but was interrupted by Ciel. "You're from the Redemption Society, right? Professor Ashford is still in Barren City. Go back, ask Professor Ashford to come treat her. The treatment costs will be covered by Lucy and the Deaden group. But, double, but, triple, plus an extra £100 reward for you." "Okay, I'll go right away." Cough cough cough. Lucy on the stretcher seemed to hear Ciel's words too, coughing up blood in agitation, but soon, she slumped down again, as if resigned to her fate. Ciel looked at the Deaden group employees and said, Why aren't you down there yet? Quickly clear an area for Miss Lucy's surgery." Oh, quick, brothers, go down and clear a spot." The green chip and red chip employees quickly dispersed, rushing towards the underground sanctuary and starting to clear the area. Ciel's black shadows surged out from behind her, took the stretcher from the physician's hands. The black shadows carried Lucy ahead, while Ciel, passing by those physicians, asked them for some medicine. Of course, the cost was put on the Deaden group's tab. Upon entering the secret passage leading to the underground sanctuary, Ciel waved her hand gently behind her, closing the door. The black shadows carrying the stretcher stopped in place. Ciel walked to Lucy's side and fed several bottles of life-sustaining potion into Lucy's mouth. Lucy Silva's breathing stabilized slightly due to the potion, and some bleeding from her ruptured wounds showed slight improvement. Ciel looked at Lucy lying helplessly on the stretcher and asked calmly, "Do you want to return to the underground sanctuary?" "Yes." Lucy endured the intense pain, slightly rolling her eyes towards Ciel. "Thank you, Your Excellency Judicator. Why do you want to return to the underground sanctuary?" Ciel ignored her thanks and continued pressing. The secret passage was unusually cold and damp. 4 burning black shadows held the 4 corners of the stretcher, standing motionless in this dim tunnel. Lucy felt a palpitation she hadn't felt in a long time, as if saying the wrong thing would cost her life right here. "Do I know her?" Lucy tried hard to see the girl's face clearly in the darkness, but to no avail. Not staying below, Lucy remained silent for a long time, then struggled to say, "I will die." "Why?" Ciel ignored Lucy's evasiveness, pressing relentlessly in the conversation. She now somewhat regretted not logging in with the instigator save file. If instigator Ciel had acted, Lucy might have revealed everything without such intense pressure. "I don't know." Lucy's tone held a hint of helplessness. She seemed to have given up trying to convince this girl. "I only know, but when I'm not below, my luck becomes very bad." Speaking of this, Lucy seemed to remember something. She arduously reached out her blood-covered right hand, fumbling towards her waist pouch, but just as her hand entered the small black leather pouch at her waist, a 20-sided die fell out of her bag. Clack, clack clack. The die tumbled down the stairs, finally stopping steadily 4 steps below. Ciel controlled a black shadow to move forward a few steps, confirmed there was no danger, then stepped forward herself and saw the number on the 20-sided die. "What's my number?" Lucy seemed desperate to see the number, but couldn't do so now. "2." Ciel replied. Lucy's hand dropped limply. She said, "You see, if the number is too low, you encounter misfortune." Ciel asked. She didn't know if Lucy was friend or foe, but in a simulation, exposing information didn't matter as long as she could extract intelligence. "Yes. Could you please take me down, quickly?" Lucy's tone now carried a plea. Ciel didn't make things difficult for her any longer, controlling the black shadows to carry her further down. Later, another figure on the list, Professor Ashford, would arrive. There was no need to completely burn bridges with Lucy here, because she would need to contact the professor later. With Lucy's current injuries, even if Professor Ashford arrived, Lucy couldn't defeat Judicator Ciel in this simulation anyway. Ciel had Lucy carried down to the underground sanctuary. By now, a clear area had been prepared on the periphery of the sanctuary, covered with carpets, upon which clean white cloths were laid. An employee noticed Ciel had brought Lucy down and quickly signaled others, clearing a path for Ciel, allowing the black shadows to carry Lucy to that spot and place her down. Lucy, who had been extremely tense, immediately relaxed her spirit upon feeling herself lying in the underground sanctuary, falling directly into a semi-conscious state. Ciel, meanwhile, controlled the black shadows to search the area where Lucy was crushed earlier, while waiting for Professor Ashford's arrival. Soon, over 10 minutes passed. Professor Ashford hadn't arrived yet, but Ciel found a strange iron coin amidst the ruins. The coin stood unsupported in the middle, the front showing a faceless angel stained with rust, the back a seemingly bleeding black-eye demon. Ciel's eyes narrowed slightly. She withdrew the black shadows, no longer approaching the coin. This is a sealed artifact? Lucy's? The simulation hadn't ended yet, so Ciel didn't know the artifact's information. She didn't rashly reach out to touch it. Just as Ciel was about to turn and leave, the coin wobbled slightly, then fell to the ground. The rust-red faceless angel, wings spread, faced the shattered dome. The next moment, footsteps sounded. The secret room door was pushed open directly. Several physicians wearing black robes and raven masks, flanking an old man wearing a silver raven mask, walked towards Lucy. Professor, right over there. Professor Ashford had arrived.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.